Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Martial Saint noticed Wang Songhe's subtle emotional changes but didn't pay much attention. Wang Shanhe, why hide? It's just a fake name, isn't it? You're using a fake name and identity too, right? Or should I call you Wang Songhe now? Wang He, Martial Saint casually remarked. After hearing these words, Qiao Mu suddenly realized that the disguised stranger before him was the same Wang Songhe he had met years ago. A hero breaks the law with martial arts. For wandering heroes, disguising themselves and using different names is actually very common. Wang Songhe, a bandit wanted by the government, was known to have killed Qiao Sen, the city lord of Yan City, right on the street. However, Qiao Mu's disguises and change of identity were fundamentally different from others. His previous identities, like Qiao Mu, Qiao Lin, and Qiao Pifu, were all seen dying in the public eye, unable to be resurrected even by gods. This was witnessed by countless people, with even the remains of his body as evidence, so it was impossible for him to play the fake death and escape tricks. So, the flaw in Qiao Mu's disguise was not Qiao Mu Qiao Lin, but rather the Qiao Sen who survived in Yan City at the time. And the main reason he was exposed was because his disguise was removed after being knocked out by Martial Saint. Qiao Zhong, is your real name Qiao Sen? So, the Qiao's family in Yan City and the Qiao Pifu Qiao Zhong appearing in Hiang City are indeed from the same family. The Martial Saint actually doesn't care about what Qiao Zhong's real name is. It's just that after the incident in Saintess village, he became curious about the Qiao's family mentioned by Qiao Mu. After learning that Qiao Zhong's hidden identity was Qiao Sen, he became somewhat interested. Is that it? The secret hidden behind Qiao Zhong's face is just killing a mere Yan City lord. Killed a Yan City lord and then changed appearance and disguise to escape to another place? In Martial Saint's eyes, such a crime is nothing worth mentioning. Martial Saint immediately lost interest. Just a Yan City lord, easily disposable. After killing a Yan City lord, you want to change your appearance and secretly escape? I can't believe I believed your previous lies, thinking you had the support of countless elders from the Qiao family. The current Yan City lord, Wang Songhe. Kijhen, you take Qiao Zhong, Qiao Sen and go ahead. The Martial Saint waved his hand a bit impatiently. Let's go to Qingming town first. Is this it? He used to think that Qiao Mu's disguise was hiding a big secret, but now it seems it's nothing more than that. Qingming town. Wang Songhe was slightly taken aback, sensing that something was not right. He also knew about Qingming town, located at the foot of the main peak of Qingming mountain range. The so-called Qingming town was originally just a simple village. As the powerful Great Yan imperial court appeared, more and more pilgrims came to climb and worship on the mountain. Over time, the small village at the foot of the mountain grew bigger and became a town. Officially, it was still a town under the jurisdiction of the Great Yan Imperial Court, but in terms of population, it was almost the same as Yan City. What's more important is that deep in the Qingming mountain range lies the headquarters of the Xiantian sect. Why did the Martial Saint bring Qiao Sen to the foot of the Qingming mountain? What's his plan? While Wang Songhe was pondering, Qiao Mu and the others had already walked far away. Wang Shanhe, the Martial Saint reached out and casually threw a cultivator's storage bag, landing it in Wang Songhe's hands. The storage bag looked like an ordinary cloth bag, but it contained space that only immortal cultivators could create for storing and keeping items. Wang Songhe was a bit confused. He carefully examined the contents of the storage bag and his expression slightly changed. The Xiantian sect cultivators foundation building method, the Xiantian treasure scripture. Not only the foundation building method, but also other symbols, treasures, and artifacts of other immortal cultivators. Wang Songhe held the storage bag in his hand and felt it was a bit hot. Martial Saint, what do you mean by this? We have different paths and cannot collude with each other. Martial Saint's face remained calm. The things of immortal cultivators are useless to me, so it's better to give them to you, making the most of them. In these years, I have not killed many immortal cultivators, but I can gather some immortal cultivation heritage. These things are much stronger than the half-hearted cultivation method you practice. Wang Songhe trembled slightly. As a solitary practitioner who didn't join the Immortal Gate, he understood the weight of the gift that Martial Saint had given him with just a few casual words. Little did he know how many martial artists are willing to serve under the Xiantian sect's various temples, just to one day be taught the true mystical teachings of the Immortal Gate and achieve everlasting life. Before Wang Songhe began his cultivation journey, he was once a second-rank official with high power and authority. However, even the Great Yan Imperial Court was defeated. Therefore, his status as a second-rank civil official was insignificant in front of the Immortal Gate. So, he tried to obtain some ordinary Taoist teachings from a small sect. He has been cultivating for over 30 years, although he has some achievements in the Dao of immortality, his practical combat skills are lacking, and he also lacks corresponding spells. The proud symbol of the low-level cultivators of Xiantian sect, the etching bonely fire talisman, is a powerful weapon to deal with martial artists. It is natural that someone like Wang Songhe, who started late, would not know about it. Inhuman is said to have the aura of a mortal dynasty. The Martial Saint remained calm without any ripples on his face. It is said that human emperors possess their own aura, so they cannot achieve immortality. Even if they cultivate the Dao, it would be like fishing the moon from the water. Even if you succeed in your cultivation, you won't live for too long, unable to achieve immortality. Consider this piece as a tribute to your future grave. After saying that, the martial saint turned and left. He never had high expectations for Wang Songhe's path, but it didn't stop him from casually giving something to this old friend. The martial way is the only possible way to counter the Dao of immortality. Wang Shanhe cultivates the immortal Dao to control the inhumans. This path requires an extremely long time, and it is unlikely to succeed. The progress in martial arts is faster than in the path of immortality. If we think in the long term, time is on the side of us martial artists. It's just that martial arts is lagging behind too much, so I also need more time. The martial saint ignored Wang Songhe, who had a complicated expression on his face, and walked away by himself. The Wuji Association had no good way to search for the emperor's whereabouts, so they could only conduct a thorough search from Yan City to the Qingming mountain range. The Xiantian sect is located deep within the Qingming mountain range, so the Wuji Association can only operate in secret, fearing to alert the enemy. Until Qiao Mu arrived at Qingming town at the foot of the mountains, there was no decent information about the emperor's whereabouts. The towering Qingming peak reached into the clouds, and from the foot of the mountain, one could vaguely see a majestic Taoist temple standing on the high ground. And this town was located at the foot of the main peak, Qingming Peak. Walking in this town, along the street, most of the shops were small stores selling incense paper and candles. Qiao Mu found a roadside restaurant, sat down, ordered some food, and casually looked at the street scenery while sitting on a bench. The town seemed to have a lot of people, with a constant flow of pedestrians. Among them, there were many pilgrims who came from other places. These pilgrims would often rest briefly in the town and buy incense and candles before climbing the mountain and leaving. Actually, several decades ago, this was just a small village with less than 100 households, Wu Kijhen explained quietly. But as the influence of the inhuman grew, Qingyun Temple became the most famous Taoist temple in the vicinity. More and more pilgrims came to Qingyun Temple, and even regarded the temple on the mountain as a holy place of some kind. Every day, many pilgrims come from far away just to climb the mountain, pay their respects to the gods, and burn incense. Qiao Mu listened silently. In a past life, the location of Qingyun Temple might have been just a popular Taoist temple with a lot of incense, a larger tourist attraction, and nothing more. But in this world, it wasn't that simple. I've walked around this town, but I haven't seen any farms or fields. There are mostly shops selling incense paper and candles, Qiao Mu whispered. The sound was heard by an old man with a limp on the side of the road. He looked over and said with a smile, "Hey there, are you guys from out of town? You might not understand this. In this town, most of the people are merchants selling incense paper, candles, and food. Actually, only a few of them are farmers who have to do hard work." This old man with a limp had gray hair on the sides of his head and looked a little older than 60-year-old Qiao Mu. Although the old man had signs of aging on his face, like age spots and wrinkles, his face was glowing and full of energy, which Qiao Mu rarely saw since he time traveled. The average lifespan for commoners in ancient dynasties was not long. Even if some could live to old age, they often looked older due to hard labor. Despite being old, the old man with a limp seemed to have good spirit. If people didn't know, they would think he had just married 18 young wives. "Hey, do you guys earn enough money just by doing business and renting houses to out-of-town tourists without doing any farm work? That's amazing," Qiao Mu said. In the previous tourist towns, there were many people who made a living this way, which was why he asked, "Hey, we're all common people. Who's running the shops?" The old man with a limp smiled proudly, as if he wanted to show off in front of the tourists from out of town. "This is the foot of the Immortal Gate Temple, where the Xiantian sect's immortals pity us commoners for our hardships. As long as we recite the scriptures and pray every day, and worship the gods on the mountain, we can live without worries and don't have to toil in the fields. Of course, it's only for the local town residents," the old man said with a hint of pride. "It's not easy to obtain the town residents' registration. The Great Yin Imperial Court has imposed heavy taxes and strict policies for the past few decades. Other towns have already collected taxes for almost 20 years. It's rare to have enough food to eat with the frequent famines. Under such circumstances, there is a town at the foot of Qingming Mountain where the residents can live without worries as long as they recite scriptures and worship the gods. It's like a paradise on earth. If it weren't for this place being managed by the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect and the difficulty of obtaining town resident registration, there would be a flood of refugees from all over Nan province trying to enter this town." The local town residents. Qiao Mu pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Old brother, judging from your accent, are you from Yan City?" You can hear it." The limping old man was slightly surprised, and his face smiled even more. "We used to be people from Yan City, but we ran away because of the famine at that time. We've had a lot of hardships on our way to this town, and this old bones of mine almost didn't make it. Later, it was the immortal elder from Xiantian sect who took pity on my old age and allowed me to enter this town. In the beginning, I was a famine refugee, old and weak, living from day to day. Now, I am a resident at the foot of Immortal Gate Mountain, with no worries about food and clothing. Life has changed tremendously." It's not surprising that the limping old man is beaming with joy, full of spirit, and unintentionally showing off in front of Qiao Mu, the outsider. It sounds like Immortal Gate has done a great thing. The immortal elders from Xiantian sect are truly great people. Actually, it's because of your kindness and the accumulation of good deeds, my old brother. That's why you have this good fortune. When a person grows old, they can also have a great turn of fortune. As an outsider like me, I don't have the same blessings. Qiao Mu's words made the proud limping old man happy. He had originally planned to leave with his crutch, but now he felt enjoyable talking to him and stopped to chat for a few more sentences. The old man with a limp gradually opened up after hearing kind words. Qiao Mu first subtly asked if there have been any abnormalities in the town lately, like the whereabouts of Emperor Yonghe. After getting no information, Qiao Mu felt a bit disappointed and finally asked, "But there's one thing I don't understand, my friend. You say these Xiantian sect immortals are kind-hearted, allowing the townspeople to have no worries about food and clothing without working. But in this world, money and food are always necessary. Where do the townspeople get the money and food they need?" The old man with a limp was startled, thought for a while, but couldn't figure out the reason. Could it be that the immortals of Xiantian sect create something out of nothing? Asked Qiao Mu again. Maybe the immortal elders are the ones who created them. The limping old man believed him. Anyway, in the eyes of ordinary people, the immortal elders are very powerful. They can create money and food out of thin air, which is very reasonable. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the sound of melodious bells rang out in the town. A servant wearing Taoist robe came out from the small building, carrying a large bucket of rice porridge. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. The immortals from Xiantian sect are distributing porridge. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. The limping old man hurriedly walked with his crutch. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the town's bells spread far, penetrating the faint mountain mist, all the way to the halfway up the mountain where the Taoist temple was located. Emperor Yonghe stood on a hill not far from Qingyun Temple, looking down on the town below, feeling a bit sad. Where does the money and food for the leaders of Xiantian sect come from? Can he not know? The immortal gate looks righteous, but all the blame falls on the court, on me? Working with Xiantian sect this time is actually like getting firewood from the fire, but I'm not acting blindly without a backup plan. Emperor Yonghe pressed something on his waist and felt a little relieved. It all depends on the day we worship the gods. Clang clang clang. In the melodious sound of the bell, the servant Taoists dressed in Taoist robes started serving porridge, filling large bowls of rice porridge for the people swarming around. This porridge served to the people of the town can't be anything fancy. Rice porridge is just enough to fill their stomachs and prevent hunger. But in difficult times like these, Nan province is known to experience famines whenever there are natural disasters. A bowl of plain rice porridge, in a larger sense, could be a life-saving meal that can make the common folk grateful and indebted. Moreover, the townsfolk only need to perform the simple task of climbing the mountain to burn incense and pay respects to the gods. Compared to hard farming, this kind of work is much easier. Don't push, everyone will get a portion, come one by one. The servant monk who was distributing porridge shouted, but his brows unconsciously furrowed, and he instinctively covered his nose and mouth. Those who came to receive the rice porridge were mostly the lowest-ranking townsfolk, who had no other means of livelihood. The living conditions of the lowest-ranking townsfolk were not particularly good. At this moment, it was noon, and with so many people gathered in a circle, the smell made the servant monk's stomach churn every time. These people stood in such a large circle, with the smell of sweat, body odor, and foot odor mixing together. It was quite an unpleasant smell. Nevertheless, no matter how disgusting it was, the servant monk could only bear with it and complete the task assigned by the temple. The old man with a lame leg also pushed through the crowd with his crutch. But he was old, and his leg was a little lame, so even though he leaned on his crutch, he walked slowly. By the time he reached the place where the rice gruel was being served, most of the big buckets of gruel had already been taken, and there were 2 or 3 circles of people around. Rice gruel, can the fairy officials give me some too? The old man with a lame leg shouted. But the crowd was crowded, and no one paid attention to this frail and weak old man. When the crowd gradually dispersed, there was only half a bowl of watery gruel in his hands. This is a bit too little, isn't it? Fairy officials. The old man thought for a moment and looked at the servant who was serving the gruel. Still not satisfied. The strong servant seemed a little impatient. The workers at Xiantian sect are mostly strong people who practice martial arts or beginners on the path of immortality. These workers are actually martial artists with inner strength, so they were already a little impatient with doing such menial tasks like cooking porridge. When they saw the old man approaching, their faces also showed some displeasure. Are you a resident of this town? Or are you an outsider who came here to freeload and drink porridge? The strong worker furrowed his brow. Do you have a household registration in this town? Yes, yes, yes. Mentioning household registration, the limping old man immediately straightened his back a bit, feeling quite proud. However, when he felt around in his pocket, his face stiffened for a moment, then turned into an embarrassed smile. Immortal elder, I am getting old and it seems like I forgot to bring my household registration. No, really, I am a resident of this town. Every day, I go up the mountain to burn incense and worship the gods. I just forgot today. He smiled on the outside, but in his heart, he cursed himself for being so forgetful. I shouldn't have talked to those 2 people from out of town. It was a waste of time, and I almost missed out on this bowl of rice porridge. He sighed in his heart. What are you saying if you don't have a residency? The servant said with a disgusted face, snatching the half bowl of porridge from the limping old man's hand. This action startled the old man for a moment. Senior brother, this doesn't seem right, another nearby servant tried to persuade. This is the rule of the immortal gate, we can't break it, the servant said calmly. The limping old man's face turned pale and then blue. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He couldn't catch his breath, his face slightly flushed, and his legs felt a bit weak. He just sat down, right here on the side of the road. How did you get into this mess? The servant's face changed slightly. Immortal Gate values its reputation. As soon as this old man sat on the ground like this, many people around started to look at him. The servant was about to speak, but suddenly his face stiffened. A long rainbow fell from the sky and transformed into a middle-aged Taoist wearing a red robe. It's Immortal Xiang. Oh, Immortal Xiang, who has a memorial tablet at Qingyun Temple. How did he come down to earth? The Xiantian sect immortal with a memorial tablet, that's a true immortal. The appearance of Taoist Xiang immediately caused a commotion around, with many people gazing at him. Although the common folk called the people from Xiantian sect immortal masters or celestial beings, they also knew that martial artists like them, who were menial workers, were clearly not to be confused with Taoist Xiang, who had a memorial tablet in the Taoist temple. Taoist Xiang pointed at the ground, and an invisible force lifted the limping old man who was sitting on the ground. Taoist Xiang turned around and reprimanded the strong servant disciple who had just acted. I've said it before, the provision of rice porridge involves the livelihood of the common folk. We must not be careless just because it's a small matter. It's just a bowl of rice porridge, right? Bring some more and give another bowl to each person. When Taoist Xiang spoke, these servant Taoists naturally dared not go against his words. Before long, the servant Taoists carried another bucket of rice porridge, attracting a crowd around them. The old man with a limp also received a big bowl of rice porridge as he wished, happily walking away. At the same time, he repeatedly bowed and thanked Taoist Xiang. Immortal Xiang has a kind heart, descended to earth just to give me, an old man, a bowl of porridge. With continuous famine, if it weren't for the immortal from Xiantian sect, people wouldn't know how to survive in the world today. Amidst the people's continuous praises and expressions of gratitude, Xiang simply responded with a smile. Then, once again, he rose into the sky, swiftly disappearing from the sight of the townsfolk. He stood in the clouds, looking down at the small town, his smile gradually fading and his brows furrowing. The servants below don't know how to treat the people properly, they need a good beating. The people who can become residents of this town are excellent followers. Each person can provide the power of incense devotion, so they should not be neglected. The practice of immortal cultivation requires many years. While cultivators have a long lifespan, compared to ordinary people and martial artists, there are also many cultivators who exhaust their life force and perish. Therefore, the incense symbol of divine fire that can accelerate cultivation and the followers who can provide incense devotion become more precious. Although Taoist Xiang's plaque is at the bottom, he understands the benefits of the incense symbol of divine fire very well. Speaking of which, it is quite an increase in incense devotion for the sect to establish a town specifically for the residents. With this thought, Taoist Xiang smiled. Brother Xiang, you seem to have a deep understanding of the path of incense devotion. Can you give some guidance to your junior brother? Another Taoist named Qing Yang, who was in the sky, asked. Taoist Qing Yang is a newly appointed sect official, ranking last among the immortals in the Taoist temple. This path of incense devotion actually emphasizes balance, Taoist Xiang explained with a smile. This great Yin imperial court is supposed to be chaotic. If it's not chaotic, it won't work. But if it's too chaotic, it won't work either. In the mundane world, people suffer and feel lost and in pain that they cannot explain. That's why more and more people burn incense and worship gods to seek comfort for their hearts, providing a continuous source of spiritual power. If everyone is happy and content, how many people will still long to worship immortals? Taoist Qing Yang nodded repeatedly, feeling enlightened. Senior brother has a truly insightful perspective. However, if the world is too chaotic, what can be done? Immortal Xiang laughed and said. This makes it even easier to understand. If war, natural disasters, and famine lead to a sharp decline in the population, then it won't work either. That's why there is a small town called Qingming Town, specially to provide shelter for believers to live. There was an old man with a limp, who seemed to come from a homeless background. Giving him a bowl of porridge made people want to bow down to him like he was a demigod. If it wasn't for the famine, perhaps their sincere hearts would have been slightly diminished. Taoist Qing Yang was also amazed after hearing it. I never thought that the way of offering incense has so many details. Immortal Xiang smiled and said, for 40 years, the 9 immortal gates have oppressed the Great Yan Imperial Court. What I just mentioned are actually just the experiences and insights that the Immortal Gate has discovered during these 40 years. The towns under the rule of the Great Yan Imperial Court were burdened by heavy taxes, causing misery among the people, so they burned incense and worshipped gods. Whereas in places like Qingming Town, believers could find shelter. Comparing the two, it was obvious that the people's grievances were directly aimed at the Great Yan Imperial Court, while the Immortal Gate could earn a good reputation. It could be said to be a win-win situation, winning twice. The two Taoists, Xiang and Qing Yang, chatted and laughed as they turned into rainbow lights, returning to their sect and quickly disappearing into the clouds. On the table, Wu Kijun placed a hardcover book and clapped it on the table. We're about to take action. Would you like to take a look at this secret technique first? Qiao Mu took a glance at the book cover, which said flesh-changing skill, but it was something he was already familiar with. Your flesh-changing skill is still at the stage of makeup and disguise, right? Wu Kijun smiled. The miraculous technique called flesh-changing skill was created by the martial saint many years ago. However, it's still in its early stages and not perfected. The version that the Wuji Association has released is also in its early stages. Only recently has it been gradually improved, and through practice, one can control their physical body with their mind, transforming their shape and appearance. Is this what the martial saint intended? Qiao Mu squinted his eyes. You can say it's my intention. Wu Kijun didn't explain further, and his gaze shifted abruptly towards the door, changing the topic abruptly. Was it immortal Xiang who appeared on the street just now? Xiang. I remember that name. Qiao Mu also looked up at the sky, lost in thought. At the entrance of Hiang City Xiantian Temple, when he was burned to death, he also remembered the name on the memorial tablet at the gate. That's right. Wu Kijun squinted his eyes. According to the information from Star Xian Envoy, Taoist Xiang and Taoist Qingyang are the cultivators who publicly escort the Emperor to Qingyun Temple. Since Taoist Xiang appeared here, perhaps the Great Yin Emperor is also nearby. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. At this moment, a messenger from Wuji Association's Star Xian Envoy approached. Your Excellency Kijun, we have received a confidential report stating that a member of the meeting has found a clue to the Emperor's whereabouts. At the foot of Qingming Mountain to the south. Walk, hurry up. Inside a small Taoist temple, the nun Lingling Taoist priest was urging several female disciples to pack their bags and leave the temple. Lingling Taoist priest was a chubby nun who always had a kind and relaxed expression, but at this moment, she seemed a little anxious, constantly urging the female disciples to hurry. Lingling Taoist priest, are you going on a long journey today? Why didn't you leave someone to take care of the temple? A pilgrim who was originally planning to enter the temple to burn incense was surprised to see that everyone from the temple, including Lingling Taoist priest, had come out. Take care of what? The goddess of fertility that you worship. As long as people believe in her, they will burn incense. If we, the disciples, are not here, why shouldn't you pray? Lingling Taoist priest is usually a slow person, but now she is very anxious, not even talking much to familiar pilgrims, and quickly leaving. Recently, I had a sudden inspiration and I'm afraid that something big will happen. As a humble disciple, I don't dare to get involved in the matters of the 9 immortal gates. In this world today, the power of incense is the way to greatness. Those who follow the ancient method of cultivation are merely holding on to their old ways, and naturally cannot compete with it. She whispered something under her breath and hurriedly stepped outside. Zhen, what are you lingering around for? It's one thing if you fall asleep during my class, but now in such a critical moment, you're just wasting time. I have no idea what you do all day. Zhen, why are you walking so quickly? Haven't you noticed your fellow disciple, Ken Shui, walking behind you? Zhen, please support Ken Shui, she can't see and can't walk fast. Master, the female cultivator known as Zhen said helplessly. Junior sister has already embarked on the immortal path, she is no longer the blind person she once was. Her movement is naturally unrestricted and she is extraordinary. Why would she need me to assist her? Besides, haven't her eyes been able to open a little? It seems that she just can't see things very clearly. As soon as the words were spoken, Qiao Kangsu stumbled, even though she was walking on level ground, nearly falling to the floor. Zhen blinked her eyes, about to step forward, but she saw a chubby round shadow that was even faster than her. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to Qiao Kangsu's front, and a chubby hand supported her. At least she's a cultivator. How could she fall on level ground? And even if she falls, it's not a big deal. Our master's favoritism is so obvious. The female cultivators taunted. That's right, that's right. If you all take a few less naps, then I'll listen to you. I really don't know where you found this group of lazy bones. Lingling Taoist priest helplessly shrugged, while looking at Qiao Kangsu's already open, snowy white left eye. This is not something that ordinary people can possess. Even though you have stepped into the path of cultivation, it's still too early for you. Don't open your eyes. Since Qiao Kangsu's eyes could open, she discovered that the things she saw were completely different from reality. Level ground in her eyes could be deep trenches, and hillsides could be vast oceans. What's even stranger is that these scenes in her eyes are constantly changing. When she opened her eyes in the morning, the hillsides were small rivers, but when she opened her eyes at night, the hillsides became deep trenches. Even she couldn't figure out what was going on with her strange eyes, she only had a vague guess. Okay. Qiao Kangsu obediently closed her eyes again and continued to follow these few female disciples on the road. As they hurried along, the sound of horses' hooves could be faintly heard in the distance, getting closer. The female disciples had long avoided to the grassland at the edge of the road. They saw a few travelers riding fast horses, sprinting on the road. Qiao Kangsu felt something and, ignoring Lingling Taoist priest's instructions, quietly opened her eyes to take a look. In the rapidly changing view, she saw a young man in bright clothing and a furious horse galloping by, raising a trail of dust on the road. The young man wore a long sword at his waist, had rosy lips and white teeth, shining eyes, a tall and sturdy figure, and exuded a certain demeanor of a chivalrous figure in the martial world. This young man swiftly rode by on his horse, leaving only a simple silhouette in the brief moment. Senior sister, that person just now. Qiao Kangxiu tugged at the sleeve of the senior sister beside her. For some reason, she suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity towards the young boy she had just met for the first time. Is that person in the white clothes good looking? She asked. The female cultivator was momentarily speechless and turned to look at the back of the old man in white. She didn't pay much attention to the appearance of the person just now, but it was clear that he was just an old man with slightly graying temples. He was already so old, why would she care if he was good looking or not? Junior sister's eyesight wasn't great, she often sees things incorrectly. After some thought, she realized that he was just a passing stranger. Even though he was an old man with a shadowy figure, leaving a good impression in front of junior sister with her poor eyesight wasn't a bad thing. So she whispered softly, although that person is slightly older, he still looks very handsome. If only he were a bit younger, I would wish to leave my sect right then and there. Qiao Kangxiu's steps faltered, her eyes widening in surprise. She couldn't help but take a step back from her fellow female cultivator, Sister Zhan. This senior sister has some issues. Knock knock knock. Qiao Mu rode on a fast horse, racing alongside Wu Qizhen and Star Xian envoy wearing masks, kicking up a trail of dust on the official road. Although they occasionally saw monks and nuns on the road, they didn't pay much attention to them. A Taoist wearing a Taoist robe doesn't necessarily mean they are immortal cultivators. They could be tricksters, servants of the immortal gate who practice martial arts, or even remnants of the martial arts sects from ancient times. Their attention was focused on the whereabouts of the great Yan Emperor. Star Xian envoy, is the source of the information reliable? Asked Wu Qizhen seriously. Although they just witnessed Taoist Xiang appearing at the foot of Qingming Mountain, this matter is related to the great Yan Emperor. They have no choice but to act seriously. If the information is accurate, they must immediately inform the martial saint and assassinate the emperor as quickly as possible. The Immortal Gate is in the open, while the Wuji Association operates in secret. Nov.L.B//JNN. In order to avoid exposure, the Wuji Association can only act in secret. Coupled with the fact that Xiantian sect cultivators have never held ordinary martial artists in high regard, if they truly discover the emperor's whereabouts on the way, Wu Qizhen is quite confident that he can escape unscathed. The Star Xian envoy replied, the informant who sent me the secret report, Old Mo, has been working in the Wuji Association for 20 years. He is already in his 60s and acts calmly, no longer like a restless young person. He has not made any mistakes all these years. He reported that someone who appears to be the great Yan Emperor has been seen in Tiger City, which is also near the Qingming mountain range. This matter is of great importance, so he immediately reported it to his subordinates. The Qingming mountain range is a vast mountain range that stretches across Nan province for an unknown distance. It is said that there are fierce beasts lurking in the deeper parts of the mountains, and few people have ever ventured there. It is said that the headquarters of Xiantian sect is located in an unknown area deep in the Qingming mountain range. King Yun Temple and the Qingming town at the foot of the mountain are actually located on the eastern side of the mountain range, near cities like Yan City. The population there is not sparse. If King Yun Temple is built too far, closer to the inner side of the Qingming mountain range, even the Immortal Gate, a holy land, would probably have few followers. It would take a difficult journey to reach the temple and pray. This time, Qiao Mu and the others are going to Tiger City, which is not far from Yan City, located in the southeast part of the Qingming mountain range. Tiger City is larger than Yan City. The city walls are old, and there are guards at the city gates who question people. However, with the abilities of the Wuji Association people, entering Tiger City is not a problem. Sir Qizhen, Mo Mingzi's house is in the north of the city. He has established his own martial arts school, imitating the name of the Immortal Gate and calling it Bright Moon Sect. He is a prominent figure in this area around Tiger City, with many disciples. We should go directly to his school. Bright Moon Sect. Qiao Mu vaguely feels that the name sounds familiar. Upon careful thinking, he remembers a long ago event. When he first met Yan City's city lord Guoyan on the streets of Yan City, Guoyan immediately recognized the swordsmanship style of the swordsman Zhang Chen in his green clothes. He said that Zhang Chen was a disciple of the Bright Moon Sect and would personally come to visit and apologize. It is called the Bright Moon Sect, but it's actually a local sword sect in Tiger City. Is the so-called master of the Bright Moon Sect also a member of the Wuji Association in secret? No wonder Guoyan was able to see through it all. Turns out they are all members of the Wuji Association, Qiao Mu pondered. The Wuji Association is a secret power established by the martial saint, surpassing any well-known martial arts sects like Shaolin and Wudang in terms of the number of martial arts techniques and the size of its members. Not just Guoyan, the master of the Bright Moon Sect in nearby Tiger City has also been a member of the Wuji Association for 20 years. Because it concerns the great Yan Emperor, the group swiftly and directly headed towards the Bright Moon Sect located in the northern part of the city. The so-called Bright Moon Sect is a spacious courtyard and building complex with the words Bright Moon Sect written on it. Although the name Bright Moon Sect may seem grandiose, it is indeed not a small force within this small Tiger City. Even the local city lord gives it a significant regard. At the entrance, disciples in blue robes with swords were waiting, greeting Wu Qizhen and the others and leading them inside. After entering the courtyard, Wu Qizhen suddenly stopped. Star Xian Envoy, is it true that Master Mo you mentioned acts cautiously and has no problems? The Star Xian Envoy also fell silent at this moment. The Bright Moon sect, a large sword sect, is very quiet after entering the gate, with hardly any visible figures. This feels suspicious. It can't possibly be Mo Mingzi, who has been a member of the Wuji Association for 20 years, rebelling, right? If he didn't find any trace of the Emperor and instead fell into an ambush by the Immortal Gate, things would become quite chaotic. Qiao Mu sighed slightly in his heart. Rebellion? We can't make such statements casually. The voice of the Star Xian Envoy also revealed rare emotional fluctuations, appearing slightly agitated. Mo Mingzi has been with the Wuji Association for 20 years and even served as the previous generation's Star Xian Envoy. How is it possible for him to rebel? Then what's the situation now? Qiao Mu looked around and clearly sensed that something was off. The wind blew, and the leaves in the courtyard made a rustling sound, making the quietness inside the sword sect even more terrifying. Along with the gentle breeze, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Wu Qichen, who was standing by, didn't say anything but glanced at Star Xian Envoy. Now is not the time to act recklessly. It was my subordinate's negligence. Star Xian Envoy's voice returned to its usual calmness and introduced. Mo Mingzi was a martial artist at the 4th rank in his prime, but as he grew older, his qi and blood weakened, gradually falling back to the 6th rank by the age of 70. He also resigned from the position of Star Xian Envoy. Since then, although he still served as a source of intelligence for the Wuji Association, he was practically semi-retired and didn't involve himself too much in the internal affairs of the association. Star Xian Envoy is the local intelligence leader of the Wuji Association. Any organization, no matter how big, always needs talents from all different backgrounds. Martial strength is not the only necessary factor. For example, in the Great Yan Imperial Court, the previous Wang Shanhe was just a weak scholar, but he still achieved success in the court and reached the 2nd rank. The Wuji Association is filled with martial artists skilled in combat, so the strength of the Star Xian Envoy is not very important since they are generally not needed to fight. The martial saint destroyed the entire Qiao family of Hiang City and took away the Long Life Fist Sutra over half a year ago. Before this happened, although the Wuji Association also had top-notch internal skills like the pure Yingwuji skill, it naturally couldn't compare to the Long Life Fist Sutra in terms of the effect of old but not declining. As the previous Star Xian Envoy, Mo Mingzi could naturally exchange for top-notch techniques like the pure Yingwuji skill from within the Wuji Association, so there was no doubt about it. But it's one thing to have a top-notch technique and another thing to be able to train in martial arts to a profound level and maintain one's vitality. Let's go inside and have a look. We can't just stop because we suspect it might be a trap set by the Immortal Gate. Wu Qichen made a decisive judgment, eyes gleaming. The martial saint should also be on their way. If it really is an Immortal Gate trap, we can turn it around and capture the Xiantian sect cultivators, interrogating them for information. It's a good strategy. Wu Qichen took the lead, with Qiao Mu and the Star Xian Envoy slightly behind, as they headed towards the main building of the Bright Moon sect. The instinct cultivated from the martial saint's spiritual technique pointed towards the main building ahead. Qiao Mu glanced at Wu Qichen's back and wanted to take a step forward and stand at the front. After all, he was used to others seeing his back, not the other way around. But upon careful thought, Qiao Mu slowed down his steps slightly. It wasn't like before when he would rush to the front of the crowd. First of all, even if someone like Mo Mingzi rebelled, it was an internal affair of the Wuji Association. He only cooperated with them to assassinate the Emperor, which didn't mean he joined the Wuji Association. Secondly, Qiao Mu was getting older. Before obtaining the spiritual refining technique, dying again would often mean physical aging, and his vitality might start to decline, which wasn't very beneficial. Going with the flow, going with the flow. This is what I should be doing at my age. With a creaking sound, Wu Qichen pushed open the gate of the main building of Bright Moon sect. The main building's hall is spacious but a little dark, with a stronger smell of blood coming from the front. An old man with white hair at his temples stood with his back to them, surrounded by bodies. These bodies were not ordinary, they looked like mummies with skin and bones, a horrifying sight. Are you here? A voice old with age said. Thud. The old man dropped another dried-up body he was holding in his hands and slowly turned around to look at the newcomer. Mo Mingzi, are you out of your mind? Star Xian Envoy's gaze swept over the bodies on the ground, revealing a look of shock. All the bodies on the ground were dressed in the uniforms of the disciples of Bright Moon sect. Especially the 10 or so bodies, covered with blue disciple robes with a golden crescent moon symbol, were clearly the core disciples of Bright Moon sect, known as the 13 Swords of the Moonlight. You used the martial saint's spiritual technique to drain the life force and power of your own disciples, including those you have nurtured for half your life, the 13 Swords of the Moonlight. Seeing the bodies on the ground, Star Xian Envoy concluded that this old man must have serious mental issues. They just don't know if Immortal Gate is behind this or if there's another twist. You came a bit late, but not too late. This Mo Mingzi actually had a kind face. He didn't look like a small sect master, but more like a learned old scholar. But in the next moment, the wind suddenly rose, and the old man swooped past like a giant eagle. His hands turned into palms flying towards Wu Qichen, and Qiao Mu behind him. Qiao Mu, I have disciples of the martial saint and Star Xian Envoy standing beside me, and yet you picked me to fight? Do you really take me for a pushover? Even though Qiao Mu was getting older and didn't enjoy fighting, he couldn't back down when it was brought to his doorstep, especially when the other side was only a mere 6th rank. Bang! The two of them clashed their palms, and a powerful force hit Qiao Mu, making him step back 7 or 8 steps. The wooden floor beneath his feet cracked. Is this freaking 6th rank? Qiao Mu stood firmly on his feet, looking angrily at Star Xian envoy beside him. Truly deserving of the title with a Xian, mysterious, in it, how accurate is the information of this Star Xian envoy? Seems like it's all based on mysticism. Previously, Mo Mingzi was at the 6th rank, explained Star Xian envoy, but it seems that Mo Mingzi has absorbed the blood and power from many of his disciples, and now he may be even stronger than when he was in his prime. He has reached the 4th rank again. Before Star Xian envoy could say anything, Mo Mingzi had already rushed towards them once again. Why resist? The old man's murky eyes were filled with blood vessels, and his voice was a bit hoarse. I'm stronger than you. If you resist, you'll be in big trouble. So it's better for you to surrender and let me absorb your power. It's only fair. What nonsense. You think you're stronger than me? Qiao Mu laughed immediately. Mo Mingzi was about to attack again, but Qiao Mu had a sudden idea, and his blood started to surge rapidly. Heavenly Demon Dash. No, I can't die yet. I'll do it next time. Suddenly, Qiao Mu remembered something and quickly changed tactics, hastily dodging to the side. However, Mo Mingzi's palm wind grazed him, causing a slight sweetness in his throat. Luckily, Qiao Mu had trained in tough techniques, so he could barely defend himself. The injuries he sustained weren't too severe. Ripple stacking wave strength double wave. Qiao Mu stepped into the shadow step, swiftly appearing beside Mo Mingzi, and with a powerful strike of his palms, he hit Mo Mingzi's waist. Just as he was about to unleash his second round of inner power, Mo Mingzi ignored the injury on his waist and slapped Qiao Mu's head directly. His originally thin arm swelled up, muscles bulging, as he swung his hand with a whooshing sound, aiming straight at Qiao Mu's head. You hit yours, I hit mine? This fighting style seems somewhat familiar. Qiao Mu forcefully restrained his strength, and with a burst of inner power from his feet, he barely dodged Mo Mingzi's palm by leaning sideways. It wouldn't be worth it for Qiao Mu to exchange injuries. Due to having absorbed many disciples, Mo Mingzi's level of inner power is estimated to be at least 60% or even 50% stronger than Qiao Mu's. In a direct confrontation, despite practicing hard techniques, it is apparent that Qiao Mu would find it difficult to withstand attacks from opponents stronger than himself. Therefore, in this battle, Qiao Mu relied more on his well-practiced shadow step, constantly evading Mo Mingzi's attacks with all his might. Star Xian envoy and Wu Qizhen didn't get involved in this battle. Xiao Zhong, if not seeds, then food. The look behind Star Xian envoy's mask was very calm. If you die, it means you only have this level of ability and cannot become a martial saint's martial arts seed. Wu Qizhen took a few more glances at Qiao Mu, but his attention was mostly focused on looking around, as if he was trying to determine if any cultivators were lurking in the shadows. This battle, Qiao Mu fought with great danger. No, it shouldn't be said that it was dangerous, but rather that he fought with his hands and feet tied. Mo Mingzi was obviously not in a clear state of mind, almost always attacking without defending, using a strategy of trading injuries. Compared to before, Qiao Mu definitely liked this kind of straightforward enemy. He wished that all martial artists in the world were like this, so that he could die at the speed of light. But now it's different. Concerned about his own safety, Qiao Mu couldn't fully unleash the heavenly demon disintegration method. His strength was only about 70 to 80% and he was clearly at a disadvantage. This time, Qiao Mu finally understood the frustration his previous enemies felt when facing him. Is this fucking 4th rank? Is this fucking 70 years old, and still so powerful? Qiao Mu kept evading and couldn't help but feel confused. Mo Mingzi, over 70 years old and even older than Qiao Mu, had entered his twilight years. His vitality and strength had declined to 6th rank. But by absorbing internal strength and vitality, he not only regained the 4th rank but also appeared full of vitality, like a muscular tortoise immortal. Every palm strike he made had the power to split stones and create craters. A thought crossed Qiao Mu's mind. Can one still regain their former glory even as they age, as long as their vitality is strong enough? Although martial artists' vitality may decline with age, this decline is relative. For example, comparing Sheriff Qian, who is in his 30s, with Mo Mingzi, who is in his 70s, and even Martial Saint, who is 85, their vitality is far inferior. As long as one's martial arts progress quickly and their vitality is abundant, what does aging matter? Of course, the decline of vitality in old age is only one aspect. The most important thing is having a strong spirit in one's heart. If a martial artist lacks enthusiasm and fears death, even if they have great strength, they cannot fully unleash it. I don't want to think about it, it's troublesome. Qiao Mu no longer distracted himself with random thoughts. He glanced at Mo Mingzi, who was launching a swift attack, and the numerous disciples behind him, almost drained of blood, and an unnamed anger surged in his heart. Sucking own disciple, what martial saint's spiritual technique, what immortal demon cult? Qiao Mu shouted loudly, his eyes wide open, and he stomped forcefully on the ground, facing Mo Mingzi head-on. This time, he didn't dodge opportunistically, but faced Mo Mingzi head-on as he used to do. Never mind, heavenly demon disintegration method. In an instant, Qiao Mu's whole body was filled with boiling energy, and his limbs and bones generated surging internal strength, multiplying several times in a short period of time. Ripple stacking wave strength double wave. Two forces, one bright and one dark, erupted in succession, hitting Mo Mingzi's chest. Just one strike. The terrifying force caused the old man's chest to collapse in a small area, and his whole body flew backward, hanging on the wall like a painting. Cracks appeared on the wall, and dust fell down. Wu Qizhen quietly watched everything, and finally took a step forward. "Leave him alive," he said. "Is it Mr. Wu Qizhen?" After being struck by Qiao Mu, the bloodshot eyes in Mo Mingzi's eyes seemed to fade slightly, and he became somewhat clear-headed. Trembling, he said, "This old man must die, I hope to die at the hands of the martial saint, let him absorb my strength and energy. Of course, if Mr. Wu Qizhen wants this power, you can take it too." Wu Qizhen frowned, not moving a step. "You still have energy and blood, although severely injured but not at the point of making final confessions, right? And instead of these boring last words, why not explain what happened?" Wu Qizhen pointed to the lifeless bodies drained next to him. Mo Mingzi fell silent for a moment and began to recall. "Just yesterday, in the city called Tiger City, I accidentally encountered a person from the Xiantian sect named Taoist Xiang. Taoist Xiang was the one who protected the emperor, so I decided to follow him closely. Soon after, Taoist Xiang appeared at the entrance of my martial arts school. I thought that my secret was exposed, but surprisingly, Taoist Xiang didn't seem to notice. He just asked about my Bright Moon sect and why we chose that name. Actually, Bright Moon sect is just a name, nothing more. It's just a way to attract more disciples to the school by riding on the popularity of Immortal Gate and choosing a more impressive name." Mo Mingzi responded in the same way at that time. Upon hearing this, Taoist Xiang became very angry, saying that as an ordinary martial artist, choosing such a sect name was damaging to the reputation of the Xiantian sect. He then came to attack, using his flying sword to kill my child and destroy the true teachings of our sect. It's all the effort I've put in for my whole life gone to waste. Nov. L. B//JNN. Wu Qizhen glanced at the many bodies under Mo Mingzi's feet, and his serious expression softened slightly. Mo Mingzi had to face such a tragic incident not because he was discovered while spying, but simply because of the name Bright Moon Sect. It brought him deadly trouble? He felt a wave of weakness in his heart. "So, the body under your feet was actually killed by Taoist Xiang from the Xiantian sect?" he asked. "No." Mo Mingzi looked up, his blood-stained robe still oozing blood. His face was indifferent like water. "I killed them with my own hands." At this moment, there was a burst of fast and light footsteps from the attic, and dozens of people rushed out from the shadows, vaguely surrounding Qiao Mu and the others. As these dozens of people surrounded Qiao Mu and the others, the voice of Star Xian Envoy turned colder. "What do you mean? Immortal Gate killed your family and the true teachings of your sect, so you betrayed the Wuji Association." At this moment, he no longer cared about their past friendship. "Betrayal? I haven't betrayed the Wuji Association." Mo Mingzi gasped for breath and sat up straight. A faint sickly excitement flushed over his old face as he shouted in a deep voice. "I am just an ordinary person now, not lying about intelligence anymore. How can I attract the martial saint or the disciples of the martial saint? I am already old, and my half a lifetime of effort has gone to waste. Instead of living this old life, it would be better to let the martial saint kill me first. Then I can go and kill that inhuman later. We are also willing to die for killing the inhuman." The other dozen martial artists were also filled with excitement. They held swords and knives stained with blood in their hands, surrounding Qiao Mu and the others, but they didn't show any intention to attack. "They are all martial artists like me, who have lost their homes and loved ones because of the inhuman. Their character is still good, and I have also taught them the martial saint spiritual technique. These are the people I have recruited over the years." Mo Mingzi's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. "And now, with my restoration to the 4th rank, I am qualified to become the martial saint's food, right?" Nov. L. B//JNN. Wu Qizhen was slightly startled, then his gaze fell on the many corpses on the ground. He probably understood that these people had gone mad. Unreasonable. His eyes grew colder. Those who could stand out from the 3,000 disciples of the martial saint and survive until now, and were ranked among the so-called 72 wise men, almost certainly had blood on their hands. However, at that time, he had fought against other disciples for survival, always opposing such strange and forbidden techniques like the martial saint spiritual technique, which made him very different from these people. "Why die for the martial saint?" Wu Qizhen asked coldly. Although he was one of the disciples of the martial saint, known as one of the 72 wise men, he didn't have much fondness for the martial saint himself. After all, he was also one of the martial saint's resources. If one day he became useless, he would have to die. Because the martial saint is the top martial arts expert in the world, the strongest in martial arts. If there is still a martial artist in this world who has hope of fighting against the inhumans, it's most likely the martial saint, the old man Mo Mingzi said firmly. The inhumans are high and mighty, treating all the people like livestock, keeping them alive only to serve their own needs. After 40 years of the inhuman war, once the first and second generations died out, the people today have already forgotten the initial humiliation. The major Taoist temples have even entered big cities like Yang City, and it has become a custom for people to burn incense and worship gods during festivals. The people cannot see, but we martial artists stand higher, so we can naturally see. If this continues, martial arts will not exist, and we humans will eventually become complete slaves of the inhumans, the cows and sheep they raise on their ranch. Mo Mingzi was the previous generation's star Xian envoy for the local Wuji Association. In addition, he was older, so he knew much more than the ordinary people and martial artists. The martial saint's spiritual technique may be the opportunity to change the fate of martial artists and the fate of all people, sighed Mo Mingzi. It was only when the martial saint returned to the world that the truth about the martial saint's spiritual technique was revealed through the Tide Listening Building. All martial artists from around the world knew that the martial saint had hidden for 40 years and used the technique to select talents, considering them as resources. Is this your reason for targeting disciples of martial sects? Wu Qizhen's gaze became piercing. Master Qizhen, the immortal path is strong while the martial path is weak. The martial path has been lagging behind the immortal path for perhaps thousands of years, Mo Mingzi said with emotion. 1,000 years ago, the path of martial artists had already reached its limit at the 4th rank. What remained was only the slow accumulation of internal strength, relying on long years to make gradual progress, but without any qualitative breakthroughs. Only in the past few hundred years have we gradually discovered a clear and distinct spiritual refining method. Leading the way is Master Zhang from Wudang. Although there are legends of martial arts leading to enlightenment, they only exist in stories. Putting aside the mythical rumors, the person at the forefront of martial arts today is undoubtedly the martial saint. The martial saint has accumulated the skills of the top martial artists in the martial world over the past 40 years. He founded the Wuji Association and developed the modern method. The progress of martial arts in the past 4 decades may rival that of centuries past, but it's still not enough. As the former Star Xian envoy, Mo Mingzi's experiences and knowledge are unparalleled. Because he knows so much, he realizes the vast difference between the path of immortals and the path of martial arts. It might take thousands of years to catch up. Led by the martial saint, the top martial artists of the previous generation propelled martial arts forward by shedding blood in the martial world for centuries, but it still wasn't enough. Filled with despair and nearing the end of his life, he finally made a decision. Blood oozes from the corners of the old man's mouth, but he laughs with sorrow. Our intention is not to die for the martial saint, but to die for the foremost position in the martial world. If inhuman is the long night in Zhu province, then martial saint is the blazing sun that briefly scorches the earth. The world has suffered from inhuman for a long time, the old man shouted hoarsely. We are willing to challenge the stepping stone of inhuman as the leader of the martial arts, even if it can only narrow the gap by 1 or 2 years. We are willing. We are willing to be the stepping stone of the leader of the martial arts, the other dozen martial artists shouted in unison. Qiao Mu looked at these martial artists with surging blood and then looked at the corpses under their feet, without saying a word. Leaving aside the character of martial saint. Martial saint is indeed the deserving leader of the martial arts, the strongest among martial artists in the world, and the bearer of the martial path. In this lofty era of inhuman, the so-called strongest martial artist is not the same as the number 1 master in the martial world or the number 1 master in the world that appeared in the martial arts over the past hundreds or thousands of years. The so-called number 1 master in the martial world represents a certain honor, being the person with the strongest martial arts in each era. The current leader in martial arts doesn't necessarily mean the strongest or most honored. They also naturally shoulder the expectations of other martial artists and the possibility of fighting against inhuman beings. The world has suffered from inhumans for a long time. All of these martial artists, led by Star Xian envoy Mo Mingzi, see the martial saint as their last hope in times of desperation. As for whether this hope can withstand their expectations, or if this hope may even be a poisonous thorn, these desperate people can't worry about that anymore. The martial saint will spend 40 years pioneering the modern method, advancing martial arts by hundreds of years. He is the greatest hope for martial artists like us. Time is the most ruthless, it doesn't change based on human will. The long gap between martial artists and inhuman beings can only be closed by accumulating bit by bit over the same long years. Is this your final words? Quietly, the martial saint stepped forward. He looked down at Mo Mingzi and the others, his gaze filled with a hint of disappointment. His feeling of disappointment was not because Mo Mingzi and others fabricated the news of the great Yan Emperor's appearance, but because of something else. Martial saint. Mo Mingzi and others trembled slightly unconsciously. The trembling body was both instinctual fear and a kind of hidden anticipation and excitement. A group of cowards. Martial saint's gaze, however, was very cold. Finding yourself powerless against inhuman beings, after feeling utterly hopeless, you then put your hopes on the so-called supreme leader of martial arts. He took a big step forward, his muscular arms swelling and becoming engorged, suddenly gripping Mo Mingzi's elderly body. No wonder you couldn't step onto the spiritual refining method for so many years. In the end, it was because of a slight lack of bravery and character. All cowards. Being able to cultivate the martial saint's spiritual technique represents extraordinary character. If one's martial arts aptitude and determination keep up, they have the hope of stepping onto the 3rd rank of the spiritual refining method. However, a martial artist's character, determination, and so on are not unchanging. The martial saint showed no emotions on his face, just standing there quietly as the old man in his hand slowly shrunk. Mo Mingzi's eyes gradually lost their brightness and finally he took his last breath. His frail, aging body fell down and dropped into the pile of other withered corpses below. As for all of you, it's too early for you to die. He looked at the remaining dozen martial artists. These martial artists had varying levels of strength. The weakest ones had just reached the 9th rank in internal strength, while the stronger ones weren't much better. Not a single one was a 4th rank martial artist. If you want to be my stepping stone, you'll need to prove yourselves, said the martial saint with an indifferent tone. If you truly want to die, then go and practice hard, engage in life or death battles, and come back to me after 10 or 20 years. The faces of these dozen martial artists turned pale, and their bodies collapsed onto the ground. Some of them naturally revealed a sense of relief, as if they were lucky to have survived a disaster. Confronting the martial saint, the strongest warrior in the martial world, was an immense mental pressure for them. Just now, maybe some people got a little too excited, but now they snapped out of it, calmed down, and ran away. So, Mo Mingzi didn't actually betray us? He just lied about the information. Star Xian Envoy breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, lying about important information is almost the same as betrayal. This time, it wasn't Star Xian Envoy's fault. Nobody could have predicted that Inhuman would suddenly attack Mo Mingzi, nor could anyone have predicted that Mo Mingzi, who had been a member of the Wuji Association for 20 years, would suddenly go crazy. Martial Saint bent down slightly and picked up a corner of a secret letter from Mo Mingzi's robe pocket. It's not exactly lying about the information. His face darkened slightly. Although he wanted to die, Mo Mingzi did discover something before he died. Emperor Yanghe has already arrived at Qingyun Temple on the mountain and is staying temporarily in the Taoist Temple. No wonder Star Xian Envoy couldn't find any clues to Emperor Yanghe no matter how hard he looked. Emperor Yanghe was at Qingyun Temple, so the plan to assassinate the emperor along the way could no longer work. In front of the martial saint, there were only two options left. Either give up now or directly enter Qingyun Temple and kill Emperor Yanghe. Qingming Town. It was already nighttime, but the town was still brightly lit. The pilgrims who had gone up the mountain to pay respect to the gods were making their way back along the mountain path. There were many people coming and going. Speaking of the number of pilgrims alone, perhaps Qingyun Temple had slightly fewer than Xiantian Temple in Hiang Prefecture. However, the level of devotion of the pilgrims and believers here was much greater. Even though it was already nighttime, there were still many pilgrims on the mountain road. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the town's bell rang again. The limping old man had arrived early this time and was standing at the front of the crowd, happily receiving his rice porridge. The strong young Taoist who had distributed the rice porridge last time was still doing so, but this time he had received a special instruction from Taoist Xiang. Naturally, he had a good expression on his face. Since Qingming Mountain was right at the foot of the town, there were also many Taoists stationed here. So, the town was not a place where ruffians and troublemakers dared to cause trouble. This small town at the foot of the mountain is actually safer than many cities under the rule of the great Yin officials. Qiao Mu stood on the balcony of his room at the inn, looking out into the distance. He saw the scene of a Taoist monk serving porridge to the servants, and then he gazed at the towering Qingming Peak. He felt that this town had a particularly harmonious and peaceful atmosphere, unlike anything he had seen since he traveled through time. Are you ready? Take off your clothes, came Wu Kijhen's voice from behind. Okay. Inside his room at the inn, Qiao Mu took off his jacket, revealing his strong and muscular body. His main martial arts practice was the long life fist and the prestigious pure Yangwuji skill of the Weidang sect. Although he also trained in various other martial arts, his muscles were not overly bulky or abrupt. They had smooth and distinct lines. If you only looked at his body and not his face, you would never guess that this was the body of a 60-year-old man. Previously, during the battle with the previous Star Xian envoy, Qiao Mu had also sustained some injuries. Taking off his clothes was just to facilitate the treatment from Wu Kijhen. The external wounds on your body are not a big concern, but the internal injuries caused by the heavenly demon disintegration method are a bit troublesome, Wu Kijhen assessed. The heavenly demon disintegration method is the most famous form of self-injury secret technique, and he naturally recognized it. Of course, a skilled and decisive user of the heavenly demon disintegration method like Qiao Mu, he had indeed never seen before. Ordinary medical techniques cannot treat your internal injuries in a short period of time. Although I have another method, it is a bit special and requires cutting open your chest, Wu Kijhen asked. Do I have to take an oral dose of anesthetic? No need, Qiao Mu fiercely expressed that he didn't need it. Mainly, he was somewhat curious about Wu Kijhen's treatment method. If he were to take an oral dose of anesthetic, he would naturally lose consciousness and be unable to feel anything. As a remarkable man who was unafraid of entering the battle empty-handed, his pain tolerance was already inhuman. He didn't pay attention to trivial pain. That works too, Wu Kijhen also readily agreed, immediately taking out a sharp blade and fiercely cutting it, on his own arm. Qiao Mu, did the doctor start by cutting himself? But the next scene refreshed his understanding of the martial world. On Wu Kijhen's arm, a piece of flesh the size of a fist was cut off, but strangely, not much blood flowed out. The wound not only stopped bleeding on its own, but also slowly wriggled, healing at a visible speed. Immediately after, Wu Kijhen held the fist-sized piece of flesh in his left hand and held the knife in his right hand, walking towards Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu's face changed slightly. What does this mean? He had experienced near-death situations before, but he had never experienced such a bizarre scene. The flesh and blood of monsters are great supplements for martial artists. And my flesh and blood is somewhat special, also a great supplement for martial artists. It can be used for healing. Wu Qizhen said calmly. Compared to consuming the flesh and blood of monsters, after my flesh and blood enters your body, it can save you the process of digestion and absorption, directly repairing your internal body. The main reason is that I am stronger than you, so a small piece of flesh the size of a fist can repair the damage to your meridians. Is this the modern method created by Martial Saint? Suddenly, Qiao Mu remembered Mo Mingzi's words before he died. In the 40 years since the establishment of the Wuji Association, martial arts have progressed in Mo Mingzi's estimation by hundreds of years. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, looking at Wu Qizhen's style of painting, there has indeed been significant breakthrough in martial arts. It's just that the style of painting is a bit distorted. However, Qiao Mu still had some hesitation. With this foreign flesh entering his body, not to mention any rejection reactions, he even doubted whether, according to this style of painting, this mass of flesh could still control his body? Seeing Qiao Mu pondering, Wu Qizhen also guessed his concerns and smiled faintly. Don't worry. If the Wuji Association wants to control you, they can simply use force. Why would they need to resort to such methods? Besides, in the Wuji Association's arsenal, they have collected all sorts of martial arts and strange techniques from all over the world. Things like life and death symbols, lethal poisons that can cause near death if not taken, an antidote for a month. We have those too, so there's no need for these extra measures. Qiao Mu thought for a moment. The most important thing is that he is not afraid of death. Why panic? Just be reckless and get it done. So he didn't resist and let Wu Qizhen use a sharp blade to cut open his chest. Then, forcefully, Wu Qizhen stuffed the fist-sized chunk of flesh into the wound. The fist-sized chunk of flesh seemed to have a life of its own. It wriggled a little and gradually flattened from its original bulge, eventually seeming to become a part of Qiao Mu's body. 3 or 4 days should be enough to repair your damaged meridians. It won't affect your participation in the plan to assassinate the emperor. Wu Qizhen breathed a sigh of relief, his face slightly pale. Clearly, this treatment was not an easy task for him either. Wu Qizhen stood up and walked towards the door, saying, Qiao Zhong, including you and the other members of the Qiao's family, are brave souls who value honor over life. But for the assassination mission in a few days, I hope you can take better care of your own life. It seems that Wu Qizhen is a little talkative tonight because he saw Mo Mingzi's death with his own eyes during the day in Tiger City. After all, only by surviving can one pass the test of the Martial Saint and obtain the top martial arts from the Martial Saint. I understand, Qiao Mu nodded. When it comes to people like Mo Mingzi, who took their own lives and harmed their disciples before, it's a different story. But for those who truly sacrifice themselves for a noble cause, who wouldn't admire them? Qiao Mu naturally feels the same way. However, Qiao Mu never considered himself to be a moral saint. He has his own scale in his heart and knows himself well. He was born with the ability to live forever, and he can experience repeated deaths to transcend the accumulation of long years, living day after day for decades. In order to pursue a quality death, doing good or evil is just a thought away for him. He simply chose the path he liked better, nothing more. In fact, there have always been heroes who sacrificed themselves for a noble cause throughout history. It's just that in the present Great Yin Imperial Court, such people have basically become extinct. Qiao Mu thought to himself. Wu Qizhen had already pushed open the door and was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and said, people like the Martial Saint have always been stubborn and only believe in themselves. Since establishing the Wuji Association, his martial arts skills have progressed rapidly every day. In reality, we can only speculate about his hidden cards and tactics, and how strong he truly is, even as a disciple of the Martial Saint like me, one of the 72 wise men. Therefore, someone like Mo Mingzi, who is so insane, must have made a deal with non-human forces. The Martial Saint is definitely not a lifeline. What do you want to say? Qiao Mu asked. Most of the people who trusted the Martial Saint are already dead. Wu Qizhen left these words behind, pushed open the door, and left, leaving Qiao Mu alone in the room. This Wu Qizhen seems to be quite friendly towards me. I wonder if he has any ulterior motives. Qiao Mu pressed his hand against his chest. He and the Wuji Association were never on the same page, and now they are only cooperating. They can't be considered as allies. He still had some guarded feelings towards Wu Qizhen. Qiao Mu carried a set of tables and chairs to the balcony and sat down. While brewing himself a pot of tea, he looked at the scene of people downstairs lining up for porridge. Under the moonlight, Qiao Mu's shadow stretched long. Suddenly, this long shadow twisted strangely, and a mixed-color cat darted out from within the shadow. This cat. Qiao Mu paused for a moment. Only now did he remember that this impermanent demon cat seemed to have slipped into his shadow when he went hunting for the Saintess. It had only just emerged after nearly 10 days. What's even stranger was that this cat's small body had expanded by a whole circle. It was round and fat all over, with its belly almost touching the ground. It had turned into a chubby cat. Meow. The cat stumbled a few steps, walking crookedly just like before. Actually, it wasn't its fault. During the previous hunt for the Saintess and challenge against the Martial Saint, the sudden strong death energy directly caused it to become unconscious from the fumes while hiding in the shadow. It only recently regained consciousness. In a few days, I might have to sneak into Qingyun Temple to kill Emperor Yonghe. This kind of important mission, even if I don't need this impermanent monster, I know it's a matter of life and death. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a matter of life and death. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed the fat cat by the back of its neck and wondered whether he should release it or not. The fat cat seemed to sense something. After being lifted up by Qiao Mu, its short legs flailed in the air desperately, and then it tightly clung to Qiao Mu's legs and refused to let go. In the blink of an eye, the fat cat suddenly became blurry in Qiao Mu's hand. It forcibly broke free and quickly turned into a shadowy figure, slipping into Qiao Mu's own shadow. Qiao Mu cautiously stepped on his own shadow a few times, but seeing no response, he had no choice but to give up. 4 days passed quickly. During these few days, Qiao Mu's internal injuries gradually improved each day. The strange flesh in his chest seemed like a second heart, occasionally generating a faint warmth that flowed through his blood, repairing the damaged meridians throughout his body. On the last day, Qiao Mu's internal injuries had almost completely healed. But the strange lump in his chest had only slightly decreased in size, leaving Qiao Mu extremely surprised. He could sense that the lump was still there. In the past few days, he had repeatedly questioned Wu Qizhen several times, but Wu Qizhen intentionally or unintentionally brushed him off. He could only give up, but his heart became more guarded. This day was a rare auspicious day, suitable for burning incense and worshipping gods. The sky was just beginning to turn a pale blue, and Qingming town woke up from its slumber. There were already pedestrians and worshippers on the streets. Many incense and candle shops on the roadside had opened early today, with customers flocking in. It was quite lively. The old man with a limp got up early in the morning and joined the crowd to get incense and candles in preparation for climbing the mountain to worship the gods. Although they burned incense and worshipped the gods almost every day, today was a bit different. There were more pilgrims climbing the mountain to worship the gods than usual, and the crowds seemed endless. The main peak, Qingming Peak, stood tall in the clouds, with beautiful scenery like a fairyland. Even though Qingyun Temple was not located at the highest point of the mountain, it still required climbing 3,000 steps to reach the temple. For ordinary people, especially for the old man with the limp legs, it was not an easy task. But he was content. He considered climbing up and down the mountain every day as a way to exercise his body, far better than working hard in the fields and worrying about next year's harvest and taxes. That person seems somewhat familiar. The old man with a limp glanced at Qiao Mu standing next to him, tried to recall their brief conversation, but couldn't remember much. Qiao Mu, just like him, joined the crowd of pilgrims and climbed the stone steps one by one. His identity is special. He is not a member of the Wuji Association, but he was chosen by the martial saint to participate in this matter. As one of the assassins, he doesn't know the Wuji Association's entire plan, nor does he know who all the participants of this operation are, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But that doesn't matter. He only needs to find Emperor Yanghe's presence among the worshippers and, when the time comes, assassinate him. Great Yin Emperor, it's time to go. The two Taoists, Xiang and Qingyang, stand side by side, urging Emperor Yanghe, who is already in Qingyun Temple, to get up. Emperor Yanghe took a deep breath, looked at the swirling clouds in the mountains, his eyes deep, and took a step forward. Chu Xing, the bodyguard, followed closely behind. Emperor Yanghe, who was secretly traveling this time, actually disguised himself with magic spells, and with the protection of two cultivators, Xiang and Qingyang, he was able to reach Qingyun Temple safely. In the eyes of the other pilgrims around him, he didn't look like himself, so they naturally couldn't recognize him. At this moment, he was just an ordinary pilgrim, blending into the crowd without attracting attention. However, Taoist Xiang and his apprentice Qingyang always kept a close eye on him, no matter where he went. Do you think the martial saint will come? Taoist Xiang casually asked his fellow disciple Qingyang. It would be even better if he does. We can capture all the rats from the Wuji Association in one fell swoop and eliminate any future troubles, Qingyang said with a smile. The martial saint has strayed into the path of evil. If we kill him, it would be for the greater good, Qingyang added. The extraordinary deeds of the martial saint in the mortal realm had been widely heard at the Tide Listening Building. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sky was a clear and blue expanse, as if it were a huge blue jade. The sky was clear with no clouds, and the sunlight was just right. The long procession of pilgrims had reached the end of the 3,000 steps, guided by the Taoist servant, and entered the grand hall to worship the immortals of the Xiantian sect. Qiao Mu was among the crowd of pilgrims, still searching for the figure of the Great Yin Emperor. He didn't recognize what the Great Yin Emperor looked like, but he had heard the Star Xian envoy of the Wuji Association speculate that a cultivator might have used an illusion. So finding the presence of the Great Yin Emperor couldn't be done with just the naked eye. In other words, he could only rely on his intuition. Qiao Mu had not yet reached the third rank of the spiritual refining method, but through practicing the martial saint's spiritual technique, he had developed an unreliable intuition. However, martial artists who had truly achieved the third rank in the spiritual refining method had honed their intuition to the point of being able to anticipate the enemy's moves. According to the speculation of the Star Xian envoys of the Wuji Association in the Nan province, if the Great Yin Emperor were to travel, they would surely be accompanied by spirit refining martial artists of at least the third rank. Even though the Great Yin dynasty is currently in decline, it is still the same. The existence of spirit-refining martial artists allows them to keenly sense the fluctuations in an assassin's intent to kill, thereby preventing it in advance. That is why it is difficult to successfully assassinate the emperor. A martial artist who practices martial skills can only reach the 4th rank at most. To progress further, they can only rely on accumulating internal strength over a long period of time, without any qualitative breakthrough. The reason why spirit-refining martial artists can reach the 3rd rank is naturally because of this so-called spiritual refining martial art, which is more powerful than simply stacking internal strength. Once martial skills reach their peak at the 4th rank, apart from a few exceptionally talented individuals, the accumulation of qi and internal strength has basically reached the human body's limit. The internal strength and qi of spirit-refining martial artists may not necessarily be deeper than those of martial artists who have accumulated for many years at the 4th rank, but when it comes to actual combat, it's a different story. Essentially, the spiritual refining method is already the 4th path for martial artists, apart from power, strength, and skill. Although it may not have a major advantage in terms of quantity, it achieves a qualitative breakthrough. So there is only one method, Qiao Mu pondered. To provoke the instincts of the spiritual refining guards around the emperor by creating an intent to kill. Finding the protector of the emperor is almost like finding the great Yin emperor. Qiao Mu looked at the many tourists in front of him, closed his eyes slightly, and placed his hand on the sword hilt at his waist. With a burst of internal strength and a hidden aura, he imagined himself slaughtering all these faithful followers in his mind, picturing the scene where the great Yin emperor was killed among the crowd. Not far away, Guard Chu seemed to sense something and discreetly glanced at Qiao Mu from the corner of his eye. Because Qiao Mu didn't have the face of Qiao Pifu at the moment, he didn't recognize the person in front of him. His lips curved slightly, as if smiling but not really. Without real killing intent, are you intentionally trying to provoke my instincts with this stance? Perhaps you're an assassin, just a bit inexperienced. Wanting to deceive the instincts of a spirit-refining martial artist, relying on imaginary thoughts in the mind is not enough. Unless Qiao Mu truly harbors the thought of exterminating the surrounding followers in the next moment, he cannot deceive Guard Chu's intuition. And this time, Guard Chu was able to notice Qiao Mu's presence, completely unrelated to intuition. Mainly because the distance between the two was already not far, and combined with his extensive experience, he detected Qiao Mu's subtle movements. Chu Xing had no intention to attack the enemy. King Yun Temple is the main venue of Immortal Gate Xiantian sect, so it would be inappropriate for him to handle this matter. As for Immortal Gate, it seems that there is a mortal behaving differently. Taoist Xiang said calmly. Carrying a sword, could it be a martial artist among mortals? If he is a member of Wuji Association, that would be even better. We could achieve something later. Taoist Xingyang smiled. Wuji Association and Martial Saint, although they have been insignificant in recent years and not considered by Immortal Gate, they are still a hidden danger. So, let's wait and watch, and make sure we don't disturb anything. Xingyang said calmly. I wonder if the Martial Saint will come today? If he does, that would be great. Ding ding ding. The melodious sound of the bell rang 3 times, startling countless birds, and even the clouds and mist in the mountains seemed to disperse. Emperor Yonghe, among the crowd of pilgrims, had already reached the top of the 3,000 steps and stood in front of the main gate of the Taoist temple. At the square in front of the main entrance of the Taoist temple, there was a giant tripod that could fit 10 people hugging it. Inside the tripod, there were thick incense sticks, and the fragrance drifted up to the sky, slowly disappearing into the blue clouds. Inside the main hall of the King Yun Temple, there were numerous plagues of the Xiantian sect immortals, easily numbering hundreds. Occupying the central position was the current sect leader of the Xiantian sect, with the plaque reading Great Virtue, Great Power, Immortal Xiantian. The Taoists who had been guarding him these days, Xiang and Qingyang, also had plagues, but they were placed in an inconspicuous corner of the hall. The Xiantian sect, with a number of over 100 immortal beings. Emperor Yonghe felt an immense heaviness in his heart. How can the Great Yin Imperial Court oppose these Xiantian sect immortal beings? Emperor Yonghe, of course, knew that cooperating with the Xiantian sect was as dangerous as walking on a tightrope over a cliff. However, he still made a decision. Making a decision was one thing, but when it came to the point of Emperor Yonghe, as the Great Yin Emperor, bowing to the Xiantian sect immortal beings, he still felt a difficult-to-express sense of powerlessness. Even though Emperor Yonghe, at this moment, was only a regular pilgrim rather than the Great Yin Emperor, openly and respectfully worshipping the gods. With this in mind, he slightly slowed down his steps. Emperor Yonghe, now that you have seen the immortal beings, why not bow? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. Emperor Yonghe was slightly startled, then turned around in fear. Behind him, a crippled old man was staring at him with eyes that seemed detached, as if looking down upon the world from above the clouds. Guard Chu's eyes widened in an instant. He knew very well that this crippled old man was just an ordinary pilgrim from beginning to end, nothing special about him, just an average person, so why? He didn't know when. The once bustling great hall suddenly became quiet. Even though there were thousands of pilgrims all around, it was suddenly as silent as a graveyard. Why not bow? On Emperor Yonghe's left, a middle-aged woman also suddenly turned her head, her expression equally detached. Why not bow? Why not bow? Why not bow? More and more incense worshippers turned their heads to look, and their indifferent gazes fell on Emperor Yonghe like needles. All these countless incense worshippers wore the same expression at this moment, as if different faces belonged to the same person. Each person had a unique face, all looking down on the world.nov, l/b//jnn. At this moment, Emperor Yonghe, who was clearly surrounded by the crowded crowd, suddenly became alone. His entire body involuntarily shivered, and his body hair stood on end. Within this trembling, there was not only fear of unknown means, but also overflowing anger. The methods of cultivators are ever-changing. If they encounter means that ordinary people cannot understand, it is likely that cultivators are behind it. And this time, on the surface, I deceived everyone and traveled from the Zhong province imperial capital to the Qingyun temple in Nan province. Once I enter the territory of the Xiantian sect, will I have no control anymore? Emperor Yonghe felt a sense of sadness in his heart. His collaboration with the Immortal Gate Xiantian sect was actually just him visiting as an ordinary pilgrim to pay respects to the Xiantian sect immortals. Emperor Yonghe pondered that the Xiantian sect probably saw this as an opportunity to slowly expand, as cultivators have plenty of time. However, the cultivators of the Xiantian sect clearly weren't satisfied and used the mouths of these ordinary people to expose his true identity as the Great Yan Emperor. As this thought arose in his mind, his clenched fist within his sleeve tightened unconsciously. Please, Your Majesty, bow to the gods. Please, Your Majesty, bow to the gods. At first, only 1 or 2 people spoke up, and then more and more people joined in, becoming more and more united. The voices of thousands of people gradually came together and formed a steady and unified wave of sound that shook the heavens. Emperor Yonghe's face also started to turn slightly pale, caught between going forward and going back. The so-called pointing fingers of 1,000 people come to nothing. The gazes and words of these thousands of visitors no longer belonged to these ordinary visitors themselves, but represented the will of the Xiantian sect cultivators. The thousands of gazes and the thousands of voices naturally formed a tremendous pressure, intending to make Emperor Yonghe bend his spine and knees, kneeling and kowtowing before the Xiantian sect immortals. Far away, Taoist Xiang and Taoist Qingyang smiled as they watched this scene. How can a mortal emperor know the countless methods of our immortal gate? The situation is set. Today, there are thousands of devout worshippers who came to worship the gods, and almost all of them are faithful believers nurtured by Xiantian sect at the foot of the mountain. There are very few outsiders. These believers go up the mountain to worship the gods almost every day, and they have already been implanted with a seed by the immortal gate cultivators in their souls. When the time is right, the seed will sprout. Therefore, every believer in Qingming town is a valuable resource and cannot be lost. And at this moment, with the unanimous shouts of thousands of worshippers, the few worshippers who didn't make a sound in the crowd became even more noticeable. Taoist Xiang and others don't care whether people from Wuji Association will mix in and affect today's events. Because these worshippers have long been their people, what difference does it make if a drop of oil from Wuji Association mixes into the clear water? When the time comes, no matter what disguise the assassins of Wuji Association may have, they will be completely exposed. Please bow to the gods, Your Majesty. Amidst the thunderous cheer of the worshippers, Emperor Yonghe's back and knees trembled slightly. And at that moment, among the crowd, an unremarkable worshipper suddenly stretched his muscles, making a sound like popping beans throughout his body. His figure gradually enlarged, and then he cleared his throat. Ahem. This ahem was not loud, but it faintly overshadowed the synchronized cheer of 1,000 worshippers, interrupting the unified rhythm of 1,000 voices. A thick phlegm sprayed out of the worshipper's mouth like a released arrow, directly aiming at Emperor Yonghe in the crowded crowd. As 1,000 pilgrims shouted together, the members of Wuji Association were exposed, which also meant that Emperor Yonghe was exposed. In an instant, the attack of the martial saint had already arrived. It was just a thick phlegm, but it flew out like a bursting cannonball, covering a great distance at a very high speed. The first one to react was Guard Chu, who was always attentive to his surroundings as a spirit-refining martial artist. His whole body was covered in goosebumps, and his instincts instantly alarmed him. With a slight movement of his hand, he used the flying star hand technique to throw the flying knife towards the phlegm. At the same time, he stepped forward and forcefully pushed Emperor Yonghe, who was standing still, to the side. Swoosh! The flying knife hit the phlegm, instantly creating a large hole in its metal blade. It released white vapor while still in the air, and when it landed, only half of the broken handle remained. Martial Saint, you finally arrived. Taoist Xiang and Qingyang, along with others, didn't get scared but instead laughed. Today is the day Emperor Yonghe worships the gods, and the long-hidden Martial Saint, who has been in hiding for 40 years, has come. It can be said that it is a double delight. They were afraid that Martial Saint wouldn't come. At that moment, Taoist Xiang reached out and lightly tapped the empty space in front of him. Using his hand to draw symbols, a bright blue flame rose up. Taoist Qingyang stretched out his hand and a golden bell appeared, growing in size as it faced the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a house and intercepted the incoming attack in the air. In an instant, the thick phlegm pierced through the layers of flames, crashing onto the golden bell with a loud boom, causing it to crack and fly dozens of meters away. Taoist Qingyang's face changed slightly, and blood surged up his throat. The magic weapon was shattered by a powerful punch, which shocked him deeply. Taoist Xiang also let out a surprised sound, looking quite amazed. The leader of martial arts among mortals. Compared to mortals, it is indeed quite astonishing. It seems that there has been progress in recent decades, but, as you have entered the demonic path, you must be eradicated. This Taoist temple is located on the outer edge of the Qingming mountain range's main peak. And deeper within the Qingming mountain range is the headquarters of the Xiantian sect, the stronghold of these cultivators. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Qingyun temple is the main venue of the Xiantian sect, so although Taoist Xiang and the others are surprised, they cannot be intimidated. Even if they can't hold on, there is the sect behind them. Who is afraid? Qiao Mu stood among the crowd of pilgrims, his gaze slightly moving. As one of the temporary assassins who was pulled in, he didn't know the whole plan, nor did he know if Martial Saint would personally take action. But he knew the general direction of the plan. When strong characters like Martial Saint make a move, they will surely become the focus of attention for Xiantian sect cultivators, attracting the most attention. Of course, this is the home ground of Xiantian sect, and the number of cultivators is not small. Even if they are careless, it is impossible for Qiao Mu and the other assassins to take advantage and kill Emperor Yanghe in one go. What Qiao Mu and the others have to wait for is an opportunity. Cultivators have always looked down on ordinary martial artists, ever since they defeated Martial Saint 40 years ago. And this is their chance. When Martial Saint goes against the immortals with martial arts, it will surely cause a sensation in the immortal gate. That will be the best time for the assassins to make a move. Opportunities only last for a moment. It's the same for both Qiao Mu and Martial Saint. At this moment, more than 10 rainbow lights rose into the sky. They were the cultivators from Xiantian sect, some standing on flying swords, some sitting on magical items like gourds, looking down at the Martial Saint who stood out from the crowd. The Martial Saint smirked, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. I am from the dark path, so you must be from the immortal path. He took a deep breath, creating a strong suction force on the ground, swirling up fallen leaves in the surroundings. His entire body seemed to inflate like a balloon, shooting up to a height of 3 to 4 meters. The well-built muscles looked like they were made of metal under the scorching sun, and his skin even seemed to reflect a faint glimmer in the sunlight. His long hair cascaded casually, thick and showcasing a mix of gray and white, making it difficult to determine his exact age. At this moment, he stood against the cultivators of Xiantian sect in midair, his figure towering like a majestic mountain on the earth. Whether demon or immortal, the winner has the final say, he shouted loudly, causing the air to distort, and the indifferent pilgrims around him to cover their heads and cry out in pain. You have quite the audacity. Taoist Qinjiang's gaze turned cold as he casually pointed his finger. Swoosh! A flash of green light passed by as Taoist Qinjiang's flying sword aimed directly at the head of Martial Saint. In the path of immortality, with a powerful cultivator able to control a flying sword, one can easily decapitate someone from thousands of miles away, naturally looking down upon a martial artist who only knows how to use fists and kicks. However, just as that swift sword approached, Martial Saint's figure blurred in place for a moment. The swift green sword passed through the afterimage of Martial Saint, yet not a drop of blood was spilled. Taoist Qinjiang's smile slightly stiffened. In the next moment, dozens of flying swords descended from the sky like rainfall, enveloping Martial Saint within. This time, it was not just Taoist Qingyang who took action. Although cultivators from Xiantian sect look down on ordinary martial artists, Martial Saints have astonishing fame among ordinary people and are regarded as the top martial artist in the world. Regardless of his strength, if he can take him down here, it would naturally be an accomplishment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the dense flying swords cut through the air, creating wide and deep trenches on the square in front of the Grand Hall. In the midst of this sword rain, the Martial Saint's figure constantly blurred and flickered, not a single wound appearing on him. Is it to anticipate the enemy's moves of a spirit-refining martial artist? Qiao Mu pondered. I heard from people of the Wuji Association that the Martial Saint has achieved unprecedented accomplishments in the spiritual refining method. When Qiao Mu challenged the Martial Saint before, no matter how hard he tried, the tip of his spear could only ever hit the Martial Saint's fingertips. He hadn't expected that now, facing the attacks led by Xiang and Taoist Qingyang, the Martial Saint still effortlessly handled it. In the midst of the sword rain and symbol fire, his figure continuously blurred but advanced step by step. This is Martial Saint, Emperor Yanghe, who was knocked down by Guard Chu, stood up at this moment. Martial Saint's actions also relieved him from the pressure of being called out by thousands of pilgrims, making him feel much easier at this time. Is Martial Saint here to kill me? Emperor Yanghe naturally noticed the phlegm that was just spat out, and at this moment, his brow furrowed, but his expression was somewhat complicated. Once upon a time, Martial Saint was also a general of the Great Yan Imperial Court. After lurking for 40 years, can he now compete with the cultivators of Xiantian sect who have a position? It's a pity. You evil spirit, breaking through my golden bell, you shall be beheaded. Taoist Qingyang formed a sword seal in his hand, and the blue flying sword that just passed by Martial Saint's body suddenly circled around and diagonally slashed towards Martial Saint's lower back, instantly piercing through. Hit! He's just an ordinary martial artist after all. Taoist Xiang next to him calmed down slightly. Although spirit-refining martial artists have some skills in small-scale teleportation, no matter how strong they are in martial arts, they are ultimately flesh and blood. How can they withstand the flying swords refined by cultivators? Once they make a mistake, they will die and vanish. He and Taoist Qingyang were in the main hall, with their own plagues, serving as attendants to the immortal gate, where they could receive offerings from ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were true immortals who were unattainable. Faced with such an ordinary martial artist as the martial saint, if he failed, it would bring shame to the immortal gate. However, Taoist Qingyang beside him had a stiff expression and suddenly had a bad feeling. He realized that his flying sword had lost connection with his consciousness at this moment. It was no longer within his perception. Didn't his flying sword already strike the body of the martial saint? So why? In an instant, like a flash of lightning, the martial saint opened his blood-stained mouth, clamping down on another flying sword that flew towards him with his sharp white teeth. Crack, crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the flying sword, which shattered with a bite from the martial saint. It broke into several fragments, which he then swallowed. What evil demon, is this still a human? While the cultivators were dumbfounded, the martial saint's flesh around his waist quickly wriggled, and a sword tip emerged. Swish! He straightened his waist slightly, muscles trembling. The half of the flying sword encased in flesh instantly tore through the air, accompanied by a streak of blood light, directly aiming at the empty space. Huh? Taoist Qiang suddenly turned his head, only to witness a scene that deeply shook his mind. JNN. His junior brother, Taoist Qingyang, was struck by his own half of the flying sword. His head shattered like a broken porcelain object, scattering into the air. His headless body then fell from the sky, landing weakly on the plaza below the grand hall. The noisy temple square suddenly became quiet for a brief moment. Senior Qingyang has died. The impatient attackers, the cultivators, all trembled at this moment. In the inhuman war that has lasted for 40 years, although there were casualties among the true immortals with memorial tablets, they were all inflicted by the conflicts between cultivators. As for being defeated by ordinary people, at least on the surface, this was the first time. He died suddenly, even without a chance to activate his protective treasure. He died like a stray fish, which made the cultivators, including Taoist Qiang, feel a chill in their hearts. The immortal Qingyang on the altar died like this. The originally indifferent pilgrims were greatly shaken at this moment, and their numb and indifferent expressions showed signs of wavering. The time has come. At this moment, including Qiao Mu, several assassins from the Wuji Association boldly attacked Emperor Yanghe from all directions. Within the Wuji Association, there were loyal followers like Mo Mingzi who admired the martial saint. Although they hadn't seen the martial saint display his true power, they still had some expectations in their hearts. The martial saint at this moment no longer concealed himself. With one big hand like a fan, he swept away the dense flying swords around him. He slightly bent his knees, causing the ground beneath his feet to shake, and then his body shot towards Emperor Yanghe at the entrance of the grand hall like a cannonball. The strong become immortals, the weak become demons. The martial saint shouted angrily, his thick grey-white hair billowing in the wind. Kill. At this moment, several assassins from the Wuji Association acted in coordination with the martial saint. King Yun Temple was a vital place for the Immortal Gate, so the members of the Wuji Association who dared to participate in this operation were mostly those who disregarded their own lives. Either they were people like Mo Mingzi who admired the martial saint, or they were people like Qiao Mu who had thoughts of death. These people are usually very few, not even considered many within the Wuji Association. When they witnessed the Xiantian Sect's Qingyang fairy falling from the sky, with a headless body crashing down to the ground, the pent-up anger in their chests for many years suddenly dissipated. This is martial arts. The martial saint is the current leader of martial arts, the strongest in martial arts. One day, he will bring you down from the clouds. If we win, martial arts will be the path to immortality. And you, who plunder incense and treat sentient beings as sacrificial lambs, are the path of evil. Many martial artists from the Wuji Association couldn't help but shout out, showing obvious excitement. For an assassin, this kind of turbulent emotion is a dereliction of duty. But they were never real assassins to begin with, so at this moment, they were all extremely excited, their faces turning red, their blood boiling. Not only the assassins from the Wuji Association, even Chu Xing, the Emperor's bodyguard, involuntarily clenched his fist at this moment. As a guard by the Emperor's side, from his perspective, Martial Saint was naturally a rebellious villain. But when this Martial Saint defied the norms and killed the Qingyang Immortal in midair, he still felt an unnamed excitement in his heart. Martial Saint. Regardless of his character and behavior, he was ultimately the leader of martial arts. This was the first true immortal to die at the hands of an ordinary martial artist in 40 years. With his own strength, he shattered the boundary between cultivators and mortals. Perhaps from today onwards, the idea of using martial arts to defeat immortals would no longer be an unrealistic fantasy. One day in the future, so-called ordinary martial artists could also rival cultivators in the clouds. Crack, crack. The sound of clear and loud shattering echoed. Many people turned their heads to look. In the corner of the Grand Palace, there stood a statue of the Qingyang Immortal, still in that position high above the clouds, with a sorrowful and compassionate expression. However, at this moment, it made cracking sounds, and a crack appeared from its head. Emperor Yanghe looked at this scene, his gaze suddenly losing focus for a moment. In front of him was the cracked statue of immortal Qingyang. Behind him, a vigorous and roaring martial saint approached, intending to take his life. In this split second, various emotions filled his heart. Can an ordinary martial artist defy immortals? If it's true, then have I been wrong all these years with my patience, with my choices? He gazed somewhat confusedly at the imposing martial saint. This martial saint was once a great general of Great Yan. He sighed inwardly. There was a loud boom. The imposing martial saint swept past, punching the giant cauldron at the entrance of the hall, toppling it over easily. The cauldron fell, scattering ashes and dust all over the place. The martial saint's figure didn't slow down at all. Anything or anyone in his way was pierced through by his powerful punch, like thunder and wind. Victory or failure hangs on this one move. This is a Taoist temple closest to the headquarters of the Xiantian sect. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Xiantian sect's home turf. The number and strength of the cultivators are undoubtedly higher than those of the Wuji Association, so his opportunity is only a fleeting moment. Qiao Mu, on the other hand, remained calm, without the same excitement as the other members of the Wuji Association. It's because he doesn't have any expectations for the martial saint. However, the strength and charisma displayed by this martial arts leader truly broke his heart. He looked in all directions, but his attention was drawn to the cultivators led by Taoist Xiang in the sky, who were shocked and in disbelief after martial saint killed Qingyang. And immortal Xiang's face turned pale as his body transformed into a rainbow, swiftly disappearing into the high sky. However, despite this, these cultivators were amazed but not panicked. Qiao Mu had a sense of unease in his heart and turned to look back at the direction of Xiantian sect's main hall. Although the statue of Qingyang was shattered and lost its previous charm, there were still nearly 100 immortal statues inside the hall. Led by the mighty and powerful immortal Xiantian, these many immortal statues still had a compassionate and condescending expression, as if the death of Qingyang immortal just now had not caused any ripples. Beside immortal Xiantian, the leader, a statue named Immortal Tianxing suddenly moved its eyes and looked down at the approaching martial saint and others. At that moment, the wind started to blow. A strong wind blew through the mountains, making Qiao Mu and Emperor Yanghe stumble. They almost got blown away by the sudden gust. Suddenly, the sky turned black. Just a moment ago, it was a sunny day with no clouds in sight. But now, dark clouds had gathered above, as if a king was ruling over the land. Qiao Mu looked up. The rolling dark clouds seemed closer to the ground than ever before. It felt like the sky was about to collapse, with the swirling clouds resembling a black ocean about to pour down. You, a martial artist of the human world, have committed a great mistake. A distant and ethereal voice echoed through the air. The voice seemed to come from the raging wind, yet also from high above in the heavens. At that moment, everyone, including Guard Chu and the other Wuji Association martial artists who had learned the spiritual refining method, felt an indescribable fear. A heavy weight, like Mount Tai, was descending from the sky, threatening to crush them. The strong wind swept through, swirling the dark clouds and forming a whirlpool in the center. The whirlpool had two large empty spaces surrounded by clouds. No, this is not an empty space, nor is it a storm eye. Those are a pair of eyes looking down upon the world. The dark clouds in the sky rolled endlessly, and faintly formed a blurry giant face the size of mountains, shrouding the entire mountain peak. Qiao Mu's body was covered in goosebumps. He knew this face. Ever since being burned alive by Saintess Wu Qingxin, he remembered the names of the immortals in the Xiantian sect within the temple. The giant face in the sky resembled the immortal Tianxing by the side of the immortal Xiantian, which was similar to the Xiantian sect's divine immortals who controlled thunder punishment, as rumored among mortals. The so-called heavenly punishment is the punishment carried out on behalf of the heavens? As the giant face in the clouds watched, the fierce storm swept through. No matter how hard the martial artists from the Wuji Association tried, they could not break through this seemingly short distance. There seemed to be an invisible storm barrier in front of Emperor Yanghe. No matter how they threw hidden weapons or slashed with their swords, everything was shattered by the invisible storm barrier, leaving no trace. Even the powerful martial saint, who could easily break through obstacles set by cultivators, experienced a sharp decrease in speed at this moment, as if sinking into an invisible quagmire. It's Elder Tianxing. Taoist Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, with a calm expression on his face. Elder Tianxing is an elder in charge of punishments in the sect. Although he has a hot temper, his strength is beyond doubt. This grand ceremony of Emperor Yanghe's worshipping of the gods is of great importance, so it is natural to have elders presiding over it. Above the clouds, several elders from the Xiantian sect looked down at the scene in the Taoist temple. From beginning to end, their expressions didn't change much. Only when martial saints suddenly attacked and killed Taoist Qingyang, did some people show a hint of anger on their faces. As elders of the Immortal Gate, they carried their status in front of other elders and didn't compete with younger generation for credit, to go and hunt down martial saint. But now that Qingyang is dead, the situation has changed. Tianxing, it's up to you. You are skilled in the 5 thunder techniques, which are perfect for handling this kind of situation. Elder Sun said with his eyes half closed. Although Qingyang was only an outer disciple, his death is still a matter for our Immortal Gate in the mortal world. This matter concerns the reputation of our Xiantian sect. We must swiftly eliminate martial saint with overwhelming force. Although Xiang and Qingyang were in the same main hall as Elder Sun, Elder Tianxing, and the Immortal Gate sect leader, there were still differences in status among the immortals. If the sect leader Immortal Xiantian is the emperor among the immortals in the main hall, then Xiang and Qingyang can only be considered as low-ranking officials, just doing their duties. As disciples of the Immortal Gate, Xiang, Qingyang, and other Taoists possessed powers beyond those of ordinary martial artists. In the eyes of the elders of the Xiantian sect, they were enough to suppress the mortal world. Their existence represented the Immortal Gate's presence in the mortal world and also upheld the Immortal Gate's reputation. If they died in a fight between cultivators, it would be alright. But they must never die at the hands of mortals, otherwise, their Xiantian sect will surely become the laughingstock of the other 8 Immortal Gates. Since the situation has already reached this point, there is no other choice but to plant the iron rule of the boundary between immortals and mortals must not be crossed in the hearts of mortals in the most dazzling way. At this moment, above the sky, a giant face formed by clouds of various sizes looked down, observing the martial saint of the mortal world. Those who use mortals to kill immortals shall face the punishment of being struck by lightning 5 times, with both their physical and spiritual forms annihilated. His voice was like thunder, deafening. His words fell. Endless bolts of blazing white lightning pierced through the rolling dark clouds, like dazzling swords, striking down. Only an instant. The martial saint's body was engulfed in a dazzling sea of electric lights, so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. Along with the nearby worshippers and a few members of the Wuji Association, they were all instantly submerged and disappeared without a trace. The dazzling electric lights illuminated the dim sky. In the midst of the rolling thunder, the punished martial saint naturally became the center of attention for everyone. Within the rolling lightning, the surface of his skin instantly turned into a black charcoal-like substance under the thunder's power. The martial saint's body continuously burst open and writhed, as if trying to repair his injuries. He opened his mouth wide, seemingly shouting something to the heavens, but all the noises were drowned out by the rolling thunder, making it impossible to hear clearly. His eyes gazed into the direction of the Grand Hall, as if looking at Emperor Yonghe, or perhaps Qiao Mu, or maybe no one at all, as he met the gaze of the various divine statues within the hall. Boom! His towering, muscular body, 3 to 4 meters tall, turned into charcoal under the thunder, instantly disappearing into the lightning. The thunder suddenly stopped, and the bright light disappeared as if it had never existed. Similarly, the martial saint who fiercely shouted "The winner becomes an immortal" also vanished. Under the thunder, he was crushed to powder and vanished completely. The entire world suddenly fell into silence, the swirling dark clouds quickly dispersed, and the sunlight once again lit up the earth. A ray of sunlight shone down and illuminated the mountain peak below. The square in front of the temple was now in ruins, leaving only a terrifying giant pit where the martial saint no longer existed. Finally, Taoist Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as he thought that there might be elders watching him from above, he quickly straightened his back and resumed his lofty immortal appearance. After a brief silence, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The martial saint was challenged and angered the heavens. He suffered the punishment of thunderbolts, turning into dust, and his soul disappeared. Amongst the worshippers, the old man with a limp showed fanatical expression and shouted loudly, "Good riddance. There will never be another martial saint in this world. Those demonic creatures that feed on humans should have been struck by thunderbolts long ago." The voices of the people gradually became lively. Amongst the crowd, a few remaining Wuji Association spirit refining martial artists wore a bewildered look. In the midst of the crowd, under the scorching sun, they felt a chilling and terrifying sensation deep into their bones. The martial saint has died? His death was as sudden and shocking as the death of the Qingyang immortal. This is impossible. How could martial saint die? He is the leader of martial arts, our greatest hope against the inhuman. I joined the Wuji Association, hoping to see when this inhuman will die, but now, the strength of spirit refining martial artists lies in their unwavering spirit. But when their spirits waver, their strength greatly diminishes. They were as excited just now as they are despairing now. Martial Saint showed them a faint hope of using martial arts to defeat immortals with his own fists. But just moments later, Martial Saint used his own death to reveal the vast difference between mortals and immortals. If even Martial Saint dies, easily falling under the heavenly thunder of the inhuman, then what use is all our years of martial arts training? The Martial Saint is not one person, but a group of the strongest warriors from the previous generation. L.B//JNN. This fact has spread rapidly across the land of Nan province, thanks to the Tide Listening Building, and has become the hottest gossip in recent times. In the present martial world, the Martial Saint stands out above all others, unmatched by anyone else. This is an undeniable fact. The strength of the Martial Saint has left the members of the Wuji Association feeling hopeless. His death in battle is not just his own death, but represents the death of the leader of martial arts, and symbolizes the failure of martial arts. The winner becomes a god, the loser becomes a demon. A faint voice echoed above the clouds. Is this the so-called Martial Saint that they mortals speak of? The Martial Saint, who had been so arrogant, boasting about challenging the immortal, was completely wiped out under the heavenly thunder, not even a trace of ashes left. The endless arrogance before has now disappeared. What is the cruelest thing in the world for a martial artist? It was the Martial Saint, who was unrivaled in martial arts in the world, who just gave them a false hope, but now he died suddenly. That ray of hope has quickly turned into nothingness. For martial artists, the Martial Saint is like a fierce sun that illuminates the sky in an instant. If they had never seen the light, perhaps they could still endure the darkness. And when the blazing sun in the hearts of martial artists also falls, all their lofty ambitions disappear at this moment. The martial saint is an extraordinary genius, a martial arts leader who achieved his status by slaughtering half of the martial world, and a combination of the strongest martial artists of the previous generation. But if even he dies, and so easily at that, how can they resist cultivators? Should they use their heads to fight? Haha, after practicing martial arts for 50 years, I finally learned the spiritual refining method. Now I realize that I had been on the wrong path from the very beginning. I refuse to accept this. If only I had spiritual roots, if only I had the talent for the immortal path, I could also become a celestial in the eyes of the world. The assassin from Wuji Association laughed wildly, waving his sword and charging towards Emperor Yonghe. Even without Guard Chu's help, the invisible storm barrier surrounding Emperor Yonghe shattered his figure into pieces, scattering limbs and blood. A martial artist of the 3rd level in spirit refining died more easily than the martial saint. Elder Tianxing was no longer in this mountain at the moment. After dealing with a martial saint, he hung up high and no longer took action. Except for one martial saint, all the other martial artists were weak and were taken care of by people like Taoist Xiang.N/O/Vel/B//n.C//om. If even small matters like this required the personal involvement of an elder, what is the use of the Immortal Gates officials? Nevertheless, the protection spell he left behind still left this 3rd level spirit refining martial artist helpless. What are you staring at? Hurry and follow my lead to defeat these arrogant ordinary martial artists. Taoist Xiang regained his composure and gave orders. The cultivators once again activated their magical treasures and talismans, and beams of colorful light soared into the sky. Attack! The assassins from the Wuji Association displayed a sense of sadness in their eyes. Their minds were greatly shaken by the recent death of the martial saint. They drew their swords, looked around in confusion, and didn't even know what they should do or if they could do anything at all. The Wuji Association was an organization established by the martial saint himself. On the surface, it collected martial arts from all over the world and pursued the ultimate level of martial arts. In reality, it was meant to counter the immortal way with the martial way. And now, the martial saint had died, and he died so easily and casually. This left them bewildered and they could only rely on their instincts to dodge the cultivators' magical fires and flying swords. With the leader of the organization dead, and the organization's purpose proving to be nothing more than an illusion, what could they possibly do now? Even Emperor Yonghe, who stood on the opposite side of the martial saint, couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow and desolation in his heart. The presence of this martial arts leader represented the pinnacle of ordinary people. But now that he was also dead, does this mean that the era of martial artists has come to an end and martial arts no longer exist in the world? Qiao Mu silently watched this scene. He possessed the power of immortality and was not afraid of death. Therefore, even in this critical moment, he could still calmly observe and listen to everything happening around him. When the heavenly thunder struck and turned the martial saint into dust, he also saw everything that happened after the thunder. He saw the limping old man and the crowd cheer and celebrate. He saw the assassins from the Wuji Association drawing their swords and looking lost. He saw Immortal Xiang quietly straightening his back and commanding other cultivators to surround them. The death of the martial saint instantly changed the course of the battle, shocking everyone. The martial saint is dead, sighed Qiao Mu. He found it hard to believe that the martial saint would die so easily, but things in this world never go as planned. The martial saint, my martial saint, what does his death have to do with me? Heavenly demon disintegration method. In an instant, Qiao Mu's body filled with energy and he quickly rushed towards Emperor Yonghe. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment of using the heavenly demon disintegration method, a strange mass of flesh in his chest trembled faintly. A warm flow surged through his meridians as the heavenly demon disintegration method erupted. In that moment, his speed increased dramatically, his body creating a gust of wind with each step, moving so fast that it almost disappeared from sight. Another assassin? How fast? What rank is this? Guard Chu was surprised. Being a spirit-refining martial artist at the 3rd rank, Qiao Mu had surpassed the previous 3 levels of martial arts. In terms of strength techniques, there may not be a significant difference compared to a 4th rank martial artist, as the 4th rank is already the upper limit of the human body's capabilities for martial artists. But in this moment, Qiao Mu's sudden burst of speed exceeded Guard Chu's understanding. It not only surpassed his own abilities, but also reminded him of the martial saint's superhuman feats from before. However, despite Qiao Mu's speed, Guard Chu's intuition didn't alert him. Was it because of the wind barrier next to Emperor Yonghe? He wondered. Taoist Xiang was only slightly surprised. The strongest martial saint among mortals has already been eradicated. Can the remaining remnants of the Wuji Association still make waves? Just in the blink of an eye, Qiao Mu, who was running wildly, directly bypassed Emperor Yonghe. His speed didn't diminish at all, and he rushed into the palace. Elder Tianxing's wind barrier may not even be able to be broken by the martial saint who died in the thunder, let alone him. So he decisively gave up the thought of continuing to assassinate the emperor and went straight into the palace of Qingyun Temple. After the dissipating of the thundercloud giant face in the sky, Qiao Mu noticed that the immortal figure in the palace seemed to have dimmed slightly. While others were shocked by the sudden death of the martial saint, Qiao Mu, who had been observing everything, noticed this fleeting sight. Thus, he made a decision. The situation has come to this point. Surrounded by these immortals, with Elder Tianxing present, assassinating Emperor Yonghe is now an impossible plan. so all he can do now is focus on other matters. At this moment, Qiao Mu was enveloped in a strange light, his internal strength surged, and the lump of flesh in his chest quickly heated up, with warm energy flowing throughout his body. That lump of Wu Kijhen's flesh is truly extraordinary. I am not this strong, but there's no time to think about that now. He glared angrily and kicked towards the dim and lifeless immortal Tianxing statue on the altar. As he kicked, Qiao Mu felt as if all his internal strength and blood were being sucked dry, even the strange lump of flesh in his chest was rapidly shrinking. His whole body seemed to transform into a ray of blood light, sweeping across the hall, delivering a powerful kick to the dimly glowing immortal Tianxing statue. We were born to be free, who dares to be high and mighty? Amidst the resounding roar in the hall, he descended from the sky and stood directly on the altar. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, he wildly slashed at the leading figure of immortal Xiantian. With a loud clang, his sword shattered into pieces, but the burst of sword light left a long crack on the statue of immortal Xiantian. Apart from these two statues, the rest of the statues were protected by an unknown power. Even when Qiao Mu tried his best to cut them, he couldn't break through. The force of the impact made Qiao Mu's body bleed, and the lump of flesh in his chest wriggled quickly, melting at an astonishing speed. The surging heat that filled his whole body gradually faded away. Behind him, the statue of Elder Tianxing cracked into pieces under tremendous force, toppling over and shattering into small and large fragments. The hall fell into silence, only the sound of the collapsing statues could be heard. Emperor Yonghe in front of the hall was stunned, his hair standing on end, suddenly unable to speak. How could this person be so daring? Martial Saint had just died right in front of them, and he dared to destroy the statues in front of the Xiantian sect cultivators? Taoist Xiang, who came flying on a flying sword, also twitched his face, feeling a chill run down his spine. Oh, the statue of Elder Tianxing. This martial artist was intentionally disrupting Emperor Yonghe's sacred ceremony, ruining a good thing for my Xiantian sect. This thought suddenly came to his mind. At this moment, within the entire grand hall, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even though no one moved, there was an invisible aura of danger that made it difficult for Emperor Yonghe and the others to breathe. Silently, inside the grand hall, the numerous statues of celestial beings from all directions began to subtly change. The original compassionate and sympathetic expressions on the statues of the celestial beings turned indifferent and scornful, their eyes silently staring at Qiao Mu from all directions. If Emperor Yonghe, who had faced the gaze and cries of 1,000 pilgrims under the manipulation of Xiantian sect's cultivators, had felt pressure like a collapsing mountain, trying to crush his knees and spine, then now, Qiao Mu standing proudly on the shrine, was being watched by the 100 celestial beings of Xiantian sect. The pressure was incomparable. Humans disrespect gods and insult immortals, which is a great disrespect. A mysterious voice echoed in the hall, coming from an unknown source. He should be struck by 5 thunderbolts, body and spirit will be destroyed. Another voice started to sound. He should enter the 9 underworlds, eternal damnation awaits. The entire hall resonated with these mysterious voices, as an invisible force surged, lifting Qiao Mu's body into the air. In this moment, Qiao Mu felt as if he was trapped in a muddy swamp, unable to exert any strength, only his mouth could move. Then, he laughed. Playing tricks as gods, what kind of immortals are you? He grinned, his laughter filled with mockery. You dare to cultivate immortality? You dare to call yourselves immortals? Born in this world of dust, there are no true saints, no one can transcend, no one can become an immortal. You all are just beings in the disguise of immortals, boasting of your immortality. Qiao Mu's body surged with energy as he struggled to reach his hand into the air and gently tapped his temple with his finger, bursting into laughter, saying, "In this world, there are no fairies at all, only a group of inhumans sitting on the divine altar, a group of individuals with minds different from ordinary people, treating humans as something other than human." Qiao Mu is an immortal time traveler, so he doesn't have any fear of emperors, martial saints, or even so-called gods. When his words reached the ears of everyone in the hall, they were more shocking than the lightning that just killed the martial saint. Even the Wuji Association assassins, who see inhuman as their enemy, felt an inexplicable shock in their hearts. Another crazy one, Taoist Xiang thought as he watched martial artist Qiao Mu angrily smashing the statue. The martial saint is dead, the situation is settled. The few surviving assassins were barely hanging on under the siege of cultivators. They themselves didn't even know what they were fighting for anymore, feeling lost and only driven by their instinct to survive. Just like the spiritual refining assassin who tried to assassinate but was crushed by the wind shield next to Emperor Yonghe. No matter how angry and accusing the mortals are, so what? In the end, they couldn't assassinate Emperor Yonghe, couldn't disrupt this divine worship ceremony, and couldn't change the overall situation. At most, it caused a little trouble. A mite trying to shake a tree? Even the strongest among you mortals, the so-called martial saint, has died. Your courage is useless. Taoist Xiang waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind in the hall. The shattered stone fragments of the deity statue reassembled and returned to the altar, forming a complete statue again. The statue's body still had cracks, but it had a complete human form, no longer as messy as before. If Elder Tianxing doesn't take action, it means that his role as a steward is sufficient to deal with this mortal. Although this person's destruction of the statue is surprising, the surprise comes from their audacity, not anything else. Qiao Mu was now imprisoned by an invisible force in the hall, with almost his entire body immobilized except for his mouth. But he still held his ground. Qiao Mu shouted, "Martial Saint is dead. If we follow his logic, then it's his own weakness to blame, not others. The deceased is gone, shall the living throw themselves into despair? It's better to remember my name, Qiao Zhong. Even if I die today, I will come to toll the death bell for you fake immortals." As these words were spoken, the remaining assassins of the Wuji Association were also provoked. Although Martial Saint acted fiercely and had a thirst for killing, there were indeed many members of the Wuji Association who had obtained top martial arts techniques from him. Thus, there were naturally loyal supporters within the Wuji Association. Even though Martial Saint is dead, he was still the strongest in martial arts, as he died at the hands of an immortal. For decades in the martial world, no one could match him. He has just died, and you're already rushing out. What's this? Are you going to worship Martial Saint, too? Worshipping the immortals is not enough, now you want to worship Martial Saint as well. Qiao Mu retorted sarcastically. Taoist Xiang was quite surprised by what he heard. He thought all the mice causing trouble this time were supporters of the Martial Saint, but now it seems, that's not the case. Despite the surprise, he wouldn't hesitate at this moment. He was about to attack and kill this Qiao Mu when suddenly, someone stepped forward 2 steps inside the hall. As this person walked, everyone's eyes were drawn to him, causing quite a surprise. Even the 100 immortals on the altar in the hall, who were overlooking Qiao Mu, turned their heads to look. This person is Emperor Yonghe, someone that nobody expected. The Martial Saint and the Wuji Association wanted to assassinate him, while the cultivators of the Xiantian sect wanted him to kneel before the immortals. He is the main character of this event, but he is always ignored like he is in the center of a storm. No one has ever paid attention to him, even though he is known as a foolish and incompetent emperor. The opponent of Martial Saint is a cultivator from Xiantian sect, but no one pays attention to him. JNN. The cultivators from Xiantian sect have a sneaky plan to deceive others. They pretend to be enemies of the other 8 immortal gates and are just using Martial Saint as bait. Naturally, they look down on him, as he is just a mortal emperor. But at this moment, the atmosphere feels a bit different. Emperor Yonghe, what do you mean by this? A soft voice asked. Before the Xiantian sect cultivators let me worship the gods, can I ask a few questions first? Emperor Yonghe asked in a deep voice. At this moment, he seemed to have suddenly gained some confidence, and his actions and words had the demeanor of a former emperor. The 100 immortals in the Great Hall stared at Emperor Yonghe for a long time, and a silence fell. Qiao Zhong, it seems like you are not a subordinate of Martial Saint. So why have you come? Emperor Yonghe asked. At this moment, his face is deeply frowned. Qiao Zhong? This name surprises him. Qiao Mu's current appearance is a disguise made through the flesh-changing skill technique. Naturally, he doesn't recognize him. But the name Qiao Zhong, he naturally knows. It reminds him of Qiao Pifu, the one he hesitated to save at the entrance of the martial arts hall in Hiang City, and ended up being burned alive. Another Qiao family member. Of course, I came here to kill you. At this moment, Qiao Mu even feels that the invisible sense of restraint on his body has weakened a little. Although he doubts the strangeness of Emperor Yonghe, he also seriously considers it. The plan to assassinate the Emperor by Wuji Association is something he has been considering for a long time. But at that time, it was just a crude plan to kill Martial Saint and use the power of the Great Yan Imperial Court as a tool. But now it's different. A high-quality death can make Qiao Mu stronger over the years. So, he can act without worrying about gains and losses, without fearing the powerful and cherishing life and fearing death, and he can do whatever he wants. The Martial Saint is dead, no one can give him any top-secret techniques, but what difference does it make? Since crossing over to the present, everything he has done, although driven by his own desire for strength, wasn't that done with a proud heart? And this is what he wants to do. I came to kill you, but more importantly, I came for a proud heart, he said. Whether it's the laws of Great Yan or the rules of the Immortal Gate, the greatest punishment for a person is death. And if Qiao Mu is not afraid of death, even longing for it, what can stop him or restrain him? If he is willing, he can become a powerful ancestor at any time, just thinking about it makes him feel excited. When he indulges his desires and dies, he might discover a new way to have a quality death, dying for evil. But after feeling that excitement, he still wants to do what he truly wants. He is not an ancestor, nor a superhero of justice, but an ordinary person with a balanced heart who wants to do what he desires. Since he came into this world, he has interacted more with ordinary people. They are common folks rather than prominent figures. Along the way, he experienced the difficult lives of the people and their hardships. His heart naturally filled with a sense of injustice. Even if he fought and died many times, he couldn't completely get rid of the obstacles in his heart. When a figure like the Martial Saint dies, the people of the Wuji Association become distraught and unable to fight anymore, he said. And as the Emperor of the Great Yan Imperial Court, everyone in the world will be watching you. If you also kneel, it will only lead to others following suit and the people's confidence will be lost. If you want to kneel, it is better to die like me, with a greater sense of release. The ruler of a country cannot kneel. Just like in the eyes of a martial artist, a martial saint represents the leader of the martial arts rebellion against the immortal way, carrying their hope for resistance against the immortal way. If even the ruler kneels, can we expect the subjects to fight to the death? This person really wants me to die. Emperor Yonghe squinted his eyes. These words made him think even more about the already deceased Qiao Pifu. He continued, even the powerful martial saint, who surpassed the limits of a martial artist, is dead. What use is your struggle now? Emperor Yonghe was talking about the martial saint, but he might as well have been talking about his own situation. The martial saint, who had been in hiding for 40 years, had grown much stronger, but still ended up easily crushed by a heavenly thunder. As the great Yin Emperor, he had compromised and endured all the way until now, already exhausted in body and spirit. He couldn't see any bright future anymore and now recognized the huge gap with the immortal gate. If I don't struggle, should I kneel down like you? Qiao Mu said. If this generation's martial arts leader is not capable, then the next generation, and the one after. If the previous generation only knows compromise and submission, without any sacrifices, how can we expect the next generation to have courage? While saying this, Qiao Mu's gaze swept past Emperor Yonghe and looked towards the square outside the palace. The body of the martial saint, who was previously struck by the thunderbolt, had long turned to dust and no longer existed. The worshippers had indifferent expressions, sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused, only instinctively dodging the fighting. The remaining 7 or 8 Wuji Association assassins also had numb and painful expressions. They were only relying on their combat instincts to resist the onslaught of cultivators, and had long lost their fighting spirit. The martial saint was the support and reliance in the hearts of these Wuji Association members. With his death, despair engulfed the martial artists of the Wuji Association, and they cried out that the way of martial arts no longer existed, and no one could oppose the path of immortals. The martial saint was the pillar of martial arts, and he is already dead, said Qiao Mu. From now on, let me, Qiao Zhong, carry the mantle of martial arts, let me become the martial arts leader. A single tree cannot make a forest. If I am incapable, there will still be successors thousands of years later. The so-called leader of the martial arts is not just the best martial artist. Born in this era where the immortal gate is high above, the leader of the martial arts naturally carries the expectations of martial artists and the heavy responsibility of using martial arts to confront the immortals. Coincidentally, Qiao Mu has strong shoulders. Today, he witnessed the huge gap between the path of immortality and the path of martial arts, a gap that cannot be filled by the efforts of 1 or 2 generations. Without him, the modern method of martial arts developed by the martial saint might have taken decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years to gradually catch up with this gap. But he is different. As long as he dies multiple times, he can eventually surpass the accumulation of the long years and stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, just like the martial saint who defeated immortals using martial arts. With my death alone, there is hope to shorten the suffering of the people in this realm by hundreds or even thousands of years. Isn't that a huge gain? This thought emerged in Qiao Mu's mind. Since the martial saint is already dead, from this day forward, he is determined to become the leader of the martial arts. Carry the mantle for the path of martial arts? This is not a stirring and heroic statement, because the previous martial saint, the leader of martial arts, had just died under Elder Tianxing's heavenly thunder, reduced to dust. Martial saint had a notorious reputation, known as the supreme expert in the world of martial arts. But even he died so easily. Talking about carrying the ding for martial arts in front of the immortals in Xiantian sect at this time is obviously knowingly walking into danger. The so-called carrier of the mantle for martial arts doesn't mean the strongest, but it means taking the heavy responsibility like carrying a ding on one's iron shoulder. When Guard Chu and others heard this, they only felt the tragic sacrifice of a martyr, but not the heroic ambition to soar through the clouds. And at this moment, suddenly, a clear sword sound rang out. In Emperor Yonghe's arms, a faint earth yellow light suddenly rippled. The statues of the Xiantian sect on the divine altar trembled together and turned their attention once again. However, this time, their gazes didn't go to look at Qiao Mu. Because no matter how boldly he spoke, he was nothing more than an ordinary martial artist. Even if he really became the so-called martial arts leader, what could he do? The gazes of these immortals fell on Emperor Yonghe's arms at this moment. Emperor Yonghe's face was calm as he slowly pulled out something from his arms. JNN. It was a sword. A sword radiating a heavy glow like a mountain. As the long sword was drawn out, the 100 immortals on the divine altar fell completely silent, without any movement. This sword is not extremely powerful, enough to make the Xiantian sect, who can easily kill the martial saint, fear. It's not the sword itself, but a mysterious presence that they don't want to get involved with or can't explain. This is the human emperor sword of our founding emperor. Emperor Yonghe's eyes suddenly lit up, and there was a hint of redness in his eyes. The concept of destiny is so elusive and intangible that even cultivators find it hard to grasp. This time, he took a risk and accepted the invitation from the Xiantian sect, secretly coming to the Qingyun temple to worship the gods. One of his secret weapons is this former emperor's sword. The late emperor's testament mentioned the concepts of destiny and national fate. It seems that they are not mere fantasies. Before cultivators intervened in the affairs of the dynasty, the mortal world in Zhu province belonged to the martial artists. The title of emperor naturally belonged to those who were strong in martial arts and had a powerful army. The founding emperor of Great Yin Imperial Court in the past gained control from horseback, not only having the strongest military force of that time, but also being the #1 martial artist in the world. After the founder's passing, His cherished sword became the human emperor sword, worshipped in temples. It, along with the imperial seal and the Zhu province tripod, became a symbol of the human race's supreme ruler and the dynasty's imperial authority. It was originally just a powerful sword, sharp but not possessing any supernatural abilities. Even though it was once ranked high in the tide-listening building's weaponry, after hundreds of years, no matter how sharp a sword is, it cannot resist the erosion of time. Therefore, this sword is no longer a weapon for martial artists to kill with. It has lost its sharpness and exists only as a symbol. Emperor Yonghe agreed to worship the gods, intending to push himself, as the emperor, into the most dangerous situation. He wanted to see if this so-called human emperor sword and the talk of the fortune of the nation and the fortune of the empire were true. Placing hope in an uncertain legend meant that he was almost at his wit's end, with nothing else to rely on. Even the current court lacks absolute certainty in dealing with the martial saint, let alone confronting the immortal gate head-on. Emperor Yonghe glanced at the silent statues of the immortals on the shrine. It seemed that he had made the right bet. Next, we will see how much Immortal Gate fears this matter of meddling with the country's luck. Above the clouds, Elder Tianxing and others couldn't help but frown. Is this Emperor Yonghe's reliance? We really underestimate him, Great Yan's emperor. Ever since Emperor Yonghe suddenly became tough and stood up for Qiao Mu when they were about to execute him, they had a sudden realization that something was wrong. This doesn't match their impression of Emperor Yonghe. Since he is acting so unusual, he must have something to rely on. The sword itself is just an ordinary object, not worth mentioning. It seems to have attracted the luck of an earthly emperor over many years of worship. Don't worry, the fortune of emperors and kings is unpredictable. Even if we get involved, it may not necessarily have any effect on our lives as cultivators. Then why don't you give it a try? The elders remained silent for a moment. With their abilities, if they disregarded the consequences and forcefully oppressed Emperor Yonghe as they had done before, it would certainly be achievable. However, who will take the lead? Their personal interests and the interests of the sect are ultimately not completely the same. Faced with unknown things they have never encountered before, these long-lived cultivators naturally prefer to act cautiously. If we give up on Emperor Yonghe's act of worshipping the gods, wouldn't it harm our reputation? Elder Sun frowned and said, since none of you are willing, then let Xiang, the caretaker currently in the Taoist temple, give it a try. He took the incense from the sect to aid in cultivation. Though only a steward, he was also one of the 100 immortals, naturally having responsibilities. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to inquire about Taoist Xiang, Elder Tianxing's face suddenly changed. Ignoring the previous discussion, he transformed into a rainbow and flew away. Elder Tianxing is still hot-headed, always acting decisively, but to be so proactive. Elder Sun let out a sigh, but then his face also changed as he sensed something unusual. Unbeknownst to them, there appeared a figure of a Taoist in a blue robe above the clouds of Qingyun Temple. He directly blocked Elder Tianxing's path. Tianxing, my friend, and the other friends from Xiantian sect, I hope you are well. The Taoist in the blue robe stood above the clouds, with a smiling face, but his eyes were cold. King Ai, my friend from Zhong Province Great Dao sect. Elder Sun and the others immediately changed their expressions. This time, they secretly brought Emperor Yonghe to this Taoist temple without the knowledge of the other 8 immortal gates. They had him pay respects to the immortals, so they could gain an advantage among the 9 immortal gates and become the first immortal gate to be worshipped by the Great Yan Emperor. If they were successful in monopolizing this opportunity, they could still escape blame. However, it just so happened that before they succeeded, Taoist King Ai from the Great Dao sect in Zhong Province discovered them? This cannot be a coincidence. Elder Sun's face turned grim. The 9 immortal gates each occupy a territory and establish Taoist temples to receive offerings from the people in each province. The Great Dao sect is an immortal gate located in Zhong Province. Although Taoist King Ai is only one person, his arrival suggests that their strategy of deceiving and manipulating others may have been exposed. With the Xiantian sect leader in Zhong Province, who possesses the treasured Tian Mu mirror, it seems they may be in danger. Friends from Xiantian sect, I will not waste words with you. Taoist King Ai said in a cold voice. The other 7 immortal gates have also learned about your deceptive actions, and the deeds of your sect leader in Zhong Province have been revealed. The matter of Emperor Yonghe worshipping the gods must come to an end here. Taoist King Ai appeared very tough, his personal aura vaguely overpowering the elders of Xiantian sect. Even Elder Tianxing, who was always hot-tempered, fell silent at this moment, not showing his might. Each of the 9 immortal gates occupies one province, and Xiantian sect holds the mountainous Nan province, which is relatively less populous and less prosperous. Zhong province is mostly flat plains, densely populated, and it is also where the imperial capital is located. The Great Dao sect that can occupy Zhong province is naturally extraordinary, and even faintly regarded as the leader among the 9 immortal gates. The comprehensive strength of the Great Dao sect may not necessarily be the first among the 9 immortal gates, but it is said to have extraordinary heritage that makes the other 8 immortal gates fearful and can only yield the incense in Zhong province to the Great Dao sect. And the Taoist King Ai that appeared here represents the Great Dao sect, making them instantly shorter. This is not just about personal strength differences, or whether it's right or wrong. After all, this is the Qingming mountain range, not far from the Xiantian sect. Even though Taoist King Ai has profound cultivation, he is still outnumbered. If Elder Sun and others from the Xiantian sect insist on having Emperor Yanghe worship the deity, although it can be done, the consequences need to be carefully considered. From the implied meaning of Taoist King Ai's words, the Xiantian sect leader, who is far away in Zhong province and holds the sect's treasure, has become his leverage. Keeping it a secret from the other 8 immortal gates and being discovered just as they are about to devour it, the consequences would be severe. Once matters are not settled here, Xiantian sect will not only lose the Xiantian sect leader and the sect's treasure, the Tianmu mirror, this will only be the beginning. Xiantian sect will likely be jointly attacked by the 8 immortal gates. Taoist King Ai seemed to have sensed the hesitation of Elder Tianxing and others, and said again. Indeed, the Xiantian sect has gone too far with this matter, but if you can stop now, it may not be too late. The 9 immortal gates each hold their own secrets, and if it's not necessary, we immortal gate members won't have to go all out. This statement isn't entirely an excuse to keep Xiantian sect stable. If the other 8 immortal gates can unite, dealing with Xiantian sect is a piece of cake, but the immortal gates are also competing for followers. In the eyes of the 9 immortal gates, their true enemies are each other, not the Great Yan Imperial Court or the Martial Saint. Elder Sun sighed softly in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. How did this matter get exposed at such a critical moment? Who secretly informed the people from the Great Dao sect? Unfortunately, Emperor Yanghe also has a human emperor sword that can carry and manifest chi fortune. The timing of the exposure is crucial. If we follow Xiantian sect's plan, it's worth it to expose everything after the Xiantian sect leader returns from Zhong province, even if there are consequences to pay later. But now, the elders looked at each other and had already made up their minds. Inside the temple of the Taoist temple, as Emperor Yanghe drew his sword, all the immortals in the hall fell silent. Even Qiao Mu, who was previously held in midair by an invisible force, slowly descended and landed in the hall. Although Taoist Xiang didn't fully understand what had happened, he dared not make a move after seeing the immortals fall silent. He stayed in place, waiting for the elders to communicate. For a moment, the hall fell into a brief calmness. The words spoken by Qiao Zhong just now, as a ruler, I cannot kneel down, but have I ever truly wanted to bow down to the immortal gate? Emperor Yanghe held the human emperor sword and silently repeated in his mind. Although he didn't want to in his heart, he felt that this was something he had no choice but to do. The existence of the human emperor sword was a desperate move, he didn't have any confidence in it, and it was not carefully planned. If it wasn't for the human emperor sword appearing and bringing luck, he wouldn't be sure if the concept of luck was true. So he would have to kneel before the Xiantian sect inside this temple. So what Qiao Mu said was not wrong. He did have the intention to kneel and bow to the immortals, but it was purely by luck this time. Did it really just happen by luck? Emperor Yanghe couldn't help but glance at Qiao Mu falling from the sky, and his mind was filled with countless thoughts. Even though Emperor Yanghe had plans in his mind, he was taking a risk, preparing to worship the gods as the emperor to test the truth of the concept of luck. And did the awakening of this human emperor sword happen because he, as the great Yan emperor, was in a dangerous situation? Maybe it was, maybe, it's not just because of him. This human emperor sword, before becoming a symbol of royal power and receiving worship, was a top sword for a skilled martial artist who refines their spirit. In other words, this sword possesses both the weapon of a martial artist and the connection to the fortunes of a nation. Emperor Yanghe realized something strange about the precious sword in his embrace, and it was not the time for him, as the emperor, to be criticized and surrounded by people, preparing to worship the gods. Instead, it was when that white-haired martial artist boldly broke into the main hall, smashing statues of gods and speaking boldly. The fortunes of the human emperor sword are not just because I, as the emperor, was forced by immortals, but perhaps also because of Qiao Zhong's martial will, which resonates with the martial will of the past emperor, thus awakening this sword. Emperor Yanghe had this thought in his mind and involuntarily squinted his eyes. And at this moment, several streaks of rainbow light flew in, one after another, landing on this main hall. It was Taoist King Ai from the Great Dao sect, Elder Sun, and Elder Tianxing from the Xiantian sect. As soon as these cultivators entered the main hall, their gazes immediately fell on the human emperor sword, revealing jealousy, but they didn't come too close. Emperor Yanghe, the matter of worshipping the gods ends here. This is the Xiantian sect's doing, it has nothing to do with our immortal gate. Now this matter is resolved, Taoist King Ai spoke first, with a gentle tone. Are you willing to return with me to the imperial capital of Zhong province? Elder Sun and the others behind Taoist King Ai didn't look too pleased, but they didn't object. It seems they have already negotiated the terms with Taoist King Ai. However, when speaking, Elder Sun's gaze fell on Emperor Yanghe's face, as if trying to judge something from his expression. The fact that Emperor Yanghe holds this human emperor sword truly surprised them. This made him secretly suspect if Taoist King Ai from the Great Dao sect is also another ace up Emperor Yanghe's sleeve, and if he had secretly learned about other immortal gates long ago. However, Elder Sun couldn't make out anything from Emperor Yanghe's face, unable to judge. Emperor Yanghe felt slightly relieved in his heart. Naturally, he would not refuse. Though he held the human emperor sword, in front of the immortal gate, he was still in a weak position, but now he had some bargaining chips. Well, once Emperor Yanghe's matters were discussed and settled, the attention of these cultivators fell upon the surroundings of the Grand Hall. At this time, the assassins from the Wuji Association had already been eradicated under the siege of cultivators such as Taoist Xiang. As for those pilgrims who luckily survived the fight, their minds had already been influenced by the Xiantian sect, and there would be no problems. The only person who happened to survive was Qiao Zhong, who had just bravely shattered the statue. This person blasphemed the deities. He must be punished, Elder Sun thought to himself, but just as he was about to make a move, he heard Emperor Yonghe take a step forward. Wait, Xiantian sect elders. What do you mean by this? Elder Sun's gaze turned cold. Do you think the earthly emperors, who believe they are blessed with fortunes, are still the same as before? Do you want to protect this person? Although they didn't want to get involved in luck, it was a fact that Immortal Gate was strong and Great Yan Imperial Court was weak. Not forcing Emperor Yonghe to worship gods now doesn't mean there won't be other ways to deal with him in the future. Taoist King Ai glanced at the broken statue, his gaze slightly chilled. This person has indeed made a huge mistake and must not be allowed to live. Qiao Mu smashed the statue of Xiantian sect, but in this matter, Taoist King Ai naturally stood on the side of Immortal Gate. An ordinary martial artist who blasphemes against the gods cannot live. Why would the emperor himself need to intervene? Qiao Mu became anxious. I, Qiao Zhong, have long disregarded life and death. I only regret not being able to expose the true nature of you in humans earlier. Talking is one thing, causing trouble is another, but don't joke about saving lives. Emperor Yonghe also fell silent for a moment. This person conspired with members of the Wuji Association to assassinate the king, a crime that cannot be forgiven, he said. According to the laws of Great Yan, he shall be sent to the heavenly prison and then be executed to set an example. Emperor Yonghe knew very well that this person named Qiao Zhong indeed intended to assassinate him. The assassination attempt failed only because Qingming Mountain is territory belonging to the Xiantian sect, and Chu Xing was not able to fully utilize his power. If it weren't for the protective spell cast by the Xiantian sect cultivator, Qiao Mu's sudden burst of speed might have been unstoppable, and Chu Xing might be unable to save him. Towards an assassin who wanted to kill him, regardless of his intentions, the imperial capital of Yonghe would not show mercy. Moreover, he seemed to be aligned with the martial will of the founding emperor and resonated with the human emperor's sword, which made him wary. Based on his speculation, this was only because of their alignment with the martial will, and there was no deeper meaning or intention. But there was always a knot in his heart. This Great Yan's land cannot be given to inhumans, and definitely not to others. His thoughts were swirling in his mind. Qiao Mu immediately felt relieved when he heard it. Just now, he almost changed his opinion about Emperor Yonghe. Who would have thought that this person was actually a good person, not intending to save his life at all? Qiao Mu must die. This was the agreement reached between Emperor Yonghe and the two major immortal gates. As for who would kill him and who would carry out the execution, it was a matter of face. Regarding this matter, it can be done. Elder Sun made a decision. Friend King Ai, when we enter the imperial capital, please supervise this matter on our behalf. He was just a bold and reckless martial artist, and as long as he died, it would be fine. As for who would kill him, they didn't mind giving the Great Yan Emperor face in this situation. After the matter of worshipping gods was abandoned halfway, the Xiantian sect was about to face the anger of other immortal gates, and he didn't have the energy to care. Rest assured, friend, Taoist King Ai nodded as well. Emperor Yonghe goes against his own principles. Secretly releasing people like this wouldn't be possible if he was supervising. Blaspheming gods is something that offends all cultivators from the 9 immortal gates. Naturally there would be no way out. The straightforward agreement of these two people also startled Emperor Yonghe. Initially, he just wanted to test the deterrence power of the human emperor sword against the immortal gate by engaging with the other party and figuring out exactly how strong it was. But he didn't expect them to agree so quickly. Emperor Yonghe was a little distracted as he held the human emperor sword in his hand. Since he became emperor, it was the first time he had the chance to negotiate face-to-face with someone from the immortal gate, right? Several days later, in a mountain village in Nan province, a radiant red sun rose from the clouds, illuminating the mountains and piercing through the faint mist. Wu Qincan walked slowly along the small path in the mountains, getting his trousers wet with dew from the grass. In the distance, a cemetery could vaguely be seen. A man with white hair could also be seen, bowing his head and doing something in front of a tombstone. As he approached, Wu Qincan saw that the man with white hair was using his index finger as a pen, writing on the tombstone. Wu Qincan's tomb. Father. Wu Qincan stopped and respectfully bowed. No need to call me father, there are no more martial saints in this world. Martial saint said lightly. The 85-year-old man was talking to himself in front of the tombstone. Wu Qincan, I've said it before, righteousness is your fatal weakness. That's why you would inevitably use the flesh-changing skill to disguise yourself as me, sacrificing yourself for me. Even if in your eyes, you're not dying for my sake. The martial way is inferior to the immortal way, so your death can buy me and the martial way more time. Wu Qincan fell silent for a moment and asked, Father, I still don't quite understand, is Wu Qincan's sacrifice worth it? Although Wu Qincan had a low ranking, his best skill was the amazing technique called flesh-changing skill. He should have accomplished more. Why didn't my foster father personally enter the immortal gate and forcefully kill Emperor Yonghe? As one of the 72 wise men selected from the 3,000 disciples of the martial saint, each person possessed at least one talent or secret skill that exceeded that of the martial saint. Wu Qizhen, ranking 70th among the 72 wise men, excelled in the incredible secret skill called flesh-changing skill. The so-called flesh-changing skill was initially created by the martial saint, but Wu Qizhen was the one who fully developed it. Speaking solely in terms of martial artist's mastery of the flesh-changing skill, Wu Qizhen was first, followed by the martial saint. The one who died under the heavenly thunder was Wu Qizhen, who disguised himself as the martial saint using the flesh-changing skill, not the actual martial saint. In reality, the true martial saint didn't appear at Qingyun Temple that day. Ever since receiving the secret letter from the previous generation's Star Xian envoy, Mo Mingzi, which revealed that Emperor Yonghe had arrived at Qingyun Temple, there were only two choices in front of martial saint. Either give up now or directly go to Qingyun Temple and kill Emperor Yonghe. Martial saint chose the former and gave up on the plan to assassinate the emperor. If the Emperor of Great Yan is determined to kneel, no one can stop him, Martial Saint said calmly. Even if we stop him this time, he will kneel again next time. So if we can't kill him, then let it be. Martial Saint paused for a moment and engraved a tombstone inscription underneath the name Wu Qizhen. With extraordinary skills, walking the righteous path. This was his interpretation of Wu Qizhen's short but meaningful life from his perspective. Wu Qizhen willingly went to his death. Because Martial Saint is the strongest martial arts practitioner in the world, he is the most capable of fighting against immortals. That's why Martial Saint cannot die yet. Thinking about this, Martial Saint looked up and gazed at Qingming Peak in the distance. His eyes quickly narrowed and blood vessels appeared. With his sharp eyesight, he could see the mark left by the thunderbolt on the Taoist temple from a long distance away. So this is the Xiantian sect's thunder technique. Martial Saint muttered to himself. If I can use it to catch a glimpse of the strength of the Xiantian sect elders, then the sacrifice this time will be worthwhile. I still need more time. I need to fake my death to deceive the immortal gate, to continue hiding. The Martial Saint's spiritual technique is the secret technique I rely on for survival. However, this technique is currently at a bottleneck and requires more time to comprehend. It is not yet time for the decisive battle with the immortal gate. If you're only hiding, why do you need to fake your death? Wu Qinkan couldn't help but ask. Martial Saint's thoughts are always hard to understand. Wu Qinkan is called Little Martial Saint within the Wuji Association and is seen as one of the closest disciples to the Martial Saint. He ranks third among the 72 wise men. But even he dares not say how much he can guess about the martial saint's thoughts. This martial arts world doesn't need any martial saints, said the martial saint calmly. I've waited for 40 years. Although the number of practicing martial artists in this martial arts world has far exceeded the past, there hasn't been a martial artist who can compare to me yet. Perhaps, my existence as the martial saint has become an obstacle in this martial arts world. The martial saint remembered those martial artists who died in front of him, like Mo Mingzi, the previous Star Xian envoy who willingly let him absorb his power with the martial saint's spiritual technique a few days ago. The people only know blind admiration for strength. They need an idol on a pedestal, be it a celestial being or me, the martial saint. But I am not a celestial being. Why do I need followers? Why do I need people to worship and pay homage to me? Said the martial saint nonchalantly. That coward Mo Mingzi, it's better if he is dead and gone. What I need are strong challengers who dare to face me. Wu Qinkan remained silent and frowned slightly. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But if that happens, many people will die. If even the martial saint easily dies under the inhuman thunder, then most martial artists will likely lose hope and fall into despair. Let them die then, declared the martial saint firmly. What use is there to keep these cowards who place their hopes on me, the martial saint? The martial saint stood up and brushed off the dust from his body. After hiding for 40 years, I, the martial saint, could only defeat a mere immortal gate supervisor. That would only make inhumans become even more arrogant. Starting from today, with the martial saint's, death, the human realm will turn into a furnace. The weak will die, and the strong will survive. Or maybe the adoptive father's plans were far-sighted, Wu Qinkan sighed in admiration. In this way, perhaps, after the initial chaos, a new top-notch martial artist will emerge in the martial world. What plans? How would I know if a stronger martial artist will be born? Martial Saint shrugged his shoulders. Wu Qinkan paused for a moment. Since he wasn't confident, why did Martial Saint act so decisively? When one is at a dead end, change is necessary. Whether the outcome of the change is successful or not, I cannot predict, Martial Saint coldly laughed. He was only trying to bring about change in the martial arts world. However, he didn't know, nor could he guess, whether the results of this change would be good or bad. If the martial artists were to completely decline because of this, then let it be destroyed quickly. Even if things got worse, it couldn't be worse than Martial Saint suppressing the martial arts world for 40 years, right? Wu Qinkan, from now on, I will hide in the shadows and no longer walk in Zhu province under the name of Martial Saint until I break through, said Martial Saint. You've done well with recent events, timely enabling the undercover agents of Great Dao sect to act and allowing Taoist King Ai to arrive in Nan province on time. So, while I'm away, you will be in charge of Wuji Association, he said calmly. The former Saintess Wu Qingzhen of Xiantian sect was actually an undercover agent sent by Martial Saint. However, this undercover agent rebelled and was personally drained by Martial Saint. In Great Dao sect of Zhong Province, Wuji Association also has undercover agents. Taoist King Ai's arrival was not a coincidence, but rather the result of Wuji Association's behind-the-scenes intervention, disrupting Xintian sect's plans. Wu Qincan nodded slightly with a heavy heart, but there wasn't much joy in his mind. In the assassination mission against Emperor Yonghe this time, all the assassins from the Wuji Association were destroyed, and there were no survivors. Among them, there were even spirit-refining martial artists of the top third rank, but they all became sacrifices. Because if the Martial Saint wanted to assassinate the Emperor, the Wuji Association under his command couldn't have sent no spirit-refining martial artists, otherwise it might have aroused suspicion from the Immortal Gate. Wu Qincan said, all the assassins who went to Qingyun Temple were wiped out, except for one person. Qiao Zhong, or should I say, Qiao Sen. His performance that day was truly moving. He didn't die. The Martial Saint was quite surprised. Suddenly, he remembered his simple agreement with Qiao Mu. If Qiao Mu could survive this assassination mission against the Emperor, then the Martial Saint would teach him the most advanced martial arts. But now, the situation was a bit special. Qiao Mu's current situation cannot be said to have survived, only that he hasn't died yet. He should have already been sent to the heavenly prison in the Zhong Province imperial capital. It's a bit troublesome to get the martial arts techniques to him there, said Wu Qincan. However, the Martial Saint waved his hand and said, it is indeed surprising that he is still alive, but that is not a reason for me to break my promise. Sending him the martial arts techniques is a small matter. Which one should we send to him then? Wu Qincan asked again. The Wuji Association also has many top-notch martial arts techniques. For example, there is the exceptional Long Life Fist Sutra, the extraordinary Pure Yang Wuji skill from Wudang sect, and even other top martial arts from the past. Tell me, how did he perform back then? Asked the Martial Saint. He was always generous with martial arts techniques, but which one to give depends on the person's performance. On that day, he boldly rushed into the palace, smashing the statues of the immortals and openly declaring himself as the bearer of martial arts. Wu Qincan recounted. Although the assassins of the Wuji Association were completely wiped out that day, not all the witnesses on the scene died, and he had sources for other information. Ah, this person is already in his 60s, yet he is still valiant in his old age. He truly deserves that I didn't kill him back in the day. Martial Saint squinted his eyes, seriously contemplating which martial arts technique to pass on. The techniques he primarily cultivates are Pure Yang Wuji skill and Long Life Fist Sutra, but underestimating him is a mistake even if I were to give him these two techniques. Whether it's Pure Yang Wuji skill or Long Life Fist Sutra, these spiritual refining techniques, even if cultivated to the fullest, will not be able to defeat him. Because he is Martial Saint, he has already explored the utmost in spiritual refining methods, confidently believing that no one can rival him. There was no way forward. Therefore, those who came after him could only seek another path if they wanted to surpass him. In Zhong Province, there has always been a legendary tale of attaining enlightenment through martial arts, like the founder of Wudang, Master Zhang. It's just that I have reached the pinnacle of spiritual refining, and yet, I still cannot fully grasp what it truly means to attain enlightenment through martial arts. Perhaps, Qiao Zhong, a talented fighter, should try exploring other martial arts paths. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. The idea of using martial arts to cultivate oneself originated from a legend in the Zhong Province. But it's just a legend. The foundation of Martial Saint's martial arts lies in the Martial Saint spiritual technique. With the help of this secret technique, he reached an unparalleled level in the spiritual refining method that no one had achieved before. However, even so, Martial Saint still felt that he wasn't strong enough to confront the Immortal Gate. This is the fundamental reason why he gave up on assassinating Emperor Yonghe, because if he went to Qingyun Temple, there was a possibility of facing losses there as well. Now that I, Martial Saint, am deceased, it means that the spiritual refining method alone is not enough to rival the Immortal Gate. Other martial artists in this world who wish to surpass me should explore new paths instead of following my old one. The essence of the Martial Saint spiritual technique lies in absorbing the essence of martial artists, which means only one can become the strongest along this path, while the rest become nourishment. And in the world of martial artists, besides the most popular spiritual refining method, there are also power, strength, and skill. These three martial arts combined cannot defeat the top-level spirit refining martial artist, so the practitioners of power skills can only reach the 4th rank. It's time to go back to Zhong Province. With one step, the Martial Saint's face quickly transformed into the face of a stranger, disappearing from Wu Qincan's sight. Wu Qincan sighed softly, his gaze resting on Wu Qizhen's tombstone. How many sacrifices is this now? He whispered to himself. Several days later, it started to rain lightly in the mountains, wetting the grass and shrouding the forest in a misty atmosphere. A lonely tomb stands quietly in the rain, the rainwater slides down the tombstone and wets the words Wu Qizhen's grave. At this moment, a long umbrella stretches out from the side, providing shelter from the wind and rain for this tombstone. At some point on this lonely tomb, stood a pale-faced man with black hair. He leaned over and quietly examined the engraved words on the tombstone. Using strange arts and tricks, walking the righteous path? An epitaph. A self-deprecating smile flashed across the man's face. Martial Saint, is it considered walking the righteous path as long as my death can ultimately benefit you? But I've said it before, even if I die, I will never die for you. His name is Wu Qizhen. Among his name, the extraordinary character comes before the ordinary character. Wu Qizhen leans against the tombstone, taking slight breaths in the mountain rain. At this moment, he looked very pale and obviously weak. Even if he just walked along the mountain road, he felt extremely tired. Wu Qizhen was not an ordinary person. Even among 3,000 disciples and 72 wise men, he was considered unique. Some of the 3,000 disciples of that year were adopted and raised by Martial Saint as his sons and daughters. Some learned martial arts under the guidance of Martial Saint as their master. There were also a few who were more special. For example, Wu Qizhen. In fact, he was considered the biological son of Martial Saint. Besides inheriting a part of Martial Saint's physique, he was also born with a unique constitution. Even without martial arts training, his physical body was stronger than an ordinary spirit refining martial artist. And this was the cause of his death. If other 3,000 disciples are not martial art seeds, they become Martial Saint's nourishment. Then Wu Qizhen, if not a seed, he becomes a scapegoat. Perhaps I, as his son, was destined to die for him from the moment I was born. Wu Qizhen gently touched his own tombstone, a complex expression on his face. Being born as the biological child of a Martial Saint and excelling in the flesh-changing skill, he is undoubtedly the best candidate to cosplay Martial Saint, without a doubt. Also, it was indeed his own voluntary decision to go to Qingyun Temple to assassinate the emperor. It is not false. He did indeed have a determination to die, but being willing to sacrifice oneself and attempting to save oneself, seeking life within death, are not contradictory. If given a choice, who would want to die? And the secret of Wu Qizhen's miraculous escape from death is actually relying on his best skill, flesh-changing skill. Before setting off, he divided his body into 3 parts. Most of his flesh and blood belonged to Wu Qizhen's original body, but it died under the heavenly thunder. A small part of it attached to Qiao Mu's body. The last part is his current body, housing a bit of the mind and spirit of the spirit refining martial artist. The surviving Wu Qizhen is like a person who has cut himself with a knife. His strength is greatly reduced, and he is not much stronger than an ordinary person. Compared to the weakness of his physical body, the greater injury is to his mind and spirit. But now, he, like the previous Wu Qingxin, has escaped from the chessboard of the Martial Saint.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He is temporarily free now. This is something that only the incredibly skilled Wu Qizhen, who has mastered the flesh-changing skill, can do. When it comes to the proficiency in the flesh-changing skill, Wu Qizhen is the best, followed by the Martial Saint. According to Wu Qizhen's speculation, even the Martial Saint would not be able to achieve the level of blood and flesh substitution. Otherwise, if the Martial Saint knew that he could still survive, he would surely be waiting here for him. It's impossible for him, as one of the 72 wise men, to escape the clutches of the Martial Saint. This is something that only Wu Qizhen can do. After my mind was heavily damaged, the current me is no longer the same Wu Qizhen as before. And because of that, I managed to avoid the Martial Saint's intuitive detection. Wu Qizhen thought about this and a smirk appeared on his face. Currently, the only method to evade the intuitive detection of the Martial Saint's spiritual technique is the specialized technique created by the Martial Saint called the Xianming Contain Breath technique. However, it is clear that the Martial Saint would never pass on this technique to him. And now Wu Qizhen has discovered a second one. First, he pretended to be dead as both Martial Saint and Wu Qizhen with the flesh-changing skill. Then, he revived by attaching a strand of his consciousness to the pre-allocated flesh. After the revival, both his physical body and consciousness were incredibly weak, and he lost most of his strength. Even Wu Qizhen himself couldn't be sure if the Wu Qizhen after the revival was the real Wu Qizhen. Perhaps the real Wu Qizhen is already dead, and now I am just someone who mistakenly believes I am Wu Qizhen. Maybe, this is the true reason why I can deceive the intuition of the Martial Saint's spiritual technique. This thought crossed Wu Qizhen's mind, leaving him with a sense of melancholy. He stopped pondering this question because it was already too late, and it was destined to remain unanswered. Qiao Zhong, or should I say Qiao Sen, I heard that he seems to have survived, although only temporarily, but my efforts were not in vain, he murmured to himself. Wu Qizhen implanted a fist-sized piece of flesh in Qiao Mu's body, partly to experiment with the flesh-changing skill and partly to give Qiao Mu some power, attempting to save his life during the assassination. The so-called plan to assassinate Emperor Yonghe was just a trick. The assassins who went to Qingyun Temple, including Wu Qizhen, were destined to be defeated. The fist-sized piece of flesh in Qiao Zhong's chest was actually his small act of kindness towards Qiao's family. In this world, there are still people like Qiao Zhong who dare to challenge the Martial Saint, and the Qiao's family who would rather die than submit. Whether it's Qiao Zhong or any other member of Qiao's family, I hope that someday someone will be able to defeat the Martial Saint. By this time, the rain had gradually stopped. Wu Qizhen no longer used an umbrella. He used the umbrella in his hand as a walking stick and struggled to take step by step along the mountain road, leaving behind a muddy footprint. I have already given Qiao Zhong the perfected flesh-changing skill in advance, hoping that he will realize the extraordinary nature of this secret technique. The secret technique I possess, compared to the Martial Saint's flesh-changing skill, is slightly different. Perhaps it would be better to call it the shape-changing skill. No matter what, my secret technique finally found a successor. If in the future, they can become a help to Qiao Zhong or other members of the Qiao's family in killing the martial saint, then that would be even better. Wu Qizhen walked away gradually, using an umbrella as a walking stick. He pretended to be the martial saint and forcefully entered Qingyun Temple, but in reality, he had no guarantee of survival. So, the book flesh-changing skill that he had given to Qiao Mu beforehand was actually a way of entrusting his legacy. Before his death, passing on his lifelong understanding of the techniques can be considered as his final wish. In the martial arts world of the old days, many martial artists had similar wishes before their death, to pass on their lifelong knowledge to their descendants, leaving behind a bit of a legacy. But life is unpredictable. Wu Qizhen didn't die and actually managed to survive. Qiao Zhong is still alive for now, but he will probably die soon. This was not within Wu Qizhen's expectations. Zhong Province Imperial Capital Heavenly Prison. Have you heard? The new prisoner this time is really extraordinary, the prison guards whispered to each other. It is said that he witnessed the martial saint's tragic death with his own eyes. Not only did he witness the martial saint's tragic death, but he also smashed the statue of a true immortal from the Xiantian sect. A young jailer named Feng Yuan interrupted. He even openly declared that he wants to become the next leader of martial arts after the martial saint, and carry the banner of martial arts. He continued. Feng Yuan, how do you know all this so clearly? Were you also present at the scene? The other prison guards asked. It's what the prisoner himself said. He loves to talk about his own deeds, said Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was responsible for delivering meals, and he was in charge of the cell where Qiao Mu was held. Over the past few days, he had heard many shocking deeds from the other prisoner. Stop talking, Lord Wei will be here soon. This time, the Emperor seems to value this prisoner very much and specially sent for Lord Wei from 6 gates to interrogate him. Lord Wei. Jailer Feng Yuan, a young man with black hair, became excited as soon as he heard it. Is it the Black Wingbat King Wei En, the #1 detective in the imperial capital? I heard that his interrogation skills and lightness techniques are the best in the world. After the martial saint's death, some even claim that his lightness technique is the best in the world, and he can go anywhere in the world. Hey, no matter how good his lightness technique is, what can he do? Even the martial saint died. There is no hope left for martial arts practitioners. The other jailers showed little interest. Opening his eyes, it was the familiar prison ceiling. The window divides the sunlight into 4 pieces, scattering dust in the prison floor. Qiao Mu looked up and gazed out through the window, only able to see a small patch of blue sky. Back in jail again. Qiao Mu muttered to himself. His shadow twitched in the sunlight, and a little cat emerged from it. The cat lazily stretched and yawned against the corner of the wall, then settled down there. This little cat seemed even rounder than before, with a chubby face and fluffy fur that shone mysteriously. It looked as if it had just absorbed the energy of 10 young boys, like a fox spirit who had just finished its mischief. Maybe because Qiao Mu had been in jail for so long, even a chubby cat started to look delicate and charming after staring at it for a while. You fat pig, you don't even move after crawling out of your shadow, just lying there like a lazy cat, Qiao Mu said, annoyed. This fat cat treated its shadow as a home, coming in and out as it pleased. As a martial artist who only knew how to throw punches and kicks, Qiao Mu had no way of driving away this particular tenant. Vachang, it's time to pay the rent. Quickly give me your powers. Qiao Mu shook the paw of the cat, who looked at him with disdain, and then licked the paw that Qiao Mu had touched. Was treated as something dirty, very rude n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. At first, this cat was quite timid and didn't dare to approach him, but now they are gradually getting familiar and becoming more and more unruly. Vachang, go to the kitchen and bring some food. These days, my mouth is almost getting tired of the taste, Qiao Mu said quietly. The prison he is squatting in now is a top-notch heavenly prison, which is very different from when he was in Hiang City before. In the heavenly prison, the imprisoned individuals are either wicked and ruthless like Qiao Mu or influential and high-ranking officials. Ordinary prisoners don't have the qualifications to come in. So the heavenly prison's kitchen is divided into 2 types. One is for cooking for poor and evil criminals like Qiao Mu, providing simple porridge to keep them from starving. The other type is for serving luxurious dishes and abundant meat, exclusively for wealthy and influential people. Qiao Mu patted the cat's bottom and urged it to hurry up. From the beginning of Hiang City, every time he saw this cat, its appearance changed slightly, as if it was growing rapidly and remarkably. It's unknown how much lifeless energy he pulled out from Qiao Mu's body. Even though this cat is lazy, surprisingly it has strong hiding abilities. It hid within his shadow, accompanied him in challenging Martial Saint, and broke into Qingyun Temple without being noticed by anyone. So, letting this chubby cat move in the heavenly prison made Qiao Mu feel at ease. At this moment, a burst of soft laughter came from the neighboring prison cell. This wild cat you're raising seems quite intelligent. Where did it come from to sneak into this heavenly prison? The person in the neighboring cell was an old man named Haiwuya. His temples were gray, and he looked to be around 70 years old. Although this person was old, he had broad shoulders and a robust body, with calloused hands and feet. In his younger days, he was likely a martial arts practitioner, focusing on physical training. According to Qiao Mu's speculation, he was probably an external martial artist who focused on strengthening his body. However, this man always held books in his hands and read quietly, speaking in a cultured manner that contrasted with his appearance. Where else can it come from? It must have crawled in through the window. Don't be fooled by its chubby appearance, it's all just for show. It can squeeze through even the tiniest windows, Qiao Mu casually remarked. He didn't underestimate his cellmate named Haiwei. Back when they were in Hiang City, their neighbor in the cell, old Qian, claimed to be a descendant of the thief saint. Qiao Mu didn't believe a word of it. But not just anyone can enter this heavenly prison. If Haiwei claims to be a descendant of the thief saint or a sword saint, Qiao Mu needs to seriously consider whether it's true or not. Haiwei's cell wasn't big, but the whole floor was filled with various books. This is not a common occurrence within the heavenly prison. The fact that Haiwei was able to bring so many books into the heavenly prison indicates that he must have some kind of background, possibly someone of high rank or status. What's even more unusual is that Qiao Mu sensed the presence of the martial saint's spiritual technique from him. Qiao Mu thought to himself, clearly, there are many people in the imperial capital who practice the martial saint's spiritual technique. Having so many instinctive feelings is quite annoying. No wonder the martial saint practices the Xianming contain breath technique. Haiwei doesn't talk much and is always immersed in the world of books. At this moment, after exchanging a few words with Qiao Mu, there was no response. The sound of flipping pages filled the cell. Unable to resist, Qiao Mu spoke up, "Hey, Haiwei, what kind of martial arts manual are you reading? Let me have a look, maybe we can exchange books." Haiwei is not young anymore, and his vitality is clearly declining. Based on his vitality, he is probably around the 8th rank in strength. You want to see? Haiwei happily took the book in his hand and held it up to the sunlight, allowing Qiao Mu to see the title of the book clearly. The Medical Classics of Qingnang? It's a medical book? I thought it was The Art of Lovemaking. Qiao Mu's words made Haiwei frown instantly. I am a scholar who reads the classics of sages. How could you think I am reading The Art of Lovemaking in the prison cell? Qiao Mu simply smiled awkwardly. Although the martial saint is already dead, he still had doubts in his heart. He was afraid that one day, someone he knew would suddenly transform into a martial saint and drain him dry. And, what kind of scholar are you? Even though he was over 70 years old, this person had a wide and strong physique. Though his vitality had declined, he still possessed the strength of an 8th rank. When he was in his prime, he must have been formidable. Moreover, he also practiced the martial saint spiritual technique. Who knows if he is another member of the Wuji Association? Haiwei didn't say anything else and continued to read his book. Qiao Mu closed his eyes and waited for a while, but then he heard a meow. It was the impermanent demon cat returning. However, when Qiao Mu opened his eyes, he was stunned for a moment. What the impermanent demon cat was carrying in its mouth wasn't food, but a large red woman's abdomen wrap, which was immodest clothing. What's going on? How is there this thing in the heavenly prison? Where did it bring it from? And I want something to eat. Qiao Mu rubbed the cat's head in anger, trying to make the dumb cat understand his meaning. The kitty had a face that said, "I'm just a little cat." Qiao Mu stroked the cat against its fur a few times, and finally made it realize it was looking for the wrong thing. Then, in a flash, it ran away. What underwear thief? This is clearly a female cat, why is she so interested in women's clothing? Qiao Mu closed his eyes and waited, silently practicing his breathing. His current physical condition was not good. The lump of flesh that Wu Kijhen gave him had already been depleted when he severed the statue of the deity. So at this moment, once again due to the side effects of the heavenly demon disintegration method, almost all the veins in his body were severed. If it weren't for the help of extraordinary people like Wu Kijhen, it would be difficult to get better. However, Qiao Mu gradually got used to it. Every once in a while, his veins would be severed. He got used to it because, after all, he was a death row inmate and would soon be refreshed. It wasn't a big problem. At this moment, he heard a cat meowing again. Qiao Mu opened his eyes and saw that the cat had come back again. This time, it didn't have a red belly pouch in its mouth. Instead, it had changed into a light pink, sheer dress. And this dress was clearly one size bigger than before. Qiao Mu was shocked. Did this chubby cat think that he was not satisfied with the previous one, thinking it wasn't colorful or big enough? So it brought another one? You foolish cat. Qiao Mu was about to scold, but in the distance, he heard footsteps coming closer. The impermanent demon cat twitched its ears and, with a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, suddenly pounced back into Qiao Mu's shadow, quickly fading away into nothingness. Why does it feel like I have a lazy, not very smart daughter who never goes out? Life isn't easy, sighed Qiao Mu. At that moment, the prison door opened, and several guards surrounded a middle-aged man in black, who had a furrowed brow. The middle-aged man in black was about to speak when his eyes caught sight of the woman's revealing clothes on the ground, causing a slight twitch in the corner of his eye. It wasn't me, I promise it wasn't me. Qiao Mu opened his eyes wide, and cold sweat started to pour out. I can explain if you want to know something, but I really didn't do it. Not afraid even if torn to pieces, wanting to remain innocent in this world. He wasn't afraid of death, but carrying this stain with him made it difficult to bear. Don't panic, Qiao Zhong. Come with me to the interrogation room first. A faint smile barely appeared on the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. This person had a stern and serious appearance, with a straight face that gave the impression of being a serious and humorless person. However, his intentional smile at this moment sent chills down the spines of the surrounding wardens. Lord Weian is the best detective in the world, skilled in interrogation and punishment. If Qiao Zhong falls into his hands, it will be much harder than being in our heavenly prison, for sure. After a moment, inside the interrogation room, Qiao Zhong, you're being so uncooperative. Whenever you mention the so-called Qiao family, you're vague. Are you trying to force me to use torture? Wei En's gaze was sharp like a knife as he stared intensely at Qiao Mu, exerting a heavy pressure on him. Wei En was a highly skilled martial artist who had achieved spiritual refinement. His specialties were the most renowned lightness skill in the world and a technique called eye attacking, which could only be practiced by spiritual refining martial artists. The so-called eye attacking technique used one's eyes as a weapon, directly pressuring the enemy with spirit, achieving victory without fighting. That's why he was known as the world's greatest catcher. However, when facing Qiao Mu, he felt as if he was punching cotton. This person had no fear of death or punishment. No matter how brilliant his eye attacking technique was, it couldn't shake this person's state of mind. Generally, this kind of situation only happens to martial artists with a strong spirit who practice spirit refining, and Qiao Mu's strong spirit impresses him. Indeed, Qiao's family lives up to its reputation. Suddenly, a sigh escaped Wei En's heart. It's a pity that his meridians are severed. Even if he is given top-notch martial arts techniques, how can he cultivate? With a book in his embrace, he looked at Qiao Mu with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. What? You want to torture me? Hurry up, even if I frown, consider me defeated. As soon as Qiao Mu heard Wei En's threat of torture, he immediately became excited, even more than Wei En himself. Being an extraordinarily tolerant person to pain, Qiao Mu said he wasn't scared at all. Of course, he is not a masochist, he won't get more excited as the pain increases. His strong desire for a high-quality death outweighs his resistance to pain. Wei En frowned slightly. This person refuses to listen to reason and is stubborn. Moreover, the things he says about the Qiao family have many loopholes. How can I help him cover up so that the emperor won't suspect me? If we can't find any clues about the Qiao family, and the emperor gets angry, this person might be executed in a few days. Wei En sighed. Wei En is not a member of the Wuji Association. Being known as the world's #1 bounty hunter who detests evil, he naturally cannot associate himself with a martial arts butcher covered in blood. It's just that he received a great favor from the martial saint when he was young, owing a huge debt of gratitude. Now, he heard that the martial saint has already died. One of his last wishes was to fulfill his promise by passing on top martial arts techniques to Qiao Mu, who is imprisoned, nurturing him as a martial arts seed. This kind of thing doesn't go against Wei En's principles, as the Wuji Association didn't ask him to help with things like releasing prisoners or jailbreaks. So, he nodded and agreed. As a bounty hunter, before coming for interrogation, he also specifically investigated information about the Qiao family, including Qiao Zhong. Qiao's family, including Qiao Zhong, became famous in the capital city recently. Originally, Qiao's family's reputation was limited to Nan province and didn't reach the imperial capital of Zhong province. However, recently, Qiao's family gained popularity due to being associated with the martial saint, and their reputation soared. A few days ago, the martial saint, who had been dormant for 40 years, suddenly appeared, and the story of Qiao Zhong challenging the martial saint spread. In just about 2 weeks, the martial saint tragically died under the heavenly thunder of an immortal, which was a shocking event for ordinary martial artists. If the appearance of the martial saint caused a tsunami in the rivers and lakes, then, soon after, the tragic death of the martial saint was like the collapse of the sky. Whether it's the tsunami or the sky collapsing, Qiao Zhong's name is closely associated with the martial saint. In the assassination of Emperor Yonghe event, all the assassins of the Wuji Association were wiped out, and Qiao Zhong, as the only survivor saved by Emperor Yonghe, naturally attracted the attention of the world. Wei En was very interested in Qiao Zhong because of this. The more he searched, the more amazed he became. There is a great terror between life and death. In this world, people who can disregard life and death and hold on to their principles are very few. And Qiao Zhong, in front of him, was obviously one of them. He is just like Haiwei, someone who is not afraid of life and death and can remain calm even in prison. At that time, Wei En praised him and took over the tasks of the Wuji Association. However, Wei En now felt remorse in his heart. He originally thought that bringing a manual was just a simple and effortless thing. But when he arrived in this heavenly prison, he discovered that Qiao Mu's meridians had long been severed, and his martial arts path had basically been cut off. In this way, the situation became awkward. If Wei En continues to follow the Wuji Association's suggestion and takes out the secret book to give it to Qiao Mu, it would be too rigid. It's like giving erotic paintings to a eunuch, it's extremely cruel. How much sorrow can one bear? It's just like a eunuch entering a brothel. At this moment, Wei En feels troubled. If he takes out this secret book, he fears that Qiao Mu will think he is mocking him. Despite knowing that his meridians are blocked, he tempts him with this top-notch secret book. In the end, he still didn't take out the secret book from his chest. I, Wei En, have always been righteous and detest evil. How can I do such a cruel thing? Although he sighs softly in his heart, he maintains a cold and distant demeanor, continuing the interrogation as usual. Since he can't help Qiao Mu with his blocked meridians, he can only contribute in other matters to find a sense of peace. So, he writes on the paper. The Qiao family, where Qiao Zhong belongs, has been a hidden and wandering clan for many years, without a permanent residence. They are not familiar with the recent significant changes in the world. It is suspected that their ancestors have secluded themselves in the mountains or on overseas islands. The Qiao family is not prosperous, but they have strict family rules and many family teachings that are passed down, emphasizing self-discipline. The Qiao family's ancestors didn't have a prominent reputation, indicating a preference for detachment from fame and fortune and being skilled in martial arts. To Wei En, the #1 detective in the world, it was easy to see through the flaws in Qiao Mu's words. Then, he used persuasive words to gradually guide Qiao Mu to discover the flaws, leading him closer to the truth. Finally, I succeeded. Wei En wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling a bit tired. He never expected that as the top detective in the world, there would be times when he helped criminals cover up their lies. Although he didn't have much reverence for the laws of Great Yan, this was still the first time he had done something like this, and it was indeed a bit challenging for him. He stood up and instructed the guard waiting outside the door to take Qiao Mu away and put him back in the prison cell. He hesitated for a moment and advised the official waiting beside him. Do not easily use torture on him. He is an important criminal in the eyes of the emperor and must not be harmed. This person has an incredibly strong will and is not afraid of punishment or death. Normal punishment is useless against him. When Condor Wei En spoke, the officials from the heavenly prison naturally agreed. As the top divine catcher in the world, Wei En had naturally interacted with the people from the heavenly prison many times and knew what kind of people they were. When ordinary high-ranking officials entered the heavenly prison, they would immediately be subjected to beatings and various tortures to suppress their arrogance. If he didn't bring up this matter, in no time, this Qiao Mu might be subjected to severe torture. Just as he was about to leave, Wei En suddenly remembered something. How has Hai Wei been recently? He is not a member of the Wuji Association, but Hai Wei can be considered one. Furthermore, Hai Wei is also a remarkable person within the gathering of talents in the Wuji Association, being listed as one of the 72 wise men, ranking 60th. He is still studying, replied the official from the heavenly prison. Throughout his 30 years in the heavenly prison, he has been studying various books on medical skills, meridians, herbs, and human acupoints. Although he also has some martial arts manuals, his knowledge in that area is not profound. They are merely some basic external martial arts techniques. He is indeed extraordinary, nodded Wei En. To be able to study books in a place like the heavenly prison, and continuously for 30 years, is truly remarkable. Hai Wei is an extraordinary person. In his early years, he was a somewhat renowned scholar, but unfortunately, he could not pass the imperial examinations year after year. Displeased, he shaved his head and became a monk, joining the Shaolin temple that had not yet been destroyed at that time, and became a martial monk. At that time, everyone thought he had suffered a great blow and wanted to give up studying and focus on martial arts instead. Little did they know, this person had extraordinary talent in martial arts, specifically the powerful martial arts practiced at Shaolin Temple. His progress was rapid, and within just 10 years, he had reached the 4th rank of training strength. Later on, officials from the imperial court invited him to become a military officer, and he gladly accepted. People initially thought that when a martial arts superstar emerged, Hai Wei surprisingly gave up martial arts and became a civil servant. He claimed that he had no interest in fighting on the battlefield or in petty fights, and instead, he chose to serve as an official to help the world and the people, showcasing his knowledge and skills. He spent another 10 years transitioning from a military officer to a civil servant and eventually, at the age of 50, became the Minister of Rights, a high-ranking official in the current dynasty. His story became well-known and admired. Hai Wei later mentioned this past event, stating that when he was young, he received guidance from an esteemed person who told him that practicing martial arts was a shortcut to becoming an official. Thus, he decided to become a monk by shaving his head. The shortcut for warriors to become officials in the Great Yan Imperial Court is to practice martial arts diligently. As long as the martial arts are strong enough and there is no tarnish in one's background, even the worst can become a minor official. Hai Wei's martial arts training was actually an idea that arose after being guided by a noble person. Hai Wei's martial arts training is never the goal itself, but rather a means to become an official. How far has Hai Wei's martial cultivation declined now? Wei En asked. The heavenly prison is a place where people usually eat only watery porridge to fill their stomachs. The environment is dark and damp, and snakes, insects, rats, and ants are not uncommon. It's not a fancy place at all. Martial artists who stay in such a place for a long time would naturally see their vitality decline. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Moreover, considering Hai Wei's advanced age, in his younger years, he was an external martial artist. This question left the prison officials in a dilemma. They quickly waved their hand and called for jailer Fang Yuan, the young man responsible for the area where Qiao Mu and others were held. It's the 8th rank, Fang Yuan said respectfully. The 8th rank? How come I remember that his vitality has already declined to the 9th rank? Wei En exclaimed in surprise. Fang Yuan said respectfully. About half a year ago, he returned to the martial arts 8th rank. Can it still go back up? Wei En also exclaimed in astonishment. Growing old and weak, aging and dying, is a common occurrence for people. It is normal for a martial artist to experience a decline in vitality after getting old, especially for external martial artists like Hai Wei. External martial artists often progress faster than internal martial artists, especially when practicing hard techniques and training methods like golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt skill, and iron palm. As long as they are tough and not afraid of pain, they can progress much faster than those who train slowly. However, the injuries accumulated in the early years often erupt in middle and old age. Some improper martial artists who didn't train properly when they were young are full of energy. However, when they grow old, they become even weaker than ordinary people, feeling extremely discouraged. In Hai Wuya's case, for those who practice martial arts only to gain fame and become officials, their decline is naturally faster than ordinary martial artists. What surprised Wei En was that Hai Wuya was already over 80 years old, but he could still improve. Moreover, this is the heavenly prison. How did he manage to train with just a little plain porridge? Thinking of this, Wei En unconsciously held on to the secret book in his arms and a strange idea came to his mind. He knew that Hai Wuya was also a member of the Wuji Association. The noble person who guided him to practice martial arts was the martial saint, who had not yet been recognized as a saint at the time. Inside the heavenly prison, Master Qiao, this is a special dish from the capital city called honey-glazed roasted chicken. Can you check if it's cooked well enough? No, if it's fragrant enough. The young prison guard Fang Yuan handed a roasted chicken to Qiao Mu, making his mouth full of oil as he ate. Not bad, it's flavorful. Qiao Mu nodded happily. He never expected to enjoy such treatment within this heavenly prison, almost making him suspect if someone maliciously wanted to keep him alive. But after careful consideration, Qiao Mu rejected this possibility. As an assassin who tried to kill the emperor and a martial artist who shattered statues, he had offended both the 9 immortal gates and Emperor Yonghe. Even if it was him or even if a martial saint were to be resurrected, it would be impossible to walk out alive from the heavenly prison. No one could guarantee Qiao Mu's life. This situation is definitely secure. And the person who invited him to eat the roasted chicken, it must be none other than the small prison guard in front of him. This young man has good eyesight, Qiao Mu chuckled and deliberately said with a smile. After being full and satisfied, should you start punishing me? Or should we start with pulling out my toenails? He purposely spoke like this. Anyway, his heavenly demon disintegration method has reached an unparalleled level of proficiency, even though his meridians are broken. As long as he has a trace of blood and energy, he can still use it. If the punishment becomes too much, he can just commit suicide on the spot. What is there to fear? The words spoken by Qiao Mu with a smiling face left Fang Yuan, who was accustomed to punishment and torture, at a loss for words. All he could do was laugh awkwardly and say, "Sir, you are just joking. You are a notorious criminal targeted by the emperor himself. Without the approval of Lord Wei En, you cannot be punished without authorization." Qiao Mu gave jailer Fang Yuan a seemingly smiley but not really smiling look. This kid is truly cunning. Ever since his interrogation by Wei En yesterday, Qiao Mu had noticed a slight change in the attitudes of the prison guards towards him. He thought that maybe it was Wei En's influence, so he deliberately spoke to test it just now. Although this boy named Fang Yuan is young, he is quite clever. He heard Qiao Mu's probing and cooperatively mentioned a little about Wei En's matter. "I'm full. Give this remaining half chicken to the neighbor, Mr. Hai," said Qiao Mu. When he ate the chicken, it was just a small satisfaction for his appetite. As for the neighbor Hai Wuya, he seemed a bit weak. Qiao Mu didn't want to see this neighbor prisoner, just like Mr. Qian before, suddenly burping, so he casually mentioned it. "Old Qiao, you have a good heart." Hai Wuya nodded and didn't refuse. After all, he was an old martial artist with declining energy and blood. It would be a good thing to have roasted chicken to nourish his body. However, he was silent and only said a simple thank you before immersing himself in the world of books again. Qiao Mu didn't care. Anyway, he borrowed a chicken to give a Buddha, just did it casually. He then turned to look at jailer Fang Yuan. "Tell me, what do you want from me? Is it to have some blood on the bread for the sick person at home?" Qiao Mu said indifferently. "Master Qiao, you regard life and death as trivial matters," Fang Yuan admires. Fang Yuan flattered and deeply said, "But how did Master Qiao know that there is another sick little sister in my house, but she has already gone missing? Start talking about their tragic life experiences?" Qiao Mu was very familiar with this pitiful routine, deliberately remained silent without asking further. Seeing that Qiao Mu was unmoved, Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue. "Actually, since I was young, I have wanted to become a wandering hero like Master Qiao, traveling the world with a sword, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So you were interested in my martial arts? But the era of martial artists has passed, what's the use of practicing martial arts? Even the martial saint has died." Qiao Mu decisively advised against it. The kind of hanging pretenders like the martial saint died under the immortal's heavenly thunder. Their bodies were not even cold, so practicing martial arts at this time is going against the trend, isn't it? What? Why would Qiao Mu still want to practice martial arts? Because he is also a pretender. Plus, he has no talent for cultivation, and cultivating immortality takes a long time. For Qiao Mu, it's not very effective, so practicing martial arts is better. Is Master Qiao talking about those inhuman beings who cultivate immortal techniques? Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. "I don't have the same grand aspirations as Master Qiao. I just want to practice martial arts to improve my physical well-being, and in the future, I hope to defeat my enemies." Fang Yuan sighed deeply and said, Although my family has a modest wealth, after my parents passed away, our ancestral home had to be sold, and my little sister, who got a strange illness, left without saying goodbye to avoid burdening me. And relying on the influence of my ancestors, I managed to squeeze into the heavenly prison and became a prison guard, which could be considered a job. The night had grown late, and darkness covered the land. In the southern part of the imperial capital, there stood a famous scenic spot called the Swallow Tower. The tower rose as if emerging from the ground, towering high like a palace in the sky. The Swallow Tower had a total of 9 levels, and it was a tall square tower built with bricks. During the day, there were often tourists coming and going. However, at the moment when the night fell, there was a dark figure moving through the darkness like a large bird. Swiftly evading the sight of the patrolling guards, the figure made its way to the top of the Swallow Tower. Dressed in black night clothes, Wei En stood on the tower top, looking down upon the imperial capital beneath the night sky with a blank expression. This huge city, shrouded in darkness, stood like a silent giant beast on the plains. His gaze was deep and distant, looking towards the north of the city. In the 40 years of an inhuman war, the 9 Immortal Gates temples have sprouted up in many big cities in Zhu province, including the imperial capital. In the north of the city, there lies the residence of the great Dao sect, where a thriving temple can be found. Even at this late hour, the lights still shine brightly. Why did you choose to meet here, Wei En? Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Wei En. It was a middle-aged man with a stern and calm face, the current leader of the Wuji Association, known as Little Martial Saint Wu Qianqian. Wei En didn't answer Wu Qianqian's question and just continued speaking to himself. The wishes of the Martial Saint cannot be fulfilled. Qiao Zhong's meridians have already been severed, so no matter how good the cultivation techniques are, he can't practice them. Qiao Zhong's meridians have been severed. Wu Qianqian frowned slightly and sighed. So be it. It seems this was his fate after all. I intended to pass on the cultivation techniques to him, fulfilling the wishes of the Martial Saint. After he practiced them, perhaps there would have been a slim chance for him to save himself. But it seems fate had other plans, and there's nothing we can do. On that day at King Yun Temple, all the assassins from the Wuji Association were wiped out. Although Wu Qianqian had other ways to gather information, he didn't know the details about Qiao Mu's disrupted meridians. So, even though the Martial Saint had prepared extraordinary techniques for him, they probably wouldn't be of any use to someone whose meridians were disrupted and rendered useless. However, Wei En frowned slightly, feeling surprised. You guys from the Wuji Association, aren't you planning to save Qiao Zhong? If that's the case, why give him techniques? That's a different matter, said Wu Qianqian seriously. Giving him techniques is just fulfilling the Martial Saint's last wish. The Martial Saint once said that if Qiao Zhong could survive the assassination of the Emperor, he would give him the most top-notch techniques. That's all there is to it. Whether he can escape on his own and survive depends on his abilities. The Martial Saint's actions were like imitating the natural law of survival of the fittest, just like how the heavens choose the strongest in the competition between creatures. He's like an old farmer who, if the animals in his pasture don't look good, get sick, or become depressed, he would slaughter them in advance, because on his farm, useless trash is never kept. Only 72 wise men with special abilities can survive and avoid being killed by Martial Saint. Qiao Zhong gained the attention of Martial Saint due to his previous challenge, which led to him being recruited to assassinate the Emperor, but this favor also has limitations. If Qiao Zhong didn't survive the assassination of the Emperor, it would be his own weakness to blame. Even if Qiao Zhong practiced martial arts, if he couldn't successfully escape from the heavenly prison, it would still be his own weakness to blame. Therefore, Wuji Association wouldn't attempt a prison break, especially in the heavily guarded heavenly prison, where such attempts would likely fail, let alone someone like Qiao Mu who broke the rules of the Immortal Gate. This is the imperial capital, not the Nan province. Emperor Yonghe, who likes to secretly visit Nan province, would be surrounded and killed by Wuji Association if he ever showed up there. But now, the situation is reversed because we're in the imperial capital. Even someone as close to being a martial saint as Little Martial Saint Wu Qianqian can't act recklessly in the imperial capital. The Great Yin Imperial Court has been going through difficulties for 40 years, but its strength remains. The human emperor's sword is one of its treasures. I understand, Wei En frowned and spoke with a low voice. You don't really care about whether Qiao Zhong lives or dies, you are only acting to fulfill Martial Saint's dying wish. I really don't like all of you bloody rats. Wei En turned his head, his sharp eyes glaring at Wu Qianqian. A strange pressure started to emerge. Is Martial Saint's dying wish really that important? Or maybe, Martial Saint didn't actually die at all. Wei En had seen Martial Saint in his early years, and because he knew about the man's way of doing things, he doubted whether Martial Saint's death was real. After all, someone like Martial Saint, when uncertain, would he really attack the Immortal Gate and put himself in danger? However, in the face of Wei En's intense pressure, Wu Qianqian remained calm and composed. Martial Saint has passed away, it is an undeniable fact. After all, people's plans can't beat fate's plans. The deceased is gone, don't treat him as some kind of miraculous savior. He is not the last hope for the human martial artists. And of course, that hope has already been shattered. This hope, Martial Saint extinguished with his own hands, Wu Qianqian whispered in his heart. After Martial Saint's death, whether there will be silence or a clamor from various factions, can only be witnessed firsthand. After all, one outstanding person alone cannot bring spring. It takes the collective blooming of many flowers to fill the garden with spring. Perhaps this will be a long era of darkness, stained with blood and fire, where the immortals reside in the sky and the mortal realm becomes a furnace. Wu Qianqian has now started taking over the great work of the Wuji Association. The higher he stands, the farther he can see, and he gradually begins to understand martial saints' ideas. But to get back to the topic, about Qiao Zhong. Since the prepared cultivation method is not suitable, we can only find another one, Wu Qianqian said. Your Wuji Association, can a disabled person whose meridians are severed still practice top-notch martial arts? Wei Yan asked. I have some martial arts skills, but I'm not considered top-notch yet. Maybe soon, answered Wu Qianqian. Not yet. Wei Yan frowned, unsure of Wu Qianqian's vague response, causing him to look a little unfriendly. He wondered who this person with the riddles was in front of him. Do you believe that he could immediately shoot an arrow through the clouds, gather the imperial capital's army, and send you to the heavenly prison for a vacation tonight? Wu Qianqian seemed to sense Wei Yan's unhappiness but didn't pay too much attention. He continued to explain. The Wuji Association's martial arts treasury has collected martial arts from all over the world, but none of them are suitable. Just because they're not in the martial arts treasury, doesn't mean the Wuji Association doesn't have any. Wei Yan, didn't you go to heavenly prison? Haven't you heard about Haiwei? Haiwei is ranked 60 among the 72 wise men under martial saints' teachings. The so-called 72 wise men were not ranked based on their martial arts skills, as pure martial arts skills are not very important for a martial saint. No matter how strong others are, they are not stronger than him. Martial arts skills are just one aspect that measures the 72 wise men. What truly allows them to survive under the martial saint is their unique skills and remarkable talents. Wu Qianqian, as the martial saint's biological child, inherited his incredibly powerful physical body, which is why he is exceptionally strong. Furthermore, he has long had the intention to hide his true abilities, which is why his rank is the third from the bottom among the 72 wise men. Are you suggesting that Haiwei might have martial arts techniques suitable for Qiao Zhong? Wei Yan now looked at Haiwei with newfound admiration. The martial saint's arsenal is well known for its vast collection of martial arts, including the essence of the old martial world and the peculiar new martial arts created by the martial saint. Even the martial saint couldn't find top-notch martial arts techniques suitable for Qiao Zhong, but Haiwei might possibly have them? Perhaps he does, perhaps he doesn't. You'll have to ask him, not me, Wu Qianqian said with a deep gaze. The martial saint is unmatched in martial arts, and his dominance is overwhelming. As a result, the entire Wuji Association follows the will of the martial saint alone. Martial saint said it was right, even if others knew it was wrong, they might not dare to point it out face to face. Therefore, within the entire Wuji Association, there can only be one martial path, which is martial saint's spiritual refining method. Haiwei is somewhat special. Although he is one of the 72 wise men, he is currently in the imperial capital heavenly prison, which is an isolated environment from the outside world. No matter how powerful martial saint is, he cannot easily influence him inside the sacred grounds of the imperial capital heavenly prison. Therefore, he can freely explore new martial paths instead of following martial saint's path. This is not considered to be working in isolation or merely discussing on paper. Because Haiwei is indeed a genius who has reached the 4th rank, his life has been full of hardships. Despite being imprisoned, he can still read many books, so he is not simply working in isolation. Haiwei is one of the martial seeds recognized by martial saint. This seed doesn't sprout immediately, but it brings benefits for a long time. A brand new martial arts method different from martial saint and ancient martial arts from the past, is bound to be imperfect and requires countless practitioners to improve it over time. Perhaps many people will lose themselves and die while practicing this imperfect technique, and it's also possible to realize halfway that it is a dead end. To Wu Qianqian, Qiao Zhong, a condemned prisoner, seems suitable to be an explorer, or a sacrifice for this new martial arts. Shadow step? It seems like the light movement skill of a thief. Correct, nodded Qiao Mu, reciting the mantra of the shadow step technique from his memory and teaching it to Feng Yuan. This shadow step cannot be obtained in just a few days, it also requires something else, money. The money Qiao Mu will have after being released from prison. Feng Yuan claimed to come from a fallen family, being oppressed by enemies and creditors, and forced to sell their ancestral home to their own enemies. Although it was like that, after selling the ancestral house, he still had some extra money on hand, otherwise he wouldn't bring roasted chicken into the heavenly prison every day. As a death row inmate in the heavenly prison, Qiao Mu's money had naturally been confiscated a long time ago. Although there was still some savings in Nan province, where he was originally from, at this moment in Zhong province, he was completely penniless. Qiao Mu pondered, thinking that after his head fell, he should still have some money on hand, and this was just an advance preparation. Jailer Feng Yuan heard Qiao Mu's words, but understood them as a dying hero entrusting his orphan to pass on martial arts to Feng Yuan, only to leave some money for the family. Indeed, the tiger had fallen and the hero was fading. However, why is it the light skill of a thief? Feng Yuan's mind wandered. Qiao Mu seemed to understand his thoughts and simply laughed. What's wrong with light skills? You can't beat an inhuman by fighting head-on, you can only rely on light skills to hide. Several martial artist figures burned to ashes in the Li fire flashed in his mind, and his mood became slightly downcast. Shadow Step was given to him by Sheriff Qian of Hiang Prefecture, but it is not easy to learn and master. Sheriff Qian himself was just a beginner when he first started. Let's see how much Fang Yuan can learn and how quick his understanding is. Just as the words fell, there was a commotion outside the heavenly prison, and the sound of footsteps grew closer. A young handsome Taoist in a green robe walked straight towards Qiao Mu. The immortal leader of the Great Dao sect is here, whispered a prison guard. Why would the immortal leader of the Great Dao sect come to this heavenly prison? It's not a good place at all. I heard that this immortal Dao Zhen is the new disciple of immortal King Ai. Immortal King Ai was a witness to the assassination of Emperor Yanghe. Sending a disciple now, I wonder what they want to do. Amidst the voices of discussion, Dao Zhen walked leisurely until he reached Qiao Mu's prison cell, his expression calm. Are you Qiao Zhong? The young Taoist carefully examined Qiao Mu. Did King Ai send you to supervise? Qiao Mu casually asked, vaguely remembering the incident. No, I am here to seek enlightenment. The young Taoist chuckled softly. Just when Qiao Mu thought the other person was causing trouble, the young Taoist turned his head and looked at Haiwei, who was reading in the neighboring cell. Supervising Qiao Mu was just a side task. What truly interested him was Haiwei. Your name is Haiwei, right? I've heard that you've been studying in the heavenly prison for 30 years, and your desire for enlightenment is quite commendable. The young Taoist instructed the jailer to open the cells, then walked into the cell as if he owned the place, casually flipping through the books scattered around highway.n/o/vel/b/c//om. As a disciple of the Great Dao sect and a closed-door disciple under Elder King Ai, he naturally had some privileges. The heavenly prison, being a heavily guarded place, is not easily accessible even for the usual privileged individuals. But as a disciple of Elder King Ai, he was different. Haiwei just furrowed his brow slightly and ignored him. Meanwhile, Dao Zhen casually flipped through a pile of books on the ground, feeling a bit disappointed. These are just ordinary miscellaneous books. Have you wasted 30 years like this? He looked at Haiwei, his mind filled with the information he had gathered about Haiwei before. Haiwei was a civil servant during the reign of the former emperor. After the Inhuman War, he was imprisoned due to his remonstration with ministers like Wang Songhe. Later, Emperor Yanghe ascended the throne and pardoned this minister. Unexpectedly, after Haiwei was reinstated, he believed that Emperor Yanghe was wise and capable. As a result, he repeatedly entered the palace to offer advice, even getting involved in inhuman matters. Although Emperor Yanghe didn't kill him on the spot, he ordered him to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison again. 2 generations of emperors, 2 imprisonments in the heavenly prison, have lasted for a full 30 years. As the saying goes, the power of a ruler is hard to predict. Haiwei has been confined in the heavenly prison without a definite execution time, which means he could die at any moment. If the punishment is unpredictable, then its power is immeasurable. It is a completely different concept to know the exact time of execution compared to not being informed about it, but being at risk of dying at any time because of an emperor's decree. If it were an ordinary person, they would most likely be restless and live in fear all day long. Haiwei was the same at first. However, later on, he did something that even the prison guards at the heavenly prison couldn't understand. He asked his family to send him miscellaneous books, and every day in prison, all he did was read, disregarding sleep and food. At first, the guards didn't doubt him. They thought he was intentionally acting this way to gain attention and fame, hoping that Emperor Yanghe would hear about it and pardon him. Haiwei, in this world, who could perform acting for 30 years, and in the heavenly prison, no less. Dao Zhen seemed unaffected by Haiwei's disregard and continued talking to himself. Mortal lives are limited, not much stronger than the brief life of a mayfly. It is because of their weakness and brevity that their resilience shines. Haiwei is almost 80 years old, not much younger than Martial Saint. He had a difficult life, starting as a scholar in his early years, becoming a martial monk in his prime, and later using all his efforts to briefly become a high-ranking official in the imperial court. But after a few years, he entered the heavenly prison and stayed there for half a lifetime. And Dao Zhen, he liked to observe these extremely resilient mortals. Qiao Zhong, in his eyes, was one of them too, but he had only been in the heavenly prison for a short time, so he was currently more interested in Haiwei. You've disturbed me. Haiwei put down his book and glanced at Dao Zhen casually. Old Qiao, can you kick him out? He called out to his neighbor, Qiao Mu. He was usually quiet and rarely talked to Qiao Mu, but now he suddenly remembered his neighbor in the next cell. I don't have the ability. I'm just a cripple with severed meridians. Just have to endure it. Qiao Mu shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Haiwei nodded, showing no signs of anger on his face. He placed the book down and sat cross-legged on the grass mat, closing his eyes to rest. Qiao Mu thought for a moment before casually making a mocking remark. Hey, you over there, dare to come and challenge me? Let's see if you have the guts to enter my prison cell, old man. Fang Yuan, who had been silent, was stunned by this reckless statement, while the young man Dao Zhen seemed rather pleased, with a hint of curiosity on his face. Qiao Zhong, you truly live up to your name, bold and observant. But isn't this provocation too obvious? Are you worried I might harm your friend Haiwei? Ha, don't worry. Mortals, like insects in the world, fragile yet resilient creatures, how could I bear to harm them with my own hands? As Dao Zhen spoke, Haiwei, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly trembled slightly, his breath undergoing a subtle change. Qiao Mu was taken aback, his eyes fixed on the aging body of Haiwei. This old man, whose vitality seemed to be diminishing, had just stepped back from the 8th rank to the 7th rank right in front of him. Is this already the 7th rank? Qiao Mu was quite surprised. As one enters old age, it is common for one's qi and blood to decline. Being able to rejuvenate oneself is already extremely rare. But in the environment of the heavenly prison, to still be able to make a breakthrough truly shattered his understanding of martial arts. Daozhen originally didn't notice anything strange about Haiwei. It was only after seeing Qiao Mu's expression that he turned his head to look at Haiwei, and then his brows unconsciously furrowed slightly. Haiwei, during the 30 years you stayed in the heavenly prison, were you practicing martial arts? He originally came with excitement, hearing that Haiwei was different from the others. But now, he suddenly felt a wave of disinterest. What's the use of practicing martial arts? Even the martial saint that you guys speak of is already dead. Daozhen questioned with confusion. With martial arts falling behind, continuing to cling to old ways, what's the point? If you seek power, why not join the immortal gate and cultivate immortality? The dominance of the immortal path is an indisputable fact. 40 years ago, and still so after 40 years. He didn't understand why he didn't cultivate the immortal path since there was already a path to immortality in front of him. The martial path and the immortal path are just two different paths, why try to compare them? Haiwei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Of course, in the past, martial artists only knew how to train their martial arts techniques, how to punch, how to make their fists stronger, and how to generate more powerful force, but they didn't understand the principle of observing and understanding the world. The exploration in the immortal path does go further than the martial path. If one only pursues personal strength, then it is indeed more suitable to seek the immortal path. To Qiao Mu's surprise, he actually agreed with Daozhen's words. Then why don't you cultivate the immortal path? Could it be that you lack the necessary qualifications? No spiritual roots. Seeing that Haiwei finally responded to him, Daozhen asked again. Instead of directly answering this question, Haiwei sighed and said, for 40 years, there were many people in the imperial court who had the idea of learning inhuman techniques and joined various immortal gates to seek immortality. After 40 years, many of them have become inhuman. Inhuman is not a different race, but their difference lies in their hearts. They have flexible standards for what it means to be human. On the surface, inhuman are also human, as they were born from the human race. But the difference between immortals and mortals is not only in their power. Only cultivators like them are seen as human in their eyes. The rest of the mortals are seen as symbols of backwardness and ignorance, only being used as a means to offer devotion and exploit resources. You're called Daozhen, right? How many true cultivators from your 9 immortal gates are there compared to the number of martial artists in this Zhong province? Asked Haiwei suddenly. Normally, regular people would address cultivators as immortal masters or upper immortals. Haiwei obviously didn't have this kind of respect for Daozhen, and Daozhen also seemed not to mind. Naturally, the number of cultivators from the 9 immortal gates is far less. Daozhen said proudly. Cultivating requires innate talent, which is quite rare. Cultivating requires innate talent, so the number of cultivators is much smaller compared to martial artists. It's just that they have accumulated over the years, making it seem like there are more. Haiwei said. But martial arts is different. Martial arts focus on willpower and character. As long as one has enough willpower and character, anyone can practice martial arts, so martial arts is for everyone. What I pursue is not just personal strength. Haiwei said, his eyes filled with nostalgic memories. He practiced martial arts at a young age and became a martial monk at Shaolin Temple, enduring a lot of hardships. He trained diligently for 10 years and eventually reached the 4th rank. But in his heart, he still identifies himself as a scholar, not a martial monk. As scholars, our ultimate pursuit is to cultivate ourselves, take care of our families, govern the country, and bring peace to the world, rather than solely focusing on martial arts and being brave and fierce. Haiwei said lightly. In my early years, I practiced martial arts only to enter the government and apply the knowledge I gained to benefit society and help the people. And now, studying martial arts is also for the purpose of cultivating ourselves, taking care of our families, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. Martial arts is synonymous with humanity. If everyone practices martial arts will thrive, and so will humanity. Qiao Mu listened quietly, with many thoughts emerging in his mind. Haiwei also practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, so Qiao Mu concluded that he was likely a member of the Wuji Association too. However, upon hearing his ideas, Qiao Mu realized that Haiwei's martial path was quite different from that of a martial saint. Martial saints' martial arts are about everyone fighting for me, and as the strongest martial artist, I challenge the immortal. Haiwei's martial arts, on the other hand, are about everyone practicing martial arts, and martial arts are the way of the people. Daozhen listened and pondered, starting to see Haiwei in a new light. Mortal lives are limited, and you are already old. This is not a great feat that you, a mortal, can accomplish. It is precisely because of your weakness and vulnerability that it becomes even more precious. What Daozhen liked most was observing the individuals among these mortals who had exceptionally strong and resilient spirits. Haiwei was clearly one of them, which made Daozhen feel that he had not come in vain. At this moment, a shadow approached quickly from the direction of the heavenly prison entrance. It was Condor Wei-an. He heard that Dao Zhen, a disciple of Taoist King Ai from the Great Dao sect, had arrived in the heavenly prison, so he hurriedly came, afraid that something might go wrong. Little did he know that as soon as he arrived, he saw this cultivator named Dao Zhen, seemingly engaged in a happy conversation with Haiwei. Immortal Dao Zhen. Wei-an nodded, then looked at Haiwei. Haiwei, get up, come with me to the interrogation room, I need to interrogate you. Haiwei glanced at Wei-an, stood up, and left the prison under the escort of the jailer. Just as he left, Dao Zhen also stood up and followed behind n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Immortal Dao Zhen, are you here to supervise the inmate Qiao Zhong? Haiwei has nothing to do with this case, it is another matter. It is inappropriate for you to follow like this, Wei-an said coldly. Dao Zhen innocently shrugged his shoulders and stopped there. Do all of you think that I am going to harm this prisoner? This time, you specifically want to take Haiwei away. Okay, suit yourselves. Dao Zhen wasn't bothered either. He casually sat down in Haiwei's cell and schemed through his books. Inside the interrogation room. Haiwei, I know you're part of the Wuji Association. I'll keep it short and simple, as I've been asked to do so. Wei-an didn't waste any time and went straight to the point, saying in a deep voice. People from the Wuji Association say that you possess the top martial arts techniques that even a disabled person can practice. They want you to teach everything you've learned to the prisoner in the adjacent cell, Qiao Zhong. Qiao Zhong? Wasn't he a condemned criminal who angered the Immortal Gate? Haiwei asked, confused. He's just like me, living on borrowed time, with the possibility of being executed at any moment. So, even if he masters my techniques, what good would it do? Haiwei, you said it. Said Wei-an. These 30 years in a heavenly prison, weren't you also living from day to day? Were these 30 years just wasted? Wei-an broke through Haiwei's thoughts, leaving him momentarily stunned before his eyes lit up. Finally, he realized that Qiao Zhong was in a similar situation. Perhaps, in his later years, he might just find a successor in the martial arts. Even if this Qiao Zhong, like him, was not young anymore and in immediate danger. After the initial happiness, Haiwei became aware of another issue, and his eyebrows furrowed. Maybe it's not appropriate, Haiwei said. I studied diligently in the heavenly prison for 30 years and created a unique martial art. It is actually different from ancient martial arts and the present martial arts. This path is not yet perfect. Currently, I am the only one practicing it, so there may still be shortcomings. It may not be suitable for others to practice. If martial arts cultivation goes astray, it can be deadly. Although Qiao Zhong is a death row inmate with a life-threatening situation, it is not yet appropriate to promote this incomplete martial art. Haiwei's martial arts focus on humanity, but this proposition is too big for him. Human effort is sometimes limited. Even after studying in the heavenly prison for 30 years, the martial art he discovered is still just a beginning. Mr. Hai is indeed kind and just. Despite being overwhelmed, you still has the capacity to concern himself with other people's lives. Wei-an's lips slightly curled, and his usual cold expression softened a bit at this moment. Haiwei is advanced in age, but now it seems that his exploration of martial arts has yielded results. The most urgent matter for him is probably spreading the teachings, but he can't hold back at this moment. However, Mr. Hai doesn't need to make a hasty decision. You can personally ask Qiao Zhong if he is willing to take the risk of becoming obsessed or even dying, in order to practice your techniques. Whether to pass on the teachings or not is the suggestion of Wuji Association, but ultimately it depends on your own decision. To practice or not, it ultimately depends on Qiao Zhong's own thoughts. Haiwei pondered. When Wei-an and Haiwei returned from the interrogation room, they discovered that Dao Zhen from the Great Dao sect was no longer there. He seemed to be aware that he was not welcome in this heavenly prison, so he decided to leave first, temporarily, of course. His duty was to monitor Qiao Mu. Although Qiao Mu couldn't leave the heavenly prison, it was still necessary to go through the motions. Wei-an dismissed the guards around him and found a reason to send them away, then he left himself. In the corner of this heavenly prison, only Qiao Mu and Haiwei are left for now. It was silent around, and for a moment, they could only hear the sound of mice scurrying in the corner. Haiwei first tidied up the messy prison cell, arranging the books on the floor neatly and creating a small empty space. This small empty space was his desk, with sunlight shining through the window, casting a glow on his shoulder and dust floating in the light. He turned his head to look at Qiao Mu and suddenly asked, Qiao Zhong, someone asked me to pass on all my lifelong knowledge to you, but before that, I have a question. You are already in your 60s, not young anymore, and have achieved the 4th rank in martial arts, practicing for many years. It is likely that you already have your own martial arts philosophy. Let me ask you, why do you practice martial arts? Qiao Mu squinted his eyes. From Haiwei's martial saint spiritual technique intuition and this sentence, he should be the person sent by the Wuji Association to pass on his top-level techniques. So, he entered this heavenly prison and happened to be arranged in the neighboring cell to Haiwei's. It doesn't seem like a coincidence. So, he started thinking seriously about Haiwei's question. Based on his extensive experience of doing dangerous things, he keenly realized that this was a great opportunity to show off his skills and impress others. If he were to talk extensively in front of Haiwei about helping people and defeating immortals using martial arts, considering Haiwei's hostile stance towards inhuman beings, he would certainly earn high marks this time. But after listening to Haiwei's understanding of martial arts, he suddenly didn't want to answer like that anymore. Training in martial arts is naturally for becoming stronger. This is what Qiao Mu truly thinks, rather than some lofty and righteous ideology. My goal is to make my fists bigger and stronger. Haiwei remained silent, showing no expression on his face. He spent 30 years in the heavenly prison, but he was not oblivious to the outside world. He heard about the death of the martial saint and the several disturbances caused by his cellmate. However, he didn't show any disappointment on his face when he heard Qiao Mu's simple intention. Qiao Mu continued, only with a big fist can one stand up and fight against injustice and unfairness. If the fist is not big enough and the abilities are insufficient, standing up rashly may not only invite danger, but also fail to save people, or even harm family members. What I seek is nothing more than a clear understanding and adherence to human morality. It is said that Qiao's family is righteous and courageous, willing to take the lead for the world, but Qiao Mu naturally knew that he was not a moral saint, nor did he ever think of becoming one. Qiao Mu was not afraid of danger to his own life, he even wanted it. But if he couldn't save people, or if the trouble extended to those around him, that was not what he wanted. When Qiao Mu first came to this place, he acted foolishly. But later, when he saw that things could become serious and might affect the people around him, he started to act more carefully. Of course, he still acts rashly sometimes, but not as impulsively as before. Being considerate of oneself and seeking righteousness. It is indeed something desirable. Haiwei nodded, showing his approval. Old Hai, don't you have something else to say? My pursuit in martial arts doesn't have the grand idea of martial arts being equivalent to righteousness, like yours. Qiao Mu was slightly surprised. Hihi, that is just an idea, Haiwei chuckled. There are no saints in this world. In my younger years, I simply wanted to become an official and gain fame. It was only after failing the imperial examinations several times that things took a different turn. When I entered Shaolin Temple to practice martial arts, I saw it as a shortcut to becoming an official. Before I angered the emperor with an inhuman act and was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, I was just a regular second-rank civil servant who happened to know some martial arts. In the court, there were officials higher in rank and stronger in martial arts than me. Haiwei, the martial monk of Shaolin in his prime, didn't initially hold the belief that martial arts were equivalent to righteousness. This belief slowly formed after being imprisoned in the heavenly prison. The Confucianists talk about self-cultivation, family harmony, governing the country, and bringing peace to the world. They don't set bringing peace to the world as their goal from the beginning, said Haiwei. Haiwei stood up and searched through the surrounding piles of books for a while before finally finding a manuscript. There is another question. Haiwei held the manuscript in his hand, and the ray of sunlight shining through the heavenly prison window fell on his shoulder. His gray-white hair seemed to shimmer in the sunlight at that moment. My cultivation method is not some extraordinary divine technique. In my plan, this will be a martial arts technique that anyone can practice. Even people with dull aptitude can cultivate it as long as they have enough perseverance, though their progress might be slower. This technique was created for everyone in the world, not just for the top-notch martial artists with exceptional talents. It's not dazzling or miraculous. Most importantly, this technique was created by me and is not perfect. Learning it might lead to the wrong path and even lead to demonic possession and death. Even so, are you still willing to learn? Haiwei asked. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed from within the heavenly prison. Qiao Mu's laughter. What could be unwilling? Only death. I, Qiao Zhong, long for it. Haiwei's face slightly changed, handing over the manuscript. With the strong eyesight of a martial artist, Qiao Mu could clearly read the title of the first page of the manuscript. Human Path Sutra. However, what surprised him was that the 3 words Human Path Sutra had a horizontal line crossing through them, indicating that they were crossed out. And beside this Human Path Sutra, there was a smaller subheading. Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Why does this technique have 2 names? Qiao Mu asked. At first, I named this technique Sumi Mountain King Sutra, Haiwei said calmly. But Mount Sumi is too small to hold my beliefs about humanity, so it was renamed as Human Path Sutra. But the name Human Path Sutra is too grand. This martial art is not yet perfect, it has not reached the level where it combines martial skills and humanitarian principles, allowing anyone to practice it. In the future, if this Sumi Mountain King Sutra is thoroughly developed, it can then be renamed as Human Path Sutra and truly live up to its name. Haiwei used to be a young martial monk, that's why his name sounds like a Buddhist scripture. However, deep down, he is still a Confucian scholar, that's why he would say something like Mount Sumi is too small. Qiao Zhong, do you know why the path of martial arts is inferior to the path of immortality? Can you pinpoint the exact reasons? Haiwei asked. After pondering for a moment, Qiao Mu replied. Aside from the fact that the path of immortality has explored further than martial arts, in my opinion, the fundamental difference between a martial artist and a cultivator lies in 2 points. The decline of vitality in old age and the limitation of lifespan. As people grow older, their energy and blood decline, and they cannot reach their peak anymore. Some martial artists who have suffered many hidden injuries when they were young, even start to experience a decline in their energy and blood after the age of 30. At the same time, the lifespan of martial artists is not much longer than that of ordinary people. Compared to immortals, they naturally have less accumulation. Speaking of this, Qiao Mu suddenly remembered the Hiang city's Qiao family's long life fist that he had been thinking about all the time. By the way, the leader of the Hiang city's Qiao family in the past is said to have maintained strong energy and blood even at the age of 80. The Grand Master of the Hiang city's Qiao family 100 years ago could even maintain strong energy and blood at the age of 100. Long life fist. When Haiwei heard this name, he couldn't help but smile. By the way, isn't your surname also Qiao? Maybe you and they were all from the same family 500 years ago. Do you know where the long life fist originated from and why only this martial art has the special feature of maintaining strong energy and blood in old age? I've heard about the origin of long life fist. Qiao Mu recalled what Qiao Kangxiu had said. This long life fist is said to be an internal martial art of the Taoist sect. It was passed down by a master to the ancestors of Qiao family in Hiang city. There is even a saying that it was taught by immortals. At this point, Qiao Mu suddenly stopped. He had already dealt with cultivators before, so he knew very well what kind of people these so-called immortals were. Never aging. He remembered those cultivators he had dealt with. Immortal cultivation emphasizes the cultivation of the soul, but many of these cultivators look like young people in appearance, like the Xiantian sect disciple Mingyu from before, and the great Dao sect's disciple, Dao Zhen. Haiwei said calmly. In fact, among these 9 immortal gates, there is one immortal gate called the Long Life Gate. Long Life Gate, Long Life Fist, never getting old. These things are not unrelated. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Haiwei said, each of the 9 immortal gates is different. The great Dao sect in Zhong province, which dominates, is full of cultivators like Dao Zhen, who follow their instincts and only seek enlightenment. As for the cultivators of the Long Life Gate, they became interested in martial artists many years ago. Even the saying the immortal path focuses on the spirit, while the martial path focuses on the physical body, there is no superiority, only a difference in sequence was first proposed by the cultivators of the Long Life Gate. Many years ago, the cultivators of the Long Life Gate began to study the martial path, and their accomplishment is actually the Long Life Fist Sutra. Qiao Mu was first surprised, then doubtful. But as far as I know, the Qiao family in Hiang city has no connection to the Immortal Gate. They have no background in the Immortal Gate and are purely a martial arts family, right? Qiao Kangxiu, who was once blind, didn't even know that inhuman referred to cultivators. The Qiao family in Hiang city is indeed just a martial arts family, unrelated to the Immortal Path, said Haiwei. The cultivators of Long Life Gate attempted to study martial arts and created the Long Life Fist Sutra. However, they didn't fully succeed in this path and ultimately abandoned it. Otherwise, the Long Life Fist Sutra would not have been an everlasting technique, but rather a remarkable skill that combines both martial arts and Taoism. In the ancient martial arts world, the Long Life Fist naturally ranked among the best martial arts. However, if we were to compare it with the new techniques of the martial saint, it still lacked a bit of confidence. Qiao Mu remained silent for a moment. Is the Long Life Fist really an unfinished path? And it was abandoned by cultivators who have long lifespans? Judging from Haiwei's words, perhaps there are shortcomings in this Long Life Fist, otherwise why would the cultivators of Long Life Gate abandon it? Don't dwell on the Long Life Fist, come and practice my Human Path Sutra instead, concluded Haiwei. From what you're saying, Old Hai, does your Human Path Sutra also enable martial artists to stay forever youthful? Qiao Mu's eyes lit up. He remembered that this Haiwei was in the heavenly prison, entering the 7th rank as a person of 70 or 80 years old. Qiao family's Long Life Fist is not good enough? The top-notch martial arts created by martial saint are not suitable? Because Haiwei has a better Human Path Sutra? He looked forward to flipping through the manuscript in his hands, but then he heard Haiwei's words. Old but not declining? That is definitely impossible, Haiwei said calmly. Life, old age, sickness, and death, aging and weakening are the normal state of the world, and why should it be resolved? I heard that you, Xiaozhong, have already met Martial Saint, right? Martial Saint is already 85 years old this year, do you see his declining vitality? Moreover, ordinary martial artists in this world experience a decline in their vitality and energy after their 30s or 40s. Compared to a regular martial artist who is 30 years old, which one has more vigorous energy, the 85-year-old martial saint or the 30-year-old martial artist? Qiao Mu shrugged his shoulders. These two things can't be compared, he said. That's right, said Haiwei. It is common for the elderly to become weak, but as long as their energy continues to grow stronger and they continue to break through, what does it matter if they grow old? Haiwei's book Human Path Sutra has two unique characteristics different from ancient and modern martial arts. Firstly, it requires low aptitude for martial arts. As long as you have enough perseverance, you can gradually improve over time. Secondly, this martial art has the potential to maintain the increase of vitality and blood for martial artists even in their old age. Aging is unavoidable, but as long as vitality and blood continue to rise, what does age matter? Haiwei said, in my early years, I was a martial monk at Shaolin Temple, practicing external martial arts. Now, this Sumi Mountain King Sutra is a technique of vitality and blood, not just a martial art. The four aspects of a martial artist are strength, power, technique, and spirit. However, Haiwei believes that the so-called strength is actually the martial artist's physical body and vitality and blood, which are fundamental. After a martial artist reaches the peak of physical strength and achieves a strong vitality and blood, internal strength is generated by it. If a person reaches old age, their body will become weak, and the first thing to decline would be their energy and blood. Once the energy and blood weaken, even if one still possesses internal strength, it will be difficult to maintain the same level, not to mention further progress. That's why my book, Sumi Mountain King Sutra, is a cultivation method focused on improving energy and blood. Just as the saying goes, accumulating soil creates mountains, and wind and rain bring forth success, accumulating water forms deep ponds, where dragons are born. The name Sumi Mountain King Sutra signifies the gradual accumulation, from tiny particles, of the human energy and blood into a towering mountain. So, this is about training the human body to become a vast and boundless mountain, just like the Sumi Mountain? Qiao Mu was speechless. However, the current major drawback of this cultivation method is the amount of time it consumes. Haiwei sighed deeply as he said this. The future of Sumi Mountain King Sutra will be the Human Path Sutra. In order to make it accessible to everyone, it comes with such a significant drawback. The earlier levels of the cultivation technique are manageable, but with each subsequent level, the required practice time almost doubles. Perhaps this is because the cultivation technique is still incomplete. I spent 30 years in the heavenly prison, but my actual martial arts training time was not much. It's roughly equivalent to 15 years of practice for an average martial artist. Currently, I have only reached the 4th level. Reaching the 7th rank again, the path to the 5th level is still uncertain. Considering my lifespan, I may not live long enough to reach the 5th level of the cultivation technique, Haiwei said. The 4th level takes about 15 years, and the 5th level takes 30 years. Each subsequent level after that would double the time, eventually reaching an astronomically large number. The Sumi Mountain King Sutra is a unique martial art that offers a different approach from traditional martial arts, focusing on countering the decline of vitality in old age. Compared to its incredible effects, the longer time required for practicing is just a minor flaw. Not to mention, as an immortal, time always favors Qiao Mu. If we continue to speculate, when the Sumi Mountain King Sutra becomes the true Human Path Sutra, it might have the potential to address this flaw. While Qiao Mu was deep in thought, a faint sound came from nearby in the dark. Who? Haiwei turned his head and saw the young jailer Fang Yuan coming out from the corner of the prison wall, smiling awkwardly. You were eavesdropping too. Haiwei frowned slightly at first, but then his brow relaxed. Before Wei Yan left, he found an excuse to distract the jailer, but it turned out this guy was cunning and had already been secretly listening. Xiao Zhong, what do you think? If we follow your suggestion, how should we deal with this person? Haiwei thought for a moment, then turned his head to Qiao Mu, looking at his face and observing his expression. Even though Qiao Mu's meridians were broken and he was trapped in prison, he was still a skilled martial artist at the 4th rank, with a strong foundation. If there was a plan to scheme against the jailer, there might still be a chance. Deal with him? Why should we deal with him? Qiao Mu didn't seem to care. We are just prisoners in this heavenly prison, and this heavenly prison is not our families. It's common to have jailers watching over us. Moreover, this Human Path Sutra is a martial arts technique for humanity. If we treasure it selfishly like it was the best martial art in the world, only a few selected individuals could practice it. How can it be called humanity or reach the level of everyone practicing martial arts? Haiwei nodded slightly, showing agreement in his eyes. At this point, he was confident that his choice was not wrong. Great Yin Palace, Imperial Study. Emperor Yonghe stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the human emperor sword hanging on the wall, lost in thought. The human emperor sword. Why did my ancestor name this sword the human emperor sword? He still remembered that scene on Qingming Peak in Nan Province, where the human emperor sword resonated and silenced all the immortal statues. Lost in thought for a long time, he returned his gaze to the documents on the desk. This document came from Wei Yan of the 6 Gates and contained the findings of the interrogation of Qiao Mu a few days ago. The above tells the result of Emperor Yonghe's questioning about what he wanted to know about Emperor Yonghe, Qiao Zhong, Qiao's family. The hidden clan, it seems there are many clan elders. Emperor Yonghe looked carefully and shook his head secretly. Even Wei Yan, who was proficient in interrogation, couldn't obtain much detailed information. This Qiao Zhong is already 60 years old, his family is big, how many clan elders can be stronger than him? Although he has not yet reached the 3rd rank of the spiritual refining period, his mind is firm and difficult to be coerced by torture, the interrogation is also of limited effect. At this time, Guard Chu walked in quickly. Your Majesty, Haiwei within the heavenly prison has made a breakthrough in recent days. At the age of almost 80, he has returned to the 7th rank in the heavenly prison. These days, he has had contact with that Qiao Zhong. It is said that the two of them often have private conversations. Haiwei. Emperor Yonghe first frowned, then slowly relaxed. He has always been concerned about figures like Wang Shanhe, but at the same time, he can't help but feel some resentment towards Haiwei who is close to the imperial capital. Because Haiwei insulted him, Emperor Yonghe didn't give him face. Emperor Yonghe didn't kill Haiwei, but rather imprisoned him in heavenly prison, which he considered an act of mercy. As for later hearing that Haiwei was studying in heavenly prison, Emperor Yonghe thought it was a surprising move. He wanted to spread the news to his ears, so he intentionally kept Haiwei hanging, wanting to see how long this performance could last. They've been in heavenly prison for nearly 30 years, haven't they? If he doesn't get released soon, he might just die in that heavenly prison, so let him come back, Emperor Yonghe said. He lost because he lacked patience. So, what should we do with the other prisoner, Qiao Zhong, in heavenly prison? Your Majesty, the people from Great Dao sect have been urging us recently n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Qiao Mu wouldn't stay in heavenly prison for long because his fate was not only decided by Emperor Yonghe, but also influenced by Xiantian sect and Great Dao sect, the two major immortal gates. If he stayed in heavenly prison for a long time, then these two major immortal gates would suspect that Emperor Yonghe was deceiving them by pretending to imprison him, while actually protecting Qiao Zhong's life. Emperor Yonghe heard what was said, looked up at the human emperor sword hanging on the wall. Since that's the case, then let's cut it off, Emperor Yonghe said. The emperor's intentions were hard to fathom. Two prisoners in similar circumstances, one dead and one alive, were both at the mercy of the emperor's whim. North of the imperial capital, at the Great Dao sect's Taoist temple, Taoist King Ai and others were standing high, gazing towards the distant direction of the palace. Fate is invisible and intangible, something that cannot be grasped, but now, that human emperor sword can manifest the destiny of the kingdom, making us all wary. Taoist King Ai said slowly. Among the senior elders of the Great Dao sect, he was the only one who had reached the Qingyun temple in Nan province and witnessed the existence of the human emperor sword. Before this, including the 9 immortal gates, there were many cultivators who didn't believe in the concept of qi fortune. But now they have no choice but to believe. Cultivators cultivate immortality, so they naturally avoid anything that may endanger their earthly qi fortune. It's still the Xiantian sect acting recklessly, trying to deceive and make Emperor Yonghe worship a god beforehand. An elder suggested. Our Great Dao sect is right here in Zhong province. If we were to worship a god, it should be Emperor Yonghe worshipping our Great Dao sect. Why would it be the Xiantian sect from Nan province? It's their own fault for being too ambitious. They tried to steal the chicken but ended up losing the rice. When the actions of the Xiantian sect are mentioned, the elders are still somewhat upset. But after their frustration, they are actually satisfied in their hearts. The bomb called Human Emperor Sword exposed the impulsive actions of the Xiantian sect. After this event, Xiantian sect was under pressure from 8 immortal gates and naturally gave up many benefits, leaving those in the Great Dao sect satisfied and content. The leader of Xiantian sect in Zhong province, who relied on the sect's precious treasures to interact with other immortal gates, was besieged by the upper echelons of 8 immortal gates after the truth came to light. Although the Xiantian sect's leader didn't die from the incident thanks to the Tianmu mirror, their situation didn't improve either, and their cultivation suffered greatly. After this battle, the entire Xiantian sect is afraid that their vitality is greatly diminished. The plan to worship Emperor Yonghe as a god failed. Not only did they fail to win the coveted first place in the 9 immortal gates, but the sect leader was also severely injured and had to give up many benefits as a result. Don't even mention being first in the 9 immortal gates, it's likely that they will even drop to last place among the immortal gates after this incident. This is the result of Xiantian sect's remaining strength. If Xiantian sect's strength doesn't recover and they continue to carry out such deceptive actions, they will undoubtedly be dismembered and completely destroyed by 8 immortal gates. This Xiantian sect is quite ambitious and cunning, suggested an elder. Sect leader, I don't think the Xiantian sect is qualified. It would be better for our Great Dao sect to handle the ceremony of worshipping the gods. Of course, our Great Dao sect can't be as stingy as the Xiantian sect in our actions. Why not let Emperor Yonghe worship gods to all the 8 immortal gates except the Xiantian sect? When Xiantian sect stole the chicken, they naturally faced a united attack. Even the secretly leading Great Dao sect cannot confront all 8 alone, so the elder suggested involving the other 7 immortal gates. This is not right. Do we really believe that the fate of the dynasty is insignificant? Taoist King Ai was the first to voice opposition. If this is possible, why would we need the Xiantian sect to steal the chicken? In the matter of worshipping gods in Nan province, the martial saint died, and the Xiantian sect's plan failed. However, it was Emperor Yonghe who seemingly could manipulate things freely that managed to survive until the end. With good luck, he turned a bad situation into a good one. Emperor Yonghe was, after all, a great ruler in the human world. Among the group of monks, the sect leader, positioned in the center, nodded slightly. His true self was not in the imperial capital, but rather just a faint shadow, slightly blurred. Let's not mention this matter again, said the sect leader of the Great Dao sect. The human emperor sword can manifest the fortune of a dynasty, which is not necessarily a bad thing. The elders were surprised, but quickly regained their composure and nodded in agreement. Previously, the 9 immortal gates didn't oppress Emperor Yonghe too harshly, for one reason being that the immortal gate needed to harvest incense offerings and required a seemingly incompetent ruler to bear the anger of the people. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Another reason was the uncertain concept of fortune. Knowing that this fortune indeed exists, we can find a way to deal with it, said the sect leader calmly. The Great Yin Imperial Court still has its fortune intact now, but what about in 20 or 40 years? For a high-level cultivator, 40 years is simply a period of seclusion. 40 years ago, the Great Yin Imperial Court was still prosperous and far from being a match for the 9 immortal gates. In the short span of 40 years, the dynasty has already faced numerous challenges. So, what will happen in another 40 years? If the human emperor sword can embody the destiny of a nation, then we just need to stay hidden and wait patiently, the sect leader said calmly. Once the destiny of the Great Yin Imperial Court is depleted and its fortune is gone, the human emperor sword will be nothing more than scrap metal. Cultivators are wary of the intangible and elusive concept of destiny. As for the human emperor sword, which can already manifest destiny, dealing with it is just a little more troublesome. Time is on the side of the immortal gate. As long as we wait patiently, the threat of the human emperor sword to cultivators will only grow weaker. Speaking of hiding behind the scenes, the sect leader suddenly turned his head and looked at Taoist King Ai. King Ai, have you recently recruited some so-called spirit-refining martial artists from the imperial capital? Ordinary martial arts are insignificant, but spirit-refining martial artists have enough power to suppress other martial artists. It's worth our effort to manipulate them. After the martial saint's tragic death, the 9 immortal gates realized the incompetence of ordinary martial arts. Despite their earlier boasting, the hope of human martial artists has now been completely destroyed. However, the appearance of the human emperor sword doesn't mean that the immortal gate will be afraid. They will simply be more cautious. The Great Dao sect will begin to hide behind the scenes, focusing only on gathering followers and supporting so-called spirit-refining martial artists. This will be enough to dominate the mortal realm. I heard that there have always been legends in the mortal realm of Zhong province about using martial arts to attain enlightenment, the sect leader asked. Sect leader, you are joking. The potential of martial arts in humans is limited. The human body has its limits. How can they use martial arts to attain enlightenment? It's just a rumor, King Ai replied with a faint smile. Cultivators from 9 immortal gates often ignore the presence of ordinary martial artists. However, there are exceptions when it comes to cultivators. For example, the Long Life Gate within 9 immortal gates used to study martial arts of mortal beings, but they were not successful. King Ai is one of them. Inside the heavenly prison, these few days, Qiao Mu and his neighbor Haiwei discuss martial arts daily and both benefit greatly from it. Haiwei, although an external martial artist, comes from an academic background, well-versed in various books. His perspective differs greatly from ordinary martial artists and often takes a unique approach. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, suddenly a meow came from within the heavenly prison, interrupting Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu lowered his head and saw a multicolored cat, gripping his pant leg, as if trying to pull him away. However, its footsteps were clearly weak and floating. He suddenly understood. Life is impermanent, my life shall cease. From a distance, a concentrated footstep sound could be heard. Jailer Feng Yuan walked in front with a not-so-good expression, staring directly at Qiao Mu. Xiao Zhong, it's time to set off. Upon hearing the disheartening news of his impending execution, Qiao Mu remained calm.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Qiao Mu pulled the cat clinging to his pant leg off his body, gripping the back of its neck with one hand, and turned to face Haiwei in the neighboring cell from all sides. This heavenly prison was not a place that could provide peace for a prisoner like him to practice martial arts. Qiao Mu knew he wouldn't be able to stay in the heavenly prison for long, but he didn't expect things to escalate right after he and Haiwei started their martial arts training. Did someone not want the death row prisoner to practice martial arts in the heavenly prison? After thinking for a moment, Qiao Mu handed the cat he had in his hand through the prison bars. As soon as the cat touched the ground and left Qiao Mu's palm, it quickly regained its ability to move. It twisted its body and was about to dive back into Qiao Mu's shadow, just like before. But this time it didn't dive in. The heavenly prison was dark and damp, with only a small window through which a beam of light from the outside world entered. At this moment, Qiao Mu was not standing under that window, and there was no obvious shadow behind him. Go away, you stupid cat, don't bother me. Qiao Mu grumpily passed the chubby cat to Haiwei through the bars. This impermanent demon cat, as long as it didn't get too close to him and consume excessive death energy, could freely use its supernatural abilities. For example, it could easily hide in the shadows and deceive the perception of many powerful beings. When they stayed together, they turned into a lazy cat that ate and slept all day long. Let's go. He turned around and looked at Jailer Feng Yuan and the others. No, Qiao Zhong. A person like you can't just die in the heavenly prison. You need to go to the execution ground, Feng Yuan said. The latter then put special steel handcuffs on Qiao Mu to prevent him from escaping. Qiao Zhong, we didn't punish you much in the heavenly prison, and you behaved yourself. But when you get to the execution ground, don't play tricks. Don't disgrace yourself in the end, young jailer Feng Yuan said. Qiao Mu had several layers of shackles on his body, making his steps heavy, and his whole body clangs as he gradually moved away under the escort of the prison guards. Haiwei, slightly lost in thought, watched Qiao Mu's figure. He had just taught him martial arts and thought Qiao Zhong was someone in a similar situation, who would spend some time in the heavenly prison. But he didn't expect the death sentence to come so suddenly. At this moment, a head officer of the heavenly prison rushed over and opened the cell door for Haiwei. Should I also leave? Haiwei stood up, preparing to follow Qiao Mu. Sir, you're joking, the prison head said with a friendly smile. The emperor's kind-heartedness led to an official decree that reinstated Lord Hai to his original position. Inside the Great Deus Ex Temple, located in the northern part of the imperial capital. As the largest temple in the imperial capital, the incense here was far more abundant compared to other temples. Pilgrims flocked in and out, and the incense burned day and night. Inside a side hall solely dedicated to the immortal King Ai, it was rarely visited. In this spacious hall, there was only one middle-aged man standing there, holding a long incense stick as he paid respects to the immortal statue. This middle-aged man appeared to be in his 50s, with thin lips and a balanced, vigorous physique. Only his eyes had a calm and distant look. Only when he looked at the immortal statue on the altar did the distant look in his eyes slightly dissipate, revealing an undeniable longing. Suddenly, Qin Shiking. A voice resounded in the mind of the middle-aged man. He looked around, but found that there was still no one around except for the immortal statue on the altar, looking down at him just like before. "Greetings, immortal King Ai," said the middle-aged man named Qin Shiking as he respectfully knelt to the ground. "You have done well, your determination to pursue the path is unwavering, and you have passed the test," echoed the ethereal voice in the side hall, as the door slammed shut. "However, you don't possess spiritual roots, you lack the qualification for cultivation." A momentary look of joy appeared on Qin Shiking's face, but quickly froze. He was a fairly well-known martial artist in the world of spirit refining, but spiritual refining was not his desired path. He longed for the path of immortality. After sacrificing much over the years, he finally managed to join the prestigious Great Deo sect, and after going through the test of the immortals, he realized that he could not cultivate due to lacking spiritual roots. "Although you cannot cultivate, have you ever heard of the rumors of entering the Deo through martial arts?" The ethereal voice seemed to have guessed his thoughts, and continued. "Entering the Deo through martial arts. Not bad. If you can achieve this, your achievement will surpass becoming a disciple of my Great Deo sect," Immortal King Ai said. "With martial saint's tragic death, the world of martial artists lacks a leader. But if you can achieve this, naturally it will be an extraordinary feat. You can become the one who carries the weight of the martial world, with the possibility of becoming a king and representing my immortal gate and Great Deo sect, aiming for a position as a king." After deliberation, the Great Deo sect has made a decision. Temporarily stepping into the background, Immortal Gate focuses on gathering followers instead of attracting attention. Mundane matters are mundane. Since Emperor Yonghe has drawn the human emperor sword, naturally, Immortal Gate also has a way to deal with it. By creating a so-called invincible martial artist, naturally, they can become the leading figure in this era where martial saints have already died, becoming the pioneers of a new era. With the human emperor sword in hand, the cultivators who long for immortality don't want to directly suppress Emperor Yonghe, so they can only take a more indirect approach. Creating an invincible martial artist to become a king is false. Taking advantage of this opportunity to disintegrate the Great Yan Imperial Court and gradually establish the earthly immortal kingdom belonging to the Great Deo sect is true. As the Great Yan Imperial Court was gradually destroyed, the fate of the country was lost, and the human emperor's sword would also lose its radiance. As for this person Qin Shiking, whether he is courageous or qualified to be the representative of the Great Deo sect, depends on whether he can survive. In a small room in the dark, Deo Zhen, a disciple of Elder King Ai, was boredly flipping through a book in his hands. Qin Shiking, who killed his wife and sought the path, is also a determined ordinary person. Deo Zhen looked at the records of Qin Shiking's life in the book and smirked. 20 years ago, this Qin Shiking used to be the lord of a city in Zhong province. Later, he encountered a cultivator from the Xiantian sect. In order to prove his unwavering devotion to the path to the immortal elders of the Xiantian sect, he resolutely killed his wife as proof. The cultivator from the Xiantian sect, of course, didn't accept him. However, he was not discouraged, and during these 20 years, he made great progress. Eventually, he successfully entered the spiritual refining method, with a strong mind and willpower. He held the position of the chief jailer in the heavenly prison of the imperial capital, and was one of the top spiritual refining experts in the Great Yan Imperial Court. Speaking of the heavenly prison, it's almost time for Qiao Zhong's execution. Deo Zhen thought of this and felt a little excited. Ordinary people are like the mayfly of the sky and earth, fragile and short-lived. Even if as small as a mayfly, as dim as a grain of rice, in the face of life and death, ordinary people can still have a moment of fleeting brilliance. Whether out of personal interest or as a disciple of Elder King Ai, he had to go to the execution ground. The sun was rising, and the sunlight shone through the clouds. Under the sun, the vegetable market gate in the imperial capital was bustling, as it was the time for the market. Today, the street of the vegetable market gate was bustling with people, with street vendors carrying baked cakes and shouting for business, their voices constantly heard. At the entrance of the shops on both sides of the street, the owners brought out a wooden table and placed it in front of their own doors, then brought out a wine jug and wine cups, setting up 3 cups of white wine. "Shopkeeper, are you worshipping the gods at your doorstep today? Not going to the north of the city?" A passerby, who was a regular customer, happened to see this scene and asked. "To pay respects to the gods, we naturally have to go to the Taoist temple in the northern part of the city. Which god are we paying respects to today?" The shopkeeper said, busy and mysteriously. "Don't you know? The government has posted notices these past few days, and today is the day for the execution parade. I'm serving soul wine here. Otherwise, why do you think the market square is particularly lively today, with some visibly strong martial artists? The execution parade. The passerby's eyes lit up instantly. Who is going to the execution ground to lose their head? What crime did they commit, and how many people? The passerby looked around and indeed saw many strong-looking individuals at the market square today. And at the entrances of the shops on both sides, not just one, but several had set up offering tables or small cases, with bowls of soul wine poured or some fried snacks cooked. For a moment, the aroma of food and alcohol filled the air. And this is not the most elaborate part. There are even people who newly put up red couplets at the entrances of their shops, hanging up bright red silk, exuding a festive atmosphere. If you didn't know, you might think today is a major festival or a good time to celebrate something auspicious. There are many people offering soul wine, but who is the important person losing their head today? With such a grand scene, how many people will die? The familiar customer observed and was amazed. I have been in the imperial capital for so many years, and this is the most spectacular one I've seen. They say a group of rebels were escorted to the imperial capital, and hundreds of them died along the way. The executioner's axe must be blunt by now. It seems that there was never such a grand setup as today. Executions at the market entrance have happened throughout history. Especially in the imperial capital, this execution ground at the market entrance has continued since ancient times, for hundreds, even thousands, of years. Countless heads have been severed, and it has become famous. The remnants of the previous dynasty, the powerful and influential people of this dynasty, and the wicked and evil criminals, the number of the dead is countless. The more wicked and evil the deceased, and the more prominent their status, the more onlookers there are. The market entrance becomes even more lively. This execution ground at the market entrance has become one of the famous sites in the imperial capital. When you come to the imperial capital, if you don't go to the market entrance to witness an execution, it's like going to Sichuan without eating spicy food. It's missing something. This time, there is only one person who died, and his name seems to be Qiao, said the shopkeeper. Only one. This regular customer instantly lost interest. Then it's not interesting at all. Killing someone is too easy. One swipe of a knife and the person is gone. It'll be over in a flash. What's the point of watching? They were people from the imperial capital, their perspective and knowledge were certainly not comparable to those from the countryside. People from the countryside, when they see a dead person, they all gather around noisily to get a look. As for people from the imperial capital, they have witnessed countless beheadings at the market square, including prestigious officials and nobles. Now, it was just one person being executed, it simply couldn't pique their interest. When a person loses their head, it's not like there will be a river of blood. What's so exciting about that? Well, you just don't understand, the innkeeper laughed. If there's such a big fuss over just one person being executed, it naturally means this person has an extraordinary status or has committed something extraordinary. And this guy Qiao, he did a lot of bad things, not only assassinated the current emperor, but also blasphemed the idols in the temple. Oh my, how can this person be so foolish? Isn't he afraid of angering the gods in the heavens? All the high-ranking immortals in the temple are also there. Well, the retribution has come now. He was caught on the spot by the emperor and imprisoned in the heavenly prison for some time. It must have been very torturous for him. On a bench outside the tea house entrance, Daozhen, dressed in casual clothes, glanced slightly upwards and had many thoughts running through his mind as he looked at the two people chatting next door. How can these common people be so foolish? The knife didn't fall on their heads. This guy Qiao and the people from the Wuji Association died while trying to assassinate the emperor and resist our immortal gate n/o/bell/b/in.c//om. The execution of Qiao was extraordinary. In the matter of assassinating Emperor Yonghe, the infamous martial saint is said to have been struck dead on the spot by a heavenly thunder, completely obliterated. And Qiao, as the only death row prisoner who didn't die on the spot, naturally received a lot of attention from martial artists. Martial saint's notorious name spread throughout the world. In the past, the Wuji Association's arsenal gathered martial arts from all over the world. Countless martial artists from the imperial capital wanted to find this Qiao and inquire about the situation on that day. Ever since the death of Martial Saint, even the Wuji Association has been silent. We rarely hear any news from them. Daozhen looked around. Besides him, a lot of martial artists had gathered at the marketplace, including some powerful ones. I heard that some martial artists refuse to give up and want to use Qiao to find Martial Saint's arsenal. Ha, they are fools. Even if Martial Saint's arsenal exists, what value does it have? No matter how strong they are in martial arts, can they surpass Martial Saint? They are just mortals who can be killed by a single heavenly strike from a cultivator. Daozhen sat quietly, sipping his tea, feeling quite content. Martial Saint was a blazing sun, but now this sun was easily devoured by the night. From now on, the sky of martial artists would be a long night, while the immortals reside high above the sky, looking down on the mortal world. And at this moment, clang, 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 the tight sound of drums suddenly rang out, overshadowing the noisy voices in the marketplace. The people who were in the middle of bargaining at the market stopped talking and turned their heads to see where the sound was coming from. Finally, the time has come. A large group of sturdy soldiers and officials, numbering in the hundreds, approached from a distance. Their long knives were already unsheathed, emitting a chilling and menacing aura as they forced the pedestrians blocking their path. Leading these soldiers was the heavenly prison warden named Qin Shiking, who was riding a horse. As one of the spirit-refining martial artists stationed in the heavenly prison, he was appointed as the executioner to oversee the execution site and prevent any unexpected incidents. Here they come. Oh, indeed it's quite the spectacle. Although only one person will lose their head today, this show of force is no less grand than beheading 100 men before. The people at the vegetable market hurriedly moved to the sides, making way for the soldiers, and then eagerly craned their necks to look towards the center of the soldier formation. It was a prisoner carriage pulled by horses, with only one person inside. Inside the carriage was an elderly man with slightly gray temples, who looked beyond 60 and no longer young. Despite his advanced age, the old man had a strong physique. He was dressed in prisoner's clothing, covered in dirt, with disheveled gray hair hanging over his shoulders. His lips were dry and cracked, as he stood in the narrow confines of the carriage. The cage he stood in was very small, a several 100-kilogram iron cage that could only accommodate a person standing. There was no room to sit or stretch, with only his head poking out for the crowd to see his appearance clearly. Ding ding ding. The brave soldiers played the drums ahead to clear the way for the prisoner car in the middle. The loud sound of the copper drums startled a large crowd of people around, making them scatter a little, but more people gathered from afar to watch the old man standing in the cage. Another beheading at the vegetable market. Darling, come out and see the execution. I heard that only one person will lose their head this time. If you come out late, you'll miss it. No wonder the famous market in the imperial capital, known as the Imperial Market, is said to be the place where many high-ranking officials and nobles have lost their souls. We just arrived in the imperial capital and already encountered such an event. Come, let's go and have a look. Is this old man named Qiao Mu? He was quite famous recently. I heard the storyteller say that he dared to challenge the divine gods. But I can't see anything special about him. He only has 2 eyes and a nose. I heard he witnessed the martial saint dying under the heavenly thunder. He is the only assassin who has not died yet. But it seems that today is the end of the line for him. This person shows no respect for gods and emperors. How can they live in this world without any dignity? Today I had planned to go to theater in the east of the city to watch a play. Why did the government choose to execute someone at this moment? What theater are you talking about? You can go to theater anytime. Beheading isn't an everyday occurrence. At the entrance of a tea house by the street, Zhang Chen looked at the crowd that had gathered around and felt a hint of bitterness in his heart. I thought that since the imperial capital is the capital of the Great Yan Imperial Court, the residents here might be different. It seems I was mistaken. Whether it's the Nan province or the Zhong province, the immortal gate is above everything. Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. After Emperor Yonghe worshipped the gods, Qiao Mu has been staying in the heavenly prison for about a month. During this month, Qiao Mu and Hai Weiya discussed martial arts and the unfinished Human Path Sutra all day long, and time flew by without notice. In the course of a month, the intelligence obtained from the Qiao family, interrogated by Condor Wei En, was not as expected. Emperor Yonghe and the Immortal Gate gradually lost patience, and Emperor Yonghe finally ordered Qiao Mu's execution. And during this month, Zhang Chen traveled through mountains and rivers from Hiang Prefecture in Nan Province, and arrived in Zhong Province together with clairaudience. Where there are tide followers, there is the tide listening building. Inside the tide listening building, there are many storytellers chasing the waves, especially Zhang Chen, who is interested in the Qiao family's story. So, have you seen clearly? This Qiao Zhong's face, clairaudience asked. Yes, I have seen it clearly. It does have some similarities to the Qiao Sen father and son we encountered in Yen City, but obviously much older, Zhang Chen judged. Since Qiao Zhong has already entered the heavenly prison, he naturally can't use any disguise technique to change his appearance. The face he has now is his true appearance. So, this Qiao Zhong is indeed a relative of Qiao Sen and his father. He is also a member of the Qiao's family. Along the way, he might have heard or witnessed some deeds of the Qiao's family. And now, he has come to Zhong province to witness the death of a member of the Qiao's family. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel sad. N/O/vel/b/c/om. What really made his emotions fluctuate was not Qiao Zhong's death. After all, he had already witnessed the death of Qiao's family more than once. Before becoming a storyteller, Zhang Chen was a wanderer in the martial arts world. He was used to killing people and risking his life. What made his thoughts fluctuate were the onlookers at the nearby market. Amongst the people, there were strong and fierce-looking martial artists, scholars in long robes, well-dressed wealthy families, and thin and pale commoners, including children. The crowd was diverse, but they all came to watch the lively scene at the food market, creating a bustling atmosphere even more lively than usual. The prison cart passing through the bustling market naturally caught the attention and following of many people. When the prison cart arrived at the execution ground in the food market, a crowd had already gathered, making it even more lively than the market. The people behind pushed and squeezed the people in front, and a tall and strong martial artist at the front frowned angrily and said, "What are you pushing for? Hurrying to be born? If you want to be born, hurry up and go to the front." The tall man turned around and saw that the person pushing him was actually a short hunchbacked old man. "Excuse me, please let me through. Someone in my family is sick." The hunchbacked old man held 2 or 3 slightly yellowed steamed buns in his hands and smiled apologetically at the big man. The tall man seemed to understand something, and his slightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. He showed a compassionate heart and moved aside a little, allowing the old man to step forward. Why let him do it? You don't know who this hunchbacked old Zhang is. A voice came from the crowd. There are no sick people in his family. Once this bun is dipped in blood, the price can immediately increase tenfold. He can easily sell it to desperate and poor people who are willing to try anything. Do you think you're doing a good deed? As this voice sounded, the hunchbacked old man's face changed suddenly, clearly being exposed on the spot. I'm just helping others by dipping some blood and making a little money. It also gives people a sense of peace. What's wrong with that? The old man stubbornly said. No mistakes, no mistakes. How much blood do you need? Will 3 buns be enough? If not, I can hold on a bit longer and spray more blood. Suddenly, a voice came from up front. The old man looked up and saw that it was Qiao Mu, the recently released death row inmate. It seemed he had overheard their conversation. He forced himself to take a small step, and the heavy specially made shackles on his feet made a clanging sound as he did. He was smiling at them. The hunchbacked old man, who was eager to dip the blood, also froze and instinctively took 2 steps back. It wasn't his first time seeing a beheading, but it was the first time he had ever seen someone as calm and composed as the old man in front of him. It was as if he himself was the one about to be beheaded. Shut up! Who told you to speak? Immediately shouted the officers. Because Qiao Mu's meridians were severed, he became a useless person. Moreover, with Wei En's instructions, he didn't suffer much in heavenly prison during his time there. He was simply brought into the cage at the prisoner's wagon station near the execution day. And when Qiao Mu faced the soldiers' questions, he remained calm and cleared his throat to prepare for what comes next. As the saying goes, a dying man's words are often wise. I, Qiao Zhong, am about to die, but there are a few things I still want to say. Qiao Mu was in a good mood, because he would soon meet his end. He had been pondering a few lines in the heavenly prison, just for this moment. What? An escape? Since Qiao Mu entered the heavenly prison, he never thought about getting out alive. Even Jesus couldn't save his life, he said it himself. Facing the crowd, Qiao Mu boldly said, Do you want to know where the martial saint's treasure is? If you want it, go and find it. Even though the martial saint is dead, the treasure trove of martial arts from all around the world still exists. The martial saint hid it deep in the mountains. Shut up. Suddenly, a thunderous shout burst out, completely drowning Qiao Mu's voice. It made everyone's ears ring so loudly that they couldn't hear what Qiao Mu was saying. The expert in spiritual refining, Qin Shiking, was the judge presiding over the trial. He knew very well that Qiao Mu had an extraordinary identity and that this execution should not be turned into a farce, especially when it involved the death of the martial saint. Do you have something to say? Judge Qin Shiking only sneered, showing no emotion in his gaze. As the overseer of the heavenly prison, Qin Shiking had long heard about the deeds of the notorious criminal Qiao Zhong. He naturally wouldn't let any complications arise at this moment. Once you're in court, you won't have any say in it, Qin Shiking said coldly. For committing the crimes of assassinating the emperor and insulting the gods, do you really think you have time to give your last words? Save your words for the underworld, where you can speak to the lord of the underworld. Why are you just standing there? Take action, he shouted loudly. The executioners in this place were big and strong men, wearing rough and red clothes, with a red headscarf wrapped around their heads. Hearing Qin Shiking's command, they didn't dare to delay and immediately approached. Kneel down, the executioner ordered. With an executioner pressing hard on Qiao Mu's shoulder, trying to make him kneel down and be beheaded on the spot. However, at this moment, Qiao Mu, who had been calm and smiling, suddenly stopped smiling, struggling fiercely. If I have to kneel down, I absolutely cannot. Qiao Mu's eyes were filled with seriousness. He was already a disabled person with no pulse, with only a little strength left from a leftover 4th-rank martial artist, and wearing specially made heavy shackles, his hands tied behind his back. Struggling at this moment, his whole body made a clanging sound, preventing these strong executioners around him from approaching. Taking a life is as easy as turning the palm of your hand, and you have taken this life. Qiao Mu shouted loudly. But my knees are strong, and I won't kneel down. The noise from the surrounding spectators grew louder, with several people in the front row even widening their eyes, afraid of missing any moment. Fight, fight. I want to see blood flowing like a river. I heard that this Qiao Zhong is also a skilled martial artist with strong internal strength. He shouldn't just sit and wait for death. I told you, beheading just isn't exciting enough. Let's make a scene. The people wanted to see what was happening, but Qin Shiking, who was in charge, couldn't just ignore it. He stood up and walked quickly towards Qiao Mu from behind. You keep acting up before you die? I guess you need some punishment. Qin Shiking swiftly kicked Qiao Mu's leg behind the knee twice in a row. Those kicks were quite powerful. There was a loud snap, and Qiao Mu's legs bent backwards from the knees, about to fall down. However, at that moment, Qiao Mu twisted his waist and instead of falling forward, he sat sideways on the execution platform. His legs bent and twisted unnaturally, with bones breaking through the skin. The crowd gasped in horror at the gruesome sight. What are you waiting for? Cut him. Qin Shiking stood aside, urging the executioner again. The executioner tightly gripped the executioner's sword and with determination, struck a powerful blow. A big head flew up into the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. He's dead. There was a noisy scene in front of the execution ground. The hunchbacked old man and a few others hurriedly dipped their bread into the blood. In the chaos, someone bumped into them and the bread fell to the ground. When they tried to pick it up, someone stepped on it, making the old man frustrated. All his efforts went to waste. It was bustling and chaotic all around. The executioner raised his knife and a big head flew up, with fresh blood spurting out, staining the yellow soil beneath their feet. The headless body sat slumped on the ground, but didn't fall over. Both of his knees had broken bones, and the stubs were already stained red with blood. He stubbornly supported himself on those broken knees, not falling down, still standing there. This sight of death was truly horrifying. Even people from the imperial capital who were used to seeing executions at the market were amazed and speechless. After the admiration, there was a rush and scramble, with the crowd pushing forward eagerly to dip into the blood. Storyteller Zhang Chen, behind the crowd, silently watched this scene, feeling a bit melancholic in his heart. He was a person saved by Qiao's family, so his emotions were in turmoil at the moment, making him feel a bit uneasy. As for the martial artists hidden in the crowd, their eyes were dull and they silently began to leave. Among them, some people came because of the martial saint. Some martial artists saw the martial saint as their last hope, even though they knew the martial saint had already died under the heavenly thunder. They still believed that the martial saint might have some last resort, perhaps it would fall onto Qiao Zhong, who witnessed the event firsthand. But now, their hopes have completely been dashed. Daozhan also noticed the changes in the expressions of the martial artists in the crowd. He glanced at the body sitting on the ground, supported by the broken knees, and felt a hint of intrigue in his heart. Could they not have died with dignity and without suffering? Why must they struggle like this, ending up like this? However, it is because of this, because of their weakness and pain, that the resilience of ordinary people can be shown. Daozhan sat at the entrance of a tea house facing the street, watching this scene in awe, without passing judgment. This trip to the market was worth it. As for Qiao Zhong personally, his attitude before dying was no different from his past deeds, but unfortunately, Daozhan glanced at the bustling crowd around him. In front of the crowd, the hunchbacked old man finally picked up the bread from the ground. He carefully tore off the dirty parts on the surface, wiped it with his sleeve, and looked at the bloodstains on it, finally sighing in relief. Unfortunately, his death was of no benefit to the country or the people. The so-called bravery of an ordinary man is nothing more than that. Breaking a statue, thinking that one can kill an immortal. One moment of passion and hot-bloodedness, only to gain a topic for people's idle talk after meals. Even this topic of conversation is just temporary. Daozhan continued sipping tea, making judgments to himself. It's just that his attitude of guiding the country has long been heard by others. If one believes that the deaths of a few heroes can change the course of the world, that is too arrogant. But even so, their deaths are not meaningless. A voice sounded from the side. Daozhan turned his head and saw a person dressed as a swordsman in green attire, who was none other than storyteller Zhang Chen. He witnessed the deaths of the Qiao family again, and his emotions couldn't help but stir. He was someone who had been saved by the Qiao family, and the words of this masked guest made him feel a little uneasy, with 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind. Throughout history, whenever a dynasty changes, there will always be rebellions. And the earliest rebels only earned a posthumous reputation, ending in a tragic death. They often faced the full force of the entire dynasty, just like a mere stepping stone or two. So in his eyes, Qiao's family were just a few stepping stones. A giant tree grows from a tiny seed, a tower rises from a pile of soil. A seed doesn't instantly grow into a towering tree. It takes years of nurturing to grow, definitely not something that happens overnight, he angrily said. If you see a tiny seed just breaking through the soil and expect it to become a towering tree, saying that the seed can't provide shade, that would be ignorant and arrogant. Even if it's as small as a couple of stepping stones, it's not without meaning. In the past, Guo Yan and his family ruled over Yan City without any rivals. He was particularly cunning and experienced. Therefore, despite Child Guo's arrogance and unruly behavior, no one dared to challenge him because the difference in strength was too vast. He wasn't a target that ordinary martial artists like Zhang Chen could handle. And so the days passed one after another, with the Guo family growing stronger and turning Yan City into their territory. Gradually, people stopped speaking up, at most only daring to mention how Guo Yan excessively spoiled his young son, until a stubborn stone died in Guo Yan's hands. Then came the second, the third. For Zhang Chen, who had witnessed the collapse of the former city lord Guo Yan's high-rise, he could empathize and his emotions were stirred. Because he was a person who had been moved by witnessing the tragic deaths of Qiao's family. So, you mean, Qiao Zhong is a stepping stone for a mortal to climb to the clouds and defy immortals. Daozhan squinted his eyes, but didn't get angry. The sharp words of mortals, in his view, were like a naughty little puppy barking at people. He didn't feel angry at all, but rather found it somewhat interesting. Zhang Chen opened his mouth, but this time he didn't respond. Stop talking and let's go. However, clairaudience next to him suddenly changed his expression and pulled him out. Daozhan was left sitting at the tea house entrance, continuing to drink tea. He saw the crowd at the market square gathering and dispersing, with only traces of blood remaining on the yellow ground in the execution ground. Zhang Chen, you did something wrong this time. Clairaudience pulled Zhang Chen to a secluded place and sternly scolded the young disciple. Do you know who that person in the straw hat was? He asked seriously. Who is he? Does he have a powerful background? Zhang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Still filled with a bit of fiery passion, Zhang Chen realized that arguing with a stranger in the market was indeed inappropriate. This is the imperial capital, after all, and the bystanders on the street could very well be nobles or royalty. Judging by the way he spoke, he definitely seemed arrogant and full of entitlement. How would I know? Clairaudience shrugged confidently. Zhang Chen. His heart was about to jump out, thinking that he offended some important person. You say you don't know? You dare to speak like that without knowing who he is. Clairaudience's face turned serious. The way that man in the hat spoke was indeed somewhat extraordinary. With that kind of tone, there are generally only two possibilities. First, he could be a cultivator from the immortal gate, he said. When they face ordinary people, they have an inherent arrogance, and the way that person spoke just now does indeed resemble that. Zhang Chen, who had just arrived at the imperial capital, got into a fight with someone who seemed to be a cultivator in the middle of the street. Zhang Chen suddenly felt a bit uneasy. So, what about another possibility? He asked again. Another possibility would be to become a corrupt ruler, Clairaudience sneered. He laughs at the foolishness of the people who only know how to dip their manto in blood. He laughs at Qiao Zhong who tries to shake a tree like a tiny insect. Little does he know that he himself is one of the common people, but he likes to stand in a high place and give orders. There are many people like this in the imperial capital. Why bother paying attention to them? Zhang Chen. In any case, you acted rashly in this matter. Don't make the same mistake again in the future, Clairaudience said while looking at this junior. He was the guide for Zhang Chen to enter the Tide Listening building, but in truth, they were not from the same faction within the building. The storyteller who tells true events and fantastic tales may not clash like fire and water, but their ideas are vastly different. And now he finally understood the difference between the two. At the very least, Clairaudience would never engage in a debate with a passerby in the imperial capital's market who appeared to be a cultivator. The moon was shining dimly, and its soft light covered the vegetable market. At this time, there were no pedestrians in the vegetable market anymore. The little traces of blood on the ground were covered with yellow soil by the officials, and only a deep dark red color remained on the soil. Qiao Zhong's headless body had already been taken away. After all, he was a fourth-rank martial artist. If the body was not dealt with, it could attract bloodthirsty monsters. Under the moonlight, Qiao Mu's head was hung on a sharpened wooden stake, and the flowing blood stained the stake red. The beheading at the vegetable market was a warning to others. This is not an ordinary beheading. The head of the wicked criminal had to be hung on the wooden stake for the public to watch. A tall and strong martial artist looked from afar at the head on the stake, picked up the wine bottle at his waist, and guzzled it down. He is a tall martial artist who used to give way to the hunchbacked old man. There are actually quite a few martial artists like him who disguise themselves and secretly observe executions. He is just one of them. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. From the morning of the execution until now, there hasn't been the turning point he imagined, which makes him resort to drinking to drown his sorrows. This Qiao Zhong guy, this martial saint guy, they are all just dust. He walked crookedly on the street and suddenly stopped in his tracks. In front of him, there was a figure enveloped in a long robe. The former expert in spiritual refining, Sword Ghost, has now become a drunkard. So, do you really think the martial saint is the last hope for us martial artists? Now the martial arts ideals have collapsed, the robed person said scornfully. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me? Sword Ghost, with drunken eyes, belched. Although the martial saint is dead, for hundreds of years, there has been a legend of martial artists following the path of martial arts enlightenment, led by the founder of Wudang, Zhang Zhenren, the robed person said. If martial saint is the last hope in the hearts of some martial artists, then the dream in the hearts of some martial artists is to enter the path through martial arts. Wake up, the Wuji Association has never been able to shoulder great responsibilities, while our Martial Arts League pursues entering the path through martial arts. By entering the path through martial arts and cultivating the martial arts golden body, one becomes impervious to knives and spears, immune to fire and water, capable of destroying thousands of techniques with a single force, and fearless against inhuman. Under the cover of night, Wei En, dressed in a black night cloak, stood in the shadows, gazing into the distance at the robed figures engaged in conversation. Ever since Martial Saint's death, all kinds of monsters and demons have emerged. He swiftly disappeared into the darkness. The night was gradually growing darker. In the busy market during the day, it's quiet now with not many people around. In the execution ground, there stood a wooden stake, and Qiao Mu's head was stuck on top of it. When he died, his eyes were still wide open. Even in death, his eyes remained unclosed, with a proud and imposing look that was hard to confront. With a cool breeze passing by, his hair fluttered in the wind, occasionally covering his face, but the fierce look in his eyes didn't diminish. And there stood Qiao Mu at the corner of the street, looking at his own head in the faint moonlight. I truly died with great grandeur. There's no need to retrieve a head like mine anymore, Qiao Mu thought in his heart. His headless corpse had already been collected by the officials, leaving only this head for display. In truth, there was no need for a proper burial. He glanced around with a sidelong look, and under a shelter, several soldiers were guarding and chatting, obviously keeping watch over Qiao Mu's head to prevent any accidents. So, why not let Qiao Zhong's head stay a little longer? Qiao Mu didn't mind, as he wasn't bothered by his own body. He could fight alongside his ashes anytime. What's another head? Just as he was about to turn and leave, he came face to face with patrolling soldiers. They exchanged glances and quickly walked up to him. Old man, it's so late. How did you end up here? Why don't you go home and rest? Well, Qiao Mu glanced around, thinking for a moment about what to say. Before the words could leave his mouth, the soldiers could already tell that Qiao Mu was hesitating. They frowned and said, "Can't find your way home, huh? Where do you live? How come no one is looking after you and letting you wander outside so late?" "My home is on the east side of the city." Qiao Mu's eyes darted around as he hesitated. The two soldiers exchanged another glance, both showing a bit of helplessness. "This is the west side of town. The market is over there. You went the wrong way. It's late at night, so be careful on the road." After a casual reminder, the soldier turned and left. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. They didn't question the old man, Qiao Mu, in detail. It seemed they didn't find the elderly man appearing at the market suspicious. "Am I already a harmless old man? So I'm not suspicious." Qiao Mu unconsciously touched the wrinkles on his face, feeling a bit complicated. Now he is already very old, at the ripe age of 90. His skin sagged, wrinkles appeared on his face, and his hair has turned completely white. 70 years of life is already rare, and now Qiao Mu, at the age of 90, is considered a rare old man in this imperial capital. "Am I already in my old age?" When Qiao Mu was 60 years old, due to the benefits of the long life fist, he didn't feel any weakness in his vitality, and there was no difference from when he was young and strong. As for the now of 90 years old, when people get old, they become useless, Qiao Mu sighed. He activated his inner strength, bending his knees and lightly stepping on the tips of his toes. Zoom! His figure instantly disappeared from where he was, turning into a quick blur that raced across the street. A night watchman carrying a lantern patrolled the street. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew towards him, almost extinguishing his lantern, but he didn't notice anything unusual. In the darkness of the imperial capital, he displayed his light-footed skills, running and leaping effortlessly. Using his light-footed skills all the way, no one noticed his figure for a moment. At the same time, his consciousness delved into his mind, where the long life lock floated and sank with a faint presence. A stream of information emerged from it. This death assessment, immortal bellkeeper. Lifespan consumption, 30 years. Remaining revival attempts this week, 4 out of 5. Current age, 90 years old. Skills. Long life fist, intermediate level, complete training. Ripple stacking wave strength, 3rd level, triple wave. Martial saint spiritual technique, intermediate level. Pure Yangwuji skill, 3rd level, complete training. Sumi Mountain King Sutra, 5th level. Military spear skill, complete training. Shadow transformation sword technique, mastered. Iron crotch skill, mastered. Golden bell shield iron cloth shirt skill, mastered. Shadow step, advanced level. The angelic spirit destruction technique, complete. Skill of transforming flesh, intermediate level. Starting from the pursuit of Saintess Wu Kingzin, the accumulated achievements and reputation along the way, with Qiao Sen's stories interspersed in between, all became his nourishment, ultimately culminating in a beheading at the market gate of the imperial capital, marking the end of Qiao Zhong's life. The memory of 30 years of diligent martial arts practice suddenly flowed through his mind like a dream. The accumulated S-level evaluations along this journey aged Qiao Mu by 30 years in an instant, twice as much as the previous A-level evaluation, catapulting him to the age of 90. Not only did the increased evaluation mean a longer time span, but it also implied greater efficiency in utilizing time. With a simple glance, Qiao Mu realized that he had achieved at least an intermediate level or higher in almost every martial art he had practiced. Especially the simpler and earliest practiced military spear skill had reached a perfect level. Furthermore, while Qiao Mu was immersed in his 30 years of martial arts experience, he suddenly heard a crisp sound of breaking in his mind. Right in the center of his mind, the Ouroboros long life lock, with 5 chains swinging at the bottom, saw one chain shatter and turn into flashes of golden light, disappearing completely. A stream of information flowed into Qiao Mu's mind. After the first chain broke, from now on, the time of aging after each death will be doubled compared to before? Is this the breakthrough brought by the S-level death assessment? This thought flashed through Qiao Mu's mind. At this point, he vaguely understood that the cultivation techniques he practiced after each death were not random, they tended to have different focuses based on his thoughts. Just like, when chasing after Saintess Wu Kingzin, someone once said that the etching Bonesley fire martial artist couldn't resist with force but could only rely on lightness skills to evade. Hard skills wouldn't work. Therefore, during these 30 years, Qiao Mu's memory of martial arts practices clearly leaned more towards lightness skills. The lightness skill of the thief, Shadow Step, was clearly only practiced after Heiang City, but now it suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching a high level all at once. What made Qiao Mu feel even more absurd was that behind all these martial arts, there was a line of small characters, with the art of lovemaking written on top, intermediate level. Can you practice the art of lovemaking? Is it a martial art skill? Wait, when did I practice the art of lovemaking? Qiao Mu was shocked. As his attention focused, a few familiar names slowly appeared in the section of the art of lovemaking. asshole pointing hand, the art of recognizing fragrances, hard-hitting stick, yellow dragon probing cloud hand. At the same time, related memories started to emerge in his mind. In his memories, Qiao Mu diligently studied the secrets of the art of lovemaking, practicing in the scorching summers and freezing winters. As the saying goes, with deep effort, a iron rod can be ground into a needle. After years of studying, Qiao Mu had achieved a certain level of mastery in the art of lovemaking. Don't mix up my memories. I practice the orthodox Wudang pure Yangwuji skill. Qiao Mu shook his head and rested his body on the eaves of a house in the eastern part of the city for a while. After calming down, he felt that he was running swiftly and attracting attention in the night. After all, this is the imperial capital, where there are many skilled people, and the immortal gate dominates. With a thought, he shifted his focus to the Sumi Mountain King Sutra that he cared about the most. The so-called Sumi Mountain King Sutra is just a prototype of the Human Path Sutra. This martial art, which is not yet perfected, naturally became one of Qiao Mu's main martial arts in the past 30 years. 30 years have passed, and Qiao Mu's Sumi Mountain King Sutra has directly reached the 5th level. Already on the 5th level? I remember even Haiwuya, the founder of this martial art, only reached the 4th level. Although the 5th level has been deduced, it only exists in theory. Even Haiwuya himself hasn't reached this level. Sumi Mountain King Sutra means accumulating earth to form a mountain and accumulating little by little. This martial art doesn't focus on internal strength, but specifically trains the physical body and blood. Haiwuya, who comes from an external martial artist background, believes that the physical body and blood are the foundation of a martial artist. Every time you go to a higher level, the time required doubles. The first level takes 2 years of hard training, the second level takes 4 years, and the third level takes 8 years. Haiwuya himself trained up to the 4th level, claiming it was equivalent to 15 years of hard training. He spent 30 years in the heavenly prison, but it's not considered full-hearted practice. On the other hand, Qiao Mu trained for 30 years and instantly surpassed Haiwuya, the founder of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, reaching theoretically 5th level. Going further is the unknown territory that Haiwuya hasn't yet figured out. And achieving 30 years of power in the 5th level of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Qiao Mu clenched his fist and looked at his current face in the puddle under the moonlight in the alley. At the age of 90, Qiao Mu naturally looked much older than 60. From the outside, this old man looked thin and withered, with wrinkles all over his face. Whenever patrol soldiers saw him, they felt a sense of safety. Of course, this face has also been adjusted to some extent through the flesh-changing skill. Has my vitality truly declined? Qiao Mu clenched his fist, a strange thought coming to his mind. One of the ideas in the book Human Path Sutra is to fight against aging and allow martial artists to maintain an increase in vitality even in old age. Qiao Mu clenched his fist and then immediately relaxed it. N/O/vel/B/n.C//OM. He knew very well that this 90-year-old body was indeed much older than when he was 60, and the wrinkles on his face were not fake. But despite the age, Qiao Mu knew deep down that his current physical body was not weaker than when he was 60, and it even seemed to have slightly increased in vitality. I may be old, but I have also become stronger. In a way, it's like achieving the dream of long life fist with endless vitality in a different manner. 90 years old and ageless, this seemed to surpass the leader of the Qiao family in Hiang City, right? Qiao Zhong had this thought in his mind. Qiao Kangxiu once praised the head of her own Hiang City's Qiao family, saying he was strong and healthy at the age of 80, and he was also the only master in the martial arts family of Hiang City's Qiao family who had reached the 3rd level of the stacking wave strength, the triple wave state. In no time, Qiao Mu also reached this state, and even took a different approach, surpassing others by practicing the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. After the age of 90, not only did his energy and blood not decline, but it also slightly increased. From this perspective, the effectiveness of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra is even stronger than Hiang City's Qiao family's Long Life Fist Sutra. With this in mind, new information began to flow into his mind again. Energy and blood, 70%. Does this mean that the aging process has caused my energy and blood to decline by 70% compared to my prime years? But thanks to the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, my energy and blood actually increased again. Haiwuya's Sumi Mountain King Sutra is not yet perfect. If I continue to practice and explore, the effect might become even stronger. If the Long Life Fist Sutra is a way to fight aging by conserving energy, then the Sumi Mountain King Sutra is a way to enhance it. This thought crossed Qiao Mu's mind. Compared to the continuous increase in physical vitality, the greater impact brought by the S-level death assessment is actually the improvement in martial arts and internal strength accumulation. From the age of 60 to 90, Qiao Mu's physical vitality has increased. However, the increase in internal strength took a full 30 years of accumulation. As for breakthroughs in martial arts, it goes without saying that any martial technique Qiao Mu has practiced has reached at least an intermediate or advanced level of mastery. The physical bodies of martial artists may age, but internal strength and martial skills continue to improve with time. Of course, if the physical body becomes too old and unable to move, even the deepest internal strength would be of no use. At the age of 90, his accumulation in strength and skill might already surpass his peers. Qiao Mu demonstrated his lightness skill and continued traveling through the dark night, quickly arriving at the outskirts of the city. Although the imperial capital is prosperous, the outskirts of the city are also filled with many poor people, empty houses, and barren land. Qiao Mu arrived at a piece of barren land in the outskirts of the city, next to a graveyard. Under the crooked neck tree that jailer Fang Yuan agreed upon, there is a hidden treasure of 100 silver coins. It is the reward for teaching him martial arts. It is time to go and take it. After a simple search, Qiao Mu found the crooked neck tree. He effortlessly plucked a dogtail grass from the side of the road, held it in his hand, and infused it with strong internal energy. The grass instantly became as straight as a sword. From the age of 18 to 90, Qiao Mu has been practicing martial arts, starting with advanced techniques like the Long Life Fist Sutra and Pure Yingwuji skill. After nearly 70 years of accumulation, his internal strength has long surpassed the so-called 4th rank limit of human body conditioning. At his current level, with the infusion of abundant internal energy, even plants and rocks can become swords. He is no longer dependent on external weapons. Holding the grass in his hand, he thrust it into the ground, as if wielding a sword. Astonishingly, the grass easily penetrated the earth like a sharp sword at that moment. Qiao Mu used the grass in his hand as a makeshift shovel and started digging rapidly. Before long, a blue little package appeared in the small hole, and inside were neatly stacked silver coins. Qiao Mu counted carefully, but his eyebrows furrowed. This is 200 silver coins, not the agreed 100 silver coins, is it? While deep in thought, he heard a cat meowing from behind, along with a somewhat familiar voice of a young man. Are you a senior of the Qiao family? He turned around and saw the young jailer Fang Yuan, with the mischievous cat, looking at him eagerly. In the darkness, near the chaotic burial mound, Qiao Mu looked at the person and cat standing in front of him. Fang Yuan. Has he been waiting nearby? I think he found me with the help of that fat cat. This thought crossed Qiao Mu's mind. Before being taken away by the jailer, he had entrusted his fate to Haiwei. With Haiwei being imprisoned for 30 years, it is likely that he will be imprisoned for even longer, and it is uncertain if he will be executed suddenly like Qiao Mu. And now, fate has appeared by the side of jailer Fang Yuan, so it seems there has been a change of events. The cat under jailer Fang Yuan's feet meowed and lifted its big round face to sniff carefully, before approaching with some confusion, finally lying down by Qiao Mu's feet, its eyes once again becoming unfocused. Although the cat sniffed with its nose, Qiao Mu knew that it didn't find him by relying on its nose. It relied on death aura. Qiao Mu kept dying and coming back to life, which turned out to be a great food source for this fat cat. Qiao Mu lowered his eyelids and noticed that every time the fat cat breathed, its fur would stretch out, even emitting a faint glow under the moonlight, making it look quite extraordinary. The current Grim Reaper was very different from the one Qiao Mu had first encountered in Heiang Prefecture prison. Absorbing the lifeless essence was a great tonic for the Grim Reaper, and this demonic cat body was undergoing a transformation that Qiao Mu couldn't understand. Qiao Mu looked up at Fang Yuan. Indeed, my name is Qiao Shuanglin, and I am an elder of the Qiao family. He weighed the package in his hand. I am Fang Yuan, a prison guard from the heavenly prison. During this period of time, Senior Qiao Zhong has been teaching me martial arts in the prison. And these 200 silver coins are a small amount of wealth I am giving to the Qiao family, according to the agreement with Senior Qiao Zhong. Qiao Mu nodded. This kid wasn't lying or exaggerating, he was being honest. It was a surprise that the 200 taels had doubled compared to the original agreement. Elder Qiao Shuanglin, I've been waiting here because there is an important item I need to give you. Fang Yuan walked over and handed over a handwritten manual. Qiao Mu glanced and realized that it was Haiwei's Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Back when Haiwei was teaching martial arts, this young prison guard had been listening attentively nearby. Little did he expect that he would actually transcribe and compile the techniques into a written manual. What do you mean by this? Qiao Zhong imparted his martial arts skills to you, and you repay me with these 200 taels of silver. Our transaction with the Qiao family is settled, so why are you giving me this manual now? Fang Yuan briefly explained, emphasizing the exceptional nature of this manual and Haiwei's greatness. Senior Qiao Zhong learned this technique too late and was beheaded shortly after. It's quite regrettable. Therefore, I thought that if I could pass this manual to the Qiao family, it would help to fulfill Senior Qiao Zhong's regret, Fang Yuan said with a smile. Of course, I sought the approval of the founder of this technique, Mr. Haiwei, before making any decisions. I wouldn't dare take matters into my own hands otherwise. Qiao Mu quickly looked through the handwritten copy of the book Sumi Mountain King Sutra he had on hand. He didn't need Fang Yuan to teach him this technique, because now Qiao Mu was the highest achiever of this technique, the only one at the 5th level. With his understanding of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, he quickly confirmed a fact after browsing through it. This Sumi Mountain King Sutra had not been tampered with or altered in any way, such as changing important words or intentionally omitting the second half. It was an original copy handed down by Haiwei. Qiao Mu was a little surprised that jailer Fang Yuan was so capable and tactful, and he hadn't intentionally deceived or tricked him when it came to the technique. Previously, he had claimed to be from a wealthy merchant family in the imperial capital, and now it seemed like it might be true. I understand, Qiao Mu accepted the technique. According to common sense, he had no reason to refuse this inheritance from Qiao Zhong. At this moment, the young jailer Fang Yuan sincerely bowed and said, I don't seek to become your disciple, I only ask you to teach me a move or half a technique so that I can practice martial arts and stay healthy, and one day seek revenge. Can I exchange an extra 100 pieces of silver and an extra copy of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra for the opportunity to be taught martial arts? It must be said that Feng Yuan is young but quite clever, and the conditions he offered are indeed generous. Of course, Qiao Zhong is Qiao Shuanglan, so this extraordinary Sumi Mountain King Sutra doesn't have any allure for Qiao Mu. But after spending many days together in the heavenly prison, this young man has also sent him roasted chicken many times, and Qiao Mu appreciates this kindness. Qiao Mu approached Feng Yuan, placed his palm on Feng Yuan's chest, closed his eyes, and silently channeled internal strength. A burst of internal strength flowed directly into Feng Yuan's body to investigate. After a while, Qiao Mu opened his eyes and was quite surprised. Feng Yuan's progress in practicing the Sumi Mountain King Sutra is not slow. This jailer Feng Yuan, before Qiao Mu taught him martial arts, was already a 9th rank internal strength martial artist. But now his progress is faster than expected. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. It has only been a little over a month since hearing Hai Wei's teachings in the heavenly prison, and he has already made progress. His body is full of vitality, and his qi and blood are stronger than an ordinary 9th rank. You have good talent, but what's more important is diligent practice, Qiao Mu exclaimed with excitement. The Sumi Mountain King Sutra is very magical. It can take a different path and remain evergreen, while requiring very low requirements in martial arts aptitude. So, in contrast, his requirements for martial artists' perseverance are higher, and the training time needed is longer. To master this technique, it requires years of hard training. By the time Qiao Mu reached the 5th level, he had to train tirelessly for 30 years, which is even higher than the requirements of ordinary martial arts. Of course, as a cheater, Qiao Mu has been practicing martial arts for 30 years. In addition to the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, he has also trained in more than 10 other martial arts techniques. With good talent and diligence, how can an ordinary person like me, who is not so gifted, live? Qiao Mu felt a bit angry, but suddenly remembered something, and then felt relieved. Upon careful consideration, Feng Yuan can reach the 1st level in a month, so Qiao Mu, in that same month, leaped directly to the 5th level. In the east of the imperial capital, there was an old residence with peeling walls. Hai Wei walked around in the courtyard, gently touching a tree that was planted there. His hands felt the rough bark, and heartfelt emotions arose. After being imprisoned in the heavenly prison for a total of 30 years, the family home has become old, and even this tree in the courtyard has aged. The passing light is a pity, time is the most merciless thing. Hai Wei remained silent. He was the pillar of the Hai family, but ever since he became a high-ranking member of the 2nd rank and a condemned prisoner in the heavenly prison, 30 years have passed, and the Hai family has fallen on hard times. I am already nearly 80 years old. How many more years will it take for me to deduce a complete human path sutra that meets my expectations, so that everyone can practice martial arts and triumph over the way of immortals? Without a doubt, this will require a considerable amount of time. It could be several hundred years or even thousands of years. This is an impossible task to accomplish overnight. Hai Wei is also seen as a seed in the eyes of the martial saint, not meant to benefit the present but perhaps to grow into a towering tree centuries later. Falling behind will result in getting beaten. Talented individuals and gifted geniuses can only accelerate this process, but they cannot surpass the accumulation of time in a single step. The martial saint's martial path has become close to the path of demons. He is too stubborn and is no longer the first-ranked martial official who guided me in my martial arts training. Thinking of the deceased martial saint, Hai Wei also sighed in his heart. But setting aside their conduct, the martial arts of Wuji Association indeed surpass ancient martial arts. In Hai Wei's eyes, martial saint was a prodigious talent that could accelerate the progress in martial arts, and he himself, Hai Wei, was also one, though their martial arts differed. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered someone. Qiao Zhong. Qiao Zhong has already passed away, but Qiao Zhong is not alone. Behind him stands Qiao's family. They are not alone. After 30 years in the heavenly prison, almost all the civil and military officials who dared to sacrifice their lives during the reign of the previous emperor had perished. Only a few like Hai Wei survived. And in his later years, being able to see someone like Qiao Zhong, who had the intention to inherit his martial arts and was not afraid of life or death, truly brought him great comfort in his heart. In my lifetime, I'm afraid I won't live to see the day when humanity flourishes. As long as there are 10 or 100 more Qiao Zhongs in this world, continuing to pass on the flame, there will eventually be a day when the wildfire spreads. Hai Wei thought this in his heart. Sir, I found out about Qiao's family matter that you wanted to know. An old butler with grey temples walked in quickly, holding a document in his hands. The person who was appointed by the emperor himself to interrogate that Qiao Zhong was the #1 Condor Wei and in the world. This was found out from the Wei family. Hai Wei took a look at it and was amazed. It said on it that Qiao's family is actually a secluded martial arts family living on a remote island overseas, with ancestors who were experts in martial arts. That overseas island is called Daowin Island, also known as Daowin Land. Qiao's family has been residing there until now. Qiao's family takes it upon themselves to support the weak and uphold justice, with strict family rules and self-discipline. Generation after generation, the Qiao family has diligently practiced the martial arts passed down by their ancestors, and they continue to practice diligently till today. Thus, this secluded Qiao family has inherited the chivalrous spirits of ancient times, aspiring to become the heroes of Peach Blossom Village. Therefore, this island is called Daowin Island by the Qiao family. Hero Island. What a great hero of Peach Blossom Village. Hai Weiya muttered after reading. The Qiao family has close blood ties and is very protective. After a few members of the Qiao family died in Nan province, their relatives quickly appeared, seeking revenge for their nephews and nieces. Now that Qiao Zhong has died in the imperial capital, perhaps the next generation of the Qiao family will soon emerge, right? Hai Weiya contemplated in his heart. The Human Path Sutra is not something he alone can deduce. To treasure such a thing and not share it would be like the old martial arts world, stuck in old ways and closed-minded. Qiao Zhong has passed away. If other members of the Qiao's family, like the rumors say, are also righteous and strong-willed, then it would be possible for him to pass on the Human Path Sutra to them. Go and find out if there have been any new Qiao's family members appearing in the imperial capital recently, Hai Weiya instructed the butler. At first, when Qiao Mu discovered that this jailer Feng Yuan seemed to be a talented and diligent martial arts genius, his spirits immediately lifted. Then he realized that he also has a cheat. Your talent lies in exceptional martial arts aptitude and exceptional diligence, while my talent lies in immortality and accelerated training. We both have talents, and it's very fair. With this in mind, his spirits were immediately lifted. Not to mention jailer Feng Yuan in front of his eyes. Taking martial saints for example, martial saints are top-tier geniuses with exceptional talents, so why can't I, Qiao Mu, be a different kind of genius as well? Everyone has a bright future. You're really good for reaching the first level in such a short time, said Qiao Mu in an elder-like manner, patting his shoulder. There are no shortcuts in martial arts, only sweat that won't disappoint you. Practice makes perfect. It takes 2 years to reach the first level in just 1 month, which means you have good talent and are diligent. Qiao Mu thought of Hai Weiya. Hai Weiya's Human Path Sutra requires martial arts seeds like this. Teaching him martial arts is also a good thing. Feng Yuan was a little overwhelmed by favor. After all, as far as he knew, Qiao Shuanglan was a senior member of Qiao Zhong's family. According to Qiao Zhong's boasts in prison, Qiao Shuanglan was much stronger than him, a member of the Qiao family. In his eyes, this scene was like a martial arts master grandfather greeting him for the first time, smiling and encouraging him. How could he not be overwhelmed by favor? Then let me ask you again, why do you practice martial arts? Qiao Mu asked. Feng Yuan thought for a moment and replied, I want to practice martial arts to improve my health, regain our ancestral home, seek revenge on my enemies, and find my little sister who left without saying goodbye. These are all things that I, as a heavenly prison guard, can't accomplish. Qiao Mu nodded and asked again. Tell me more about your enemies, are they strong? The stronger the enemies, the happier Qiao Mu was. If he could be involved and die because of it, Qiao Mu couldn't be any more thrilled. Although he had only died once during the day, Qiao Mu's desire for death was like a student craving for a holiday, never satisfied. Everyone will die at some point, and it may be as heavy as a mountain or as light as a feather. One high-quality death is better than several low-quality deaths. Feng Yuan's eyes filled with memories, he began to speak slowly. Let me start from the beginning of my family's history. My family used to be antique dealers in the imperial capital, somewhat famous and had some wealth. We also had a shop in the antique street. A few months ago, my father purchased a mysterious ancient painting worth 10,000 taels of silver. The painting was called the Blood Sun Chart. 10,000 taels of silver. Qiao Mu exclaimed in surprise. Considering the purchasing power of the Great Yan Imperial Court, 10,000 taels of silver would be equivalent to tens of millions of dollars in the previous world. It's indeed very expensive. From this perspective, the financial strength of this family's antique business is even more substantial than Qiao Mu had imagined before. It's not just at the level of having some wealth. The Blood Sun Chart is said to have been painted by a highly skilled spirit refining martial artist several hundred years ago. The martial artist was also a painter, but went mad in his later years and used his own blood as ink to create the painting. When the painting was finished, he had exhausted all his blood and died. Father thought it was just a normal story, just a way to increase the value of the calligraphy and painting. These things are common in the antique world, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that strange things happened just 3 days after acquiring the Blood Sun Chart? What strange things? Did a monster with a blood-red sun on its head come out of the painting? Qiao Mu interrupted and asked. Feng Yuan looked at him strangely without saying a word. That's not so strange. It's just a painting. What kind of strange story is Senior Qiao talking about? Actually, 3 days later, a spirit-refining martial artist disguised as a customer who wanted to buy calligraphy and painting came to the door. Oh, it's a martial arts style painting. It's a bit late to change the style now, Qiao Mu complained in his mind. Feng Yuan continued. That spirit-refining martial artist, at that time, we didn't know that he was a highly skilled spirit-refining martial artist. We treated him as an ordinary customer. The man wanted to buy the Blood Sun Chart, but only offered 1,000 taels, which is 1/10 of the price. It's unreasonable, isn't it? Of course, my father refused. The man didn't argue either, but just before leaving, he suddenly turned around and glanced at my father and mother. Since then, both my father and mother fell sick. They would often wake up in the middle of the night from terrible nightmares, drenched in sweat. All they could remember from their dreams were a pair of sharp, sword-like eyes. Ever since then, both my father and mother visibly declined day by day. At that time, my family was quite wealthy, so we searched high and low for renowned doctors in the imperial capital. However, when those doctors heard about this matter, they all avoided us. We, the Fang family, spent a lot of money, but we still couldn't figure out the cause of the illness. Until one day, we finally found an old doctor who had also practiced martial arts. It was only then that we learned the truth. That old doctor said that what afflicts my father and mother is not a disease, but a spiritual injury. This is a technique called eye attacking method that can only be mastered by highly skilled spirit refining martial artists. It can kill people without leaving any visible trace. Fang Yuan said this with an unavoidable expression of sorrow in his eyes. Why was he so diligent in martial arts training? When a prison guard with an iron rice bowl in a heavenly prison, he must be enjoying his life, right? Isn't it Hai Wei and Qiao Zhong, these two amazing experts in his eyes, that give him hope for revenge? Although my parents are wealthy and there are martial artist guards in the mansion, how can we deal with a spirit refining martial artist ranked 3rd? We only found out about this even after being ambushed for a long time. When I snapped back to reality, that Blood Sun chart had already been stolen. Honestly, when I heard the news of the Blood Sun chart being stolen, I felt relieved deep down. Although it is a valuable ancient painting worth thousands of taels, this kind of spirit refining martial artist desires it. If it remains in our family, it's afraid it will continue to bring troubles. Although the paintings were stolen, my parents' illness didn't improve. After another half a month, they both passed away without any illness. As Fang Yuan spoke, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. From a wealthy young man with abundant wealth to a prison guard with an iron rice bowl in a heavenly prison, it can be said that it's a world of difference. After spending a lot of money and energy to treat their parents, it all turned out to be in vain. Not only that, when we were exhausted and had no time to spare for anything else while taking care of our sick family members, the wealthy businessman Wan Ronghua from the imperial capital took advantage of the situation and used various sneaky methods to undermine us. Our family's antique shop kept losing money and we were eventually forced to sell it to him. We even ended up owing him a debt and had to sell our ancestral home. At the same time, our younger sister fell ill and left home without telling anyone, and we still don't know where she is. With the help of my father's connections, I barely managed to secure a job as a prison guard at the heavenly prison. Later on, I spent some time trying to find out, mainly by talking to the former martial arts experts who were once in the heavenly prison, to learn about the background of that spirit-refining martial artist. Inside the heavenly prison, there were not only high-ranking officials and prominent figures, but also martial arts experts who had committed serious crimes. Perhaps they were once famous, but once they entered the deep ocean of the heavenly prison, those like Hai Wei, who studied inside the prison and had a background in the Wuji Association, were exceptional cases within exceptional cases. Generally speaking, the higher the rank and the more skilled in martial arts, the more likely they would be subjected to severe torture by the heavenly prison guards. For them, a roasted chicken might not exchange for any martial arts secret techniques, no matter how great the secret. But if it's a trivial piece of information like Sword Ghost, if it's given, it's given. From this point of view, Fang Yuan's ability to inquire about the enemy's information from a repeat offender in the heavenly prison is both his opportunity and his talent. Fang Yuan exclaimed angrily, that martial artist called Sword Ghost not only possesses exceptional sword skills but also mastery in the eye-attacking technique. And, he is actually a devotee of the wealthy merchant Wan Ronghua. Speaking of this, Fang Yuan couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Wan Ronghua's business has grown bigger and bigger. He even hired a spirit-refining martial artist as a devotee. After seizing our family's shops, he quickly became one of the 4 wealthiest merchants in the imperial capital. It is said that he even established connections with the inhuman Great Dao sect, with a background in immortality. Qiao Mu remained silent for a moment. Whether it be a cultivator or a martial artist, they are not people who live an easy life or are detached from worldly affairs. Long ago, there was a saying that being skilled in martial arts required not only determination but also the support of food and wealth. In the practice of cultivating immortality, there was also an emphasis on wealth, with wealth being the most important aspect. People have limited lifespan and energy, and while those with exceptional talent can accelerate their progress, money can also speed up one's cultivation. So, it was normal for someone like Wan Ronghua, a wealthy person from the imperial capital, to attract the attention of spirit-refining martial artists and forge connections with the Great Dao sect. If someone like Wan Ronghua, who was a wealthy person from the imperial capital, didn't have any background, it would actually be quite strange. In other words, the enemy you want to kill is Sword Ghost, a spirit-refining martial artist, and also Wan Ronghua, who seems to have a background in cultivation and has taken over your family's property. Yes. Fang Yuan replied nervously. Qiao Shuanglin was a stranger to him, unlike Qiao Zhong, whom he had spent a month with in the heavenly prison. He didn't know much about Qiao Shuanglin, and now he had to face a spirit-refining martial artist like Sword Ghost, as well as someone like Wan Ronghua, who was a wealthy person from the imperial capital and seemed to have a background in cultivation. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably avoid them like the famous doctor that the Fang family found before, afraid of being involved in the turmoil. Just, you have courage. The 90-year-old in front patted his shoulder. So, I will teach you martial arts. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked, then his expression gradually changed. The old man in front of him obviously couldn't be a passionate young person. Those who can live to old age in this era are basically astute. Yet, when Qiao Shuanglin heard about his background, he immediately agreed. Hasn't he even thrown out his bait yet? However, he didn't notice that Qiao Mu's expression had already changed as he spoke. Turtle, how could he not get involved in such a dangerous matter? In the world of martial artists, there are 9 different ranks. Each rank is similar to the difference in official positions of 9 ranks. And the top 3 ranks represent the 3 stages of spirit refining martial artists. This means that in today's era, the spiritual refining method is the mainstream for martial artists. Martial artists who practice slowly and accumulate internal strength have long been eliminated by the martial arts of the past, representing outdated cultivation methods. No matter how much they improve their strength and techniques, they can never match spirit refining martial artists. It's common knowledge among martial artists, just like how martial arts practitioners cannot defeat those who cultivate immortal powers. This spirit refining martial artist named Sword Ghost can kill with just a glance. Sounds pretty impressive. I wonder if they can kill me. Qiao Mu couldn't help but feel a little excited as he thought about it. Despite being 90 years old, Qiao Mu has not embarked on the path of the spiritual refining method. He has chosen a different path. 60-year-old Qiao Mu just entered the 4th rank. Now he can only say that he feels he has reached the limit of the 4th rank, which is the maximum for martial artists. 90-year-old Qiao Mu has a slight doubt about whether spirit refining martial artists are stronger than him. If he wins, it would help Fang Yuan seek revenge. He thinks it's a good idea and worth a try. If he loses and gets killed by the Sword Ghost. Wait, there's really such a thing? Qiao Mu's heart is filled with longing just imagining it. He can't wait to go and sacrifice himself tomorrow. At this moment, Fang Yuan interrupts Qiao Mu's beautiful fantasy and says, Senior Qiao, actually there's something else I discovered after our family estate was sold. Fang Yuan forces a smile and says, My father was always cautious. In reality, he not only obtained a blood sun chart, but also a blood moon chart from the same person. But my father secretly concealed the existence of the blood moon chart and never mentioned it to anyone, not even me. If nothing goes wrong, this blood moon chart should still be in the secret room of our ancestral home. I only found out about the blood sun chart and the blood moon chart later from a former inmate in the heavenly prison. These charts were created by spirit refining martial artists hundreds of years ago, and there are rumors that they contain the essence of martial arts, which caught the attention of the Sword Ghost. A blood sun chart alone was enough to make the wealthy Wan Ronghua in the imperial capital interested and prompted the spirit refining martial artist Sword Ghost to try and seize it. The blood moon chart, created by the same person, must be equally fascinating and has its own secrets. The existence of this blood moon chart was actually a bait that Fang Yuan prepared to convince Qiao Mu to help him. In their previous conversation, he deliberately withheld some information to see Qiao Shuanglin's reaction first before deciding whether or not to disclose everything. After all, if Qiao Shuanglin turned out to be another Sword Ghost, it would only bring trouble. Despite his young age, Fang Yuan has faced many hardships, so he naturally has a bit more insight than most people. But he didn't expect that Qiao Shuanglin would be so generous and agreed to teach him martial arts directly. So the next question is, how do we reclaim your old house? Qiao Mu pondered. Are we going to reclaim it right away? Shouldn't you teach me martial arts first? Fang Yuan was surprised once again. From what he understood, not only did Qiao Shuanglin agree to teach him martial arts, but he also offered to help him reclaim their ancestral home. This made him feel a bit overwhelmed with gratitude. Martial arts is not a problem. Right away, the two of them returned to jailer Fang Yuan's residence and spent the rest of the night talking about martial arts. With Qiao Mu's current level of martial arts skills, he had already achieved proficiency in many different martial techniques, so teaching a 9th-ranked martial artist would be a breeze. Senior Qiao, our ancestral home has already become the property of the Wan family's Wan Ronghua. Fang Yuan explained in detail. Wan Ronghua has now become one of the 4 wealthy families in imperial capital. They have many businesses, much stronger than our family was back then. One of the industries they are involved in is house renting. And he took our ancestral home and rented it out. Actually, it's not difficult to retrieve the blood moon chart from the secret room. Just renting the old house would be enough. Of course, if we have enough money, we can also buy it directly. So why don't you do it? Qiao Mu asked. First, it's easy to alert Wan Ronghua and make him suspicious. He's not a kind person. Second, a man who is innocent may still be wrongly accused. Even if I obtain the blood moon chart, what can I do? It will just repeat the tragic event that happened to my parents. Fang Yuan first forced a smile, then looked at Qiao Mu. Of course, the old master's martial arts skills are impressive, so naturally he can guard such a treasure. You make a very good point. Qiao Mu agreed deeply. To retrieve the blood moon chart, it should be done effortlessly. But a gentleman keeps his word. Since I said I will help you retrieve the old house, I won't go back on my word. Qiao Mu's gaze was intense as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, be honest, how much savings do you have after spending all these years in the heavenly prison? Is it a significant portion of your ancestral home's selling price? Fang Yuan, the prison guard, may have had a difficult life due to his family background in business. Despite being young, he was shrewd and cunning in his actions. Qiao Mu suspected that giving food and drink, like roast chicken and fine wine, to the prisoners in the heavenly prison was not an uncommon practice. Perhaps Fang Yuan had received some benefits from other influential and skilled individuals who were imprisoned. Fang Yuan blinked and cautiously extended a finger to test the waters. 1/10. If I managed to borrow a bit more, I could maybe come up with 20%. After all, that mansion may be old and not worth much, but it holds significant sentimental value as my ancestral home. 1/10. This is an imperial capital house. Although it's an old one, you've been making quite a profit these past few years, haven't you? Qiao Mu smirked. Since there's 1/10, maybe we can give it a try. Qiao Mu had a mysterious smile on his lips as he walked out the door, not saying much to Fang Yuan. Mr. Lu Renjia, this is the house you rented. A middle-aged man with a square face led Qiao Mu to the entrance of the old Fang family house and briefly introduced it to him with a key. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Qiao Mu smiled and watched him leave. Easily entering the Fang family house, now it's my turn, Qiao Mu thought. After 30 years of hard practice, Qiao Mu's flesh-changing skill has reached a level of proficiency. Starting from proficiency, flesh-changing skill no longer limited to simple cosmetics and disguises, but began to involve the manipulation of flesh and blood with a godly degree. It was from here that Qiao Mu realized the uniqueness of the flesh-changing skill that Wu Qizhen had given him. Based on his previous understanding, only martial artists who have reached the third rank of spirit refining can practice the essence of the flesh-changing skill, because only when they step onto the spiritual refining method can martial artists actively change their body's flesh and blood through strong spiritual will. But Wu Qizhen's flesh-changing skill is different. If Qiao Mu learned the flesh-changing skill from Wuji Association member Guo Yan, it would be a version 1.0. On the other hand, the flesh-changing skill in Wu Qizhen's hands is at least a version 4.0, perhaps it can be called the shape-changing skill now. Clearly more advanced, with more techniques and deeper understanding. With the version 4.0 of the flesh-changing skill, even a martial artist like Qiao Mu, who has been practicing the martial saint spiritual technique for many years and sometimes has unreliable instincts, can still slightly control the changes in his flesh and blood. In other words, now, Qiao Mu can change his appearance and disguise himself without using makeup techniques. JNN. Therefore, in situations like being trapped in the heavenly prison before, where all disguises were washed away and only the true identity remained, he can never go back to that anymore. And now, Lu Renjia is a person who looks completely different from Qiao's family. This new disguise is naturally useful. Let's cause some trouble. First, Qiao Mu searched this old mansion, but couldn't find any secret rooms. Because he changed his appearance, he didn't inform Fang Yuan and acted secretly. So Qiao Mu gave up searching and closed his eyes to meditate. Soon, the sky darkened, and the surroundings became quiet as night fell. Next, Qiao Mu started doing something. Holding a pen and paper, he drew and occasionally fell into deep thought. He was deducing the techniques, specifically the 6th level of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. According to the rules, practicing the 6th level would take 6 times longer, which meant 60 years of intense training to master. It would also bring significant increases in energy and blood, giving Qiao Mu hope for further progress. There is no path ahead. Hai Wei stopped exploring the Sumi Mountain King Sutra at the 5th level, and now it's Qiao Mu's turn. Hai Wei is a pioneer of humanity. Qiao Mu is not as caring for people as him. So as a successor of humanity, with Qiao Mu's current martial arts skills, it seems more than enough. Poof. Qiao Mu spit out a mouthful of blood. His whole body surged with blood and the blood vessels in his neck burst, blood flowing down his neck. Just a small scene, just a small scene. Ordinary martial artists can't do things like deducing martial arts techniques. Even with ordinary martial arts, there is always a risk of going astray or getting possessed by the wrong ideas. What more with pioneering the new path of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra? Even the founder of the martial arts technique, Hai Wei, had to be extremely cautious when deducing the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, thinking twice before taking action. Because he only had one life, if he made a mistake in his practice and died in the dungeons, then everything would be ruined. And Qiao Mu was different. He was reckless, wild, and playful. He practiced martial arts in a more radical way than Hai Wei, conducting experiments directly with his own body, without considering the potential risks to his life. PFF. A burst of bloody splatter shot out from Qiao Mu's eyes, hitting the wall 5 to 6 meters away. His vision went black, and his left eye was temporarily blinded. Maybe I went too far, was I too radical? Qiao Mu reflected for a moment, then continued. Soon, a powerful force surged through his entire body, his blood rushed, and his face turned liver-like in color. His left hand tingled, and fine droplets of blood oozed out of his pores. Just when Qiao Mu thought the after-effects wouldn't be too severe, there was a thunderous explosion, and his back muscles were torn apart, blood splashing out. In this wave, I am mainly to blame for being too strong. My internal strength is too deep, which is not a good thing. Qiao Mu sighed. He closed his eyes and practiced cultivation, alone in this endless night, continuing to deduce martial arts as though stepping into madness. After a few hours, it was already late at night, and Qiao Mu's body was weak and feeble. It should be almost done. He stood up and looked around the hall he was in. Splattered blood and torn flesh were scattered everywhere, resembling a murder scene, and a particularly eerie one at that. His once mighty body, which had surpassed the limits of the 4th rank, was now battered and bruised. His blood and energy were declining, and every meridian in his body felt torn, as if he had suffered serious injuries from the heavenly demon disintegration method. Qiao Mu walked to the front door of the old mansion and glanced at the moonlight outside. It was very windy and the moonlight was hidden by clouds. Everything around was silent. The idea of a dark night where people are killed is just right. Agreed. Qiao Mu took a piece of white cloth and hung it at the front door of the old house. Then he moved a stool and leaned his neck closer. The next day, the middle-aged man with a square face who led Qiao Mu to the old house of the Fang family had just arrived at one family's store and noticed that something was not right. Everyone was staring at his face. "Chen, you finally came. Yesterday, you led Lu Renjia to that old house on the east side of town, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" the middle-aged man with the square face asked in surprise. "Lu Renjia hanged himself." "What? He just rented the house yesterday, and today he's already committing suicide? Is he deliberately bringing us bad luck? That can't be." No, hanging himself, but the way he looks, it doesn't seem like suicide. If he hanged himself, how can it not be suicide? Sigh, it's hard to explain. Go see for yourself, but if nothing unexpected happens, the authorities' constables will be here soon." The middle-aged man with a square face frowned and walked quickly towards the old Fang family mansion in his memory. He had just arrived when he saw the figure hanging lifeless at the front gate. He gasped in shock. At last, he understood why they said this person didn't commit suicide even though he hanged himself, because of the horrifying injuries on his body. Self-harm? Those injuries don't look like they were made by a sword or knife. It's very strange, very, very strange. It's as if something from inside the body is drilling out and exploding into a flesh-like mass of blood. As soon as he entered the hall, his face quickly changed color and his steps became unsteady. Blood was everywhere, and there were even pieces of flesh in the blood. On the walls of the hall, someone used their finger dipped in blood to write a messy ghost character. Is this the word he left before he died? Is there a ghost in this house? The middle-aged man with a square face instinctively stood up with bristled hair. In the ancient and feudal Great Yin imperial court, the existence of cultivators and mysterious supernatural events are widely known and much feared. His facial expression quickly changed. It must be wiped off immediately, once word of such mysterious activities spread. Who would want to rent this mansion? But before he could give the order, a group of plain-clothed constables had already arrived at the entrance of the mansion. Tea house in the imperial capital, Natural Inn. There was a refined storyteller named Clairaudience dressed in a moon-white robe, speaking to the tea guests below n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. "Today, I will tell you about a recent strange phenomenon in the imperial capital. It is quite mysterious and is known as the 10 mysteries of the imperial capital. Now, let me tell you about an old house in the east of the city, which was originally owned by a family named Fang. One night, the head of the Fang family suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and saw a ghostly figure in a red robe standing by the courtyard gate, appearing and disappearing. The head of the Fang family didn't take it seriously, but little did he know that every night, the red ghostly figure, which seemed to be getting closer to him, appeared. On the first day, it was still at the front gate of the house. On the 7th day, it was already at the bedroom door. On the 10th day, it had entered the bedroom and stood silently behind a folding screen, watching him. On the 15th day, it was already standing by his bedside. Since then, the head of the Fang family and his wife have been plagued by sleepless nights, nightmares, and drenched in sweat, even after seeking numerous renowned doctors in the imperial capital. One day, he finally met an old doctor who told him that he wasn't sick but rather frightened. The doctor said that there were unclean things in his ancestral home and advised him to move out soon. The head of the Fang family believed in doing no harm and having no fear of ghosts. He thought his years of trading had kept him clean and safe. Little did he know that ghosts didn't need reasons to harm people. After another half-month, both the husband and wife of the Fang family suddenly died with no apparent illness. After the Fang family's old residence became a leased courtyard, a strange event occurred just half a month ago. The next day, when the sun rose, the tenant named Lu Renjia was found hanging dead at the entrance gate of the courtyard. The hall was covered in blood, and there was a ghost word written on the wall. This clairaudience was an experienced storyteller, who could effortlessly tell stories in a flowing and endless stream of words. The tea guests stared wide-eyed, feeling a chilling breeze even in broad daylight, causing cold sweat to form on their backs. A corner of the tea house. Storyteller Zhang Chen listened to the story, only to smirk. The storytellers of Tide Listening Building are divided into two factions, real events and strange tales. This group called Clairaudience is a fantastic faction. Today, news of a haunted old house in the eastern part of the city has spread like wildfire in the imperial capital. Of course, Clairaudience couldn't overlook this matter. As a storyteller belonging to the Strange Tales faction, Clairaudience tells stories regardless of their truth or falsehood, with the sole aim of creating something strange. So after hearing about the haunted old house, he carefully investigated and then started embellishing the story. Of course, according to clairaudience, this is called artistic embellishment. Who came up with the 10 mysteries of the imperial capital? It was all created by clairaudience himself, and this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Can it really be like this? Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. In this world, there are indeed cultivators and also creatures. Though I have yet to see ghosts or monsters with my own eyes, I have heard many rumors. I just don't know if they are true or false. If they hear about clairaudience, these tea patrons from the imperial capital will probably believe it. Zhang Chen was originally a martial artist, but later became a storyteller who focused on practical matters. He was a little uncomfortable with this kind of thing, but when clairaudience spoke up, he felt a bit uneasy. The storyteller clairaudience continued. That tenant named Lu is just the beginning. A few days ago, another tenant arrived at the Old Fang family mansion. He was a small, elderly man in his 60s who lived alone. He used to practice martial arts and was quite skilled. The people from the One Family Chamber of Commerce thought that this old man's martial arts skills were impressive and that he could keep the mansion in check. So, they deliberately hid the rumors of ghosts to let him move in order to debunk the rumors. But unexpectedly, this highly skilled old man met a tragic death in the hall on the second day. When he was found, his body was covered in blood, his face pressed against the ground in a pool of blood in the hall. Before he died, he stretched out one finger, dipped it in blood, and wrote a strange message, "Don't stop." Next to it, there were the words "haunted" written in black and red. From this, we can see that the elderly martial artist was tormented by a fierce ghost before his death, to the point where he went insane and wrote nonsensical words. When the upper and lower lips touched, a strange story popped out of the mouth, which fascinated the tea guests. The people from the One Family Chamber of Commerce were thinking of something bad this time. It seems that the name of this haunted house will spread throughout the imperial capital, so they dare not continue to rent it out. The next day, after the authorities' law enforcement officers were properly arranged, they immediately sealed off the house, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. When the neighbors around the old house heard that it was haunted, they naturally avoided it like the plague. Some even went to stay at their relatives' houses for a few days, fearing to disturb the vengeful spirits. From then on, the area near the old house became sparsely populated, with hardly anyone daring to wander around there even in broad daylight. Who would have thought that 2 days ago, another unexpected incident occurred? Non-stop drizzling rain fell over the imperial capital, making the weather damp and cold, causing great discomfort. There was an old beggar on the street who, to seek shelter from the rain, sneaked into the Wan family's old house. He didn't dare to barge in but took cover under the eaves to stay dry. However, the unexpected still happened. The tea guests listened to the story with great fascination. In a corner of the tea house, there was an old tea drinker with all white hair. He wrinkled his nose disapprovingly. This person sure knows how to talk big. How can things be so mysterious? This old tea drinker was actually Qiao Mu. The things he did weren't actually that exaggerated, but the skilled storyteller exaggerated them, turning it into a spooky story about the imperial capital. This ghost story spread more widely and became even more bizarre than Qiao Mu had expected. Qiao Mu picked up the teacup on the table, took a gentle sip, and let his mind wander. It's time for the death assessment, D+, humanity as fuel wood. Lifespan consumed by death, 0.5*2 years. Remaining resurrection chances this week, 3/5. Current age, 93 years old. Vitality, 66%. Skills, a little bit. In a blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Qiao Mu felt that time flew by like a white horse, and the years made people age. These 3 deaths were caused by tenant Lu Renjia, a stubborn 4th-ranked martial artist, and an old beggar. Because of Qiao Mu's proficient flesh-changing skill, he would make subtle adjustments to his appearance and even his body shape every time he changed his identity. Clearly, he succeeded, and the result was better than expected. Otherwise, the officials would not have treated this as a haunting, and the situation would escalate to a more eerie level. After all, the 3 old triplets disguised themselves and died consecutively in the Fang family's old mansion. There was an evil presence in this matter. It might not just be the 10 mysteries of the imperial capital, it could be the biggest mystery in the imperial capital. Qiao Mu stood up, paid for the tea, and walked towards the door. He secretly stretched his muscles, twisted his neck, and turned his waist. Every joint in his body made crackling sounds. Am I really getting old? Qiao Mu had this doubt in his mind. It's an undeniable fact that his appearance has indeed aged. It is true that his vitality has declined. As he aged from 90 to 93 years old, his vitality also decreased by 4%, reaching 66%. But these are just numbers on paper. Qiao Mu clenched his fist secretly, feeling the surging vitality in his body. The Sumi Mountain King Sutra, or should I say the Human Path Sutra, is truly an extraordinary skill in this world. Hai Wei's progress in martial arts may be no less than that of the martial saint, who cultivates weird martial arts and feeds on humans. Qiao Mu only knew that Hai Wei seemed to be connected to the Wuji Association, but he didn't investigate his background further. He didn't know that Hai Wei was actually considered one of the 72 wise men under the martial saint. This meant that he possessed abilities or special techniques that surpassed the martial saint in a certain aspect. However, no matter how impressive Hai Wei is, his energy and lifespan are limited. It's impossible for the Sumi Mountain King Sutra to transform into the Human Path Sutra that Hai Wei envisions in just one step. It will require a long passage of time, and perhaps my talent can be seen as accelerating the progression of time. This thought crossed Qiao Mu's mind. Even after experiencing 3 deaths, he still couldn't deduce the 6th layer of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. However, he already had a certain direction in mind. He was no longer blindly rushing and practicing techniques, which made it similar to the heavenly demon disintegration method. Qiao Mu walked out of the tea house, and as he continued walking, he heard a familiar voice. Senior Qiao, are you also here at the tea house to listen to stories? The person speaking is jailer Fang Yuan. These past few days, when Qiao Mu wasn't causing trouble, he often appeared in front of the young prison guard, teaching him martial arts. Qiao Shuanglin and jailer Fang Yuan were gradually becoming familiar with each other. Yes, listening to a book, Qiao Mu casually said. Speaking of which, I heard that your old house has recently been haunted. Fang Yuan paused for a moment, then replied. Indeed. I heard that several tenants suddenly died. Is it a haunting? Perhaps only a cultivator has such mysterious methods. He didn't look at Qiao Mu, his expression unchanged. Yes. By the way, did the value of your family's old house decrease? Qiao Mu asked. It was at that moment that Fang Yuan suddenly realized. Naturally, the price dropped significantly, and people naturally avoid such a haunted house. Doesn't Wan Ronghua have a background in the Great Dao sect? Why not ask for help from the inhuman members of the Great Dao sect? Qiao Mu asked. Who would ask a subordinate to do things for their master? Wan Ronghua may have climbed the high branch of the Great Dao sect, but expecting someone as proud as the inhuman members to do things for him is just wishful thinking, Fang Yuan sneered. Of course, we can't guess the thoughts of the inhuman members accurately, but if there is an inhuman member willing to do so, it is not impossible. Let's not talk about that. The price of our ancestral home has dropped by 1/10 in the past month or so. 1/10? It dropped even more than Qiao Mu imagined. But if you think about it, it makes sense. In Qiao Mu's past life, there were also so-called haunted houses, and their prices would typically be discounted by about 30 to 40%. And in the Great Yin Imperial Court, which is a feudal kingdom where cultivators exist, it is perfectly normal to have evil spirits like monsters and ghosts. It is true that people might actually die because of them. Therefore, it is not too surprising for this house, suspected to be haunted by a fierce ghost, to drop to only 1/10 of its original price. If Qiao Mu were even more ruthless and caused a few more deaths, no one would want this house, even if it was given away for free. However, there is also a saying that too much of anything is not good. During these 3 deaths, Qiao Mu tested his already advanced flesh-changing skill and managed to hide it from the authorities in the imperial capital. That would be enough. If the situation continues to escalate, it may attract cultivators or even alert the most powerful Condor Wei and in the entire world. If things go wrong at that time, it will be quite a spectacle. With only 1/10 of the price, can you afford it with your savings? Qiao Mu asked. Nature is enough, Fang Yuan said with a smile. This time, the Fang family business really suffered a disaster. We can only say that those who do wrong will eventually face their downfall. Indeed, it is a disaster. Qiao Mu glanced at Fang Yuan and then walked away. When Fang Yuan buys the ancestral house, he will obtain the blood moon chart that every spirit refining martial artist desires. He can also take this opportunity to have a showdown with Sword Ghost, another spirit refining martial artist. Fang Yuan stood in place, watching Qiao Mu's departing figure. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he didn't voice the lingering questions in his heart. Did Qiao Mu send 3 assassins just to stage this play and end up dying? Did they really go to such extreme lengths just to lower the price of the house? Did he use some clever technique, like a secret technique called turtle breathing, to make the 3 assassins fake their deaths? But can they really fool the authorities? Fang Yuan, as a 9th-ranked martial artist, couldn't understand at all. But he didn't ask either. Everyone has secrets, just like Qiao Shuanglin and Fang Yuan. Qiao Mu never asked why he could complete the first level of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra in just 1 month, and he also didn't ask Qiao Mu how he managed to do such strange things. He was young, but a smart person who knew when to advance and retreat. Moreover, what Qiao Mu did was obviously beneficial to him and was helping, acting to lower the price of the ancestral home. It's just that his methods were a bit strange. Fang Yuan naturally didn't come forward to question things. I need to start preparing money. If I can really buy the ancestral home, it will fulfill a great wish in my heart. Fang Yuan's eyes showed a little excitement. Although he was confident and had excellent martial arts skills, and he trained diligently and had many adventures, he knew it would be extremely difficult to face someone as formidable as Wan Ronghua. He had thought that it would take decades of hard work and mastery of his skills before he could hope to redeem his ancestral home, but now he saw a glimmer of hope. It's a pity that my little sister who left home couldn't wait for this day, he murmured to himself. As the moment of his wish coming true drew near, memories of the past started to resurface in his mind. Ever since my little sister got that strange illness called Yu syndrome and ran away from home, I haven't seen her again. If I buy back the ancestral home and she hears the news, she should know that I, Fang Yuan, am no longer in the same difficult situation as before. Maybe there will be a chance for us to reunite, if she's still around the imperial capital area. The deceased is gone. Buying an old mansion is just a symbolic gesture that can only bring some peace to Fang Yuan's heart. Deep down, what he really cared about was his little sister who left home without telling anyone. The parents passed away and had to sell the old house. The little sister ran away from home. Bought an old house, didn't call it home because being alone, the family ancestral home was only an old courtyard. Having family is what makes a home. This is Fang Yuan's obsession with buying the ancestral home. Several days later, inside Fang Yuan's residence, young jailer Fang Yuan took out a small box filled with silver coins and looked at Qiao Mu. Senior Qiao, the money to buy the old house is ready. However, I think we can wait a bit longer and buy it later, no need to rush. Oh, what's the matter? Qiao Mu raised an eyebrow. Qiao Mu was a bit impatient. If he could get his hands on the blood moon chart soon, he would be able to provoke the spirit refining martial artist sword ghost, as well as one Ronghua from the great Dao sect who was standing behind him. The sooner they died, the sooner they could be reborn. Fang Yuan explained. After all, if I, Fang Yuan, took the opportunity to acquire the Fang family ancestral home, there's a chance that one Ronghua would hear about it. It's actually quite common for haunted houses to sell at a lower price. If I were to buy the house after causing a commotion with ghosts, it might reveal my intentions too soon. Upon hearing this, Qiao Mu glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan came from a merchant family. Despite being young, he was careful in his actions and had a lot of insight. However, you, young lad, why are you so cunning and cautious at such a young age? Qiao Mu frowned. Let me ask you, is it possible that Fang Yuan being a prison guard in the heavenly prison has escaped one Ronghua's notice? Fang Yuan's eyes widened slightly, clearly startled. Clearly, it can't deceive him. He appeared slightly discouraged. One Ronghua, along with his sword ghost, were the enemies who brought destruction to his family. If one Ronghua were to inquire, as a mere prison guard, he wouldn't be able to hide it at all. Now, if the enemies don't completely eliminate him, it's simply because as a prison guard in the heavenly prison, he hasn't caught one Ronghua's attention at all. So, don't think too highly of yourself. Qiao Mu squinted his eyes and spoke of the past. I had a friend before, someone I shared a strong bond with. He also liked to overthink and plan before taking action. Later, he realized that all his calculations couldn't compare to a reckless move. It was because he considered too much, losing the courage of a martial artist and missing opportunities. As a result, my friend was killed by evil people. Of course, what I'm saying is not an elderly lecture. If you don't like it, you can ignore it. Whether to seek revenge or when to purchase your family's estate, it's up to you. And I, just a mere outsider, leave the decision to you. If Fang Yuan continues to hesitate, Qiao Mu will naturally find another way to approach one Ronghua and the sword ghost, who can kill with their eyes. Fang Yuan couldn't help but be moved by Qiao Mu's old and nostalgic appearance. Senior Qiao is said to be 90 years old, and at this age, most of his friends have already passed away. For a 90-year-old man whose close friends died at the hands of an evil person, merely recalling this past event must be a cruel way to reopen old wounds. For Senior Qiao, inflicting wounds upon himself was to help Fang Yuan make a firm decision, warming his heart in the process. Fang Yuan didn't make a decision right away, but instead thought carefully for a long time. Qiao Mu couldn't help but stand up, preparing to leave first and giving him some time to think. Finally, he spoke. I probably understand now. Actually, I am just scared, he said mockingly. If I take the first step towards revenge, it might invite one Ronghua's hostility. It's better to continue being a timid person, train hard for decades. Even though he was cunning, Fang Yuan was just a young man in his 20s. JNN. When facing important matters, it is normal to hesitate and feel afraid. But how many more decades can he wait in life? Time is the most merciless. Even after several decades, even if Fang Yuan becomes a spirit-refining martial artist, what can he really do? He redeemed the ancestral home, actually using it as a beacon of hope. He thought as long as he bought back the ancestral home, his little sister might come back, maybe, if it's another few decades from now, not to mention that little sister will become an old lady. With the average lifespan of the people in the Great Yan Imperial Court, it's hard to say if the little sister can live until then. So, buy a house early. Fang Yuan came to such a conclusion. Qiao Mu, Senior Qiao, why not buy a house today? I have already prepared the money, Fang Yuan said seriously. Did I lead you astray with my words? Qiao Mu started to reflect. How strange, when did he change careers to become a real estate agent? No, it was not Senior Qiao's words that made me change my mind. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he said firmly. It's just that I finally saw my inner fears clearly. This is my decision, unrelated to Senior Qiao. Fang Yuan laughed. Allow me to repeat a somewhat impolite phrase, he said. Senior Qiao, don't think too highly of yourself. This is definitely my own decision. Oh, since it's unrelated to me, should I leave? Qiao Mu pretended to walk away. No, Senior Qiao, I was just joking. I was rude. Fang Yuan suddenly became anxious. Bantering with this young person in his 20s made Qiao Mu, who often played the role of an elderly person, feel unusually relaxed. In reality, if we talk about actual age, Qiao Mu's age is actually similar to this Fang Yuan's. Let's discuss the next course of action. Qiao Mu stopped walking. After finding the blood moon chart in your old house, I will take this painting and also release information about the blood moon chart, Qiao Mu said. From Sword Ghost's attitude towards the blood sun chart, it seems that he must be eager to get his hands on this blood moon chart, which can lure the enemy out. By then, I will have the upper hand, said Qiao Mu confidently. If Senior Qiao is so sure, and can deal with that spirit-refining martial artist, the sword ghost, I heard he's at the 3rd rank. Fang Yuan asked, puzzled. At this time, Fang Yuan was only at the 9th rank of martial artists. Qiao Mu and the sword ghost were far beyond his level. He couldn't gauge Qiao Mu's strength and didn't know if Qiao Mu was stronger or weaker than the sword ghost. Of course, Qiao Mu didn't know either. Winning means revenge, losing means using a resurrection coin to start over. So, what do I need to do, Junior? Fang Yuan asked. Saving money to buy a house and finding the blood moon chart, that is your main task, said Qiao Mu. This statement once again stunned Fang Yuan. He never imagined that in this revenge plan, he was just a minor character whose role was to save money to buy a house. From what I understand, is Qiao Mu the one who took the blood moon chart and fought against Sword Ghost? And did he provoke Wan Ronghua? Did he take on both good and bad things on his shoulders? At this point, there's no need to be polite with me, Qiao Mu said with a faint smile. Actually, I'm just very curious about the blood moon chart and blood sun chart. Helping you seek revenge is just a side matter. After all, my martial arts skills are unparalleled. It's just a matter of time before I become the #1 in the world. Killing a mere 3rd rank sword ghost is just child's play for me. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. I'll speak frankly, without sparing your feelings, Qiao Mu said without any hesitation. Fang Yuan, with your current strength, you are still too weak. I'm not judging whether it's right or wrong for you to continue cultivating and training in seclusion. There is only one better solution in front of both of us right now. That is, let me do it. I'll take the blame, I'll sacrifice myself, and hold on to the hatred firmly. Fang Yuan only needs to be responsible for watching. If you're weak, take a rest. If I'm strong, I'll take charge. Fang Yuan blinked his eyes and showed some emotion. What does there is only one better solution in front of both of us right now mean? This is clearly Fang Yuan's private matter, and his solution, surprisingly, was to let Fang Yuan watch and let the senior handle it? Fang Yuan remained silent for a long time. Just like before, he didn't ask Qiao Mu how he managed to make the old house haunted, nor did he inquire about Qiao Mu's reasons. But he couldn't help but take a deep look at the elderly senior in front of him, feeling deeply moved inside. Such demeanor is truly captivating, he sighed in his heart. 1 hour later, in front of the main gate of the Western house in the eastern part of the city, the middle-aged man with a square face from the Wan family was looking at the young jailer Fang Yuan beside him. Mr. Fang Yuan, have you truly decided to buy this old house? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and slightly raised his chin as he looked down at the young man in front of him. Before Fang Yuan suggested buying the Fang family's old house, he roughly checked Fang Yuan's background. He discovered that Fang Yuan had numerous connections to their Wan family chamber of commerce. My mind is made up. Fang Yuan nodded and took out a bag of silver coins he had prepared in advance, totaling 500 coins. The market value of the Fang family's old house, before it plummeted due to the haunting incident, was approximately 5,000 silver coins. 1/10, which is 500 silver coins. In fact, when Fang Yuan was in the heavenly prison before, he exchanged 200 silver coins with Qiao Zhong for a technique, and now he still had around 800 coins. If he needed money, he could try to borrow some, and at most, he could gather 1,000 silver coins. For Fang Yuan's age, it can be considered quite rare. After all, Captain Qiao of Hiang City couldn't become a military officer because of his background, and he didn't gather the 1,002 taels of silver to redeem his father's life for half a lifetime. Wait, Mr. Fang Yuan, you may have misunderstood, the middle-aged man smiled and said. 500 taels was the market price some time ago. Now, this house is not priced the same. It needs 700 taels. Are you raising the price here? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. From the middle-aged man's words and actions, he probably already knew Fang Yuan's identity. He was intentionally raising the price just to annoy him. 700 taels it is then, that's settled. Do you want to sign an agreement with life and death as well? Fang Yuan mocked. Haha, Mr. Fang Yuan is indeed generous. This is the house deed. The middle-aged man smiled and instructed his subordinate to bring out the prepared deed. Fang Yuan didn't argue over these 200 taels. After all, the ancestral home was originally worth 5,000 taels, but because of Qiao Mu's troublemaking, he has already made a lot of money. Let this side of the family eat another 200 taels, it doesn't matter. The deal was reached, and both sides were very satisfied. For the Wan family, having such a famous haunted house is like holding a hot potato. They can't wait to get rid of it. Being able to swindle 200 taels from Fang Yuan is already a pleasant surprise. If I had known that this boy was so attached to the ancestral home, I should have raised the price, or perhaps I lacked some courage. The middle-aged man's mood slightly improved as he looked back at the old house and quickened his pace to leave. He didn't want to stay in such a haunted place any longer. This boy actually wants to reclaim his ancestral home amidst the chaos? I wonder if he has the guts to do it, the middle-aged man sneered. He didn't connect the haunting incident with Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was just a prison guard for heaven, this was a decent job for ordinary people, but in the eyes of the Wan family, one of the 4 wealthy merchants in the imperial capital, he was just average. How could someone like Fang Yuan be involved in the haunting incident? After all, the tenants who died tragically in the old mansion were even 4th-rank martial artists. It would be ridiculous to think that someone like Feng Yuan would be involved in this matter just for an old house. Feng Yuan opened the mansion gate with the key and walked into this recently famous haunted house. As he looked at the furnishings and layout of the mansion, his childhood memories gradually overlapped. He stared attentively, and memories flooded his mind involuntarily. This old mansion was still the same, except for one small difference. On the floor of the hall, there were faint traces of dark red, bloodstains. Feng Yuan's expression became slightly strange, and he couldn't help but glance at Qiao Mu beside him. Qiao Mu remained focused and coughed lightly, saying, "Kid, you should find the blood moon chart." That's what the senior said. Feng Yuan seemed unsure about the location of the secret room, but he searched repeatedly, relying on his familiarity with the mansion. It took a whole half hour, but after lifting a wooden board in the backyard bedroom, a staircase appeared without the expected rumbling sound. The secret room was actually quite small, almost like a large hidden compartment. The room was covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for many years. Lighting a match, the only thing that came into view in the empty display case was a painting. Blood moon chart. Qiao Mu pondered and looked up at the image of the blood moon chart. As evening fell and stars dotted the sky, a crimson-red moon hung high above. The moon was enormous, almost covering half of the sky, and its red color resembled that of blood. The red moonlight in the painting flowed down like thick, sticky blood, dropping little by little onto the ground. Even the frame of the painting was soaked in blood, and the blood continued to trickle down, dripping onto the floor of the secret room. Huh? Qiao Mu squinted his eyes and took a closer look. He realized it was just an illusion. The so-called blood moon chart was just a painting. How could real blood be flowing from it? Qiao Mu glanced at Feng Yuan beside him and saw that he showed no signs of surprise. Did this painting, created by a spirit refining martial artist hundreds of years ago before their death, stir my spirit? Qiao Mu had practiced the martial saint spiritual technique. Although he didn't have complete spiritual refining martial arts, he still had moments of intuition. At this moment, he vaguely sensed the extraordinary nature of this painting. With this painting, I can use it as bait to lure out that sword ghost. And then either it will kill me, or I will kill it. The old house of the Fang family is a little old, but still quite spacious. The old house is divided into 2 courtyards, and Qiao Mu is temporarily staying in a guest room in the back courtyard. These days, he spends some time every day to observe a painting called the Blood Moon Chart. The creation of the spirit refining martial artist several hundred years ago, can it make me have illusions? Qiao Mu quietly watched. Every time his mind immersed in the painting, his eyes would feel as if the moonlight in the painting was flowing like thick blood, giving it a somewhat eerie feeling. What's even stranger is that if Qiao Mu's mind stays immersed in the painting for a little longer, he would feel a surge of energy and blood in his body, as if his blood is flowing faster. At first, when he noticed something strange, he quickly broke free from it, feeling a bit wary of this mysterious painting. Later, he had a change of mind. Why am I so anxious? Qiao Mu snapped back to reality. Maybe dying from looking at a painting will give me a chance to brush up on my evaluations. So Qiao Mu boldly went ahead. He spent a whole hour observing the painting, allowing himself to become completely absorbed in it, feeling his energy and blood surging more and more intensely. Half an hour later, his blood was nearly boiling, his body filled with a strange force coursing through his limbs and organs. He also felt a vague and pulsating pain in his veins, making him want to shout to the heavens. This feeling, it's like, isn't this similar to the heavenly demon disintegration method? Qiao Mu snapped back to his senses. After reaching the age of 90, Qiao Mu had mastered the heavenly demon disintegration method to an unprecedented consummation level. He could proudly claim that no one understood the art of self-dissolution better than him. As for the explosive nature of the heavenly demon disintegration method, Qiao Mu was more familiar with it than anyone else. So, this so-called blood moon chart, the ancient painting that even spirit-refining martial artists desire, actually contains a burst technique similar to the heavenly demon disintegration method. So, what about the blood sun chart that was taken by the sword ghost? Qiao Mu controlled his rising blood rush, took a moment to catch his breath, and tried to make his whole body energized following the feeling he had when observing the painting just now. As a master of the heavenly demon disintegration method, Qiao Mu learned quickly, and after several attempts, he had succeeded. The explosive technique derived from the blood moon chart can be called red moon burning blood technique, Qiao Mu said to himself. The heavenly demon disintegration method is the most famous type of self-destructive explosive technique. It uses a trace of internal strength as a trigger, stimulating the body's potential and making the blood boil almost to a frenzy. Only after Qiao Mu mastered the heavenly demon disintegration method could he use his blood as a trigger to perform the technique. The red moon burning blood technique itself is also a blood-triggered explosive technique. It has many similarities with the heavenly demon disintegration method. However, in Qiao Mu's present-wise perspective, it seemed even more brilliant than the heavenly demon disintegration method. It seems that the spiritual refining painter who painted the blood moon chart is not simple either. The heavenly demon disintegration method held extraordinary significance for Qiao Mu. It was a set of secret techniques that defined his existence. If I can combine this heavenly demon disintegration method with the red moon burning blood technique and other explosive secret techniques, gathering knowledge from various sources, could I create a more efficient explosive secret technique? Qiao Mu, a long time ago, was disappointed with the heavenly demon disintegration method because it didn't actually disintegrate his body into pieces, but only left him with a fatal injury. Not fast enough, not good enough? Now, after learning the red moon burning blood technique and gaining experience in deducing martial arts, he felt the urge to create his own secret technique in the future. After comprehending the mysteries of the blood moon chart, Qiao Mu walked out of the room, holding the painting, preparing to spread the news and attract the attention of the sword ghost. When he arrived at the front yard, he happened to see Feng Yuan sitting under a tree in the courtyard, lost in thought. Senior Qiao, Feng Yuan looked at the two trees in the courtyard, his eyes filled with reminiscence, as if talking to himself and /o/vel/b/n.c//om. This tree is a jujube tree, and the other tree is also a jujube tree. These are two tree seedlings my father specially found back then. They are the same age as me and my younger sister. Now, after so many years, both trees have grown beautifully. These two trees in the yard, one on the left and one on the right, the one on the left is slightly bigger and more lush. What my father means is that he wants us siblings to support each other in the future, like these two jujube trees. After all, a single tree can't make a forest. Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with nostalgia as he returned to his childhood home, every blade of grass and tree reminding him of the past. He pointed to a corner of the courtyard, where there was an abandoned small vegetable garden. The small patch of land had already dried up and cracked, completely overgrown with weeds. Actually, I'm the stepson of the Feng family. I came here when I was 4 years old after my mother remarried. At that time, the Feng family's antique business was still very small. My mother was a hard-working woman. After the antique business grew larger, she didn't have to do everything herself anymore and couldn't find leisure time. She planted peas, chives, grapevines, tomatoes, and other plants in the courtyard of her home. As a result, the small courtyard became lush and green. During summer, I often sat on the steps in the courtyard to enjoy the breeze. I would secretly pick and eat the tomatoes that my mother grew. Sitting there, I watched the intertwined shadows of the grapevines and jujube trees on the wall, swaying gently in the summer wind. I could spend a couple of hours just sitting and lazily passing the day. And so, the summer days went by. At that time, my father would point to the shadow of the jujube tree and say, "When your sister and I grow up, the tree will be full of branches and leaves. Then, in the summer, we can sit under it to enjoy the cool shade. If in the future we each start our own families and the jujube tree blossoms and bears fruit, we can bring our families and relatives back to this ancestral home. We can sit under the tree, enjoy the shade, and eat some jujubes." Feng Yuan kept talking non-stop, looking more like an elderly person in their 70s than a young man, recalling the past years. Returning to the old house, the memories of past years appeared before his eyes, as if they could be touched. Living this way for over a decade, until the building collapsed. Now, as he revisited this place, he was all alone. As a stepson in the family, Feng Yuan was not his father's biological child. His surname was not actually Feng, so the so-called ancestral home of the Feng family was just a wishful thinking for him. He put in a lot of effort to save money and continuously please heavenly prison inmate, Qiao Mu, in hopes of mastering martial arts. One of his ultimate goals was to return to his childhood old house. Qiao Mu didn't say anything, he just listened quietly. He knew the other person was just talking to themselves and needed a listener, without any interruptions. The entrance of the Feng family's old house. This house, because of rumors of haunting in recent days, rarely had any pedestrians even during the day. And even if someone passed by, they would often get suspicious and quicken their pace. At this time, however, a young woman came and stood by the road, tiptoeing and looking towards the Feng family's old house. This woman was a young lady of about 20, with a pretty appearance, although her heavy makeup somewhat masked her youthful charm. Tiptoeing, she gazed at the old house for quite some time, strolling around the area. Suddenly, the gate of the house creaked open, and young jailer Feng Yuan walked out and headed in another direction. The woman stared blankly at Feng Yuan's figure, then looked at the old Feng family house. Unable to control her emotions, she bit her lip, clenched her fair fist, and dug her fingers deeply into her palm. "Brother, now that you're wealthy, can you buy back our ancestral house for me?" she murmured to herself. "I think you have spare money now, and life has become much better than before. Seeing you thriving, I am simply..." She sighed softly and said to herself, "It's even more painful than losing money." At this moment, a cry came from behind her. "Feng Er, Feng Er." An overweight middle-aged man with a round face approached and embraced the young woman, Feng Feng, from behind. "Why don't you go and meet your brother?" "He's not my brother." Feng Feng's eyes flashed with anger. "He's my stepson. He just took on the last name Feng after his birth mother remarried. He's not part of my Feng family." "Oh well, let's not meet then. It's fine not to meet." The middle-aged man chuckled and didn't pay much attention. "But you're already my husband Wan Ronghua's third mistress. Our Wan family is wealthy and has a large business. It's not a big deal to let this man Feng Yuan have an old house as an advantage for him." He really didn't care about Feng Yuan. He was just a small prison guard in this heavenly prison, and couldn't become anything important. Over the years, the Wan family has lost more than just the Feng family in the business world. Feng Feng frowned upon hearing this, her face not looking good. No, definitely not. This ancestral home was originally the Feng family's ancestral home. What does it have to do with Feng Yuan? And now, this old house is the property of Sir Wan Ronghua's. How can we casually hand it over to someone else? Oh, the rich middle-aged man Wan Ronghua's face had a smile that wasn't really a smile. Fang even though you and Fang Yuan are not blood-related siblings, you have been living under the same roof for many years. Why do you hate him so much? Wan Ronghua smiled and said, did he bully you when you were little? Lord Wan Ronghua, will have a talk with him. It's up to Lord Wan. Fang, the young lady, acted shyly. Actually, this Fang Yuan did something that made me deeply resentful when we were young. Lord Wan Ronghua, please let me explain. More than 10 years ago, after Fang's mother married into the Fang family, Fang Yuan was not well treated. After all, he was just a burden, not the father's biological child. How could they treat him well? Fang was his father's biological child, not Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan came to the Fang family, his last name was changed. He couldn't use his original last name anymore, and had to change it to Fang. The young child, Fang Yuan, who was taken in by others, naturally knew that his father was not his real father, and could also see how his father treated the two children differently. Spoiled children are often arrogant due to their spoiling. Fang Yuan, who was also a stepchild and experienced neglect, naturally matured faster and had a bit more understanding than children of the same age. Fang Yuan's only option was to try his best not to cause trouble, not to be mischievous. He had to restrain the nature of children, always follow his stepfather's wishes, and not dare to go against them. The turning point happened in the 3rd year after Fang Yuan's mother remarried into the Fang family. In that year, Fang Yuan was 7 years old. During the Qingming festival, the Fang family naturally had ancestral worship customs. As a stepchild, Fang Yuan was led by his father to worship the ancestors, bowing to the Fang family ancestors who had no blood relationship with Fang Yuan. The act of bowing to the ancestors was not a big deal, but it triggered emotions in 7-year-old Fang Yuan, reminding him of his own biological family. He didn't originally have the last name Fang, but now he must have the last name Fang. Although he worships the ancestors of the Fang family, he actually has his own biological father, as well as a grandfather and ancestors. Since he is now the adopted son of the Fang family, he must cut ties with his biological father's family, and this is a reasonable thing to do. Fang Yuan, who was constantly neglected and dependent on others, had a surge of emotions during the ancestral worship, recalling his deceased biological father. So later on, he secretly found an empty space in a hidden area, picked up mud and stones, and built a pile as a memorial for his biological father. Then he quietly kowtowed 3 times and bowed 9 times in front of the memorial, mourning his deceased biological father and the ancestors of his father's family. Fang Yuan matured early and was quite intelligent, but he was still a 7-year-old child after all. He didn't know that his father had already noticed the unusual behavior of this child and secretly followed him, witnessing the scene of the child's secret worship. When his father stepped forward, Fang Yuan was extremely panicked, thinking that he had done something wrong, broken the rules, and would surely be heavily punished by his stepfather. Little did he know, his father was also an understanding person, and he said to Fang Yuan, "You, my child, at the young age of 7, despite being dependent on others, you still remember your ancestors. You have ambitions and perseverance at such a young age, and you will surely achieve great things in the future. However, your little sister Fang is stubborn and willful, and she may have difficulty succeeding in the future. If you truly succeed in the future, don't forget to take care of her." Since then, his father treated Fang Yuan as his own son and began teaching him business skills. Fang, who used to be the family's pride and joy, suddenly had her father's favor divided equally among them, which naturally bred resentment in her heart. When the young lady Fang brought up this matter, there was still some grudge in her heart. One day, my father, who was drunk, talked about this matter with the guests, and I happened to overhear it. But he never treated us equally. Clearly, I am his biological child. Fang's eyebrows almost frowned when she said this. For example, in the will that was made by my father and stepmother before their deaths, it was stated that the shop on Antique Street would be inherited by my stepbrother, Fang Yuan, while I would only receive some antiques and assets as dowry. The value of these two things seems to be evenly split, but the antique shops in imperial capital are not ordinary. It's like a gold-laying hen, but Fang Yuan got the share. I'm not happy about it. Fang spoke angrily, but didn't notice that Wan Ronghua, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but slightly smile. What a gold-laying hen! This Fang didn't even consider the possibility of the shop making losses in business. Whether it's a gold-laying hen or not, that depends on who has it. Wan Ronghua squinted his eyes and suppressed the slight upward curve of his mouth. This Fang Yuan, who is Fang's father, can also be considered as one of his rivals in the business world. Although his father's antique business is not as big as Wan Ronghua's, he does have some understanding of it. For example, his father gambled and spent a lot of money to acquire the Blood Sun chart, which is truly extraordinary. However, as good as his vision is, he couldn't hold on to the Blood Sun chart, and it was ultimately taken away by the sword ghost offered by the Wan family. His father has a good eye for judging people. For instance, his own daughter, Fang, doesn't have much talent in appraising antiques. Fang always says that the value of the store and the antique treasures is 50/50ths. But these antiques ended up in Wan Ronghua's hands, and he hired a special appraiser to evaluate them, so their value is not low at all. In reality, the value of the Fang family antique store and its treasures is roughly 30/70ths. This is just how people usually are. After all, even if Fang Yuan was highly regarded by his father, he was still his stepson and naturally not as important as his own daughter. And if the antique shop falls into Fang's hands, it may not be worth much. Fanger, let's stop talking about these troublesome matters and go back home. Wan Ronghua embraced his young and beautiful mistress and walked back. The antique street in the imperial capital. Like the vegetable market, the antique street also has some reputation in the imperial capital. This antique street is not very large, with antique shops on both sides and street vendors selling goods, making it quite lively. Here, you can find many ancient relics from the previous dynasty, as well as some unearthed jade and other items. Sometimes when people find high-quality spirit stones, it can even attract cultivators to come. There are many tomb robbers who sell stolen goods here, and gamblers who want to try their luck. It is a bustling street in the whole imperial capital. On this day, the sun was shining brightly, and an old man followed the crowd and came here alone. His purpose today is to go fishing. He wants to go fishing using the blood moon chart. Since he already knows that the sword ghost is worshipped by the Wan family, and there is a Wan family antique shop on this antique street, if he casually sells the item on the street, the news will probably quickly reach the sword ghost. Qiao Mu looked at the antique stalls along the street, found an empty space in the corner, and squatted down by the roadside like other vendors. But just as he had just squatted down, something happened that made him cry and laugh at the same time. Some passers-by who saw him squatting down stopped for a moment, took out a few copper coins from their money bags, and threw them on the ground in front of Qiao Mu. When one person does something, others will imitate. Oh, nowadays the country is weak, and there's famine whenever there's a natural disaster. Although the imperial capital is better than other places, there are still unfortunate people everywhere. Sir, take it easy. It's so sunny outside, don't get sunstroke. While Qiao Mu was lost in thought, many passers-by had already thrown coins in front of him, leaving him stunned as he touched his now aged face. Am I really that much like a beggar? He was speechless. Although Qiao Mu used the flesh-changing skill to change his appearance, it only partially changed, so at this moment, his appearance really resembled an ordinary old man in his 90s. His face was now covered in wrinkles, with drooping eye corners, and his long hair had turned completely white. He truly looked like a very old person. At high noon, under the scorching sun, this elderly man with a frail appearance crouched down like this. Can't help but feel sympathy for him, right? I'm really not a beggar. Qiao Mu coughed softly and quickly took out a scroll from his pocket, gently spreading it out on the ground. Blood Moon Chart, an ancient painting from hundreds of years ago, worth a fortune. Take a look. He shouted loudly, and the space in front of him instantly cleared. I thought he was an old beggar, turns out he's an old trickster. The pedestrians turned pale, some even stooped down to retrieve the coins they had just thrown down. Qiao Mu didn't pay any attention. Like Tai Gong fishing, willing souls take the bait. He wasn't here to sell paintings at all, but to go fishing. This painting is worth a fortune? Is your paper made of gold, or is the scroll made of gold? Mocked one of the pedestrians. Qiao Mu didn't mind, he just sat quietly, resting his eyes. This blood moon chart can make him, a martial artist like him, fall into illusions and cause his blood to surge. But for Fang Yuan, a martial artist ranked 9th, or even an ordinary person who doesn't practice martial arts, it is just an ordinary painting. The artistic conception of the painting is still considered good, but to say it's worth 10,000 liang, that would be absurd. Are you deliberately calling for an exorbitant price to gain popularity? Old man, you're clever, but unfortunately, you've miscalculated. The vendor next to him shook his head. There are plenty of smart people in this world, do you think it's enough to just call for an exorbitant price? Hehe, whether it sells or not, I'm fine with it. I have a good mindset. Qiao Mu laughed happily. Time passed quickly, and people kept walking by. Occasionally, pedestrians would stop, attracted by the blood moon chart, including even a martial artist ranked 7th. But after asking about the price, they all shook their heads and left without making a deal. 10,000 liang for a painting, that's really outrageous. If this painting is not on a street stall, but in a fancy antique shop, perhaps it would be more credible, at least it would make people observe it seriously. But on the roadside, naturally, nobody cares. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Only a few people walked out of the Wan family antique shop on that street, casually glanced at it, and their faces changed unconsciously, but they quickly left. Sword Ghost has been a little absent-minded and his thoughts have been fluctuating these past few days, feeling a bit lost. Since he witnessed Xiao Zhong's execution and encountered an envoy from the so-called Martial Arts League on the night of that day, his life has stepped into a fast-flowing current. The martial saint is dead, he murmured. But the path of martial arts is a reality. That night, after meeting the envoy of the Martial Arts League, he was greatly shocked and accepted the invitation to become a member of the Martial Arts League. The body of the cultivator King Qin was not at all like a human body, far surpassing the limits of the human body. We spirit-refining martial artists may not necessarily be much stronger than 4th-rank martial artists in terms of strength and techniques. At most, some spirit-refining martial artists may just live longer and have more accumulation. Perhaps, this is another path different from the spiritual refining method. While Sword Ghost was lost in thought, a messenger from the Wan family hurriedly arrived, interrupting his contemplation. On the antique street, it seems that there is a blood moon chart by a spiritual refining painter. Sword Ghost suddenly became interested. Whether it was the martial arts league or the cultivation path, they were both too distant for him. If he could obtain the blood moon chart, which seemed to be related to the blood sun chart, maybe he could further progress. Wan family residence. Did a blood moon chart, similar to the blood sun chart, appear? Is Sword Ghost planning to go to the antique street? Just learned about this, Wan Ronghua was suddenly reminded of the past. Sword Ghost is one of the honored members of the Wan family, with a high status. The so-called experts in spiritual refining are all at the top 3rd rank. The martial artists of the world are divided into 9 ranks, and the system called the 9 ranks of martial artists was actually established by the Great Yan Imperial Court, imitating the official system. Officials of the 3rd rank and above are already high-ranking members in the Great Yan Imperial Court, at the top level of the court with great importance and influence. As long as spirit-refining martial artists have a clean background, they can become a 3rd-rank military officer by joining the court. Even if they don't have real power, at this stage, their salary and status are naturally respectable. Sword Ghost, however, is a spirit-refining martial artist with a somewhat shady background. Of course, as long as he is strong enough, even if he can't become an imperial officer, he can still be one of the worshippers of the Wan family, a wealthy family, and enjoy a good life. Especially, the Sword Ghost's rare eye attacking method is a martial art that can kill without being seen, using spiritual refining. In these past few years, with the help of Sword Ghost's unique martial art, Wan Ronghua has saved himself a lot of trouble. For example, there was an antique dealer named Fang who caught the attention of Sword Ghost because of a painting called the Blood Sun Chart. Later, Wan Ronghua took advantage of the situation and completely took over everything. Antique Street. Qiao Mu casually squatted by the road, occasionally shouting to sell the Blood Moon Chart on his stall. Most passers-by only stopped for a moment, attracted by the Blood Moon Chart, but as soon as they heard the sky-high price announced by Qiao Mu, they quickly turned and left, and hardly anyone tried to negotiate. It wasn't until the sunset that some martial artists of the 5th rank started to appear. It seems that the news of Qiao Mu selling the Blood Moon Chart had spread throughout this antique street in the imperial capital. "Sir, your price is way too high, can't you make it cheaper?" asked a cold voice. Qiao Mu looked up and his eyes instantly brightened. "Okay, the main character has arrived." The person who came was a strong and tall man, with a sword and a wine gourd hanging from his waist. His hair was messy, his eyes were sharp and cold. It was the 4th rank spirit refining martial artist, Sword Ghost, as described by Fang Yuan. While Qiao Mu was sizing up Sword Ghost was also sizing up the old man in front of him. The old man was already very old, not only was his hair white, but his body was also loose, with sagging corners of his eyes. This was a clear sign of declining vitality, indicating that he was very old. Cheap things are not good, good things are not cheap. "This painting of mine is worth this price," the old man smiled, showing no intention of lowering the price. Sword Ghost casually tried to negotiate, but seeing that the old man didn't budge, he pretended to be angry. "Well, sir, you can just wait for a fool to come along." But he had a clear mind. The drunkard's intention is not about the wine, right? Sword Ghost chuckled to himself. This old man is obviously extraordinary. Although his skin is loose and his vitality is declining, his breathing is rhythmic. Clearly, he has been under the scorching sun for most of the day, but he remains calm and relaxed, showing little signs of fatigue. This indicates that this person is clearly a martial artist with internal strength, and his skill in internal cultivation is not bad. But it's just not bad. Aging and declining vitality in old age is a natural law and cannot be countered by human effort. The Qiao family of Heiang City, who were able to stay young forever, had already been extinct. The martial saint who had taken away their martial arts skills had also died. Even if long life fist spiritual refining was successful and could keep one young forever, it was clearly not like this. The essence of the long life fist was to lock in the vital essence and prevent it from leaking out. That's why the Qiao family patriarch and even the martial arts master from 100 years ago appeared old but didn't show signs of aging, with white hair but youthful looks. The old man in front of them. He dared to hold the Blood Moon Chart and even shouted a high price, which probably meant he wasn't a fool who didn't know the value of the treasure, but someone who thought he had something to rely on. But no matter what he relied on, he was already old and his vitality had declined, never to return to his youthful vigor. Did he underestimate his own abilities? This is the imperial capital after all, thought Sword Ghost with a hidden laughter in his heart, glancing at the Blood Moon Chart again. As a martial artist who had seen the Blood Sun Chart, Sword Ghost had no doubt that these two paintings were the work of the same person. However, unraveling the mysteries within these paintings would require a long time of observation. It was not something that could be comprehended overnight. After witnessing those rumors about martial artists who had achieved enlightenment through martial arts, Sword Ghost had an even greater desire for artworks related to spiritual refining techniques. He suppressed his desire, turned and left without looking back. Even if not counting the immortal gate cultivators stationed here, this imperial capital has always been a place with hidden talents. This old man's actions were really thoughtless. In less than a day, he had alerted his Sword Ghost, obviously seeking death. As the sun set behind the western mountains, the sky gradually darkened and a bright moon rose slowly. Qiao Mu had already put the blood moon chart in his pocket and walked alone on the road in the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he always walked on rarely traveled paths and unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a suburban alley. It was a dark alley, quite spacious, but no one could be seen in every direction. Only the sound of Qiao Mu's lonely footsteps could be heard in the alley. However, silently and without notice, a figure appeared and blocked his way. It was a tall man called Sword Ghost, who had a sword and a gourd of wine hanging from his waist. "Sir, long time no see, are you well?" Sword Ghost simply smiled a little, without saying much. He put his hand on the sheath of his sword at his waist, but the sword itself didn't come out. Instead, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. No sword in hand, but a sword in his eyes. His two eyes were as sharp as two powerful swords, as if they were going to cut open Qiao Mu's brain, and a tremendous pressure immediately appeared. In that instant, Qiao Mu felt like he had been struck by lightning, his whole body trembling slightly, his eyes temporarily losing focus and becoming confused. And Sword Ghost's sword was drawn. The sword came out, like a shimmering pool of autumn water, the bright sword light slashing towards Qiao Mu's neck, but at the last moment, the sword suddenly turned and struck behind Qiao Mu instead. Just at this moment, two figures emerged from the corner of a dark alley. They had originally planned to pounce on the absent-minded Qiao Mu in the confusion, but now this pounce was like rushing towards the Sword Ghost's sword in his hand. Hiss! The sword light cut through the air, slashing open the left arm of the swordsman on the left. The wound was deep, exposing the bone, and blood flowed out profusely. "Have you sensed the two of us lurking in the darkness, or is this the intuition of a third-rank spirit-refining martial artist?" These two swordsmen are both at the fourth rank in skill. They are also somewhat famous figures in the Zhong province, known as the Flying Snow Double Blades. Today, Qiao Mu was selling paintings at a stall. They happened to pass by the antique street, which naturally caught their attention. However, when they later caught sight of the Sword Ghost appearing to inquire about the price, they hid in the shadows, thinking of taking advantage in secret. They originally didn't want to clash head-on with the Sword Ghost, who had already reached spiritual refining. They just wanted to make a brief fight, seize the Blood Moon chart, and then escape with one person taking the opportunity. However, just as they emerged, one person's arm was slashed by the other with a sword, almost getting it severed. Have you never fought against a spirit-refining martial artist? Your vision is limited. Sword Ghost held the sword with one hand and smiled at these two swordsmen. Facing two opponents alone, he remained calm and even took the initiative to attack, continuously thrusting his sword. His sword was not extremely fast, and his swordsmanship was not particularly exquisite, but it was still far superior to these two fourth-rank swordsmen. However, what made these two swordsmen extremely frustrated was that even though they were attacking together and could see openings in Sword Ghost's sword moves, Sword Ghost always managed to dodge them in the blink of an eye. Can't land a hit. His movements are not fast, his swordsmanship is not extremely advanced, and his internal strength is not much stronger than ours. But why? After so many exchanges, they couldn't even touch Sword Ghost's blade, and their impatience grew. JNN. Ignorant. The Sword Ghost seemed to know what they were thinking, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Do you think that a spirit-refining martial artist at the third rank is superior to a simple strength-training martial artist? Even if they are stronger, they are still at the fourth rank. If there is not much difference, why does the Imperial Court classify martial artists into different levels and grant them different official positions? The way of a martial artist is proven through punches. 1,000 years ago, there was no spiritual refining martial art in this world. The limit of martial arts was the fourth rank. The limit of the fourth rank was the limit of a martial artist, the body's inherent limitation. Afterwards, only by relying on the accumulation of internal strength over a long period of time. Only when martial artists discovered a clear spiritual refining method did they surpass strength-training martial artists and reach the upper third rank. Instinct? This is the strength of a martial artist at the upper third rank. Only knowing to practice strength and power is ultimately insignificant. Sword Ghost narrowly avoided the swordsman's strike on his left side, but successfully stabbed the swordsman's shoulder with his sword, causing blood to flow. He effortlessly evaded the attacks of two swordsmen, as if strolling in a leisurely garden. How do hunters in the mountains overcome fierce jackals, wolves, and leopards? His eyes were sharp like swords as he stared intently at the two swordsmen. Is it by comparing strength with a ferocious tiger? Or by comparing the sharpness of teeth and claws? Of course not. In the midst of the fight, he occasionally used the eye-attacking technique and used words to attack their hearts. The human body has its limits. The fourth rank is the limit. Mortal beings can defeat jackals, wolves, and leopards by relying on their minds and the sharp blades of their weapons. You only know how to train your strength and power. You are fools who compare strength and speed with jackals, wolves, and tigers. As spirit-refining martial artists, we cultivate our instincts, just like a hunter wields a sharp blade to hunt down tigers and leopards. This is a breakthrough from nothing to something. What do you have to stop us? In that moment, his gaze pierced through the air like an invisible sword, causing the swordsman with a bone-deep arm injury to tremble uncontrollably and slow down his movements. Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of the sword, a head flew up into the sky. The voice of Sword Ghost echoed like thunder, as he roared. Only a strong and resolute mind is true strength. This is the way of us martial artists. Before the emergence of spiritual refining martial arts, the top-notch internal strength martial artists mainly rely on the abundance of their internal strength, the strength of their bodies, and the sophistication of their techniques in combat. For Sword Ghost, a martial artist like this spirit refining one, things are already different from before. The fights between martial artists are not only physical battles, but also clashes of the mind. When brave heroes meet on a narrow path, the winner emerges. Whether it's Sword Ghost's eye attacking technique or the words he speaks to attack the heart, they are no longer limited to physical combat. Even if there is a great difference in physical strength and internal power between them, Sword Ghost's powerful mind gives him keen intuition to avoid the combined attack of the flying snow double blades in the blink of an eye. As he effortlessly maneuvers between the two swordsmen, it adds tremendous psychological pressure on both of them. From training strength and power to spiritual refining, this is a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Sword Ghost watches as the severed head flies and lands on the ground, and the headless body collapses with the usual calm expression on his face. How can foolish fools who only know how to train their physical strength be my enemy? His voice is deep, and he continues to aggressively attack with his sword. As the Sword Ghost swung his sword, he beheaded the swordsman on the left, leaving the other swordsman in shock. How dare you kill my brother? The swordsman was filled with both surprise and anger. He clenched the handle of his knife tightly, his knuckles turning pale, clearly reaching the peak of his rage. Bloody shadow technique. His entire body seemed to boil with energy, as if he had unleashed a powerful technique similar to the heavenly demon disintegration method. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light. Huh? Suddenly, the Sword Ghost's eyes lit up with curiosity. In that moment, he suddenly sensed a chilling sense of danger, a natural instinct warning him of imminent harm. A well-trained martial artist who has achieved spiritual refinement can even reach a state of being extremely perceptive, able to sense danger before it happens, making it difficult to be assassinated or ambushed. And in that brief moment of the swordsman's sudden outbreak, he felt the intense threat that made his hair stand on end. He might die. But how could this be possible? The other side is just an average 4th rank, who only gained fame in Zhong province by joining forces with his brother. But now one of them is dead, so how could it be possible? In a flash, the Sword Ghost switched from offense to defense, holding his sword in a defensive posture in front of his chest. Then he saw the swordsman's figure quickly escaping towards the rear. Brother, if I die here, there will be no one to avenge you, the swordsman gritted his teeth and said. Just wait, within 100 years, I will definitely find the Sword Ghost's misfortune. Even with the flying snow double blades joining forces, they were no match for Sword Ghost alone, and he easily killed one of them. Now that one of them is already dead, what chance does the remaining one have? While running away quickly, the swordsman also took a quick glance backward. He already knew how terrifying the spirit-refining martial artist was. Maybe his sharp intuition could sense that he wasn't planning to fight hard, but instead was just bluffing. However, when he turned back, he was surprised to see that the Sword Ghost was still standing in the same spot. Did the swordsman deceive him with his bluff? And did he give up on chasing him? No, something isn't right. The swordsman noticed something strange. Behind the Sword Ghost, the elderly man, who was being treated as a mere pawn by both sides, had somehow crawled up from the ground. His old eyes were filled with curiosity. Odd. The swordsman didn't even step into the spiritual refining method, but at this moment, he instinctively felt a strong sense of unease. His speed increased, not just staying the same but actually getting faster. The old man with lots of wrinkles stretched his body, and his bones made crackling sounds. As an immortal, he had no fear in his heart. He didn't even react to Condor Wei En's eye attacking technique, let alone the Sword Ghost in front of him. Qiao Mu wasn't afraid. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But in the Sword Ghost's heart, there was a strong sense of fear at this moment. The intuition of a spirit-refining martial artist was very strong. They could sense danger and perceive its location in advance. And now, he sensed a source of danger behind him that was far beyond his expectations. Is this the spirit-refining martial artist? A aged voice came from behind, filled with curiosity. Qiao Mu had encountered some spirit-refining martial artists before, but the only one he had truly fought against was the Martial Saint. When he initially challenged Martial Saint showed extremely strong ability to anticipate the enemy's moves. No matter how hard he attacked, the Martial Saint relied on just one finger to block the storm-like assault. However, it was clear that Martial Saint was an extraordinary individual. Facing a true 3rd rank of spiritual refining period like Sword Ghost, it was his first time engaging in combat, and he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of anticipation. Great! He's going to die next? Turn around and try to kill me. Sword Ghost heard such an old voice coming from behind him. He slowly turned around and met the deep eyes of the old man. A heartbeat began to race in his chest, and his whole body became covered in goosebumps. His instincts told him that if he made a move, death was inevitable. Who exactly was this old man? His judgment should be correct. The old man is obviously weak, and doesn't seem to be a skilled martial artist. Why does he give him such a strong sense of danger? Although not quite sure why, Sword Ghost believes in his intuition as a spirit-refining martial artist. What kind of joke is this, old sir? Sword Ghost's mouth curled up into a smile. I came here just to remind you, old sir, not to walk alone in dark alleys, or else you may be attacked by such evildoers. As he spoke, he glanced at the headless body beneath his feet. It's getting late, so I won't disturb you any longer. Be careful on your way, I still need to deal with this corpse to avoid alerting the authorities. He was about to flee at the same speed as the previous swordsman, but heard the old man in front of him say lightly, "Young man, do you think I'm so easily fooled? Be straightforward and take action. Didn't you say that only a strong and determined mind is the way of a martial artist? Where is your martial spirit?" The old man urged him to take action, but the more he urged, the greater the sense of danger in Sword Ghost's heart. What nonsense! His martial spirit is not about knowingly challenging stronger opponents, even if it means death. Come on, let me see how strong a spirit-refining martial artist is. You said training is nothing, but you, a spirit-refining martial artist, should be something, right? Faced with the old man's pressure, Sword Ghost could only awkwardly smile. No, in front of you, I am naturally nothing, while you are something. How could I dare to compete with you? The old man? Sword Ghost didn't know why the old man suddenly choked, but he quickly seized this momentary opportunity. Run! He quickly jumped onto the high wall at the entrance of the alley and disappeared into the dark night. The imperial capital is the largest city in the Zhong province, but even in the most bustling city, there are still desolate slums and uninhabited areas in the outskirts. And at that moment, Sword Ghost stepped quickly, leaping and moving rapidly on the rooftops of brick houses, his figure blurred into a lingering shadow as he escaped swiftly. His heart pounded, and all he could think of was the old face of the old man who sold paintings just now. That old man just now, there's something wrong, something really wrong. What does it mean to have weakened energy and blood? He felt annoyed in his heart. Aging in old age is a natural law that ordinary people cannot escape. Only cultivators who have transcended the realm of ordinary mortals can be an exception. But that old man is clearly not a cultivator, and it seems that he is not a fully accomplished martial artist in spiritual refining either. The old martial artist, who is advanced in age, is actually very strong. For example, Sword Ghost has also heard that there was once an elderly martial arts master over 80 years old, whose blood had weakened, but his sword skills were extraordinary. He defeated a second-rank martial artist from the imperial court using only a wooden sword. But there's a condition for that. This elderly master, Liu Yanbei, reached a very high level in his skills. In his prime, he was also a spiritual refining martial artist. Although his blood had declined, his skills and mental strength didn't weaken at all. Moreover, Sword Ghost heard that the fight at that time was a sparring between martial artists, not a life-or-death battle. If it were a real battle to the death, the outcome is still unknown. It is a rule among martial artists that youth is feared in combat. Even martial artists who practice the long life fist can only try their best to maintain their blood and energy. Where did this old monster come from? The Sword Ghost felt a sudden shock in his heart and stopped in his tracks n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Before him, a faint figure gradually appeared, and it was the old man who sold paintings before. I don't even have the qualification to use the heavenly demon disintegration method and red moon burning blood technique. Qiao Mu frowned. The Sword Ghost's lightness skill was not particularly outstanding, only slightly stronger than the two swordsmen earlier. He chased after him from behind, and even before he had a chance to use the heavenly demon disintegration method, he caught up to him. Looking at it this way, my physical blood and energy have indeed increased quite a bit in these 30 years. Qiao Mu muttered to himself. After the fourth rank, it is the spiritual refining method, because at this point, further accumulating blood and internal strength would have very little effect. The spiritual refining method is the righteous path for martial artists. Therefore, on this path, Qiao Mu, who has practiced the Sumi Mountain King Sutra to the 5th level, can be said to be alone and has not found any other martial artist to compare with. Originally, I wanted to test my skills with this Sword Ghost that sounds a bit formidable, but who knew that the opponent's intuition was too strong. They didn't even have the intention to fight and immediately ran away. Why are you forcing me so much, old man? Obviously, my eye attacking technique didn't hurt you. You're not injured at all. Sword Ghost's expression changed a bit at this moment. After thinking for a while, he said, "Actually, I am a member of the Martial Arts League." Hearing this, the old man paused and showed a curious expression on his face. What is this Martial Arts League? I've never heard of it. I've only heard of the Wuji Association. Is this Martial Arts League powerful? He asked curiously. Sword Ghost's complexion improved slightly. As long as they didn't immediately take action, there was still hope. So he said seriously, "This Martial Arts League is not simple. It is a martial arts organization established by King Qin, who embodies the combination of martial arts and enlightenment. The Wuji Association, established during Martial Saint's lifetime, pursued the utmost in martial arts. However, after Martial Saint's death, the Wuji Association went into hiding and declined. And our King Qin is the one who carries the torch of martial arts in this era after Martial Saint's passing. He has martial arts enlightenment." This statement subtly belittled both Martial Saint and the Wuji Association. Qiao Mu immediately became interested. He never expected to hear the term martial arts enlightenment from the mouth of Sword Ghost. Martial arts enlightenment had always been a vague and elusive legend. What does martial arts enlightenment mean? He asked. Those who achieve martial arts enlightenment can cultivate the martial arts golden body, breaking the limits of the human body. No blade or spear can harm them, and they are impervious to fire and water, Sword Ghost declared proudly. The influence of the Wuji Association spreads throughout Ju province, but there are also many mediocre martial artists among them. However, my martial arts league is different. Only martial artists with spirit refining ability are qualified to join the martial arts league, and naturally, they are all top elites. Embarking on the spiritual refining method is also one of the prerequisites for achieving mastery in martial arts. After Sword Ghost described the greatness of the martial arts league, he noticed the increasingly curious expression in the old man's eyes. A sense of unease arose in his heart. He heard the old man sigh and say, "So, you guys are this strong? Then don't worry." A cold light pierced the night sky, like a comet streaking across. The old man held a long spear that resembled a dragon, pointing it straight at Sword Ghost's forehead. His movements were extremely fast, and his strength was tremendous. But what amazed people was that this long spear thrust had not even made a sound, as if it had merged with the air. Qiao Mu's military spear skill can be said to be one of the earliest and relatively simple spear techniques. Now at the age of 90, his military spear skill has reached perfection, being the only technique that has reached such level among all the martial arts and skills. The strong intuition warned him, and the Sword Ghost desperately dodged to the side before the old man thrust the long spear. The long spear narrowly grazed the Sword Ghost's scalp, emitting a sharp aura that cut off a section of his messy hair, leaving a long bloody mark on his scalp, with blood quickly oozing out. Is it the intuition of a spirit refining martial artist? Qiao Mu muttered to himself. Although the martial saint's spiritual technique also gave him sharp intuition, it was not a true spiritual refining technique, so it was sometimes effective and sometimes not, and it also had the side effect of being sensed by other cultivators' intuition. The Sword Ghost hurriedly dodged Qiao Mu's spear, feeling a chilling sensation on his head, followed by intense pain. So fast, that spear from the old man earlier was not just about speed. The speed of his movements indicated that the old man's physical strength was definitely not weak, perhaps even stronger than that of the Sword Ghost, a third-rank young man. When he was uncertain and puzzled, he could only hear the old man's feeble voice in front of him. All along, I have had a tiny doubt about what advantages spirit refining martial artists have over other martial artists. You can fully utilize your learned skills and rely on your instincts as a spirit refining martial artist. Let me observe closely. Under the night sky, the moon gently cast its light on the tiled roof of the house. The old man, despite his wrinkles and old age, had bright eyes. The sharp tip of his long spear reflected a chilling cold light in the moonlight. "Next, I will stab your left shoulder," calmly said the old man. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, only thick curiosity. In the outskirts of the imperial capital under the cover of night, a silhouette of a swordsman swiftly moved on the eaves of the house. This swordsman got injured, and there was blood falling from time to time. He kept looking back and was quite scared. This imperial capital is indeed full of hidden talents. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The praying mantis catches the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. Who knows, in the end, the cicada almost swallowed the oriole. I don't know where this strong old man came from. He seems to be around 90 years old. The swordsman was extremely shocked. He had originally intended to take the risk and snatch the blood moon chart from the Sword Ghost, but he didn't expect it would cost his brother's life. From now on, it seems that he might be the only one known as Flying Snow Blade, instead of Flying Snow Double Blades. Just as he was feeling emotional, a voice suddenly came to his ears. What praying mantis? Who is the praying mantis? And who is this 90-year-old man? The swordsman was almost scared out of his wits. He quickly turned his head and saw a burly man in black clothes and a black cloak draped over his shoulders, running on the eaves together with him. The strangest thing is that this person in black robes is not fast or slow, just at the same speed as him. And even after saying this sentence, he remains calm and composed, showing no signs of breathing heavily. After the yellow sparrow, there is actually a child holding a slingshot. This swordsman, named Flying Snowblade, is too scared to speak. In his heart, he is extremely terrified. He quickly changes direction and clenches his teeth, forcing himself to use the blood shadow technique to continue fleeing. You haven't answered my question yet, the person in the black robe says calmly. They are less than a meter away from each other, almost side by side. No matter how fast the Flying Snowblade runs, it cannot increase the distance between them by even a slight bit. It is important to know that the strength of a spirit refining martial artist lies in their mental power. So, even though this spirit refining martial artist called the Sword Ghost may not be much better than the Flying Snowblade in lightness skills. In contrast, the Flying Snowblade uses a secret technique to increase its running speed by 30 to 40% more than usual. Not even the Sword Ghost can catch up. Now, the person in the black robe seems to be handling it with ease. The Flying Snowblade looks at the person in the black robe and suddenly remembers something. Instantly, all hope seems to vanish, and they stop in their tracks. So it's the #1 divine capturer in the world, the person with the best lightness skills, Mr. Wei and Wei. This time, I've lost? He says in despair. In his heart, he felt a bit resentful. Whether it's the Sword Ghost or martial artist like Wei and who refines their spirit, fighting is no longer just about fists and kicks, but also about the clash of their minds. Wei and deliberately showed off his light skills to taunt him, clearly not to show off in front of others, but to overpower his mind and attack him mentally. It must be said that this mental attack strategy is extremely effective. Because Wei En is extraordinary. Not only is he the best in light skills, but he is also one of the few first-ranked martial artists in the Great Yan Imperial Court. A person's reputation casts a shadow on others. Even a sword ghost at the third rank of the spiritual refining period left Flying Snowblade almost defenseless with the Flying Snowblade, let alone Wei En, who is already at the first rank of the spiritual refining period. Unable to win the fight and unable to escape, what else could he do? After recognizing who Wei En really was, Flying Snowblade immediately lost any intention of being his enemy. Do you recognize me? Then let's speak nicely. Wei En's mouth slightly curved, revealing a chilly smile. The imperial capital is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger? Have you even considered where you are? How dare you run wild under the cover of night? This Flying Snow Double Blades is actually a wanted criminal from the Great Yan Imperial Court. Killing for treasure and smuggling goods is not something new for him. And today, running wild in the outskirts of the city, it seems like he hasn't done anything good. Tell me, what happened? Wei En stared into the eyes of the Flying Snowblade, his gaze sharp like an eagle, as if he could see through his secrets and uncover all the hidden, dirty things in his heart. As the #1 divine hunter in the world, Wei En's eye attacking method is even more brilliant than the Sword Ghost. It's the Sword Ghost. The Sword Ghost attacked an old man who sells paintings. Under the pressure of the eye attacking technique, the immense pressure quickly made the Flying Snowblade's mind collapse and reveal his true thoughts, leaving Wei En lost in thought. A 90-year-old man, suspected of suppressing the Sword Ghost, a third-ranking martial artist. Wei En was very knowledgeable.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. So he knew how absurd this matter was. Life at 70 is already rare, but a person in their 90s is extremely rare. But the most rare thing is that there was a very strong old man, even able to overpower a third-rank martial artist. After a famous expert named Liu Yanbei defeated a second-rank martial artist with a wooden sword back then, Liu Yanbei's reputation and deeds quickly spread throughout Zhu province. And now, there is unexpectedly another powerful old man in his 90s who has appeared out of nowhere. It is likely that he will surely create some waves in the imperial capital. Hold on, an old man with an unusually high age and profound martial arts skills. Does this sound a bit oddly familiar? Wei En frowned, suddenly remembering the exaggerated stories Jiao Zhong had told him during their previous interrogation. This Jiao Zhong was actually a man in his 60s. With Wei En's guiding questions, he made up a legend about a place called Daowin Land. Qiao Zhong had once claimed that the Qiao family actually had many hidden elders who were even stronger than him. According to the swordsman, even when the old man reached the age of 90 and his vitality had declined, he was able to suppress a sword ghost of the third-rank spiritual power. If this was the case during his prime, one can only imagine what kind of monster he was. Could it be that one of the hidden elders of the Qiao family has appeared? Wei En wondered, but then chuckled to himself. Hold on, didn't I help Qiao Zhong come up with the story of the hidden elders of the Qiao family? How did I even start believing in it? He laughed at his own self-mockery and dismissed the thought. He then urged the Flying Snowblade to lead the way towards Qiao Mu's direction. Regardless of anything else, as a divine catcher, he couldn't ignore the fact that there were spiritual refining sword ghosts robbing and looting during the night. Wei En held the Flying Snowblade in his hand and swiftly flew by like a big bird. He could only hear the strong wind blowing by his ears as the Flying Snowblade quickly disappeared into the distance, leaving him startled. After a moment, they could faintly hear the sound of a battle ahead. However, when they followed the sound, they saw a scene that even these experienced individuals didn't expect. It was not the serious battle they had imagined. At this moment, the sword ghost was already covered in wounds, with several holes pierced through his chest and shoulders. His body was bleeding heavily, and he was gasping for breath, unable to hide his fatigue on his face. The old man stood just 2 steps in front of the sword ghost, facing him. "Are you ready?" the old man calmly said. "Next, I will strike your left cheek." As he spoke, his hand trembled and the long stick of the spear shook slightly, turning into a blurry image, swiftly aiming for sword ghost's cheek. The sword ghost's pupils suddenly shrank, already trying to crouch down and dodge before Qiao Mu even made a move. Guided by instinct, he saw the trajectory of the spear swinging in the air, feeling a strong sense of threat on his left cheek. He bit his tongue and quickly crouched down. However, the old man's spear changed its move accordingly, sweeping horizontally to a diagonal slash, still very fast. Although he noticed the trajectory of the long spear, he just couldn't dodge it. Sword Ghost felt a wave of helplessness welling up inside him. His pupils suddenly contracted, but he could only watch as the spear's stick rapidly grew bigger in his field of vision. With a cracking sound, the Sword Ghost was sent flying 2 to 3 meters by the horizontal strike of the spear. Several teeth were forcefully broken, and he fell from the air with a bloodstain in his mouth. Left shoulder. The old man didn't stop. He swiftly moved forward and came to a stop 1 meter in front of Sword Ghost. The long spear quickly aimed at Sword Ghost's left shoulder and made a small hole in the flesh. Right arm. As fast as a dragon, the spear stabbed directly at Sword Ghost's right arm. Left thigh. Left side of the waist. Right calf. The old man appeared very polite and didn't attack aggressively. Before every strike, he always shouted in advance. If it weren't for the few blood holes he actually pierced into Sword Ghost's body, this scene would be like a martial arts master guiding an apprentice's practice and testing their evasive skills. What are you doing? The swordsman, Flying Snowblade, felt confused at first, but after watching the battle closely, he felt satisfied in his heart. This sword ghost had killed his brother. Before, he had been quite arrogant in front of their flying snow double blades, easily avoiding their combined attack. But now, in front of the old man, it felt like a master teaching a student, as he tried his best to dodge but had no fighting back power. However, the more he looked closely, the more he felt scared in his heart. While it was satisfying to see the sword ghost fail, their flying snow double blades had also targeted the old man, and now they had attracted such a terrifying enemy. What rank is this old man? He couldn't help asking Wei An beside him. Wei An was a highly skilled martial artist with extensive knowledge. With his discerning eyes, he could probably see through the old man's true abilities. Rank doesn't matter anymore. Wei An stared directly at Qiao Mu's face. After the age of 90, Qiao Mu had mastered Wu Kijhen's book flesh-changing skill to a small extent, no longer just makeup. Today, when Qiao Mu appeared, he deliberately didn't use makeup to change his appearance, but instead used flesh-changing skill to subtly alter his looks. This means that the 90-year-old Qiao Shuanglin now looks somewhat similar to the 60-year-old Qiao Zhong. Could it be that he really is an elder of the Qiao family? Condor Wei An's mind was shaken, and even self-doubt arose. Could it be that what Qiao Zhong said that day wasn't a lie? Does the Qiao family really have elders who are not only older but also more skilled in martial arts than him? As Wei An pondered, the situation on the field also changed. Enough? Until when will you keep humiliating me? The sword ghost's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. Elder, your physical body is very strong, and your spear speed is extremely fast, obviously surpassing the limits of a 4th-rank martial artist, right? Despite being very old, you have such an unusual body. Maybe you are related to those who pursue martial arts. Tonight, it seems like there might be chaos within the family. Qiao Mu's gaze turned cold as he held a long spear to the throat of the sword ghost, without actually piercing it. Through the previous test, he finally realized the strength of a 3rd-rank spirit refining martial artist. This keen intuition is truly useful, allowing a 3rd-rank spirit refining martial artist to gain the upper hand against a 4th-rank martial artist. However, his speed was still a bit slow. Are you asking if I, Qiao Shuanglin, have any connection to those who pursue martial arts? Why do you ask? Qiao Mu secretly chuckled, questioning. He intentionally revealed his name. Anybody who pursues martial arts has an incredibly strong and inhuman body. The sword ghost reminisced, with a face filled with longing. Hold on, I remember you mentioned earlier that to achieve martial arts mastery, one must first enter the spiritual refining method. Qiao Mu furrowed his brow and asked. First, spiritual refining, then body training. Yes. The golden body technique practiced by those who pursue the path of martial arts is divided into 3 realms, copper skin, iron bones, and golden body. Feeling the urgency of the situation, Sword Ghost volunteered information before Qiao Mu could ask. It is said that the strength of a martial artist's body is closely related to the level of spiritual refining. As a 3rd-rank spirit refining martial artist like myself, I can only achieve the copper skin realm at most. At this point in the story, Sword Ghost's face suddenly showed extreme fear. His eyes widened, filled with terror, then slowly turned blank. Finally, he lost focus, his pupils dilated, and he fell to the ground. He died abruptly, out of nowhere. Just when the story was halfway through, why did he die so suddenly? I hadn't even had a chance to ask about that Blood Sun chart. Qiao Mu pondered. The Blood Sun chart was probably in the possession of the One Family Chamber of Commerce, but that was not important. What concerned him more was the concept of martial arts leading to enlightenment. Sword Ghost's death was clearly not due to sudden death or a sudden illness, but because of the words he left unfinished. Ghosts? Life and death spell? Poison? Or the forbidden spells of the fairy path? Many thoughts crossed Qiao Mu's mind. Whether it is martial arts or the fairy path, there are many ways to control people, but the fairy path spells are more clever and inconspicuous. The abrupt death of the sword ghost adds a touch of mystery to the so-called using martial arts to enter the path. Is he dead? Qiao Mu suddenly turned his head and looked at Wei An and the person secretly watching from afar. He had long noticed their surveillance, but he didn't care, and even hoped that someone would watch. The more people witnessed his impressive victory over the sword ghost, the more famous he would become. Are you the Emperor's lackeys? He looked coldly at Wei An from a distance and sneered. When Sword Ghost tried to steal my Blood Moon chart, you didn't show up, but now you come, hoping to take advantage. Come on, I can handle as many people as you bring. There are no cowards in my Qiao family who fear death. Qiao Mu spoke loudly and said, remember my name well. I am Qiao Shuanglin, one of the elders of the Qiao family in this generation. The Qiao family's motto is to repay kindness and repay debts. My son, Qiao Zhong, died at the vegetable market, and his death will not end like this. Qiao Mu's voice was like thunder, echoing in the darkness. What humility! What endurance! What stability! What cowardice! As someone who has been reckless since childhood and is still reckless in old age, Qiao Mu is always either causing trouble or on the path to causing trouble. The more notorious he becomes, the bigger the trouble he can cause, and the higher the death toll. As long as Qiao Mu keeps causing trouble, Qiao's family's reputation will eventually grow bigger and bigger like a snowball, and finally become famous in Zhong province. Qiao Mu has an insatiable thirst for death. He finally realized that after the martial saint's death, His ultimate goal was to become the current martial arts leader, and his smaller goal was to fully understand the Human Path Sutra. The Human Path Sutra, or the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, was taught by Haiwei in the heavenly prison. The reason for teaching the martial arts technique was the promise made by the martial saint in the past. It was a transaction between the two parties, but it didn't mean that Qiao Mu could simply accept Haiwei's teachings. Wuji association belongs to Wuji association, and Haiwei belongs to Haiwei. Being born immortal, one must repay gratitude and fulfill debts. That's how a fulfilling life of avenging and repaying unfolds. Haiwei is already old, almost 80 years old, thought Qiao Mu, who was 90 years old. He had a great ambition to develop the Human Path Sutra. As an immortal, I can accelerate the progress of developing the Human Path Sutra and try to make sure that Haiwei can see the day when the real Human Path Sutra is born during his lifetime. This is the method that Qiao Mu came up with to repay Haiwei. Of course, developing the Human Path Sutra also naturally benefits Qiao Mu himself. Now that he is 90 years old and destined to continue aging, he and Haiwei's Human Path Sutra have become inseparable. This is the reason why Qiao Mu is taking a risk. He is extremely eager for fame and is obsessed with the idea of death. Therefore, when he met the renowned Condor Wei En, he not only didn't avoid him, but instead felt a slight competitiveness. I have already experienced the taste of being a third-rank martial artist. What about the top-ranked first martial artist in the world? This thought flashed through his mind. If the spiritual refining method reaches the first rank, how strong would it be? Wei En, are you also here to steal my ancient painting? Qiao Mu leaped forward, not only evading but also swiftly charging towards Wei En. He didn't know much about Wei En. Wei En was a calm person. In the past, he was instrumental in connecting the Wuji Association and Xiaozhong, and played a crucial role in teaching martial arts to Haiwei and Xiaozhong. However, Wei En didn't reveal his strong ties to the Wuji Association in front of Qiao Mu. In Qiao Mu's presence, he remained the #1 imperial detective belonging to the Great Yan Imperial Court. Qiao Mu didn't have a good opinion of government officials, so he took the initiative at this moment. As he swiftly dashed past, his fist struck Wei En's chest with great force. In an instant, it went straight through, but there was no sensation in his hand. Looking up, Wei En had already turned into a blur and dissipated right in front of Qiao Mu's eyes. At the same time, Qiao Mu's pupil shrunk as his instincts fluctuated, sensing a hint of danger. Frostbite God Claw. Wei En's tall figure had appeared behind him without Qiao Mu noticing. His hands turned into claws, leaving a chilling claw mark on Qiao Mu's shoulder as it forcefully struck through the air. Qiao Mu quickly dashed out more than 10 meters and stood still in the distance, looking down at his shoulder. They didn't fight for long, just a brief touch and separation. Is this the power of a martial artist ranked first? Qiao Mu looked down at the claw marks on his shoulder, blood trickling out and staining it red. Although the wound is not shallow, it's not deep either. While the skin is broken, it hasn't reached the bone, so it can't be considered a serious injury. As the claw marks formed, a chilling internal strength started to seep into the wound. Although it wasn't a big problem, it made him feel uncomfortable. With the agile movements of a third-ranked martial artist and instinctive spiritual refining, Qiao Mu was completely defenseless. The first-ranked martial artist's swift movements, combined with their first-ranked intuition, already surpassed Qiao Mu's speed. And Wei En's claw skill, although not bad, is clearly inferior to his light skill. Just like a moment ago, when Qiao Mu's sometimes unreliable intuition sensed danger, he actually had a chance to dodge Wei En's attack. He was just too stubborn, thinking of using his own hard work to test the depth of Wei En's claw skill. So he intentionally stayed in place without dodging, secretly using his own physical body to resist this claw. Although he got injured, Qiao Mu also saw the truth of Wei En's abilities. Wei En's strength is worthy for me to use the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method, but his light skill is too good. Even with the Heavenly Demon Disintegration method, it's unlikely to catch up, can't hit, and there's no point in getting entangled. This thought crossed Qiao Mu's mind and he immediately stopped thinking about fighting Wei En. He wasn't afraid of death. But how to die, when to die, and the quality of death, are all very important questions worth exploring. So, he swiftly disappeared into the night using his lightness skills. The voice of the old man echoed in the darkness. Remember, my name is Qiao Shuanglan. I came to this imperial capital to seek justice for my son Xiaozhong. Qiao's family always repays their debts. However, when people like Wei En hear the name Xiaozhong and know the whole story, they feel an immense sense of heaviness in their hearts. Who killed Xiaozhong? It was Emperor Yanghe, the current ruler, along with the two powerful immortal gates, the Great Dao sect in Zhong province and the Xintian temple in Nan province. Although Qiao's family is known for standing up for their loved ones, this is quite bold. It's like declaring war against the Great Yan Imperial Court and the immortal gates. Why is Qiao's family so fearless and brave? Wei En sighed softly, watching Qiao Mu walk away, but he didn't chase after him. This Qiao Shuanglan harbored hostility towards him, and he understood because he was an official of the Great Yan Imperial Court, seen as a henchman in the eyes of the martial arts community. However, Qiao Shuanglan's hostility didn't affect his admiration for Qiao's family. The reputation of Qiao's family was built upon the sacrifice of countless lives. This was a solid fact, naturally resounding and renowned. Is the hidden sect of Qiao's family really exist? This Qiao Shuanglan is truly extraordinary. Wei En glanced at his right hand. He had just used his claw technique to push back Qiao Mu. Although he had held back, he had no intention of taking Qiao Mu's life. Not only is his martial arts skill impressive, but his internal strength is also incredibly strong. Although my claw technique can cut through his flesh, it is difficult to make further progress. The extent of his inner strength was even more surprising than his physical body. As the imperial capital's chief detective, Wei An had encountered countless cunning and wicked criminals. Among them, there were no lack of powerful spirit-refining martial artists. The displayed power that Qiao Shuanglin showed tonight left him amazed. Qiao Shuanglin's lightness, skill and body movements were not as good as his, but it didn't mean Qiao Shuanglin was weak. Because the martial saint had passed away, he was now considered the best in lightness skill. In addition to Qiao Shuanglin's intuition as the top-ranked spiritual refining martial artist, it was difficult for anyone to get close to him. How did Qiao Shuanglin cultivate his martial arts? It seems that he's not a true spirit-refining martial artist, but rather someone who has practiced the martial saint's spiritual technique. Is his intuition unreliable at times? Wei An furrowed his brows. Being knowledgeable and having encountered the Wuji Association before, he could see through Qiao Mu's true and false. So he was even more surprised. Ever since the appearance of the spiritual refining method, the path of the martial artist has expanded to include the third rank. After reaching the upper limit of the fourth rank, no one foolishly focused on cultivating internal strength for physical growth. Instead, they all worked hard towards mastering the spiritual refining method. Because the intuition of a spirit-refining martial artist far surpasses that of a traditional martial artist, this is a fact proven through fist fights. The current version of martial artists has long been focused on refining their intuition, but suddenly an opposite version of Qiao Shuanglin appears. There are no shortcuts to cultivating strength and power, only years of accumulation and perseverance can lead to results. Even so, compared to the spiritual refining method, this path can be said to be half the effort for half the result. It is a path that has been obsolete for hundreds of years. And now, at the age of 90, Qiao Shuanglin effortlessly defeats a third-rank spirit-refining martial artist, Sword Ghost, as if a master defeats an apprentice. If Qiao Shuanglin has extraordinary talent, then it is understandable. After all, Zhu Province was full of talented people and amazing adventures. People with natural divine power, astonishing talents, unique physical abilities, or those who have consumed special fruits to enhance their internal strength. Although they were rare, Zhu Province was very big. According to what he knew, the martial saint's disciples, known as the 72 wise men, were a gathering of extraordinary talents like these. But Qiao Shuanglin was different from them, because he belonged to the Qiao's family. The Qiao's family was never just one person. If Qiao Shuanglin's exceptional physical body and internal strength were not solely his own talents, but instead a result of the mysterious Qiao family from Daowen land, who had truly discovered an effective path, then this thought crossed Wei An's mind. If that's really the case, then how could he just watch Qiao Shuanglin walk towards a path of self-destruction? He shivered with a sudden surge of killing intent. Qiao Shuanglin, I know you want revenge for your son and wanted me to help you become famous, but facing Immortal Gate and the current emperor, your strength is like hitting a stone with an egg, without any way out. But I, Wei An, have always been righteous and hate evil. How could I sit back and watch you die miserably? n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He naturally kept silent and didn't mention Qiao Shuanglin's audacious words tonight. But that's not enough. Wei An's gaze was sharp like a blade, once again using the eye attacking technique, deeply intimidating the nearby flying snow blade, forcing him not to reveal anything. Then he shot an arrow into the air, and soon the 6 gates pursuers hurriedly arrived, escorting Flying Snowblade away, and also took the time to clean up the bodies of Flying Snowblade's brother and the Sword Ghost. After doing all this, Wei An didn't stop there. He knew this was only the beginning, there was more to be done tonight. The imperial capital's hidden talents are not just empty words. Qiao Mu was selling ancient paintings loudly on the street, and those who were attracted to him were probably not just the Sword Ghost and the Flying Snow Double Blades brothers. Moreover, from Wei An's perspective, the Sword Ghost suddenly collapsed halfway through speaking, which was obviously abnormal. There may be other people lurking around here. It is very possible that they are from the Martial Arts League, so they made a move with unknown means at a critical moment, killing the Sword Ghost to prevent him from revealing the secrets of the League. There are so many rats in the gutter. Wei An's gaze turned cold. He spread his cloak and disappeared into the night like a big bird. Qiao Shuanglin was honest and straightforward, talking to himself about avenging his son. But I cannot let him die like this. So, I will put the glory of being the #1 divine catcher in the world at stake. I want to catch all those rats lurking in the dark, to prevent the information from leaking out and causing Immortal Gate to be hostile towards Qiao Shuanglin. The second half of the night will be busy, he muttered, his voice low. Wei An was extraordinary, his lightness skill unrivaled in the world. In the past, when he was not in the imperial capital, he had served in the city of Gaotang in Zhong province. And so, overnight, he single-handedly rid the entire city of the gang of thieves. The prisons were overflowing, and when it was all over, the sun hadn't even risen yet. It seemed as if time had frozen in that one night. Wei An became famous because of this battle and was known as the greatest bounty hunter in the world. When Emperor Yonghe heard of his reputation, he specifically appointed him to the imperial capital, where he has been for many years. As the greatest bounty hunter in the world, he now risks his own honor to deal with these insignificant rats in the gutter. Isn't it a piece of cake for him? 1 hour later. Wei Yan was bleeding profusely, his face pale as paper. However, his expression was extremely serious as he used all his strength to perform light-footed techniques, moving through the night like a wisp of smoke. Qiao Shuanglin, my power is limited this time. I cannot prevent your fame from spreading in the imperial capital, even though that is your wish. Wei Yan's lips had lost their color, and his injuries were severe. If it weren't for his unparalleled light-footed skills, he would have lost his life at the hands of that mysterious person just now. Is he the martial arts enlightenment that the sword ghost mentioned? From the martial arts league. Wei Yan didn't quite understand what martial arts enlightenment meant. However, after a brief encounter with the mysterious person known as Martial Arts Enlightened One, Wei Yan was seriously injured and narrowly escaped death. That person's physical body doesn't seem like an ordinary human. Is this what they call the martial arts golden body? Remembering the mysterious man from earlier, Wei Yan's face became extremely serious. I can't die yet. He used his lightness skills and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the night. The night gradually grew darker. Inside a house on the outskirts of the city, Clairaudience, who was listening to the movements on the ground with his ears, suddenly raised his head. Wherever there are troublemakers, there is a tide listening building. Tonight, it is surprisingly lively. It was already late at night, but Clairaudience showed no signs of tiredness and was actually very energetic. This Qiao Shuanglin just arrived in the imperial capital, and he's already causing a stir. Not only him, but the effects of Martial Saint's death have also stirred up the hidden currents in the darkness. The name Clairaudience was not randomly chosen. As a transcendent and mysterious force in the martial world, Tide Listening Building must have something to rely on in order to survive Martial Saint's hands. Clairaudience, among the storytellers of Tide Listening Building, is a naturally gifted genius. He has exceptional hearing ability since birth, and with training, he can perceive even the subtlest details. He can even hear the sound of martial arts from a distance, making him a remarkable figure in the world. Qiao Shuanglin. Martial Arts League. With the death of Martial Saint, the stagnant martial arts world has indeed brought about many changes, but whether they are good or bad, it's still unpredictable. Clairaudience's eyes sparkled as he heard the secret rumors of tonight. Keeping it to himself was simply impossible. To the east of the imperial capital was the old residence of the Fang family. After confirming that no one was following him, Qiao Mu displayed his light skills and leaped over the courtyard wall, landing in the old residence's garden. It was now late at night, with the moonlight illuminating half of the wall. With a gentle breeze, the rustling of leaves could be heard, and the shadows of 2 jujube trees swayed on the wall. Fang Yuan, who was still awake, sat under the eaves and watched as Qiao Mu flew into the courtyard. He felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Is Senior Qiao injured? He naturally knew about Qiao Mu's mission to bring the Blood Moon chart. However, with his own abilities, if he were to get involved, not only would he be of no help, but he might also die in vain. Just a minor injury, Qiao Mu replied casually. He was indeed very calm. Other than severe injuries like fatal wounds or severed meridians, everything else is considered minor injuries, and he is already used to it. Compared to this little matter, I have already avenged a part of your parents' enemies, he said. Wan Ronghua's offering, the sword ghost, has already died, and died by my hands. Fang Yuan's mind shook, then he looked at the injury on Qiao Mu's shoulder. So Senior Qiao's injury was caused by the sword ghost. Don't underestimate me. What abilities does that sword ghost have to harm me? Qiao Mu didn't explain further. Suddenly, there was a meow, and a very fast black shadow darted out of the shadow of the courtyard wall. It was the impermanent demon cat, currently circling around Qiao Mu's body, looking extremely anxious and meowing in a distressed manner. Ghost, did you secretly go out to do something dangerous in the middle of the night? Without taking me? Qiao Mu naturally couldn't understand what the cat meant, so he just imagined it in his pure mind. He noticed that this cat didn't show the same obsessed look as before when sucking in life energy. Perhaps this meant that his journey tonight didn't actually encounter any real life-threatening danger? In the next moment, the cat pounced on his face like a butterfly and then its claws held onto his shoulder, while its tongue licked the wound on Qiao Mu's shoulder. The tongue of a feline animal has barbs, and this impermanent demon cat is a creature of the supernatural, so it wouldn't be impossible even if its tongue grew sharp fangs. With this lick, Qiao Mu felt a strange combination of pain and numbing relief. After the licking session, the pain on his shoulder actually lessened and even the bleeding stopped. I can't believe there's such a use for tongues. Massaging with a tongue. Qiao Mu seemed quite surprised. The cat seemed to vaguely know that Qiao Mu was praising him, and proudly raised its round little head, with a look that said, "Keep praising me." Qiao Mu gently scratched the cat's chin, making the little kitty comfortably close its eyes and stick out its tongue. It has a rough tongue. In the moment when the cat closed its eyes, Qiao Mu swiftly moved and pinched its unpredictable tongue, truly experiencing the sensation of a cat's tongue. Meow meow. The unpredictable cat struggled and swiftly slapped Qiao Mu's hand twice, then after breaking free, it hid in the shadow under the eaves, looking at Qiao Mu cautiously from a distance. Fang Yuan didn't pay attention to Qiao Mu's playfulness with the cat, his attention was always on the wound on Qiao Mu's shoulder. Senior Qiao, this seems to be more than just an ordinary external injury, Fang Yuan said. Although the wound on the shoulder was no longer bleeding, it emitted a faint chill and there were even faint traces of frost forming. Wei En's claws carry a poisonous chill. Although the wound isn't deep, it's a bit troublesome, Qiao Mu thought to himself. This injury is not serious. Those minor cold toxins are not difficult to handle, and Qiao Mu didn't pay much attention to them. In fact, this is also a warning from Wei En. Intentionally striking with such force, injuring Qiao Mu but still holding back, it is a warning to him. According to Wei En's thoughts, these minor cold toxins are not a big problem and will fade away in about 7 days. However, it will eventually affect Qiao Mu's internal strength, so if Qiao Mu wants to fight with others before the cold toxins are completely eliminated, it will have some impact. In other words, with this strike, it means that Qiao Mu should refrain from causing trouble in the short term and at least recover from the injury first. Senior Qiao, I know a famous doctor in the imperial capital named Dongxinglan. Fang Yuan couldn't help but speak up. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//OM. Qiao Mu avenged him, and he naturally felt grateful, but he couldn't repay the favor. So, when he saw that Qiao Mu was injured at this moment, he expressed his willingness to introduce the renowned doctor. In the past, he did a kind thing, not afraid of offending the sword ghost, and told me that my parents were hurt in their spirits by the eye attacking technique. Perhaps he can help treat the older generation's injuries. Why bother seeking medical treatment for such a minor injury? Qiao Mu didn't pay attention. Tomorrow, I will continue to sell paintings in the antique street. If I'm still not better tomorrow, I will go the day after. If it's a serious injury, Qiao Mu will just end his own life right there, exchanging old age for a refreshed body, not caring about any injuries. What he is more concerned about is when Xiao Shuanglin will die this time. The imperial capital hides many talented individuals, which means that by acting so conspicuously, it's estimated that his reputation will spread quickly. Fang Yuan had no objections. Or even if he had objections, it wouldn't change Qiao Mu's decision. He just took a deep look at Qiao Mu and his figure deeply imprinted on his eyes. When he was young, his father told him that he was only 7 years old when he was placed under someone else's care, but he never forgot the kindness of his biological father. So now, he naturally cannot readily accept Qiao Shuanglin's kindness towards him. He repays others in the same way they treat him. His father treats him as his own, and he sees his father as his biological father. He is currently weak and only holds the 9th rank, which doesn't allow him to help Qiao Mu. But it doesn't stop him from setting goals in his heart. The next day, it was just dawn when Qiao Mu appeared once again on Antique Street in Imperial Capital. He was still the same as yesterday, promoting the Blood Moon chart, boasting that the painting is worth 10,000 silver taels. The street vendors around were all gone. Anyone who was well informed or had some experience would know that this old man was extraordinary. Holding a valuable ancient painting worth thousands of taels, capable of attracting martial artists of rank 4th and above, he was shouting and selling it in the busy market. The next day, he appeared unharmed and continued to sell it as if nothing had happened. Who wouldn't know that this old man was an expert fisherman? Xiao Shuanglin. Inside the Hai family's mansion, when Hai Wei heard this news from the old butler, his usually calm and composed heart started to ripple. After Qiao Zhong, is the next member of the Qiao family really appearing in the imperial capital so soon? But he's even more high profile than I imagined. Hai Wei squinted his eyes and thought of Qiao Zhong in the heavenly prison. In the past, when he was in the heavenly prison, he didn't know if he would be able to come out alive. So, in reality, he treated 60-year-old Qiao Zhong as a disciple inheriting his legacy. Now, Qiao Zhong passed away before him, and he also heard that Qiao's family appeared in the imperial capital. How could he not be filled with mixed emotions? Inside the house of the Hai family. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. This house appears quite old, with peeling walls and worn-out furniture. Hai Wei stood in the empty courtyard, with only the old butler behind him. He silently gazed at the equally ancient tree, feeling a surge of emotions. 30 years had passed since his imprisonment in the heavenly prison, and the glory of the Hai family had faded. His wife had passed away many years ago, and their 2 sons were no longer in the imperial capital. Upon his return, the once grand house was now only attended by the loyal old butler. The house had lost its liveliness, feeling empty and filled with a heavy air, but Hai Wei didn't mind, because his time was running out. Ahem. Hai Wei coughed softly, hunching his body slightly. He was nearly 80 years old, and had spent 30 years in the dark and damp environment of the heavenly prison, causing irreversible damage to his body. Though martial artists are strong, their lifespans are still within the range of ordinary people. Hai Wei, despite practicing martial arts in his early years, came from a different branch of the Shaolin monks. Over the years, his body had accumulated some hidden injuries, which had now become chronic illnesses in his old age. His remaining time might not be much, and he knew his life was nearing its end. Even though he had left the heavenly prison, the sight of the imperial capital didn't bring him much joy. 30 years had passed, and the great Yan imperial court was in decline, resembling the final years of a dynasty, with natural disasters and man-made tragedies occurring throughout the land. Not only were there natural disasters and man-made tragedies, but even inhuman disasters were happening frequently, especially after the martial saint's death. 15 days ago, the village of Tan County in Zhong Province was attacked by evil sorcerers from the Blood Lotus sect. 100,000 people died, and it was all because they were trying to make something called the 10,000 Souls Banner. Dao Zhen, a disciple of the great Dao sect, heard about this and went to Tan County. He fought against the disciples of the Blood Lotus sect. Although he succeeded in killing them, it also caused great damage to 2 nearby mountain villages, and many people were injured or killed. 1 month ago, there was a sudden thunderstorm with lightning in the sky above Dan City in Zhong Province. It seemed like it was caused by 2 immortals fighting each other. Half of the city was destroyed by the lightning, and around 100,000 people were hurt or killed. The local officials informed the disciples of the Great Dao sect about this, but they haven't received any response yet. They can only guess that this incident may be related to the Great Dao sect or other immortal gates. Even until today, our Great Yin Imperial Court still doesn't know where those 2 immortal cultivators came from, why they were fighting, and why they chose to fight in the sky above Dan City. Maybe they don't even care. All of these things are called the inhuman disaster. The so-called inhuman disaster means a disaster caused by inhuman beings. It is not exactly the same as the concept of natural and man-made disasters. Natural disasters are things like earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, and hurricanes. They cannot be predicted and humans cannot stop them. When they happen, it is all about luck. Man-made disasters are disasters caused by regular people, such as robberies, fights, and even wars, big or small. The so-called inhuman disaster is caused by something inhuman. It is much more destructive than human-caused disasters, like a natural calamity. Ordinary people cannot predict it or fight against it. It's like when the heavens decide to rain. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. Whether it happens or not depends on fate. After 30 years in the heavenly prison, the inhuman disaster becomes more and more intense. If the martial saint is still alive, perhaps the immortal gate will tone down a bit. Hai Wei thought to himself and shook his head in disappointment. After leaving the heavenly prison, the sky above was even darker than the prison ceiling. It was only when he heard the news about Qiao's family that he felt a little relieved. Qiao Zhong unexpectedly died before me, just as he had grasped my power. I can only pass on the Human Path Sutra to the next Qiao's family. No, it's not just the Qiao's family. Deciphering the true Human Path Sutra will be a long process and requires teamwork. Passing it on to the Qiao's family is just the beginning. Hai Wei lowered his eyelids, and he also needed to start planning for the future. Tea house in the imperial capital, natural abode. A swordsman with a long sword at his waist entered the door, took out a little silver and exchanged it for a small booklet to read. On it were the words Martial Artists Ranking. The business of the Tide Listening Building is not only limited to storytelling. Depending solely on a storyteller's words is too slow. The rankings of the martial arts world released by the Tide Listening Building evaluate martial arts heroes from all over, and are quite popular, with stories of martial artists, both true and false, mixed in. On the strength list, at number 99, there's a 90-year-old martial artist named Qiao Shuanglin. This is really strange. There's actually a 90-year-old on the strength list. Even though internal strength accumulates with age, it doesn't decline rapidly like a martial god's physical vitality due to aging. However, the growth of internal strength is also limited. The physical body is the foundation of a martial artist, and in old age, the martial artist's vitality declines. It is not easy for internal strength to continue to grow. Could this Qiao Shuanglin have eaten some precious treasure? It says here that he has defeated the famous imperial capital 3rd rank martial artist Sword Ghost. So this Qiao Shuanglin is probably in this imperial capital too? Is this a recent event? Tide Listening Building is really well informed. In the corner, clairaudience listened to the discussions of these martial artists and smiled proudly in his heart. It was his idea to rank Qiao Shuanglin 99th on the strength list. However, since he didn't personally witness it and only relied on his exceptional hearing through his clairaudience, there may be some inaccuracies. With his keen insight, clairaudience was certain that Qiao Shuanglin's level of internal strength must be astonishing, being able to defeat Sword Ghost. Therefore, he was more than qualified to climb the strength list. In the martial arts rankings, there are 3 lists for power, skills, and techniques, each with 100 people, selecting the top heroes from various martial arts fields. Basically, only martial artists of 4th rank or above, who have reached the limits of the human body, are qualified to be included. Besides these 3 lists, there is also a list called the Spiritual Refining List, which ranks the top spiritual refining method practitioners in the world. The current spiritual refining list is similar to the hero list during the all-known man era decades ago, because spiritual refining martial artists represent the pinnacle of martial artists in the world. The strongest among them is considered the strongest martial artist in the world. The clairaudience didn't notice that in a corner of the tea house, there was a bearded customer sitting, enjoying tea and reading a book, listening to the casual chat of the martial artists. 99 on the strength list, Qiao Shuanglin. The bearded customer put down his book. On the cover of this paperback book were the words asshole pointing hand. A slight smile appeared on the corner of the bearded customer's mouth, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. In the past, you asked if I could wipe out my Qiao's family, but can you defeat an immortal? I'm curious to see if the elders of this Qiao family you mentioned are as tough as you were. Gurgling sounds. He tilted his head back and drank a large cup of tea, with his Adam's apple moving up and down. He was a little thirsty. Antique Street in the imperial capital. Qiao Mu sat comfortably on the side of the road. In front of him, the valuable blood moon chart worth 10,000 silver taels was spread out on the stall, covered with a layer of white cloth, serving as a simple stall. The surroundings became empty, and the stall owners on Antique Street instinctively kept their distance from him, afraid to get close to the old man. But when they called out to sell their antiques, they couldn't help but glance at the old man from the corners of their eyes, observing his every move. At this moment, Qiao Mu seemed unaware of the gaze of others as he stared at a small booklet in his hand, reading undisturbed. This small booklet was found during the search of the Sword Ghost's body. Last night, as Qiao Mu left, he didn't forget to search for something on Sword Ghost. Among them, besides a valuable silver ticket worth 1,000 taels, what caught Qiao Mu's attention the most was this little booklet. This little booklet contains the personal martial arts experiences of Sword Ghost, a third-rank martial artist, but it's not strictly a martial arts secret manual. However, it does indeed record Sword Ghost's proud skill, the eye sword technique. This is a rare spiritual refining expert's eye attacking method, which reveals the secret of Sword Ghost's ability to kill with his eyes. Martial artists who step into the spiritual refining method have a much stronger and more resilient mind than ordinary people. One of the external manifestations of a third-rank spiritual refining period martial artist is sharp intuition, anticipating the enemy and being able to sense danger in advance n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. If one reaches the second rank of the spiritual refining period, their powerful mind can perceive everything around them, and all memories from childhood to adulthood can be vividly recalled in their mind. And the so-called eye attacking method is a means for spirit refining martial artists to actively use their powerful spirit to cause mental impact on their enemies. With a focused mind like a sharp sword, it is as if the eyes are the sword, able to harm others invisibly, without the need for direct combat. This technique called eye sword technique is quite unique, but according to its requirements, one must first reach the third rank of the spiritual refining period in order to practice it. Qiao Mu, at the moment, is no longer following the mainstream spiritual refining method. He can be said to be on the path of qi and blood, further exploring the Sumi Mountain King Sutra derived from Hai Wei's teachings. Even though he has practiced the martial saint spiritual technique, it is merely a bait thrown out by the martial saint, a method to select talented individuals, lacking the possibility for further advancement. For now, I cannot make use of this eye sword technique, but if my spirit continues to grow stronger through constant honing, perhaps it is not entirely impossible. This thought crossed Qiao Mu's mind. He didn't really care much anymore whether he would be able to sell the Blood Moon chart at his booth. The next day, he carried on with his booth, simply for the purpose of showing it to others. This third-ranked martial artist, Sword Ghost, is not a lone ranger. He is not only a household enshrined by wealthy merchant Wan Ronghua, but also a member of the Martial Arts League, an organization of spirit-refining martial artists. Even if placed among the martial arts community in the imperial capital, this character is not a small fry. His death will definitely not go unnoticed. As long as Qiao Mu continues to set up his stall as usual, the news of Sword Ghost's death will continue to spread. At that time, there will be obstacles to defend against the soldiers, and measures taken to hide the truth. Qiao Mu's guess was not wrong. At this moment, on the attic of Wan family's antique shop on Antique Street, Wan Ronghua stood in front of the attic window, his gaze peering through the shutters, watching Qiao Mu selling antique paintings on the street. Fanger, are you really telling the truth? Have you really seen that painting? Absolutely true. Behind Wan Ronghua, Fang nodded quickly. I remember seeing my dad take out this painting in the old house. I just confused this Blood Moon chart with the Blood Sun chart. Only now, seeing this Blood Moon chart, I realized there were two similar ancient paintings. So, in addition to the Blood Sun chart, the Fang family also had a second Blood Moon chart, Wan Ronghua suddenly realized, then his gaze fixed on the painting in front of Qiao Mu, the antique street vendor. The Blood Moon chart, originally belonging to his father, was now in Qiao Mu's hands. This made him unable to help but think of Fang Yuan, who had recently purchased the Fang family's old house. If this Jiao Shuanglin has plans to support Fang Yuan, then we might be in trouble, Wan Ronghua speculated in his mind. Although it was just a guess, the fact that Qiao Shuanglin had just slain the Sword Ghost, a formidable martial arts expert, put immense pressure on him. How is Fang Yuan so lucky? Fang furrowed her eyebrows in concern. My father valued me at first, and now there is a powerful martial artist to stand up for him. Wan Ronghua was worried. Sword Ghost was one of the deities worshipped by my Wan family. He used our Wan family's sources to hear about the Blood Moon chart, but ended up being killed by Qiao Shuanglin. It seems that our Wan family might have a grudge against this Qiao Shuanglin. Why else would he purposely sell things in front of my shop? He's afraid that I won't know that he killed Sword Ghost. If it's not necessary, Wan Ronghua naturally wouldn't provoke Qiao Shuanglin, a powerful martial artist. But if they become enemies and it becomes a fight to the death, even if the enemy is strong, he will have to find ways to defeat him. Moreover, Qiao Shuanglin might also be avenging jailer Fang Yuan from the heavenly prison. This means that the grudge between the two sides might be bigger than he imagined. Trying to confront him head-on will obviously not work. Although the Wan family still has other spirit-refining martial artists, they might not be willing to risk their lives for Wan Ronghua, especially since Sword Ghost has already died. Therefore, they can only find other solutions. The story of a person named Qiao Shuanglin has spread throughout the imperial capital since last night. There are definitely forces who want to get rid of him, they just lack an opportunity. Wan Ronghua calmly analyzed. After all, this is the imperial capital. Even someone like Qiao Shuanglin, who has achieved a lot, needs to follow the rules of the imperial capital when they arrive here. No matter how powerful a martial artist's fist is, it cannot match the might of the great Dao sect. So in order to get rid of Qiao Shuanglin, we need to use the proper rules and laws. He wasn't impulsive. After hearing the news of Sword Ghost's death, he immediately investigated Qiao Shuanglin and the story behind Qiao's family. Qiao's family is known for their honorable reputation. And this is the weakness of that old man. Wan Ronghua had a thought and made a plan. As the sun went down, Qiao Mu had been watching the Sword Ghost practicing martial arts by the street all day, and he was starting to get a bit impatient. Why hasn't anyone come to kill me yet? Am I too strong? After fishing all day without any bites, he started to feel a bit frustrated. Since I didn't catch any fish for now, I better take care of my injuries first. He glanced at the wound on his shoulder. He had thought the injury would heal in a day or two, but even after spending the whole day in the sunlight, it didn't seem to make much difference. It seemed like it would take more than a day or two, probably around 7 to 8 days to heal. In that case, since he didn't have any luck on Antique Street either, he decided to move on to a different place, and maybe try to find that famous Dr. Dong Xinglan to treat his injuries. Famous Dr. Dong Xinglan's clinic is located to the west of the imperial capital. He is a very skilled doctor, and it is said that he also had some experience in martial arts. Among his patients, there are also martial artists. In the past, Fang Yuan's parents were troubled and searched all over the imperial capital for a famous doctor, but either the doctors had limited knowledge or they feared the reputation of the spirit-refining martial artist, Sword Ghost. Only Dong Xinglan, who was righteous and frank, told Fang Yuan's parents that they were injured by the spirit-refining martial artist's eye-attacking method. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would have thought that his parents had some strange illness, and they might still be in the dark until today. On this day, when the sky was just getting bright, Qiao Mu followed Fang Yuan's guidance and arrived at the clinic. The clinic signboard reads Apricot Forest Clinic, and there were already several patients waiting at the entrance. Among them were wealthy people dressed in fancy clothes, as well as ordinary folks in simple clothing. However, all these people were patiently waiting in the waiting area, in an orderly manner. Fang Yuan was quite upset about this, so he found a middle-aged doctor he knew well and talked about getting treatment for Qiao Mu's injury. However, the middle-aged doctor shook his head. If you want treatment, you'll have to wait in line like everyone else. This is a rule set by the master. It doesn't matter who you are or where you come from as a patient. If you come to this Apricot Forest Clinic, you have to follow this rule. Fang Yuan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qiao Mu raising his hand. His injury was not serious, just a little troublesome because of the cold poison. It's not a bad thing for this famous Dr. Dong Xinglan to talk about rules, and he doesn't mind this temporary situation, so there's no need to break his rules. Fortunately, Qiao Mu and his friend arrived early, and there weren't many patients waiting in the lobby. Finding a stool to sit on, Qiao Mu casually glanced at the Sword Ghost martial arts notes in his pocket, while observing the people in the lobby. Famous Dr. Dong Xinglan is already old, and now his clinic is mainly run by 3 disciples who treat patients. There are also several apprentices below them, responsible for fetching medicine and performing acupuncture, clearly dividing the tasks. The patient in front of Qiao Mu was a middle-aged person holding a 5 or 6-year-old child. The middle-aged person was wearing a long gown, slim but straight, with meticulously groomed hair. He looked like a scholar, with a scholarly air, probably in his 40s or 50s. However, his gown was slightly yellowed and his cloth shoes were dirty and muddy, indicating a poor background and the possibility of being an outsider from a distant place, not a local of the imperial capital. This middle-aged man is obviously not sick. The sick person is a 5 or 6-year-old child holding his hand. The child is only 5 or 6 years old, and compared to the thin middle-aged man holding his hand, he looks more prosperous with a round face. These 2 people, one big and one small, are supposed to be the child's father, but they don't look like it. That thin man looks too old, probably over 40. They say this middle-aged man is the child's grandfather, but this thin man doesn't look that old. Qiao Mu was bored and kept guessing their ages, and ended up staring at these 2 people for a while. Although the child is young, he is sensible. He stood in the clinic, not crying or making a fuss, but his little face had a slightly red and swollen nose. He kept breathing with his mouth open, and there was nothing else unusual. Time passed quickly, and it was soon the child's turn. The middle-aged doctor examined him and asked many questions. His eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. He asked the child to wait in the lobby and beckoned the thin man to come behind the screen, lowering his voice and saying, "There seems to be something foreign inside your child's nose. It appears to be a creature called the shadow ghost spider larva, which is quite troublesome." At this point, the doctor's words carried a hint of blame. Almost all the major cities in Zhong province have immortal gates stationed there, so these weak creatures rarely cause trouble in the cities. They mostly appear in the wilderness. It's because you, as the father, haven't paid much attention to your child's activities, otherwise it wouldn't have come to this. The thin man's face looked unpleasant, and he smiled bitterly. "That's true. Actually, I used to be a resident of Tan County. Half a month ago, Tan County suffered from an inhuman disaster, with tens of thousands dead or injured. Afterward, I could only bring this child and leave my hometown, seeking a safe place here in the imperial capital. It's true that I may have been negligent during our journey. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and asked, "May I ask, how much money is needed to treat this illness?" The doctor shook his head slightly. "Although this ghost spider is not strong, it is still a monster. Since it has already entered the body, it can't be easily dealt with using normal medicines. It cannot be cured just by applying or taking medicine. If you want to treat it, you need to take the numbing and boiling powder first, and then use a sharp blade to open the nasal cavity. Afterwards, you have to be careful with the recovery, especially since your child is still young. We can't be careless. Considering everything, it will amount to 50 taels of silver." 50 taels? Is it that serious? The thin man was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. Too expensive? After all, it's caused by a monster. The doctor glanced at the man's clothes and remembered the man's background, realizing that he wasn't wealthy. He pondered for a moment and said, "Then, 5 taels it is." 5 taels of silver, in terms of the purchasing power of the Great Yin Imperial Court, corresponded to 5,000 in Qiao Mu's past life. This was clearly a great discount. According to the doctor's explanation, for the patient to recover, they would need to take herbal medicine for a long time. Apart from the surgery fee and labor cost, 5 taels of silver might not even be enough for the medicine expenses. The thin man read the number 5 taels and didn't show any expression on his face. After a while, when the doctor became a little impatient, he suddenly spoke. "What will happen if it's not treated?" The doctor was startled and looked fixedly at the thin man. They both stayed silent for a long time. He wanted to persuade the man to think it over a little more, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Just as he was silent, an old man quickly walked over and went straight to the screen.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. "Here, this is 50 taels." The old man was quite forceful and forcefully stuffed 50 taels of silver into the doctor's hand. "I don't have the patience to see you haggle and act pitiful. I've given you the money. When will you treat my injury?" Qiao Mu urged the doctor directly without even looking at the man next to him. The kind old man. The skinny man blinked his eyes and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. "Even a penny can trouble a hero. Now that my family is poor, I have nothing to offer. I hope the kind old man can tell me his name, so that I can repay him in the future." Qiao Mu hadn't initially thought about leaving his name, but then he realized that it would be a good thing for him to become famous, so he spoke up. "I am Qiao Shuanglin." Qiao Shuanglin. The doctor, who had been standing by the whole time, found it a bit strange when Qiao Mu voluntarily came forward to give money. It wasn't until Qiao Mu introduced himself that the doctor had a moment of realization. "So, you're Qiao Shuanglin, Elder Lao. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Once the doctor knew that Qiao Mu was Qiao Shuanglin, he immediately became polite and friendly. "Elder Lao, please come inside. Master Dong Xinglin is waiting in the inner hall." The middle-aged doctor pulled the thin man and his son aside, entered the room, and waited inside, also taking Qiao Mu with him. While leading the way, he also took the opportunity to explain. "Elder Lao is a renowned member of the Qiao's family, who has gained fame recently. I know you have your own beliefs and you are a strong martial artist, with a firm mind that cannot be swayed by others' words, but there are some things I still want to say." The middle-aged doctor was somewhat helpless, obviously still thinking about the incident with the thin scholar earlier. 5 taels of silver, or maybe 50 taels of silver, although not a small amount, can at most help 1 or 2 people in need. Actually, Master Dong Xinglin is not a greedy person, but rules are rules. A few years ago, Master Dong Xinglin also tried offering free consultations, not taking a single penny as consultation fee, only asking the patients to plant an apricot tree in the outskirts of the city after they recover. In the early years, there were countless apricot trees in the outskirts of Imperial Capital, forming a lush forest. The reputation of my master's sword, and the name of a kind-hearted and skilled doctor spread throughout Imperial Capital, earning him the nickname Dong Xinglin. This could be a beautiful tale, a story that could be passed down through the ages. Qiao Mu nodded in approval. However, upon hearing this, the middle-aged doctor could only wryly smile. Indeed, it was like that in the early years. But as time went on, things didn't stay so beautiful. Even with my teacher, Dong Xinglin, being such a brilliant doctor, offering free consultations without any fees, what could other doctors in the same field do? In the following years, rumors and gossip gradually started to circulate. Some people said that our teacher was seeking fame and using fellow colleagues as a backdrop to highlight his exceptional character. Other doctors who travel with him often face criticism, comparing their medical skills with the compassionate and skilled Dr. Dong Xinglin from the Imperial Capital. They say you are not as good as Imperial Capital Dong Xinglin and yet you dare to charge such high fees for your consultations. These are idle people gossiping. Why should we care about what they say? Qiao Mu furrowed his brow. If that's the case, the master of the house can tolerate it, but in recent years, the world has been in chaos, with inhuman disasters and natural calamities everywhere. Just like the middle-aged scholar we saw earlier, there are many sick people among the refugees. When they heard that the master of the house was offering free consultations, they naturally flocked to the clinic, almost breaking down the door. Apart from these refugees, there are also some ordinary people who are stingy and unwilling to pay for medical treatment. Even when they fall ill, they refuse to go to other clinics and specifically come to our clinic, waiting for the free consultations. Qiao Mu was astonished. Even among the patients, there are different levels of severity and urgency. With so many patients, both serious and mild, all waiting for free consultations, how do we determine the order? The mild patients may not be willing to wait and let others go first. Actually, our clinic is short-staffed, how can we treat so many refugees? As a result, one day, some seriously ill patients were delayed and died in the waiting room of our clinic. The middle-aged doctor sighed heavily. It's not your fault, Qiao Mu had to say so. Since then, various opinions have been in an uproar, and the master had no choice but to stop the free consultations. Who knew that by doing so, things would actually get worse? They all say that the master is seeking fame and reputation. In his early years, free consultations were just for gaining recognition. But now, with his reputation spreading throughout Zhong province, the clinic is bustling with patients every day. He has stopped collecting consultation fees and is making a lot of money. He's quite shrewd. Later, well, the master is getting older, and he left a few of us apprentices to handle the inquiries at the clinic. We don't dare to do any more free consultations. Speaking of this, the middle-aged physician couldn't help but give Qiao Mu a deep look. Qiao Mu understood. The middle-aged physician was telling a story about Dong Xinglin's past accomplishments, but in a subtle way, he was also referring to Qiao Mu's recent act of paying the consultation fee. Good intentions can sometimes lead to bad outcomes. It's hard to predict what will happen next after being generous at the clinic's entrance. So that's what you wanted to say. Qiao Mu chuckled and stayed silent. Remembering the doctor's strange look earlier, Qiao Mu finally understood. However, the doctor's intention was actually well-meaning, but everyone has their own thoughts. Qiao Mu understood what the doctor meant, but it didn't mean he was convinced. As they chatted, they entered the inner chamber of the clinic. An old man, whose hair was all white and had a healthy complexion, sat on the grand chair. He was none other than the famous doctor from imperial capital, Dong Xinglin. Beside the grand chair, Qiao Mu recognized another old man. It was Haiwei, the one who had taught him the Sumi Mountain King Sutra in the heavenly prison. Originally, the two old men were having a pleasant conversation, but when they saw Qiao Mu and Fang Yuan being brought in, they stopped talking. Are you Qiao Shuanglin? Dong Xinglin and Haiwei looked up. Especially Haiwei, even though the current Qiao Shuanglin is different from Qiao Zhong in the heavenly prison, it still caught his attention. Haiwei used to read various books in the heavenly prison, including medical scriptures. Now, after being released, he unexpectedly met Qiao's family, which made him a bit excited. The wound on the shoulder is not difficult to treat, and the injury itself is not serious, just a little troublesome due to the cold poison. In less than half an hour, Dong Xinglin finished treating the injury and said that the cold poison would be resolved in another half-day, so there shouldn't be any major problems. By the way, it is rumored that you have a blood moon chart left by a spirit refining martial artist hundreds of years ago. Can I borrow it to have a look? Dong Xinglin asked. Dong Xinglin is not an ordinary doctor, he is considered a half-martial artist, and he has also heard about Qiao Shuanglin's recent deeds. Qiao Mu glanced at Fang Yuan behind him. Strictly speaking, this painting is one of Fang Yuan's possessions, but he just took it out for fishing. Senior Qiao, do as you wish, said Fang Yuan quickly. I have no use for this painting, keeping it with me will only bring trouble. Senior Qiao can decide what to do with it, Fang Yuan replied. Qiao Mu had been carrying that ancient painting with him, so he took it out from his pocket. Dong Xinglin and Haiwei, two elderly men, examined the painting closely. They became more and more fascinated, feeling their energy and blood stirring, until suddenly they snapped back to reality. Truly extraordinary. This ancient painting from hundreds of years ago still exudes a spiritual charm, Haiwei spoke up first. From the looks of it, the martial artist who did the spiritual refining hundreds of years ago might have been a highly skilled first-ranked martial artist, he continued. I underestimated the power of this blood moon chart. Dong Xinglin smiled. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Qiao Shuanglin, your injury is just a minor matter, not worthy of exchanging with this blood moon chart. I won't take advantage of you either. I'll use a superior martial art technique to trade for your ancient painting. How does that sound? Dong Xinglin proposed. What kind of martial art technique? Qiao Mu suddenly became interested. Time is on his side. As long as he dies enough and practices martial arts diligently, he will eventually master the advanced skills without worry. Dong Xinglin is a renowned doctor in the imperial capital. Although he has also practiced martial arts, the skills he demonstrates are not solely focused on combat and killing. This is a technique called fragmented virtual finger. The fragmented virtual finger also includes some pressure point techniques, which can cause stagnation of one's energy and make the body stiff and immobile. It can also be used for medical purposes. However, for a martial artist like you, this finger technique is also formidable. According to the strength list of Tide Listening Building, you are ranked 99. This means your internal strength accumulation is quite profound, making you a perfect fit for the fragmented virtual finger. The essence of the fragmented virtual finger can only be executed by martial artists with deep internal strength. It allows one to use their finger as a sword, striking with invisible force. From this aspect, it surpasses ordinary martial arts. Once a martial artist develops internal strength, they can release powerful energy with their fists or weapons, but they struggle to strike from a distance or harm others without physical contact. The fragmented virtual finger, on the contrary, is a superior form of martial arts developed by martial artists with deep internal strength. It is specifically designed for striking from a distance or targeting pressure points without physical contact. Qiao Mu is unstoppable. Dong Xinglan immediately ordered someone to bring the secret manual of fragmented virtual finger and let Qiao Mu read it in the inner hall, while he himself carefully pondered over the blood moon chart, gradually becoming engrossed. At that moment, Haiwei walked towards Qiao Mu. When Qiao Mu was having a medical checkup earlier, Haiwei had already talked to Fang Yuan for a while and learned that Fang Yuan had given the Sumi Mountain King Sutra to Qiao Mu. Haiwei had no objections to this. After all, he had created this imperfect martial art and had no intention of boasting about it. The only thing that surprised him was that the current state of Qiao Shuanglan in front of him was not right. From the appearance, Qiao Shuanglan looked even older than him, with deep wrinkles, which indicated a decline in vitality.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, based on Qiao Shuanglan's recent events, it was clear that his vitality was still abundant, which led Haiwei to have a vague guess in his mind. At the age of 90, looking old on the outside but full of energy and vitality, this is clearly the goal that I have been longing for in my dreams, the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Haiwei felt a rush of excitement in his heart, and his steps toward Qiao Mu quickened slightly. He spent 30 years studying in the heavenly prison and created the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, with two goals in mind. One goal was to create a martial art technique that anyone can practice regardless of their talent, which means it requires a lot of effort and time. The other goal was to try to imitate the Long Life Fist Sutra, using a different approach to ensure that martial artists still have abundant energy and vitality in their old age. It's important to know that a martial artist's foundation lies in their physical energy and vitality, and internal strength comes from a strong physical body. Only when the energy and vitality are abundant can a martial artist continue to improve and progress even in their old age. As the founder of the technique, Haiwei reached the 4th level in practicing the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, allowing him to regain his vitality in his late 70s and achieve the 7th rank, experiencing a rejuvenation. However, even so, compared to Haiwei's strength in his prime at the 4th rank, his energy and vitality had still declined significantly. And the person in front of him, Qiao Shuanglan, not only is he older than him, but he also proved his own strength just a few days ago, showing that he is not an old man in his 90s with declining vitality. Isn't this precisely the dream of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra? Haiwei couldn't help but walk up to him. The more he looked at Qiao Mu, the more he saw that Qiao Mu seemed to have reached a high level of mastery in the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. Brother Qiao, I heard that just a few days ago, Fang Yuan gave you my Sumi Mountain King Sutra. I see that Brother Qiao has achieved a high level of skill, even though he is old and his vitality is declining. I wonder how far you have practiced my incomplete skill. Haiwei looked closely at Qiao Mu with an intense gaze. After giving it some thought, Qiao Mu ultimately decided to tell the truth. After all, Haiwei is the founder of this skill and has studied the Sumi Mountain King Sutra in the heavenly prison for 30 years. No one understands it better than him. Qiao Mu's level of accomplishment in this skill is unlikely to deceive Haiwei. He just had some disbelief in his heart when he asked such a question. The 5th level, Qiao Mu honestly replied. Haiwei suddenly stood up. This sudden movement even startled famous Dr. Dong Xinglan, who was still carefully looking at the paintings. He couldn't help but say, the Sumi Mountain King Sutra I created doesn't prioritize talent, but rather perseverance. Therefore, the practice requires a long time and cannot be achieved instantly. To reach the 4th level, an ordinary person would need 16 years, while reaching the 5th level would require 32 years for an ordinary person. Even though a talented martial artist can progress faster in their training, Brother Qiao just got hold of this Sumi Mountain King Sutra less than half a month ago. How could he achieve the 5th level? This was something Haiwei couldn't understand no matter how much he thought about it. He was considered one of the early members of the Wuji Association and was acknowledged by the martial saint as one of the 72 wise men. He was very aware of how many exceptional talents there were among the martial saint's 3,000 disciples. Even Haiwei himself had a high aptitude in martial arts, but in his early years, he didn't focus on cultivating his skills, viewing martial arts only as a shortcut to fame and success in government. But, this Sumi Mountain King Sutra requires 32 years of hard practice for the 5th level. How is it that Qiao Shuanglan was able to master it in less than half a month, surpassing the founder of this technique? Even for a martial arts genius, it would take 32 years of hard practice for an average person to achieve what he did in just 2 weeks. This progress in his training must be thousands or even tens of thousands of times faster than an ordinary person's. Brother Hai, there's something you don't know, Qiao Mu said with a slight smile, as he prepared to make up a story. Although he was several years older than Haiwei, out of respect for Haiwei, he still addressed him as brother. Haiwei might be able to judge the depth of his understanding of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, so Qiao Mu already had a plan in mind. If the two of them were to meet in the imperial capital, how could he explain his progress? Brother Hai, do you know the origins of my Qiao's family? Qiao Mu asked. Is it from the overseas Daowen land? Haiwei asked. Correct, Qiao Mu's eyes filled with nostalgic memories. In this Daowen land, there's a cave with walls that are filled with intricate patterns. These patterns were all carved by the heavens themselves, Qiao Mu explained. When my ancestors arrived at this Daowen land, they spent many years facing the wall. From this stone wall, they realized exceptional martial arts skills. In reality, this Sumi Mountain King Sutra coincides with the ancestral martial arts passed down in the Qiao family. These two martial arts skills were originally very different, but through mutual verification, I managed to reach the 5th level. So, the 5th level of Sumi Mountain King Sutra that I learned can also be considered as the 5th level of the Qiao family's ancestral martial arts. Hai Wei was amazed. Can such a coincidence really happen in this world? The truth is always alike. Sumi Mountain King Sutra is almost the essence of martial arts, and the top-notch martial arts naturally connect with each other. Qiao Mu smiled, with no flaws visible on his face. Initially, Hai Wei didn't believe it. However, he had to believe it, even if he didn't want to. This was because in just 2 weeks, Xiao Shuanglin mastered the 5th level of Sumi Mountain King Sutra, which usually takes 30 years of rigorous training. It was evidently more absurd than the coincidence between the Qiao family's martial arts and Sumi Mountain King Sutra. The latter can be said to be a coincidence that is closely related to the principles of martial arts, while the former can be said to be too absurd, far exceeding the category of martial arts geniuses. He tested it and discussed with Qiao Mu about the 5th level of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra and the yet-to-be-deduced 6th level. As a result, he found that Qiao Mu responded fluently and had indeed reached the 5th level of the martial arts technique. Even in the yet-to-be-deduced 6th level of the martial arts technique, he showed great insight, surpassing the founder of this technique and going further in his understanding. It seems that this can only be true. It is a coincidence that it matches the Qiao family's inherited martial arts, so it makes sense. Hai Wei exclaimed in admiration. Qiao Mu's understanding of the 6th level of the martial arts technique had already surpassed him. Little did he know that through Qiao Mu's responses, a dreamlike memory gradually emerged in his mind. After turning 90 years old, Qiao Mu died multiple times in the Old Fang residence due to getting lost in the process of deducing the 6th level of the martial arts technique, becoming fuel for the Human Path Sutra. And now, within Qiao Mu's newfound memories, during the time from age 90 to 93, he tirelessly deduced the techniques of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra. After 3 years of persistence, he deepened his understanding of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra and finally deduced the 6th level of the technique. Can the Ouroboros long life lock in my mind not only allow me to skip through time and accelerate my martial arts training, but also help me deduce martial arts techniques? Qiao Mu wondered. He noticed that every time he died, the progress of his martial arts techniques didn't happen randomly, but changed according to his thoughts. Before dying, Qiao Mu thought about practicing lightness skills, so after resurrecting, he would focus on practicing lightness skills for several years. And now, Qiao Mu discovered that this thing could not only be used to practice martial arts, but also the art of lovemaking, and even for deducing techniques. While Qiao Mu was contemplating, his companion Hai Wei also had many mixed feelings. I am not alone in my path, he exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. The inhuman are high and mighty, while the great Yin Imperial Court bows and kneels, but Hai Wei hopes that everyone will practice martial arts, and that humanity will prosper, pioneering a path that no one has taken before. He originally thought he was a solitary pioneer, but now he knows that in this world, there is a Qiao family who walks a similar path. The two styles of martial arts converge and can validate each other. Maybe I underestimated the Qiao family. They might have traveled further on this road than me, and they seem even more mysterious and powerful than I imagined. This thought crossed Hai Wei's mind. He had also heard Qiao Zhong bragging about the Qiao family in the heavenly prison, boasting about their countless elders with extraordinary skills, even stronger than him. Qiao Zhong was just the weakest among the Qiao family members in Zhu province. There were even stronger ones behind him. Now he finally understood why the Qiao family had so many powerful elders. They had a martial arts technique similar to the Sumi Mountain King Sutra and Long Life Fist Sutra, which achieved the unique effect of staying forever young. Someday, I really hope to visit Daowen land and personally see the mystical stone wall that inspired the Qiao family's ancestors to create their martial arts technique, exclaimed Hai Wei. I am not alone on this path. After hearing from Qiao Mu that he had reached the 5th level of the Sumi Mountain King Sutra, Hai Wei clearly became excited. He enthusiastically discussed martial arts with Qiao Mu, feeling as if he had finally found a kindred spirit, unable to contain his chatter. Hai Wei said, throughout history, people in the martial arts world only focused on being brave and fierce, and on learning how to increase their martial skills and develop more powerful moves. They never thought about exploring the essence of martial arts. Without the strong pressure from the 9 immortal gates, the martial arts would have remained the same for thousands of years, with only a repetition of bravery and fierceness, and no significant progress. Just like the rise and fall of countless dynasties throughout history, it is merely a repetition of events, with different rulers but little real difference. Qiao Mu's gaze flickered slightly. He had also heard about Hai Wei being reinstated to his position. As one of the 6 ministers of the Great Yin Court, Qiao Mu found Hai Wei's words to be quite rebellious. He truly lived up to his reputation as someone who had spent 30 years in the heavenly prison, enduring both physical and mental challenges. In the present era, the biggest difference compared to the past is the tremendous pressure exerted on our Great Yin Imperial Court by the emergence of cultivators. This is an unprecedented catastrophe in the history of Zhu province. Hai Wei sighed softly. Without the inhuman force, the Great Yin Imperial Court would not be much different from those forgotten dynasties in history, and the martial arts world would be the same. Jailer Fang Yuan couldn't help but break into a sweat upon hearing these words, wondering if he was even allowed to listen to such things. Famous Dr. Dong Xinglin was lost in thought, as if he couldn't hear anything, or maybe he heard but pretended not to. Qiao Mu nodded deeply. Hai Wei said deeply, if it weren't for an human breaking the order of the martial arts world, breaking the doors of Great Yan, how could there be more ambitious talents seeking change, exploring the essence of martial arts, and striving for the great feat of using martial arts to defeat immortals? People from the Wuji Association often say that the martial saint is a natural genius. He has dominated the martial arts world for 40 years, and his breakthroughs in martial arts can rival those of the past few hundred years. In reality, this statement is also an attempt to take credit for oneself. It was not solely the effort of the martial saint, but the sacrifice and dedication of a whole generation of martial artists. Although the martial saint shines brightly, he is just one of them, Hai Wei said deeply. The so-called salvation and survival cannot be achieved by just a few talents. Just like the martial saint, like you and me, all we can do is accelerate the process and narrow the gap between inhumans and our human race in terms of accumulated time. Qiao Mu nodded in deep agreement. Not to mention, his ability happens to be accelerating the process, skipping through time accumulation through death. Brother Hai, can you explain the fundamental of martial arts? Qiao Mu knew that Hai Wei was different. He was a scholar who excelled in martial arts. Although he had a deep understanding of martial arts, he still had the knowledge and mindset of a scholar, which allowed him to create the unique martial arts technique called the Human Path Sutra. In my opinion, the essence of martial arts today lies in the process of refining one's energy and cultivating the soul-changing technique, explained Hai Wei. With abundant energy and blood, internal strength is cultivated. When the internal strength fills the danshan, the next step is the spiritual refining method. The so-called techniques of strength, skill, spirit, and martial artist can be seen as the cultivation of a martial artist's energy, spirit, and skills n/o/fel/b/jn.c//om. However, the spiritual refining method is currently far ahead, especially in the hands of the martial saint, said Hai Wei, glancing at the blood moon chart next to him. The concept of spiritual refining is actually quite mysterious and intangible, a path of cultivation that is elusive. The birth of this martial arts path seems to be connected to the lofty immortal gate. This can be seen from the fact that hundreds of years ago, the Long Life Gate deduced the top spiritual refining martial art called the Long Life Fist Sutra. Both Qiao Mu and Hai Wei had a lack of trust in the cultivators of the 9 immortal gates. And Hai Wei's Human Path Sutra is not about spiritual refining method, but takes a different approach, focusing on energy and blood. The true path of a martial artist, the true path of humanity, requires the efforts of countless martial artists, not just a few of us. Hai Wei said deeply. Since the martial arts of your Qiao's family are so different from my Human Path Sutra, I hope that your Qiao's family can pave a true path in the future. To Hai Wei, Qiao Mu is not just one person, but represents a family, a group. That's why he said such words. Hai Wei and Qiao Mu had a deep conversation, discussing their understanding of martial arts and their desire to save others. It wasn't until the sun was setting that Qiao Mu and Fang Yuan prepared to leave, and Hai Wei reluctantly stopped talking. For him, seeing a fellow traveler on the path of humanity was a great fortune, so he couldn't stop talking. Brother Hai, we had a great conversation today, didn't we? After Dong Xinglin saw Qiao Mu leave, he spoke and looked away from the blood moon chart. Hai Wei nodded happily and said, after seeing Xiao Shuanglin, I made a decision. He gently coughed a few times, hunched slightly, and then looked at Dong Xinglin next to him with a spark in his eyes. In my lifetime, I'm afraid I won't live to see the day of human prosperity. So in the time ahead, I want to spread the Sumi Mountain King Sutra as much as possible, leaving a small spark for the future. Dong Xinglin was initially startled, but then showed a worried expression. Hai Wei spent 30 years in the heavenly prison, which caused irreversible damage to his old body. Although martial artists have stronger bodies than ordinary people, their lifespans are not much longer. From what Hai Wei was saying, it seemed like he was aware that his time was running out and he had started planning for the future. Dong Xinglin is old and no longer treats patients most of the time. The medical clinic is run by his 3 disciples. In theory, Qiao Mu's conversation with Dong Xinglin and Hai Wei in the inner hall doesn't affect the efficiency of the 3 doctors' treatment. However, when Qiao Mu returned to the lobby of the clinic, he was surprised. In the lobby, there were 3 to 4 times more patients than before he entered. It was crowded like a busy market. And when he walked out, many people in the bustling crowd looked at him, their eyes fixed on him. It's the generous Qiao Shuanglin, Mr. Qiao. Someone in the crowd shouted, causing the crowd to almost boil over. Mr. Qiao, please be kind, I don't have money to treat my illness. You, kind-hearted person, cannot just sit and ignore me. Sir, I am also a victim of the disaster from Tan County. The crowd surged towards Qiao Mu, reaching out and grabbing his sleeve, and some even knelt down directly on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Mu had already been surrounded by the crowd, embraced within it. Countless hands pulled at his trousers and sleeves, not allowing him to leave like that, while the surrounding area was filled with chaotic cries for help. Kind-hearted person, you cannot simply turn a blind eye to us, can you? 50 taels of silver may be a casual donation for you, but for us, it is life-saving money. Qiao Mu generously gave 50 pieces of silver to help the thin and struggling scholar who couldn't afford to pay for his child's medical treatment. You should know that at that time, the doctor had already discounted the consultation fee from 50 pieces to 5 pieces, but Qiao Mu generously gave 50 pieces. This scene caught the attention of the other patients at the clinic, who saw Qiao Mu's generous act as that of a rare and kind-hearted person. And now, half a day later, there was a crowd of people at the entrance of the clinic. Countless people who had heard the news rushed over to catch a glimpse of this generous man named Qiao Mu. Is it really come to this point? Behind Qiao Mu, the middle-aged doctor who had reminded him earlier sighed quietly in his heart. Dong Xinglin's clinic had also done charitable medical services in the past. However, they were forced to stop later, and they had experienced situations similar to the one happening now. The middle-aged doctor just didn't expect that these people would come so fast and in such great numbers. After a while, so many people unexpectedly came to the clinic, making it as lively as a bustling market. Mr. Qiao Shuanglin is in a difficult situation now, isn't he? He sighed softly. Being kind-hearted may lead to bad consequences. He had reminded Qiao Mu when he generously offered money before. Of course, he also didn't anticipate that there would be so many people coming. Are all of you disaster victims in urgent need of life-saving money? Qiao Mu's face showed no expression, just calmly looking at the crowd. He was pulled by the hem of his pants and sleeves, surrounded by the crowd, but only furrowed his brows slightly without any obvious anger. Yes, Mr. Qiao, a thin, yellow-faced man with sores on his head shouted loudly. I am from Dan City. One day, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and half of the city was destroyed in an instant. My home collapsed too, and since then, I have been wandering away from my hometown. I don't expect Mr. Qiao to save my life, I just hope Mr. Qiao can help with some money for medical treatment. I came to the imperial capital and have suffered from illness along the way. I am also from Dan City. Another person, a skinny old man with a missing arm, pushed through the crowd and approached Qiao Mu. On that day, there was thunder like rain, and half of the city collapsed. Unfortunately, I, the old man, was trapped under the collapsed city wall. Although I luckily survived, my arm was crushed. I am also. The crowd chattered incessantly, surrounding Qiao Mu and sharing their own stories of sorrow and hardship. Qiao Mu didn't interrupt, but listened attentively. As a fourth-rank martial artist, his senses were sharp. Even though the surrounding noise was loud, he patiently and carefully listened to these cries. From their words, it didn't seem like they were lying. However, Qiao Mu was not a doctor after all, and with so many people talking, he couldn't be sure if someone was trying to deceive him. So he pondered for a moment, took out a note worth 1,000 silver coins from his pocket, and handed it to the physician behind the counter at the Apricot Grove Clinic. This 1,000 silver ticket is only for medical treatment, he reminded. The medical expenses for these few victims of the disaster will be on me. But if the money runs out, you want more. The doctor widened his eyes, getting a bit excited as well. If it runs out, then it's gone. Qiao Mu shrugged his shoulders. The money Qiao Mu had on hand was actually just the 200 silver coins Fang Yuan had given him before, and the 1,000 silver ticket he had gotten from Sword Ghost. As someone who frequently met his end, Qiao Mu didn't really place much importance on wealth, as there was a possibility that his coins would vanish completely upon his next death. Adding the 50 silver coins he had previously given to the skinny scholar, Qiao Mu now only had 150 silver coins left on him. Over the years, Qiao Mu naturally used the money for his own daily expenses in the imperial capital, both for himself and for his future self after death, without giving it all away. Oh, kind and venerable Mr. Qiao Shuanglin, your great kindness will never be forgotten. Tears of gratitude, if we meet again in the future, there will be rewards. Several of the front row victims spoke words of gratitude, then quickly left and headed towards the Apricot Forest Pavilion. After all, the donation provided by Qiao Mu was only 1,000 taels, but it was also limited. With so many patients here, if we don't hurry, we might be robbed by others. In the blink of an eye, about half of the crowd surrounding Qiao Mu dispersed. However, the remaining crowd swarmed over again, once again surrounding Qiao Mu tightly, not letting him leave. This group of people seemed to be healthier than the victims just now. They didn't have missing limbs and their complexion looked decent. It seemed that they were not seriously ill patients. What's going on with you again? Qiao Mu's expression turned slightly cold. Normally, people in urgent need of medical treatment money should have gone to seek treatment. What about the group of people in front of them? Mr. Qiao, you are kind-hearted. We are also victims of the disaster in Tan County. Although we are not seriously ill, we are now reduced to being beggars, living in uncertainty. We hope Mr. Qiao can give us some money. Sir, it's not only those who are seriously ill that suffer in this world. I am also in a difficult situation, with a broken family and no wealth. Mr. Qiao, just look at me. I was abandoned by a rich man after becoming pregnant, and then my parents kicked me out of the house. Listening to the noisy voices, Qiao Mu finally understood. The group of people a while ago were lower-class civilians who couldn't afford medical expenses. The current group of people has a more complex composition. The doctors in the Apricot Grove can naturally tell if someone is seriously ill. However, it is not something that can be seen with the eyes whether these people have less severe symptoms or no illness at all, but still talk about their unfortunate background. I have no money left, so there's no use looking for me. Qiao Mu shrugged his shoulders. He casually shrugged and wanted to leave after speaking. But right after, his pant legs and sleeves were grabbed by 7 or 8 pairs of hands, making it impossible for him to take a step. Please, Mr. Qiao, have mercy. I can't make a living anymore. Mr. Qiao must be incredibly wealthy to give away 1,000 ounces of silver without blinking an eye. I'm not asking for much, just 100 or 80 ounces from Mr. Qiao. Oh, pity my newly born, hungry child. It seemed like people around Qiao Mu got excited, fearing that he was going to leave. Some held on to him, others started crying, and some even hit their heads on the ground, kneeling down. The child is not mine, why bother looking for me? Go find the playboy who abandoned you, Qiao Mu bluntly said, brushing his sleeves and wanting to leave. With just one sentence, the young woman's face froze, and then she burst into loud cries on the ground. The surrounding noise and discussions briefly paused, and then grew louder, becoming even more chaotic. I'm not saying, Mr. Qiao is very rich. What's wrong with helping this poor woman? It's just a small effort for him, right? I do know this woman, she is really suffering. Mr. Qiao is being too cruel. Just a moment ago, he was willing to give 1,000 silver coins, but now he won't give a single one. What's the matter? Did he go over budget? In the end, this so-called morally righteous Qiao's family and this Mr. Qiao Shuanglin are just hypocrites. They only give when they feel like it, and leave when they're in a bad mood. Saving a person's life is more valuable than a 7-tiered pagoda. Isn't Mr. Qiao Shuanglin, being so old, supposed to understand this? How can you say that? At least Mr. Qiao really did give 1,000 silver coins. That's all for his reputation, he just wants a good name. He wants fame, we want money, it's beneficial for both sides, isn't it? Do you really think he's kind-hearted? We are just tools for him to gain fame. Now that things have escalated, he's unwilling to part with his money. That 1,000 silver coins earlier was just for show. Just a moment ago, he was able to offer 1,000 silver coins. His family has at least 10,000 or even tens of thousands of them. The amount of money needed to treat the sick is just a drop in the bucket. But now that things have become complicated, he's hesitant to let go of that money. Among the crowd, whispering became more and more frequent. At first, it was just a few people, but these comments gradually ignited a sense of disappointment in the hearts of the people. Gradually, their eyes towards Qiao Mu changed too. From the previous humility and respect, it turned into disappointment and anger. But in a moment, the wind direction suddenly changed. The once highly respected man, Qiao Shuanglin, seemed to have transformed into a representative of greed. On a small attic in the distance, the wealthy Wan Ronghua from Imperial Capital hugged his mistress Fang Fang, looking through the window at the commotion at the entrance of the clinic, laughing without saying a word. Qiao Mu's actions didn't catch their attention. Half of the crowd gathered at the clinic were secretly instigating the chaos, including several actors among the masses. Otherwise, the clinic wouldn't have suddenly become so crowded. Qiao Shuanglin is very strong, we can't confront him directly. Unfortunately, this is the Imperial Capital, and the Imperial Capital has its own rules. Even if Qiao's family is successful, they have to be careful here. Horses are good for riding, and kind people are often taken advantage of. In this world, having a kind heart is a big weakness. Wan Ronghua smiled. People with a good reputation will always be burdened by it. He won't directly confront Qiao Mu, he can't bear the losses or risks that come with it. But he can make Qiao Mu's reputation crumble, step by step, falling into his trap. Crushing his reputation isn't enough. Fang Fang worriedly asked. After all, he is a powerful martial artist. If he gets angry and comes looking for us on behalf of Fang Yuan, our Wan family's remaining members may not always be able to protect us completely. Hehe, there's no need for us to handle the killing. Wan Ronghua casually said while hugging his mistress' slender waist. This Qiao Shuanglin is so arrogant, there must be more than just me trying to deal with him. When he falls from grace and becomes a street rat in this imperial capital, the people who want to kill him will probably line up from the city gate to the palace gate. Around the corner of the street, a middle-aged man with a beard shifted his gaze from the attic, his mouth twisted unnaturally and he sat down on the ground, side by side with a little beggar, disregarding his appearance. Ha ha ha, it's so funny, it's killing me. The middle-aged man with a beard burst into laughter. His laughter seemed a bit wild, causing others to frown and pay attention, thinking the beggar had gone crazy. There. He lightly kicked the little beggar next to him with his foot. Do you think those people have lost their minds? The middle-aged man with a long beard laughed loudly and said, in the past, this martial saint claimed to be a saint and killed many people in the martial arts world, causing a lot of bloodshed. As a result, many martial artists saw him as their last hope and idolized him as a symbol of the human martial arts world. People were only afraid of the martial saint, very few dared to speak ill of him. Even though he is dead now, the Wuji Association still exists. But this kind act by the Qiao's family, helping the sick and donating money, now they are being criticized and accused of being hypocrites. Good people are expected to meet the standards of a perfect saint, being generous to the point of giving away all their wealth and even sacrificing themselves. Otherwise, they are called hypocrites. Although the martial saint claimed to be a saint, no one dared to demand such things from him. Instead, they held him in awe and even had followers who admired and accepted him. If the martial saint were to kill just 1 or 2 people less, they would immediately build a shrine and worship him as a god. The little beggar next to them listened calmly and contentedly. This little beggar was quite strange. He laid lazily in the sun without moving, with a broken bowl in front of him. Even when he heard that a kind person had arrived at the clinic, he didn't budge. It was as if his bottom was rooted to the ground. The man with a long beard beside him said these words, but the little beggar didn't respond. He seemed calm and relaxed. This confirms an old saying. The man with a long beard grinned. Those who carry firewood for others will eventually be beaten by everyone and smell bad. Don't make so much noise, the little beggar said with a piece of grass in his mouth, lying down on the ground with his hands behind his head. He seemed impatient. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Why do you care? Why should I care? The middle-aged man with a long beard was taken aback, but then he burst into laughter. He seemed to have a special patience for the little beggar. Even when the beggar challenged him, he didn't get angry but instead grinned widely. That's clever, you're right. He looked towards the noisy crowd. Why should you care, and why should I? The middle-aged man with a long beard smiled to himself. If Qiao's family didn't interfere, they wouldn't have caused so many problems by giving the 50 taels of medical fees. At the entrance of the medical clinic, Qiao Mu listened to many accusations around him, and found it amusing. Before entering the main hall of the clinic, he was still known as a kind-hearted person, Mr. Qiao. Once inside the clinic, he engaged in deep discussions with Haiwei about the essence of martial arts, saving the nation, and the future prosperity of humanity. However, as soon as he stepped out, he became the target of finger-pointing and criticism from the great Yin public. Those who didn't know might have thought that he had not only provided medical fees, but also desecrated the ancestral graves of these people right in front of their eyes. The noisy sounds around him were getting louder and more chaotic. Qiao Mu was deeply surrounded by a crowd, being pointed at by many people. Countless gazes felt like countless needles, piercing him. And he stayed silent, with no expression on his face. As a result, under the instigation of some people with intent, the public became more and more agitated. What's wrong with giving a little bit of money to a good person like Mr. Qiao? Why is it as difficult as cutting meat? I've heard of the reputation of Qiao's family. I've heard they are a powerful martial arts clan, producing many skilled martial artists. Naturally, they are much wealthier and more influential than ordinary people. He generously gave 1,000 ounces of silver just now, but now he's being stingy? He only cares about his reputation and doesn't want to give more money. Seeking fame and fishing for reputation, seeking fame and fishing for reputation. I clearly saw that he still had silver coins in his money bag, he just didn't want to give them. Qiao Mu still didn't speak, he quietly listened to the noise of the people around him, and he felt a bit irritated in his heart. Are you finished or not? Came a low roar from beside him, drowning out the noisy crowd at the entrance of the clinic. The person speaking was Heavenly Prison Jailer Fang Yuan. Although he wasn't particularly strong, he was still an internal strength martial artist, so it wasn't difficult for him to overpower these ordinary people. Not to mention Qiao Mu, who was in the midst of the storm. Even Fang Yuan, who was listening beside him, felt an unnamed anger in his heart. Fang Yuan is not an ordinary person either. He is the son of a merchant and now a heavenly prison guard, so naturally he is not someone to be trifled with. He has seen countless despicable things, and this kind of tantrum by the people is of no use in front of him as a heavenly prison guard. Get out of the way. He opened his eyes wide and a fierce look appeared. As a guard in the heavenly prison, he had naturally seen blood before, and was skilled in using torture to extract confessions. But now, with just one sharp stare and a low growl, his deadly aura as a heavenly prison guard was unleashed. The ordinary people gathered in front of the clinic couldn't withstand such intimidation and immediately took a few steps back. But then, a man with a pointed face in the crowd shouted, "Someone's fighting? Someone's fighting." The kind-hearted Qiao Shuanglin from the Qiao family had his followers start a fight. Different voices from the crowd mixed together in the commotion. Is it really necessary to resort to violence? What did they do? Just blocking your way. Oh, how can we common people dare to block the way of the noble gentleman? Shouldn't we kneel and wait for Mr. Qiao to have a good mood, and give us some reward money so that we can afford the medical treatment? The prison guard Fang Yuan frowned, as he just took a step forward, intending to push aside the crowd blocking the way. But just as his hand was raised, the crowd erupted in voices again. Qiao Shuanglin ordered his followers to beat people. This kind of voice could be heard everywhere. This put Fang Yuan in a dilemma. As a prison guard in the heavenly prison, naturally he was not afraid of these people resorting to tricks such as throwing tantrums and acting shamelessly. After all, moral blackmail can only be used on people with morals. As long as he has no morals, there is no one who can blackmail him. As a prison guard in the heavenly prison, he would not hesitate when it comes to taking action. Just now, Fang Yuan is not a heavenly prison guard anymore, but a follower of Qiao Shuanglin. Although he is not a follower, if he gets involved in a fight, it will damage Qiao Shuanglin's reputation. This made him hesitate for a while, standing there unsure of what to do. Fang Yuan, step aside. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded in his ears. Let me handle this. Qiao Mu, with his aged body, took steps forward and looked at the crowd blocking their path. Impressive, Senior Qiao. After all these years, your calmness and martial arts skills are remarkable. I can feel my anger rising just by standing next to you. Fang Yuan looked at the old man's back and secretly admired him. Qiao Mu took a deep breath and let out a powerful roar. Get out of the way. Don't block our path. If you knew, you would say that I did a kind deed by paying for the medical expenses of a patient. If you didn't know, you might have thought that I dug up your ancestral grave, right? This loud shout was like thunder, immediately forcing the crowd to step back, creating a large empty space. Although they stepped back, they certainly didn't keep their mouths shut. He's anxious, he's anxious. I've always said that he is hypocritical, that he pretends to be kind. And now, look. His true colors are finally showing. Saving a life is more valuable than building a 7-level pagoda. Your attitude towards us disaster victims has truly brought shame upon Qiao's family. I've heard that when Qiao's family was in Nan province, they were known for their sense of justice, prioritizing righteousness over life and death. Now, I realize they were just seeking fame and reputation. It's truly disappointing. Meanwhile, Qiao Mu continued to smirk, stepping forward without paying any attention to the accusations from the crowd. I don't give a damn how you see me, whether you think I'm hypocritical or not is your business, not mine. I will help, I will donate money. His eyes were as cold as electricity, coldly looking at the people who were gossiping. Although Qiao Mu hadn't learned the spiritual refining method or the eye-attacking method, he had fought fiercely multiple times, and when he became serious, a strong killing intent emerged. When his gaze swept past the people who had just blamed him, they all lowered their heads like grass under a strong wind, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Today, even if the great god himself came, taking out money to help cure someone's illness is a kind deed, a good thing? How could you criticize it? He took big strides and walked forward. The crowded crowd unconsciously scattered to both sides, creating a pathway for Qiao Mu to move forward. The courtyard that was just packed with people a moment ago made way for him, as if rocks parting the waves. He didn't care whether the gazes of the crowd were accusing or angry, he only left them with the back of his silver-white head. He didn't even turn around or stop. Feng Yuan stood dumbfounded for a while, then quickly followed after him. Although Qiao Mu's actions were vastly different from what he had imagined, as he followed behind Qiao Mu, he couldn't help but feel countless gazes staring at his back, making his heart tremble. His heart trembled with excitement. At the age of 90, despite being criticized by many, his determination remained unshakable. How can this old man, who is already in his 90s, have such a pure heart that cannot be swayed? Truly admirable. He admired him in his heart, following behind Qiao Mu, and disappeared at the end of the crowd. After Qiao Mu left, a group of disorganized people. On the attic, Wan Ronghua withdrew his gaze, feeling somewhat frustrated. Why should the master be angry? How could those ordinary people have the courage to stand in front of Qiao Shuanglin? Mistress Fang Fang said. And now, those people who angered Qiao Shuanglin and urgently need money for treatment, doesn't it fit perfectly into our plans? From today onwards, as long as we spread the word a little, Qiao Shuanglin's reputation in this imperial capital will be ruined. Exactly. Wan Ronghua nodded happily. This Qiao Shuanglin is a stronger martial artist than the sword ghost who is worshipped. It's too simple to expect these ordinary people to stop him. Now, this is just the first step. The real show is yet to come. It's not enough to just make Qiao Shuanglin defeated and disgraced with this step. He sat at the table, closed his eyes, and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair. Feng Feng understood and stood behind Wan Ronghua, gently squeezing his shoulder. The fragrance filled the air, and the warmth on his back made Wan Ronghua feel comfortable. By the way, there's Qin Shiking, Lord Qin. Wan Ronghua suddenly opened his eyes. Qin Shiking is the warden of the heavenly prison. He was the executioner who beheaded Qiao Zhong at the vegetable market. I heard that on that day, Qiao Zhong refused to kneel down, and it was the executioner Qin Shiking who kicked and broke Qiao Zhong's legs before the executioner carried out the sentence. These past 2 nights, Qiao Shuanglin has been saying that he wants revenge for his 60-year-old son, Qiao Zhong. It's not just a challenge to the Great Yin Imperial Court and the Immortal Gate. I'm afraid that the executioner Qin Shiking was also involved. With Qin Shiking's vengeful nature, how can he tolerate Qiao Shuanglin's arrogant words? Sir, do you intend to use someone else's hand to commit murder? Feng Feng asked. This is not using someone else's hand to commit murder, it's just taking advantage of the situation, Wan Ronghua chuckled. Once we create a sensation, there will be people lining up from the outskirts of the city to the palace gates, wanting to kill Qiao Shuanglin. A long time passed. Inside the clinic, Hai Wei finally came out. He was absorbed in a painting with Dong Xinglin in the clinic and had no idea about what had just happened outside. As Hai Wei listened to the explanation from the middle-aged doctor, his face immediately changed and he hurriedly walked out. See brother, where are you rushing to? I'm going to find that Qiao Shuanglin, he said hurriedly. This Qiao Shuanglin and Qiao Zhong from the heavenly prison, they truly deserve to be father and son. Both of them are as passionate as fire. If such people get stuck in their own thinking, treated with contempt by the foolishness of the people, and lead astray because of it, it would be a great misfortune for my great Yan. Dong Xinglin blinked his eyes, deep in thought. See brother, you seem to hold Qiao Shuanglin in high regard. Half an hour later, in the old Feng family mansion, Hai Wei arrived in a rush. He didn't know Qiao Mu's residence, but he hoped to pass a message through jailer Feng Yuan. However, when he arrived at the Feng family mansion, he coincidentally found Qiao Mu in the courtyard. Brother Qiao, please don't get angry, Hai Wei said quickly. I already heard about what happened at the doctor's office just now. Although the people are foolish and rough, this situation seems a bit suspicious to me. I suspect someone is secretly stirring up trouble. Did brother Qiao Mu come specifically to talk to me about this? To Haihui's surprise, Qiao Mu appeared calm and unaffected by the recent commotion. Brother Qiao, I will personally investigate who is behind all this troublemaking, said Haihui confidently. He was now a high-ranking official, one of the ministers of the 6 departments, so he had the authority to say such things. Before we uncover the truth, I hope Brother Qiao can keep a low profile and try not to go out too much, Haihui said, looking at Qiao Mu's face and observing any changes in his expression. In my opinion, no matter who is hiding behind the scenes, the incident at the doctor's office is probably just the beginning n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Keep a low profile? Sure, Qiao Mu replied with a smile, agreeing to the request. I am a peaceful person who doesn't like fighting. I prefer peace, said Qiao Mu, his face full of smiles. When Qiao Shuanglin claimed to be one with the light, Haihui's eye twitched slightly, but he didn't say much. No matter who hears about what happened at the medical clinic, they wouldn't associate this 90-year-old man with being one with the light, right? But since Qiao Mu had already said his piece, he had nothing more to say. Just as he was about to leave, Qiao Mu called out to Haihui. Brother Hai, there's something I don't understand, Qiao Mu said. Inside the clinic, we talk about the essence of martial arts, restoring the world and saving the people. But as soon as I step outside, I'm immediately framed by wicked people and subjected to public scrutiny. Don't you find that contradictory, Brother Hai? Previously, in Haihui's words, he and people like Qiao Mu were seeds of martial arts, pioneers of martial arts against the immortal gate, and they claimed that martial arts were synonymous with humanity. However, once he stepped outside, the martial artist who upheld humanity in Haihui's words was immediately pointed fingers at by the people, seemingly framed by someone behind the scenes. Haihui heard this and turned around to glance at Qiao Mu. Obviously, in Haihui's eyes, although Qiao Mu was not affected by the ridicule of the people at the medical clinic, he did feel a bit resentful in his heart. He thought for a moment and replied, in this current era where people lack wisdom and are ignorant, that's why we martial artists should strive even harder. Qiao Mu didn't answer. Haihui composed himself and said, whether it's a cultivator or us martial artists, both are much stronger than ordinary people. Cultivators and martial artists don't engage in production, but they require far more resources than an ordinary person could consume in a lifetime, after practicing diligently on their path. In this world, there are no deities who can live without the secular world. Cultivators need the offerings from mortals, while we martial artists also require a large amount of meat and medicinal supplements. You and I have the martial power we have today, not only because of our own continuous efforts, but also thanks to the support of the common people in this world. The stronger a martial artist is, the more true this statement becomes. If you want to wear a black veil, you have to bear its weight. Since that's the case, we must do something for the common people, even if they are short-sighted, foolish, easily manipulated, and constantly criticizing each other. Qiao Mu looked at Haihui. Perhaps because Haihui has spent too much time in heavenly prison, even though he is a high-ranking official, he hasn't had the chance to enjoy much power. From his response, he felt that this person was not a serious martial artist or high-ranking official at all, but more like a shining idealistic scholar. Ahem. If Brother Qiao has no other matters, I'll take my leave. Haihui gave a slight cough and turned to leave. Qiao Mu didn't argue either, silently watching Haihui walk away in the courtyard. Haihui is a very kind person, who always treats others well even if they have treated him badly. Qiao Mu is just like Haihui, he has a big heart. He considers anyone who tries to harm him, especially those who could kill him, as his close friends and remembers them deeply in his heart. Then, send them to heaven early. Haihui wants me to be low-key? Wait for him to investigate slowly. Qiao Mu silently shakes his head. He certainly wants to know who is scheming against him. After all, he has made quite a few enemies and it's hard to keep track of them all. How to quickly deduce the Human Path Sutra without any high-quality deaths. Qiao Mu had once been hindered in his progress in the spiritual refining method because of the intentional obstruction from the Wuji Association, and he couldn't make any progress, making it difficult for him to break through to the third rank of the spiritual refining period. But now he has already come to terms with it. After the death of the martial saint, he has also realized the limitations of the so-called spiritual refining method. People say that martial saint is unparalleled in the martial arts world. No one can compare to him. The existing spiritual refining method might truly not be able to match up with cultivators. So now that I have obtained the Human Path Sutra, why should I hold myself back? When the sun rises tomorrow, go to the market square and fetch my head. Qiao Mu made a decision. The heads of executed prisoners at the market square will be displayed on wooden racks for many days. Forcibly taking someone's head goes against the laws of Great Yan and is sure to draw the attention of the court. At that time, I won't worry about dying with high quality. Qiao Shuanglin? Will Qiao's family finally appear in the imperial capital next time? Let me wait eagerly for that. Within the great Dao sect temple in the north of the imperial capital, the returning disciple, Dao Zhen, heard this news and couldn't hide his excitement on his face. These few days, he was not in the imperial capital but outside enforcing the law, battling with several magic students to stop the inhuman disaster in the Zhong province. The Zhong province is like a garden belonging to the great Dao sect, and it naturally doesn't allow others to forcefully take from it. However, Dao Zhen couldn't control or care much about the destruction caused during the battles. Mortals are like tiny insects that provide offerings. If they can be protected, they should be, but if they cannot be protected, then they can't be protected. Dao Zhen stood up, and his figure turned into a streak of light that just broke through the sky, but he also heard the voices of the cultivators behind him. Hey, senior brother Dao Zhen, are you going out again? Senior sister Dao Su from the sect said she recently obtained a treasure and has been searching for you to have a battle. Dao Zhen and Dao Su are senior brothers in the same sect, both disciples of Elder King Ai. Their cultivation levels are similar, and they both entered the Immortal Gate around the same time, so Dao Su has a competitive spirit. But Dao Zhen was a lazy person, who usually only liked observing outstanding ordinary people, and didn't like fighting or competing, intentionally avoiding it many times. Senior sister Dao Su. Dao Zhen heard the name and slightly furrowed his brow, but immediately relaxed, maintaining a calm expression as he smiled and said, "Well then, I should go now." He turned into a streak of light and finally disappeared into the sky above this observatory. After finally returning to the imperial capital, his interest was focused on observing ordinary people. How could he have the desire to fight with his fellow senior martial brothers? This senior brother Dao Zhen is quite friendly. It's a pity that senior sister Dao Su is not. If he can't find any trace of senior sister Dao Su on this trip, I wonder what he will do. Other disciples sighed. Although they were from the same sect, disciples of Elder King Ai naturally held a different status compared to other fellow disciples. Qiao Shuanglin, a disgrace in Qiao's family, seeking fame and reputation. While Qiao's family in Nan province is willing to sacrifice everything, Qiao Shuanglin in Zhong province only cares about gaining fame. Storyteller Zhang Chen looked at the secret information in his hand, furrowing his brow unintentionally and glanced at clairaudience beside him. Sir, isn't this inappropriate? N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. We don't know if this matter is true or false yet. Isn't it too early to make a statement? What do you know? Clairaudience chuckled. As members of the Tide Listening Building, it's our job to report even the smallest snippets of information. Whether it's true or false, does it really matter that much? Just tell me, isn't this matter extraordinary enough? Does it not disrupt martial artists' previous impression of Qiao's family in Nan province? Zhang Chen opened his mouth but remained silent for a moment. Clairaudience is a part of the fantastic faction in the Tide Listening Building. The things they were tracking before were both strange and true, but now clairaudience understands the similarities and differences between them. The next day, Qiao Mu left the house and headed directly towards the marketplace in Imperial Capital. The marketplace was always bustling, especially in the early morning when people gathered. As Qiao Mu got closer, the number of pedestrians on the road gradually increased, making it lively. Qiao Mu walked at a slow pace and didn't disguise himself, deliberately showing his true appearance to the world. While walking, he also paid attention to the people around him, expecting that some force would not be able to resist jumping out to confront him. However, after walking for a long time, he didn't sense any strong individuals. Instead, relying on his exceptional hearing, he heard people whispering around him. That person over there is Jiao's family, the somewhat famous Qiao Shuanglin, right? I heard he is a heartless old man, but very concerned about his reputation. Yesterday, even if someone just blocked his path in front of the clinic of that famous doctor, he would order his followers to beat them up. Quiet, it seems like he's looking over here. Qiao Mu didn't pay attention to the whispers of the common people. He was just curious about how fast these rumors spread, which indeed exceeded his imagination. Hai Wei's guess was probably true. Someone must have been fueling the fire behind the scenes. After all, Imperial Capital is not a small place like Yen City, where even trivial matters can spread throughout half of the city overnight. Is that Dao Zhen from the Great Dao sect? Qiao Mu spotted a slightly familiar figure from the entrance of a tea house on the side of the road. The other person was enjoying morning tea, but when he noticed Qiao Mu's gaze, he smiled and nodded, appearing friendly and approachable. Qiao Mu's gaze hardened, but he only nodded slightly. His current identity is the father of Qiao Zhong, a prisoner in the heavenly prison, so he naturally doesn't know this Dao Zhen. He can see through Dao Zhen's uniqueness at a glance, and can explain it with Qiao Mu's extraordinary insight. If he were to chat with him for a few more sentences, it would go against the setting of not having met before. Qiao Mu turned his head and continued walking as if nothing had happened. Soon, they arrived at the market street in the imperial capital, and the pedestrians around them became gradually dense, coming in a continuous stream. Why hasn't anyone come to challenge me yet? With this great head of mine, who will be able to chop it off this time? Qiao Mu rubbed his head with his palm, feeling slightly disappointed. Apart from Dao Zhen from the Great Dao sect, he didn't notice the presence of any strong individuals that would impress him. Since there were no disturbances, he shifted his attention to the execution ground at the market entrance in the far distance. On one side of the execution ground, there was a sharpened wooden stake, where Qiao Zhong's head was impaled as a deterrent. This head seems to have been specially preserved by the government officials, and it still looks very lifelike with all its facial features intact, frozen in the moment before Qiao Zhong's death. The people at the vegetable market are already used to seeing such things. They didn't pay much attention to the head. Only some children who come to the vegetable market for the first time would look at it for a bit longer, feeling both shocked and scared, then they couldn't help but look at it again. They should take my head, Qiao Mu whispered, just as his attention was focused on his own head in the distance. But suddenly, a figure behind him intentionally or unintentionally approached. Qiao Mu sensed something and slightly moved to the side to avoid it. However, this figure stubbornly approached, and then suddenly exclaimed, sounding like a frightened woman's voice. He turned his head to look and saw a woman in her early 20s, with a plump figure, looking at him with a mix of surprise and anger on her face. "How dare you?" the young woman screamed, blushing with anger, standing at the side of the road. Her voice was sharp and loud, piercing through the bustling market. In the imperial capital market, there were many idle onlookers who enjoyed the excitement. On any other day, they couldn't get enough of the beheading shows. But now, upon hearing this scream, many people turned their heads to look. What happened? n/o/vel/b/c/in.c//om. The butcher at the nearby stall, who was slaughtering a pig, placed his cleaver on the chopping block and strode over. He glanced at the young woman's curvaceous figure, instinctively wiping his hands on his apron before approaching. "Miss, what's wrong?" he asked gruffly. The young woman, with teary eyes and a mix of anger and embarrassment, pointed at Qiao Mu standing next to her. "This old man, just now, he. She couldn't finish her sentence, as tears streamed down like beads, wetting her blouse and evoking pity in the hearts of those who saw her. At this time, more and more people gathered around and formed a small circle, enclosing Qiao Mu in the middle. "You shameless person, don't even think about running." The butcher shouted loudly and bravely stepped forward to grab Qiao Mu. But just after taking 2 steps, they saw Qiao Mu standing there, without any intention of running at all. Moreover, this old man seemed aged, but stood tall and straight like a pine tree, with sharp eyes. With just one look, the butcher instinctively withdrew his hand. "He almost embarrassed me with these tricks, but I won't be fooled." Qiao Mu sighed softly in his heart, his gaze falling on the young woman's face. He faintly felt a sense of familiarity in the appearance of this young woman. Upon careful thought, it seemed that she appeared among the crowd that blocked him outside the clinic yesterday. "This old man is Qiao Shuanglin, I remember him? He's the one who fought outside the apricot forest clinic yesterday. Right, is he the one from Qiao's family in Nan province? How dare he act so arrogantly in our imperial capital?" Seeking fame and stirring up trouble, Qiao Shuanglin couldn't hold back after fighting with the nobles yesterday. In the crowded market, a brave person stepped forward to point out Qiao Mu and explain to the curious crowd who Qiao Shuanglin was and what happened. "Are you done yet?" Qiao Mu became a little impatient listening to all the gossip around him. Now, he became even more certain that someone had been instigating the crowd at the clinic yesterday. The events from yesterday and today were very similar, both involving someone manipulating the public from behind the scenes. This job was really poorly done, Qiao Mu smirked to himself. The incident at the clinic yesterday was forgivable, as he voluntarily paid the medical bill for someone else, giving the other person an opportunity to take advantage of it. And today's job was to frame him, a highly skilled martial artist with sharp senses. Although Qiao Mu's attention was focused on his own problems, he didn't notice the approach of an ordinary woman beforehand. However, he knew that he hadn't touched her body just now, and instinctively avoided any contact. Even if he was distracted, present-day Qiao Mu, being a martial artist, was not someone an ordinary person could take advantage of. So, the truth is obviously clear. It can be easily seen by people who are knowledgeable, they can see through the mystery in it. "Old fellow, your cheek is really thick. You did such a shameless thing, but you still have a carefree look on your face. He is old but won't die, he must be a thief. Surround this shameless old man, don't let him escape, quickly report to the authorities." The noise around grew louder and louder as the angry crowd surrounded Qiao Mu, just like the commotion at the clinic's entrance yesterday.